Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 108, Long Time No See, Holy King Norn. Chapter 108, Long Time No See, Holy King Norn. The breeze was still blowing on the hillside. The sounds of celebration from the distant city could still be faintly heard. The elven miss sat alone on the grass, cradling a cold holy sword in her arms. Her trembling shoulders betrayed the turmoil in her heart, a torrent of emotion that had been bottled up for 30 years. In the end, she couldn't watch any longer. She raised a hand and dispelled the magic mirror. She got to her feet, holding Athos, and looked to the west, towards the Godfall land, the place where he had last been seen. She had made up her mind. If she still couldn't find him, she would erect a tombstone for him. It would be her own answer, a kind of compromise. She would visit it from time to time, and let the passage of time slowly dull her pain. Just as she had thought when she had first met him, 1,000, or even 10,000 years from now, she would remember that, in the age of myth, a certain human had caused her 30 years of pain. And then, she vanished from the hillside of stargazing flowers, leaving no trace behind. The day of revelry was over. The lively city had finally fallen into a weary slumber. The moonlight was bright tonight. Even without a candle, Norn could see the path ahead. He dragged his heavy feet back to his room. The exquisite royal robes and crown were now a burden. He just wanted to take them off. And now that he could finally relax, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He pushed open the door. His royal chambers were dark, unlit, and far from opulent. People had advised him to take on more handmaidens. A king with less than 10 attendants, what would people think? But he had refused. If not for the sake of basic etiquette, he wouldn't have wanted any at all. He rubbed his temples and was about to close the door when he froze. In the deepest, darkest corner of the room, a figure was standing silently by the window. They were wearing a wide, black cloak that almost blended in with the night, their face obscured by a low-hanging hood. All he could tell was that they had a human-like form. They were just standing there, as if they had been waiting for him. A chill ran down his spine. A demon. Some demons had a human-like appearance. He had even fought one before on his adventures. And the aura of the figure before him was not good. Their mana was chaotic, and tinged with the distinct dark energy of a demon. He couldn't help but think they were an assassin sent from the demons. His body tensed, and his right hand instantly fell to the hilt of his sword, the instinct of a seasoned warrior overriding all his exhaustion. He held his breath, his sharp gaze fixed on the shadowed figure, waiting for an opening. "Who are you?" he said, trying to identify them while keeping a close eye on their movements. The figure moved slightly, almost imperceptibly. And then, a familiar voice, a voice he thought he would never hear again, a voice that was now tinged with an indescribable hoarseness, spoke softly. "Don't bow your head. The crown will fall." That voice. His hand on his sword began to tremble so violently that he could barely hold on. The tension in his body washed away, replaced by a wave of incredible joy, and a sense of unreality. He stared at the figure, and he could hear the pounding of his own heart. Rhodes. His voice trembled, a sliver of hope in his tone. He took a step forward, his old face, twisted with emotion, now visible in the moonlight. The figure raised a pale hand and, with a slow, deliberate motion, pushed back his hood. In the moonlight, a familiar face appeared. The black hair was the same, and the face was unchanged from 30 years ago, as if time had stood still for him. Only his eyes, his dark eyes, held a that did not match his youthful appearance. "It's really him. Rhodes. It really is you." He could no longer contain himself. A wave of joy washed over him, drowning out all reason. Forgetting his royal decorum, forgetting his exhaustion, he threw open his arms and, with an indescribable excitement, rushed forward to embrace the friend who had been gone for 30 years, the friend he had thought was dead. But before he could reach him, Rhodes held up a hand to stop him. "Wait, Norn," his voice was still soft. "This body is very fragile." Norn stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on Rhodes's outstretched hand. It was as pale as a ghost, and he could see that it was trembling, as if even that simple gesture was a great effort. "Your body." The excitement in his heart was instantly extinguished, replaced by a deep concern. If his long-lost friend was just barely clinging to life, this was not the reunion he had hoped for. He looked closer and saw that while his face was the same, his whole being radiated an ineffable fragility. His skin was so pale in the moonlight that it was almost translucent, and his breathing was so shallow that it seemed a strong gust of wind could knock him over. Rhodes slowly lowered his hand and smiled wryly. I haven't had the time to properly create a new body with the authority over life I now hold, he said in a low voice, his gaze falling on Norn's royal robes and crown. It seems you've done even better than I had expected, Your Majesty. Don't call me Your Majesty, he said, his voice cracking. He took another step forward, but dared not touch him. Where have you been all these years? Miss Serie has been looking for you. We all thought you were. He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Both he and Serie had already prepared themselves for the worst, even if they hadn't wanted to believe it. Rhodes was silent for a moment, then he said, the power of the goddess of procreation has a corrosive effect. That is why the goddess of life's body was taken over by her, even after she had been killed in the Godfall land. The god who had died there had been the goddess of procreation, Aegis. That was the truth they had learned when they had gone to that place. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, The Honored One Wears the Crown. Chapter 109, The Honored One Wears the Crown. In the ancient war of the gods, the goddess of life and the goddess of procreation, now sworn enemies, had fought a great battle in the world beyond. In the end, the goddess of life, bolstered by the faith of the sky-winged, had defeated and killed her rival. The fallen goddess's body had plummeted to this world and, upon impact, had transformed into a font of crazed divine energy, creating the Godfall land, a place that devoured all who dared to enter. That was the truth of its origin. The goddess of life had thought she was safe after her victory. But the goddess of procreation, even in death, had left behind a final curse, a poison that had slowly corroded the goddess of life's own body, until her soul had been suppressed and her body had been taken over, and she had been transformed into a new goddess of procreation. But before the usurper could complete her takeover, she had run into Rhodes and his party. And then came the battle with the god. The final battle, Rhodes said, his voice a low whisper, was far more brutal than I had ever imagined. The power of the goddess of procreation is a dark poison, a poison from the very source of life, a poison that can corrode all things and taint the very soul. And when I dealt her the fatal blow, my own body was also corroded. But in truth, Rhodes had not been the only one. Norn hesitated, wondering if he should say it. When Rhodes's sword had struck the final blow, the goddess's crazed divine energy had washed over them all. In the heat of the moment, he had thrown Athos to Serie, who had used it to create a barrier to protect them. And though she had acted instantly, someone had still been tainted. No one had noticed, not even the person himself. And Norn had only realized it 10 years later, after they had begun to adventure together once more. He had been acting strangely then, muttering to himself, his face sometimes contorted in a pained expression. He had asked him about it, but he had just said he was fine, just a little tired. Perhaps the corrosion had already begun then. And then, one morning, his dearest friend had disappeared. And by the time he had finally heard news of him, he had become the first demon king, Asmodeus, and had brought a new wave of disaster upon the world. Rhodes's voice continued, pulling him back to the present. He held up his pale hand, and in the moonlight, Norn could see the faint black lines under his skin, lines that radiated an ominous, dark energy. My body was completely destroyed, my soul tainted, Rhodes said, his voice as flat and distant as if he were telling someone else's story. But the danger, the terror of it, made Norn's blood run cold. To survive, to prevent myself from becoming a vessel for the god, I had to choose this path. He paused, as if trying to find the right words, or perhaps reliving the memory. I destroyed my own body and, using the authority over life, created a new one for myself. And then I began the process of reincarnation. The reincarnation spell was something he had created while he was creating his new body. It wasn't a transfer to another person's body, nor did it change his appearance or his memories. He was still himself, just in a new vessel. But it took a long, long time. 30 years, to transfer my soul to this new body. He slowly clenched his fist, the movement still stiff and awkward. It was clear that he had not yet fully mastered his new body. It was like trying to string a taut string on a fragile piano. I had to put all my energy into tuning it, to slowly accustom my soul to this new and fragile vessel. A single misstep, and my soul would have dissipated, or the body would have collapsed. And so, even now, this body is still weak, and cannot withstand any great impact. Norn stood frozen, as if he had been turned to stone. A wave of shock, followed by an overwhelming guilt, washed over him. He had imagined 1,000 reasons for Rhodes's disappearance, trapped in some hidden dimension, or having taken the goddess down with him, but he had never imagined a reincarnation so cruel. 30 years. 30 long years, not of wandering, not of exploring, but of struggling on the brink of death. He looked at Rhodes's pale face, 1,000 words caught in his throat. In the end, all he could say was, "You've suffered." Rhodes just shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. To see you again, to see you wear that crown, it was all worth it. Norn took off his crown. He still remembered what Rhodes had once told him, "If you ever become the king, let me wear the crown for a day, just for the thrill of it." And now, he was here. Will the weight of the crown be too much for you? Rhodes understood. It should be fine, he said, and reached out with a pale hand to take it. He had no desire for the responsibility of a king. The crown was a symbol of both honor and burden, and he only wanted to wear it to fulfill a childish wish. The cold metal touched his fingertips. Norn's crown had been forged from an ancient elven oath. It was a kind of magic. He lifted it and, slowly, placed it on his own head. The honored one wears the crown. But this time, there was no cheering crowd, no adoring gazes. Just two friends, reunited after a long time, in the quiet of the royal chambers. How does it feel? Norn asked, a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his voice. Rhodes closed his eyes for a moment, as if savoring the feeling. Then he opened them, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. It's much heavier than I imagined. He gave a slight shake of his head, as if afraid it might fall off. The hopes and the future of a nation, of a people, it's a heavy burden. Norn, you've had a hard time. A joke, a silly remark from years ago, and Norn had actually made it a reality. He had founded the first human nation in this world. The hardships, the struggles, he couldn't even begin to imagine. He carefully took off the crown and walked over to Norn, who bowed his head slightly, allowing him to place the symbol of responsibility and hope back where it belonged. He looked up, his eyes meeting Rhodes's, 1,000 words, 1,000 emotions from 30 years, passing between them in that single gaze. You're back, he said, his voice choked with emotion. That's all that matters. He took a deep breath. Everyone is still here, he said, beginning to tell him of all that had happened in the past 30 years. But none of us are the same as we were. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 110, The First Demon King, Asmodeus. Chapter 110, The First Demon King, Asmodeus. Miss Serie. Norn's gaze darkened. She's been looking for you, like a woman possessed. The last I heard, she was in the southern labyrinth, where she had found a teleportation circle to the Godfall land. There was a massive, naturally formed teleportation circle in the Godfall land, created by the surge of mana from the dying goddess. It was what had saved them after the battle, teleporting them out of the god's final, destructive wave of black mud. And that was why she had been searching for him, all across the world. She was hoping that he, too, had been caught in the teleportation and had been sent to some other corner of the world, just waiting for her to find him. Miss Serie always carries Athos with her. It seems to be her only memento, Norn said, then added carefully, she seems a little pitiful. It was a good thing the subject of his pity wasn't here to hear him. Rhodes listened in silence, his fingers drumming lightly on his arm. A wave of emotion, a deep and powerful tremor, passed through him but was quickly suppressed by an even deeper weariness. He didn't speak, just gave a slight nod. Norn then noticed the empty space at his waist. Where is Org? Of the 3 holy swords that had slain the god, the Light of Ursun was now enshrined in the human kingdom, a focal point for their new faith. Athos was with Serie on her travels. The elven kingdom had tried to get it back, but she had refused, and there had even been a few small conflicts over it. But the elven king had intervened, declaring that the holy sword belonged with the saint, and the matter had been settled. As for the divine right sword, Org, it, like Rhodes, had vanished. Lost to the world once more. I didn't bring it out of the Godfall land. I see, Norn said, and didn't press the matter. And the others? Miss Olivia. His voice was a little weary. She has fulfilled her vow. She has sealed herself away in the heavenly kingdom and will never set foot on the earth again. We tried to dissuade her, but she wouldn't listen. I'm sorry. Rhodes looked out the window, as if he could see the heavenly kingdom, floating high above. This was her atonement. She had not needed to do it. But he had been swallowed by the black mud before he could say a word to her. His lips moved silently, a single, unheard sigh. And that psalm. His tone lightened a little. He's now the heir to the dwarven throne. He's even grown a beard. And he smiled. He still pretends to drink ale, even though it's just juice. He's so afraid someone will find out. A smile touched Rhodes's lips as well, picturing the dwarf secretly swapping his drinks. But there was still one more. And Eirik? He must be here as well, right? Or is he on an adventure of his own? The smile faded from Norn's face. He was silent for a few seconds, as if gathering the courage to speak. The very air in the room seemed to grow thick and heavy. Eirik. Each word was a struggle. I'm so sorry, Rhodes. A feeling of dread washed over him. What happened to him? When the goddess fell, and the tide of black mud erupted. Serie managed to get the barrier up in time, but Eirik was the closest. Or perhaps, the power, it chose him. Norn's voice trembled. His body was tainted by the goddess's dying curse. At the time, none of us noticed. Not even he himself. Rhodes's pupils constricted. A divine curse, the unique power of the goddess of procreation. He knew what it meant. His own original body had been completely corrupted by it, forcing him to create a new one. And even then, a part of the taint had clung to his soul, and had been carried over into his new body. The black lines on his hand were proof of that. I didn't notice it at all. After the war, he and I went on an adventure of our own, teaching your magic to every human village we came across. But then, 20 years ago, his body began to change. He closed his eyes, the memory still painful. At first, it was just moments of confusion. He would talk to himself, and he was always tired. He said he was fine, just weary. But then his personality began to change. He became extreme and easily angered. The corrosion had begun. As someone who had been completely consumed by the curse, he knew just how powerful it was. It wasn't a sudden change, but a slow, insidious process, a poison that seeped into your body and soul, day by day, night by night. It was how the goddess of procreation had taken over the goddess of life's own body. Yes. And by the time I realized it, it was too late. He had realized it too, and we tried to find a cure. We even tried to use the magic of the Holy Scripture. Before the final battle, Rhodes had transcribed a part of the original text and had given it to him, to lay the foundation for a future order of human priests. It's no use, Rhodes said, shaking his head. The magic of the Scripture can't counter that kind of corrosion. Only an equal and opposite divine power could, and that's impossible. Yes. It was too late. Norn's voice was choked with emotion. 15 years ago, he disappeared. Just vanished. He held on for 5 years, he did well. Yes, Norn said, a wave of regret washing over him. If only I had noticed sooner. But even if I had, what could I have done? In the end, there had been nothing he could do. And then, 10 years ago, a new, unprecedentedly powerful and ruthless demon appeared. He united the remaining demon clans and called himself. Norn looked up, and his gaze met Rhodes's disbelieving eyes. The Demon King, Asmodeus. The first Demon King, Asmodeus. Rhodes repeated the name, a twisted echo of his old friends, each syllable a shard of ice in his heart. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 111, please be patient. Chapter 111, please be patient. Rhodes kept repeating the name. He had never imagined that the first Demon King would be Eirik. Was this destiny? For the hero who slew the dragon to become the dragon himself. As he spoke the name, the black lines under his skin began to writhe, as if they were alive, and they began to radiate a dark, ominous aura that resonated with the name of the Demon King. The taint within him, as if sensing a call from its own kind, began to stir. Norn, give me the light of Ursun. He had no other choice but to resort to a crude, direct method. Norn, though a little confused, took out the holy sword. Imbued with the faith of the human race, it now shone with a silvery light. For the first time in decades, Rhodes held the sword once more. Its weight was so great that he could barely hold it steady. He pointed the tip at the black lines on his arm and plunged it in. Black-red blood spurted out, staining the carpet a deep crimson. Norn was so shocked he couldn't speak. He rushed forward to stop him, but Rhodes waved him away. Don't worry. I'm just using the power of faith within the sword to suppress the divine corrosion. The taint had already seeped into his very bones. If he didn't stop it now, it would spread throughout his entire body. Then, he would have to abandon this vessel, create a new one, and then be corroded all over again, a cycle of endless torment. Did it work? Norn asked anxiously. As the silver light of the sword flickered, the black lines on Rhodes's arm began to recede, until they were just faint, barely perceptible threads. To fight a divine power, you have to use a power of the same level, Rhodes said. He pulled the sword out, and Norn immediately began to cast a healing spell. He had, in the past 30 years, learned the healing magic of the Holy Scripture, and had even taught it to others. Thanks. My own mana is too low, I can't cast a high-level spell like this, he said with a satisfied nod as the wound closed. It worked better than I expected. It seems the power of faith can indeed suppress the corrosion. Hearing this, a flicker of hope appeared in Norn's eyes. He thought of Eirik, who was still in the grip of the same corrosion. Rhodes, can Eirik be saved this way as well? His voice was a weak whisper, the last desperate grasp of a drowning man. The very air in the room was heavy, suffocating. Even the moonlight seemed to have dimmed. Rhodes looked at Norn's face, a face filled with a mixture of pain and pleading, and he didn't answer right away. He was silent for a long time, so long that Norn thought he would not answer at all. Finally, slowly, and with an immense weight, he shook his head. I'm sorry. Norn froze. I'm sorry, I can't, Rhodes said, his voice filled with a desperate helplessness. I've been through it. I know it's a poison that taints you to your very core, to your very soul. Once it has spread, there's no turning back. He clenched his fists, a sharp pain shooting through his palms. If I had been there when it started, I might have been able to do something. But it's too late now. He knew that the divine corrosion had likely already spread throughout Irik's entire body, that his very soul had been tainted. He himself had only been saved because he had made the decisive choice to abandon his body at the very beginning, before the taint had fully taken hold of his soul. But for Irik, it was too late. The goddess of procreation's final, desperate act was to imbue her dying curse with the purest essence of her authority, the parasitic nature of procreation itself. Irik's will, his memories, they have long since been deconstructed and reassembled. He is now a demon king, a being created from the remnant of the goddess's will, with Irik as its base. The Irik we knew, he is gone. Though he had killed the goddess of procreation and had ended any chance of her resurrection, in her final moments, she had used her connection with the demons to imbue her dying curse into the surge of divine power that had erupted from her. Irik had been the unfortunate one to be caught in it. He had become the first human to fall and become a demon. And he would be the last. The goddess of procreation was dead. No one else would ever be corrupted by her power. When he had finished, Norn swayed, and had to lean against the cold wall to keep himself from collapsing. Though he had already prepared himself for the worst, to hear the truth so bluntly, it was still a shock. Decades of friendship, 15 years of guilt, and in the end, a final, irreversible sentence. Rhodes watched his friend's slumping form, his own hand outstretched, but then quickly retracted. The taint within him was not yet fully gone. He didn't dare to touch him. After a long time, Norn finally looked up. His eyes were red, but he was holding back his tears. He took a deep breath, as if to suppress all the emotion in his chest. I understand. He didn't ask what was to be done. He just accepted it. And Rhodes, in a tacit understanding, did the same. The best thing, the kindest thing, would be to give Irik peace. But to ask his best friend to be the one to do it, it was too cruel. Until Norn himself brought it up, he would not act. His own problems were still far from solved. And when that day came, he would go and find a certain elf, an elf who still owed him a promise. He would have him complete his own, fated, world-saving journey. Though that, too, would be a cruel burden to place upon him. But it was the only way. Norn closed his eyes and, having calmed himself, forced a change of subject. So, what will you do now? Will you go and find Serie? She's been looking for you. Serie. At the sound of her name, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to see her. It was just, not the right time. If he could completely remove the last of the taint from his soul, he could use his authority over life to achieve a continuous reincarnation, to be able to walk with her, through the long years. So he couldn't be rash. He would have a long time with her in the future. He had to be patient. Please be patient, he told himself. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, News of Serie. Chapter 112, News of Serie. No, Rhodes's answer was not what Norn had been expecting. He slowly shook his head. Now, is not the time. Why? Norn didn't understand. Miss Serie. I know, he cut him off. I know she's been looking for me, carrying Athos to every corner of the world. And it is because I know that I must be patient now. He held up his hand, and in the moonlight, the black line seemed even more pronounced. It is because I know that I cannot go to her now. He looked at Norn, his eyes filled with a cold, almost cruel, calm. The taint in my soul has not yet been eradicated. It is only being temporarily suppressed by the power of faith in the light of Urson. With Serie's personality, if she were to find out, she would surely try all sorts of things to help me. I don't want to drag her into this. This power, it's too dangerous. A single misstep. He trailed off, but Norn understood. He was afraid the taint would consume her as well. So, for now, let's just leave it at that. Don't tell her until I have suppressed this taint completely. Norn was at a loss for words. He understood his friend's concerns. It wasn't that he was avoiding her, but that he was afraid of hurting her. It seemed their relationship was even deeper than he had imagined. He nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on her, make sure she's safe. As for your situation, let's keep it a secret for now, Rhodes said. Just, let the god-slaying hero be dead. Is that really okay? Norn's heart ached for him. Rhodes could have had so much more honor, so much more acclaim, but he had just turned it all away. He couldn't understand it. But what he didn't know was that for Rhodes, to get rid of the divine corrosion and to fully accept his authority over life was the most important thing. Only then could he finally let go of the feelings he had suppressed for so long. Only then could he walk with the elven miss, through the long years. It's fine. I have more important things to do. All right. In that case, why don't you stay in the kingdom of Ursen for a while? It will be easier for you to use the light of Ursen to suppress the taint, Norn suggested. He so desperately wanted to catch up with his old friend. It would break his heart if he were to leave right away. Yes. It seems I will have to trouble you. There is no need for such words between us. In the kingdom of Ursen, in a secret, unknown basement. Even Norn didn't know why the craftsman had built it. They had just told him that as a nobleman he would surely have a use for it, and had given him a strange, knowing smile. He had never thought he would actually need it. Could those craftsmen have had the power of foresight? But for now, it had become Rhodes's private sanctuary. To avoid tainting others, he had not set foot outside of it for a year. And to make it easier for him to use the light of Ursen, Norn had even had the shrine's magic circle moved down to the basement. The sword was now unsheathed, hovering silently in the center of the magic circle. Rhodes sat beside it, basking in the millions of tiny points of light that emanated from its blade. It was the purest form of faith, and it was helping him to suppress the taint within him. Compared to a year ago, his complexion was much better. And the black lines on his body, under the constant pressure of the faith, could no longer spread. Norn pushed open the door and entered quietly, so as not to disturb him. He came here often, just to talk to him, to keep him company. And in return, Rhodes would help him with the affairs of the state. He would casually throw out ideas for policies that Norn had never even heard of, policies that were making the kingdom better every day. It made Norn wonder where he had learned so much. Seeing that Rhodes was still in a meditative state, Norn just stood to the side, watching his old friend struggle with the poison in his soul. If only Eirik were here, he thought. What a happy occasion that would be. But he knew that was impossible. After a long time, Rhodes finally opened his eyes, and they were clear and bright, without a hint of fatigue. How do you feel? Norn asked. He looked down and felt the state of his own body. After a year of hard work, the taint within him was finally suppressed. It would be a long time before it could trouble him again. And his fusion with his new body was also going smoothly. He could now move freely, no longer the stiff, awkward movements he had made when he had first seen Norn. Much better. The power of faith in the light of Ursen is more effective than I imagined. At least I don't have to worry about the taint spreading to others anymore, he said, and looked at the hovering holy sword with a hint of gratitude. A relieved smile spread across Norn's face, the wrinkles around his eyes softening. That's good to hear. If you need anything else, just ask. I will. By the way, the messengers from the west returned yesterday. They told me that the locals had heard of a massive and pure surge of spatial magic in the vicinity of the Red Dragon Canyon a few months ago. It sounds like something Miss Serie would do. And according to the locals, she has already left the area and is continuing west. West? Rhodes murmured. Could she be heading to the Godfall land? It's possible. But the black mud there has not yet dissipated. I'm worried. Norn trailed off. The magical storm of the Godfall land was gone, but it had been replaced by an even more terrifying miasma of divine black mud. And though it was said that it would not last as long as the storm had, that it would dissipate in 1,000 years or so, they were both worried that Serie would not wait that long, that she would try to force her way in. It's too dangerous. That black mud, if it even touches you, you will be corrupted. Even I don't dare to go near it. He had left Org there decades ago, and had tried to retrieve it, but had always been stopped by the black mud. Yes, Norn nodded, a hint of worry in his voice. I'm just afraid she'll try to force her way in. Rhodes was silent. He closed his eyes again, but Norn could see that the calm he had just achieved had been broken. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 113, setting off to find Serie. Chapter 113, setting off to find Serie. But there's probably nothing to worry about. Maybe Miss Serie just wants to travel west for a while, Norn quickly added, not wanting to cause him any more distress. Give me a little more time. It had taken him a great deal of effort to get to the kingdom of Ursen. When he had been swallowed by the black mud, he, like the others, had accidentally triggered the teleportation circle, which had sent him to a hidden underground cavern. It was there that he had been able to rebuild his body, undisturbed. And though he had now grown accustomed to this new vessel, he had to build up his mana from scratch. He had to be strong enough to protect himself before he could go looking for her. Another year passed. Winter came once again to the city of Ursen, and a blanket of snow covered everything in white. In the basement, the light of Ursen still radiated the warm glow of faith, and Rhodes had recovered a third of his former strength. He raised a hand, and a gentle wave of mana flowed from his palm, perfectly under his control. Norn stood quietly to the side, a thick cloak wrapped around him. You're recovering well, he said, a smile in his old voice. As expected of Mr. Rhodes, he thought. To have recovered so much in such a short time, his strength is now probably no less than my own. He would have to be holding the light of Urson to have any chance of winning against him now. Rhodes reabsorbed the mana and opened his eyes. He looked at Norn, at his old friend who had spent his life, his very being, on this kingdom, and a wave of complex emotions washed over him. If not for a twist of fate, he would have been just like him, old and grey. But he had found a way to live forever. He couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Norn, do you want to live longer? He asked. He still remembered the life-draining spell. He could teach it to him, if he wanted. But he was afraid. Afraid that his old friend would suffer the same fate as Eirik. And then, he would have no choice but to put an end to his suffering. Like you. But the authority over life cannot remake another's body, can it? Norn said, his expression unchanged. No, but I have another way. It can also extend a person's life, but the price is a heavy one, Norn finished for him. Yes. You might not notice it at first, but over time, after 100, 200 years, your soul will be corroded, and you will become nothing but an obsession, a creature that only wants to live on. Hearing his words, Norn laughed, a sound that was filled with a strange kind of liberation. He shook his head, the wrinkles around his eyes softening, a peaceful light in their depths. Rhodes, my friend, he said, his voice calm and firm, have you forgotten? I saw, with my own eyes, what happened to Eirik. To become something that will do anything to live. I would rather die as a human than become that. He walked over to the window and looked out at the falling snow. Look at this city, he said softly. Behind every light, an ordinary person is trying to live. A human's life is a short one. To live it to the fullest and to pass on what you have to the next generation, that is how humanity has come this far. To be born, to grow old, to get sick, and to die, that is what it means to be human. Rhodes watched the back of his old friend in silence. I'm sorry, he said. He had been inconsiderate. There's no need to apologize. Norn turned around and said with a forced smile, if I were to live for too long, wouldn't I just have more and more paperwork to deal with? It would be better to just die early. Rhodes couldn't help but smile. He knew he was just trying to comfort him. I understand, he said with a nod. Then let me at least help you with your body. The power of the Holy Scripture can heal your old wounds. This time, he didn't refuse. As Rhodes cast the spell, Norn felt a warm mana flowing through him, and a new life seemed to flow into his old, weary body. Though he knew it was just an illusion. He had fought too many battles in his youth, his body was a wreck. If not for the holy magic he had learned, he would have been bedridden long ago. He held out his hand, a hand covered in age spots, and felt the warmth of the mana flowing from Rhodes's palm. By the way, he said, as if it were just a passing thought, we just received news this morning. Someone saw Miss Serie in a forest not far from the Godfall land. As Serie had wandered the continent, her fame had grown. She was now known as the strongest mage in the world. Though she was still far from the strongest in history, she was an elf. With time, her mana would only grow. One day, she would surely be the undisputed strongest. She's getting closer to the Godfall land, Rhodes said, standing up abruptly. Norn knew what he meant. Are you leaving? Yes. I have to. He looked at him, and Norn knew that any attempt to dissuade him would be useless. Not that he had any intention of doing so. Then let me see you off. There's no need. There is. This may be the last time we see each other. At his calm words, Rhodes said no more, and let him walk him out of the city. They were both in disguise, and they did not cause a stir. Norn, he said, his voice grave, take care of the kingdom. And, take care of yourself. I will. He gave his old friend one last look and, without another word of farewell, walked away. Norn watched him go, and did not turn back until his footprints had been covered by the snow. He pulled his cloak tighter around him. He had never been able to bring himself to talk to him about Eirik. Perhaps he himself had not yet made up his mind. But in the end, a decision would have to be made. To give his old friend a final piece, it was the best thing he could do. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, I will leave my hesitation here. Chapter 114, I will leave my hesitation here. At the edge of the world, at the border of the Godfall land. What had once been a vast and dense forest was now just a black, misty void, the result of a falling star thousands of years ago. The mist had not dissipated, but had solidified into a black mud, the corrupted remnants of a divine power. The goddess of procreation's power had once been the purest of life-giving forces. But to usurp the body of the goddess of life, she had made a pact with the demons and had made them her chosen people. From them, she had drawn a new, dark power, a power to suppress the goddess of life's own soul. But that power had come at a price. It had corrupted her own divine essence, tainting it with the stench of chaos and death. And when Rhodes had killed her, that power had erupted, creating the black, muddy tide that now covered this land. Everything in the Godfall land had been swallowed by the black mud, leaving only an oppressive, suffocating silence. And on a nearby mountaintop, Serie stood. The wind whipped her golden hair around her, and she clutched the holy right sword, Athos, to her chest. She had been standing there for a long, long time, her golden eyes fixed on the all-consuming darkness before her. She could feel its power, a power that could annihilate the very soul, a forbidden power that even she did not dare to touch. The black mist that had once covered this land had not been nearly as terrifying. And though the black mud was powerful, its source was gone. In a few thousand years, it might begin to dissipate. In 10,000, it might be gone completely. But she could not wait that long. Her gaze pierced through the blackness, to the very heart of the Godfall land. Rhodes. He had been swallowed by that black mud, and had vanished. And the obsession to find him, it was a brand on her soul, a fire that had driven her back to this place. 30 years. 30 long years, and all her efforts had led her back to the beginning, to the place where he had last been seen. Before, she had been afraid to enter. But now, she had no choice. She had to have an answer. If he was still alive, if a fragment of his soul still lingered in some corner of this land of death, that would be the greatest reward for all her long years of searching. This place, it was her last hope, and also, her last despair. I can't wait any longer, she whispered, her voice so soft that only she could hear it, but filled with a resolve that cut off all possibility of retreat. She had wandered this area for too long. Every time she had tried to enter, the terrifying aura, an aura that made her very soul tremble, had stopped her. I can't go on like this, she said, as if talking to Athos, or perhaps to herself. I have to find an answer, no matter what. But she did not move right away. She left the summit and gently placed Athos on a cold rock. She had to prepare a tombstone, for him, and for herself. She cast a levitation spell and began to gather the scattered black stones. She moved slowly, carefully, selecting each one. Always leave yourself a way out, he had said. She didn't know if this counted, but it was something. At the very least, future generations would know that they had been here. Finally, 2 of the largest, most complete stones were set upright, and she began to build a base around them with smaller stones. When she was finished, a blade of light appeared at her fingertip, and she began to carve. Rhodes's tomb. After she had finished the last letter, she paused. If I find him, is this a bad thing to have done? She didn't know. If he was right, if she should believe in miracles, in a fated reunion. She would have to come back and destroy this tombstone. She turned her attention to the other stone. This time, she carved more slowly, more hesitantly, as if unsure of what to write. In the end, with a complex and indescribable emotion, she wrote, "Dearest friend, Serie." The words, "dearest friend," were carved with a fierce intensity, much deeper than the others. She stared at the 2 tombstones for a long time. Was that really all we were? No, that's not right. They had been partners, the closest of companions, teachers to each other. A single phrase, "dearest friend," was not enough to describe their relationship. But she couldn't think of any other words. If he were here, he would surely have come up with something more amazing. But he wasn't. And it was a good thing he wasn't. "This is good enough," she whispered, a final farewell. She stood and brushed the dust from her robes, then picked up Athos, which had been waiting for her, and turned to leave. She gave the 2 small tombstones one last look. At least there were 2. They wouldn't be too lonely. And then, she took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the chaotic air, and pushed all of her hesitation, all of her indecision, to the back of her mind. She no longer looked back, and without a single step of retreat, her gaze fixed on the black, muddy expanse, she walked into the all-consuming darkness. And not long after she had gone, a figure, covered in the dust of a long journey, appeared before the tombstones. He saw the words, "Rhodes's tomb," and his face twisted in a strange expression. He looked at the other one, and a wave of relief washed over him when he sensed that it was just an empty shell. "Who the hell is spreading these rumors?" he cursed. "Don't let me find you, or you'll regret it." But he knew who it was. Only the elven miss would do something so morbid as to erect his tombstone before he was even dead. He squatted down and picked up a stone. The dirt on it was still fresh. She hadn't been gone long. "Looks like I can still make it," he said, and without another moment's hesitation, he ran in the same direction she had gone. "Wait for me, Serie." End of chapter. Guys, we crossed the 150 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal, 300 power stone. Come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, A light descends before the elf. Chapter 115, A light descends before the elf. In the depths of the Godfall land. Time had lost all meaning here. There was only an endless, eternal darkness. The thick black mud, like a great, black ocean, crashed against a single, shimmering silver barrier, wave after wave, each one carrying a nauseating stench. Serie walked through the sea of despair, each step a heavy one. She held the holy right sword, Athos, in a death grip, its power the only thing keeping the all-consuming darkness at bay. But in this place, a place of a god's final, desperate act, even the power of Athos seemed to dim. The holy sword that had once been able to create a barrier that could encompass the entire elven kingdom now struggled to maintain a small, spherical shield, a shield that was constantly being crushed and warped by the immense pressure. Outside the barrier was a darkness that could swallow all things. With each wave of black mud, the silver shield would tremble violently, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. Serie's face was deathly pale. She bit her lower lip, so hard that it almost bled. The power of the black tide was so immense, so overwhelming, that it would have made any other living creature flee in terror. And she, too, had felt that fear. But she had suppressed it, and in its place was an all-consuming obsession. I've come this far, she thought. I can't turn back now. She poured her own mana into Athos, desperately trying to keep the last glimmer of light alive. Rhodes. She whispered his name, the source of her obsession. She could feel that she was getting closer, closer to the heart of the final battle. The residual divine power, the crazed energy in the air, it was growing thicker, a tangible pressure that was threatening to snuff out her small, flickering light. When she finally reached the center of that accursed place, the full horror of the black tide was unleashed. It was no longer just waves, but a solid, tangible force, an endless barrage against her shield. With each blow, the barrier groaned, and a web of cracks began to spread across its surface. Crack! The sound of shattering glass. A corner of the barrier, under the relentless assault, finally broke. And the black mud poured in. She knew, with a primal certainty, that she could not let it touch her, even though she didn't know the specifics of what had happened to Eirik. But the barrier was too small, she had nowhere to retreat. She could only watch as the deadly darkness rushed towards her. Is this the end? And at that very moment. VMMM. A golden light, a light of pure, holy energy, erupted from the depths of the darkness. It was so pure that it ignored the very fabric of space and cleaved a path through the viscous black mud, clearing a space around her. Even the mud that had already breached her barrier was instantly incinerated. When the blinding light faded, she saw that a straight, clean path had been cut through the black tide. On either side, the mud recoiled, as if from the sun. The light, the aura, it was so familiar. In the final battle, against the dark power of the goddess of procreation, he had wielded Org and had unleashed a similar attack. And in the end, to kill her once and for all, he had unleashed all of its power, and all the power of faith from the light of Ursun, and had dealt a single, god-slaying blow. Even the soul of the goddess had been extinguished by it. And now, she could feel that aura once more. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked down the path to the holy sword that now radiated an aura that repelled all evil. The divine right sword, Org. Org, which had been lost with him for 30 years, was now right here, in front of her, and her heart began to pound in her chest. Could he also be here? Org also sensed it, the approach of the Chosen One, the one who held the authority over life. Its light flared, and for a brief moment, it held back the surging black tide. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps, coming from down the golden path. She looked back, not daring to believe her ears. A figure slowly emerged. He was bathed in the golden light of Org, walking towards her, step by step, down the path of light. At first, he was just a silhouette, a figure in a grey cloak, his face hidden by a hood. But she hoped, with all her heart, to see that familiar face. And as he drew closer, her wish was granted. The hood was pushed back, and there he was, the same as he had been 30 years ago, as if time had not touched him, except for the slight pallor of his skin. And he saw her, too. Across the dust of 30 long years, their eyes met. There was so much to say, so much to tell. But now was not the time. He walked to the end of the path, just a few steps away from her, and reached out. He took the hilt of the hovering sword. VMMM. The moment his hand touched it, the full power of Org was unleashed once more. 30 years of silence and waiting, now brought to a glorious end. A pillar of golden light shot into the sky, a holy fire that instantly purified the black mud for 100 meters in every direction. A new domain, a domain of the same power as the black mud, but holy, now expanded from him, a barrier against the encroaching darkness. It was something Athos could never have done. It had only ever been blessed by a god. It was not like Org, which had been forged with a god's authority. Only Org could truly repel this unholy miasma. In the center of his golden domain, he stood, sword in hand. He was so close, he could see the pallor of her face, and the surprise in her eyes. His hand trembled slightly as he held the sword, its tip pointed to the ground, the golden light of it flowing around him, cleansing him of the divine taint he had accumulated on his journey here. He held out his other hand to her. "I've kept you waiting, Serie," he said, his voice slow and gentle. "Now, come home with me." End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, My Elven Miss. Chapter 116, My Elven Miss. Serie's hand trembled, suspended in midair. A maelstrom of emotion swirled in her golden eyes. She was so afraid that this was another illusion, another dream from which she would awaken to the same empty reality. So many times, over the past 30 years, she had reached out, only to have the figure before her dissipate like smoke. "Rhodes," she said, her voice filled with a heavy doubt. "Is this another illusion?" She could feel the warmth of the light, and a part of her, a deep and primal part, was screaming at her that he was real. And yet, she couldn't bring herself to believe it. Perhaps it was a defense mechanism, a way to brace herself for the inevitable disappointment. Seeing her hesitation, Rhodes's gaze softened. He took a step forward. He gently took her hand and intertwined their fingers. And with his other hand, he stroked her head in a gesture that was both achingly familiar and terribly missed. "It's me." His hand was so warm, a reassuring strength that enveloped her own. And the other, the one that was now messing up her hair, it was as annoying, and as comforting, as she remembered. "It's not an illusion. It's not a dream. It's him." Her dearest friend, the one she had been searching for 30 long years. Rhodes. Rhodes. Her voice, which had been a whisper, was now a joyous cry, a sound of pure, unadulterated happiness. And her beautiful golden eyes, now shimmering with a new light, reflected only him. She didn't pull her hand away. "Is he as happy to see me as I am to see him?" She wondered, feeling the strange way he was holding her hand. "He really is my best and dearest friend," she thought, and squeezed his hand tighter. Their emotions, though different in their nature, were both born of a joyous reunion. She even forgot to be annoyed at the hand on her head. She just looked up at him, her gaze so intense it was as if she was trying to burn his image into her memory, to make up for 30 years of absence. "It's me," he said again, his voice just as gentle as before. "I'm back, Serie." "You." She opened her mouth, 1,000 words caught in her throat. In the end, all that came out was a single, choked accusation. "Where have you been?" "For 30 years. I thought you were." "I know," he said. The knowledge of her long, lonely search pained him, and at the same time, sent a strange tremor through his heart. "My stubborn elven miss, I'm sorry." He took her hand and gently brushed it against his cheek. It was a gesture that crossed the line of a normal friendship, and even she could feel it. But in her eyes, it felt right. Theirs was a bond that could not be described by such a simple word. Perhaps he thinks so too. She wondered. In her long, emotionally reserved elven life, she had given the place of dearest friend only to him. And he was now, in his own way, showing her the same. And so, she took his hand in both of hers and, in a gesture of reciprocation, gently brushed it against her own cheek. It was her own way of showing him, of acknowledging the closeness of their bond. "My dearest friend," she whispered, her voice filled with a new trust, "the one who walks with me on the path of magic, you've finally come back." His heart lurched. Her words were so pure, so sincere, and they had touched a part of him that he had never dared to hope for. He himself didn't know if his own feelings were right. But he had found a way to live forever. And so they had to be right. He knew her so well, knew how slow she was when it came to matters of the heart. Her desperate search for him had been born of a pure and simple devotion to her dearest friend, an essential part of her long life. It was a pure obsession, but it was not the feeling he longed for. But that was all right. That slowness could only be overcome by time. One day, the iron tree would bloom. And he could afford to wait. A flicker of tenderness and resolve passed through his eyes. He gently released her hand and, with both of his, cupped her round face, stroking her cheeks with a light and careful touch, as if he were holding a precious treasure. After so long, he was finally touching his little Grand Master's face again, and this time, with no pretenses. She didn't understand why he was doing it. Is it because he's so happy? What a bold man. Before, she would have never let him touch her face like this, as if she were a giant, soft machi. But after 30 long years, she would allow it. When he finally let go, she looked at him once more. "Serie," he said, taking a small step back, his eyes locked on hers, "I'm here. Your dearest friend is here. And I'm not going anywhere." He had intentionally emphasized the word dearest friend, a nod to her own understanding of their relationship, and a paving of the path for his own. She felt the sincerity in his words and didn't speak, just looked at him. All the obsession, all the waiting, in that moment, it was all worth it. She had found him. Her dearest friend was back. And that was everything. A joy that could fill an eternity. Even if they were to be separated again, she now had her answer. And next time, it would not be an obsession, but a simple resolve. And in her long, long life, she would look back on this moment, and this joy, 1,000 times. And it would give her the strength to go on. He looked at her, and a wave of an almost irresistible urge to pull her into his arms washed over him. But he held it back. "All right, let's get out of here," he said. "Org can't purify all of this." Though it seemed to be holding back the black mud, he knew it wouldn't last for long. The miasma was just too powerful. She knew it too and immediately agreed. He raised Org, and with a single swing, he cut a path through the blackness. He was about to step into it when he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. This time. Her voice was soft, but incredibly firm. "You are not allowed to disappear. You will go on another adventure with me." He looked back at her and smiled. "I promise, my elven miss." And then, bathed in a golden light, they disappeared down the path. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 117, a long, long journey. Chapter 117, a long, long journey. The path of light slowly closed behind them, sealing off the darkness and corruption of the Godfall land. But as they drew closer to the edge, the blackness, which had been suppressed, began to stir, as if it had a life of its own. It churned and boiled, and a massive wave of thick, black mud crashed against the light of Org, so powerful that it even dimmed its sun-like brilliance. Boom. Light and darkness clashed. A twisted black tide danced and writhed, trying to break through the barrier of light and drag its escaped prey back into the abyss. Seeing this, Rhodes quickly hit his arm. The miasma, it had been dormant, but his own presence had stirred it, had activated it. The filth, the darkness, the cold, it was trying to return to its source. And he was that source. He had been the one to be swallowed whole by the black mud, and now he was its wellspring. Serie's face paled, and she instinctively grabbed his sleeve. "Don't worry," he said, and with his other hand, which was now behaving very badly, he took her own. He now held the power of not one, but 2 gods. The return of Org had given him the authority of the goddess. The 2 equal powers could easily deal with the black mud. His eyes narrowed. He unleashed the power of Org, and a clear, ringing sound echoed as a massive wave of holy energy beat back the black tide. With the power of Org, they quickly escaped the influence of the Godfall land. Behind them, the black tide, having lost its target, churned in vain, then slowly receded, returning to the darkness from which it had come. Serie looked back at the light-swallowing forbidden zone, a sense of lingering fear still in her heart, and let out a long sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" she asked, a note of concern in her voice. That was dangerous. He didn't answer right away. He just walked over to her and, with a flick of his finger, bopped her on the forehead. "Ow." She rubbed her forehead and glared at him. How dare he hit me? The audacity. She was about to retaliate, but his next words stopped her. "You knew how dangerous it was, and you still went in." Now that they were safe, it was time to give this reckless elven miss a piece of his mind. "I had to. It was the only place I hadn't looked. And besides, I knew you were here," she said, with a proud, "I told you so" look on her face. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you take me for? Even I didn't dare to stay in that place. And it's not like I could just conceal my presence like Org. But it all turned out all right, didn't it? By the way, is Org okay?" "It's fine. It just used a bit of its power," he said, and gave the holy sword at his waist a reassuring pat. The elven miss didn't seem to have learned her lesson, but he didn't press the matter. In the end, she had risked her life for him. He had no right to scold her. "But if you weren't in the Godfall land, then where were you?" "I couldn't find a single trace of you on the continent, though I heard plenty of stories." The tale of Rhodes, the Godslayer, had now spread throughout the land. The wielder of the 3 holy swords, the legend who had wiped out the demon army with a single blow, the mythical hero who had accomplished the impossible, every race had heard of his exploits, and had even included her in the stories. And because of him, when a demon or a magical beast was now slain, it would turn to dust, leaving no trace. They no longer had to worry about disposing of the corpses. He had no intention of hiding the truth from her. With the power of Org, he could slowly wear away the taint. It was time to tell her. "Serie, there's something I have to tell you," he said, pausing for a moment to find the right words. "These 30 years. I wasn't intentionally hiding. In the final battle, my body was completely corroded by the darkness," he said, gesturing to the black void of the Godfall land. She froze, her golden eyes fixed on his face. She reached out and placed a hand on his chest, her whole body leaning into him, trying to sense him, to feel him. She could feel the warmth, the vitality, it was just as she remembered. But that was wrong. 30 years had passed. His body should have aged, like Norn's. But he was still so young, his face unchanged. And as she looked closer, she could feel a faint, subtle aura of newness about him. Corroded. Her voice dropped to a whisper, a tremor of fear in it. So, what are you now? Don't worry, it's all been taken care of, he said calmly. To survive, to see you again. I had to undergo a reincarnation. I abandoned my tainted body and, using the authority over life, I created a new one. And then I spent 30 years just getting used to it. That's why I haven't aged a day. He intentionally left out the great price he had paid, and the possibility of eternal life that it had brought. That would be a surprise for her, in the future. She processed the information, her elven mind direct and pure. And after a moment of shock, a wave of joy washed over her, drowning out all of her worries. So that means, we can continue our adventure, she said excitedly, grabbing his arm, a pure, genuine smile on her face. For decades, even longer. In the grand scale of her long life, a few decades was just a fleeting moment. But to have that moment with her dearest friend once more, it was enough to fill her with a profound sense of contentment. Yes, he said with a smile, intentionally emphasizing the next words, though he knew the elven miss wouldn't catch the hidden meaning. We can continue. It will be a long, long journey. And this time, you can lead the way. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 118, The Elven Miss's Predicament. Chapter 118, The Elven Miss's Predicament. All right. Serie said without a moment's hesitation, and pulled him by the hand, her steps now light and carefree, a stark contrast to before. This way. I remember there's a lost ruin to the north, with magic from before the age of myth. I've always wanted to see it. And. Her voice trailed off, and she slowed, as if she had just remembered something unpleasant. They had, without realizing it, come to the very same hill where she had been standing before, just a short distance from the tombstone she had erected for him. Let's go another way. It's not safe up ahead, she said. He immediately understood. He had seen the tombstone before he had entered the Godfall land. The elven miss clearly didn't want him to see it. And the more she tried to hide it, the more he wanted to see it, just so he could tease her a little. Really, he said with a grin, a look in his eyes that made her feel a little flustered. How dangerous is it? It's just, very dangerous, she said, turning her head away. Well then, it must be very dangerous indeed, if even our genius mage is afraid, he said with a mock sigh. His words had the intended effect. When has the genius mage, Miss Serie, ever been afraid? Of course not. I'm not afraid at all. I know, he said, and then walked past her and around the bend. And there it was, a small, simple stone mound, and a tombstone with the clearly inscribed words. Rhodes's tomb. Erected by his dearest friend, Serie. The air froze. Rhodes. Serie. The breeze was cool, but she could feel her face flushing, the tips of her ears turning red with shame. Ahem, she cleared her throat, her gaze darting everywhere but at him. He looked at the simple, yet clearly thoughtfully constructed tombstone, at the beautiful location she had chosen, and then at the elven miss beside him, who looked as if she wanted to shrink into herself, and he couldn't stop the grin from spreading across his face. To see the elven miss so utterly mortified, it was a wonderful feeling. He slowly walked around the tombstone and ran a hand over its smooth surface. Oh, he said, drawing out the word, his voice filled with a teasing amusement. Our elven miss is quite a stonemason. And the location is excellent. Very sunny. I, the owner of this grave, am very satisfied. She said, turning to him, a look of cornered desperation in her eyes, but still trying to bluff her way out of it. It's called being prepared. You'll need it eventually anyway. I was just getting it ready, so we wouldn't have to rush. Her voice grew quieter and quieter, until it was barely a whisper. But she still puffed out her chest, as if to say, what I said makes perfect sense. Seeing her trying so desperately to justify herself, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Stop laughing, you damned, arrogant creature. The elven miss was clearly getting angry now, her eyes shooting daggers at him. Yes, the well-prepared elven miss, he said, barely managing to suppress his laughter. I accept your preparations. He looked at his own name on the tombstone, then at the living, breathing Serie beside him, and the plan for eternal life that had been forming in his mind grew a little clearer. But he would keep that a secret for now. He would let her think that he only had a few decades left. And then, one day, when she saw that he had not aged, that he could walk with her through the next century, and the one after that, the look on her face, it would be very interesting indeed. What are you looking at? She asked, her eyes narrowed at the mysterious smile on his face. Nothing, he said, pretending as if nothing was wrong. Just thinking that you were right, I will need it eventually. Come on, let's get out of this unlucky place before night falls. He held out his hand. She looked at his hand, then at the awkward tombstone, then back at his hand. With a pout, she took it. But before they left, she gave the tombstone one last, secret glance. It was still too simple. Without any care, it would crumble in a few decades. And so, with a slight, almost imperceptible, flick of her finger, a small preservation spell settled upon the stone. It was a spell she had learned in her 30 years of wandering, a spell that could greatly increase an object's durability. It was a shame to just let it go to waste, after all. He saw her little gesture, and a secret smile played on his lips, but he said nothing. He just held the hand of the elven miss beside him and set off on a new journey, and this time, it was just the two of them. In the far north. This was the last gathering place of the demons. And since a king had now risen to lead them, it had become known as the Demon King's Castle. In the 30 years since their great defeat, their power had been in a steady decline. Without the connection to their goddess, they were leaderless. And it was then that a seemingly weak human had appeared before them. At first, some had tried to attack him, to make him their meal. But he had obliterated them with a single blow. And in that moment, they had all felt it, a dark aura that was no different from their own. And though they had humanoid demons among them, this one had no horns. It was heresy. But no one had dared to say a word. Because he was strong, stronger than all of them combined. And he carried the aura of the goddess. And so, he had, by right of conquest, taken her place, and had become their king. In the vast, empty throne room. A slender figure, radiating a dark and ominous aura, sat upon the throne. It was Eirik. But he was not what Rhodes had imagined. A small part of his mind, his will, still remained. He had not yet been completely consumed. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Whisper of the Goddess's Corruption. Chapter 119, The Whisper of the Goddess's Corruption. In a grand hall, built in the style of the dwarves who were the masters of such architecture, the black, demonic aura was so thick it was almost tangible, and the very air was heavy and still. The flickering candlelight illuminated a massive throne, upon which a slender figure sat in silence. The being once known as Eirik was sitting perfectly still, and yet the demons below him did not dare to breathe. His methods were even more brutal than their own, especially when it came to his own kind. He had already killed hundreds, even thousands, of them, almost as many as had died in the war. He was a tyrant. Some had already taken to calling him the Tyrant Demon King, Asmodeus. A dark and ominous energy now swirled around him, not by his own will, but like a wound that would not stop bleeding. It had stained the throne and the very air around him a deep black. His face had not changed. Unlike his old friend, who was now a silver-haired old man, 30 years had not left a single mark on him. It was as if his life, and his aging, had been frozen in time from the moment he had been corrupted. But the price for this unnatural youth had been a heavy one. His eyes were sunken and hollow, the whites completely black, with only a single, faint flicker of light remaining, a final, stubborn act of resistance. Eirik, why do you not give up? There is no one left to save you, a gentle, feminine voice, a voice laced with a thick, viscous malice, a voice like a seductive whisper, echoed in the deepest, most broken part of his soul. It was the voice of the corrosion, an extension of the goddess's will. Rhodes had heard that voice before. But the moment he had abandoned his corrupted body. Eirik, however, could not. He had first thought it was just a hallucination, but he had been drawn in, deeper and deeper, and by the time he had realized it was real, it was too late. With his last shred of sanity, he had said his goodbyes and had set off on the path to becoming the Demon King. The goddess's remnant will had a simple plan. Eirik's body was too weak, even if she were to completely possess it, she would never be able to become the goddess of procreation again. And so, she had him gather the demons, to become their king and to receive their faith. And with their power, his body would be strong enough to challenge a god. And then, she would have her revenge. Revenge on the men who had killed her, the men who had ruined all of her plans. But she had underestimated Eirik's mental fortitude. Even after so long, he had not yet succumbed. He was still fighting. His stubbornness was driving her mad, and it made her attack his soul with an even greater fervor, trying to crush that last, tiny spark of defiance. Look at the power within you. Look at the demons who have bowed to you. What more could you want? Why cling to such a meaningless resistance? Be quiet, he roared, and his fingers tightened on the arm of his throne. The throne, made of solid metal, groaned in protest, and a wave of raw, dark energy erupted from him, sweeping through the hall. Some of the weaker demons coughed up blood, and the wave of power even reached outside, instantly vaporizing a few magical beasts. Ha ha ha, is this your proof of resistance? The voice said, a hint of anger in its seductive tone. So what? Even if you kill them all, it will be of no use. A wave of excruciating pain, as if his very soul was being torn apart, washed over him, and he nearly fainted. He doubled over, his breaths coming in ragged, painful gasps. And the voice just laughed. See. How pathetic you are. Your pain is my plaything. You cannot even choose to live or die. Eirik, my dear vessel, you no longer belong to yourself. I will not yield. He squeezed out the words, each one bringing a new wave of pain. The tiny spark of light in his eyes flickered, as if it was about to be extinguished. And then, he remembered them. His companions. Rhodes. The hope that he would come for him, it was the only thing that kept his last shred of consciousness from being completely consumed. Even if he were to die, he would take her with him. Rhodes. That damn creature. As if sensing his thoughts, the voice became sharp and venomous. He's long dead. Dead in my divine storm. Your hopes are in vain. Give up, my dear Eirik. You are the true master. You can do so much better than he ever did. You can have so much more honor. Ha ha ha, he threw his head back and laughed, a wild, unrestrained sound, as if the laughter could somehow ease the pain. What are you laughing at? The voice asked, confused. He is not dead. His own voice was a weak whisper, but it was filled with an unshakable conviction. He knows everything. And he will come for you, with orc in his hand, and he will kill you again. And this time, there will be no coming back for you. He believed that he would create a miracle. Just as he had always said, to believe in a miracle is a miracle in itself. Fool. Imbecile, the voice roared in anger, and a new, even greater, wave of pain washed over him. He felt as if his soul was being slowly sliced apart by 1,000 blunt knives. He trembled, and his breath came in short, shallow gasps. It took a long time for the tiny spark of light to return. Every act of defiance brought only more pain, a deeper corrosion. With every moment of clarity came the knowledge that the next descent into darkness would be even deeper. He was so tired. It felt as if his consciousness was sinking, drowning, unable to resist. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. A wave of weariness so profound washed over him that he couldn't even lift a finger. Rhodes. He called out with the last of his strength, a plea in his voice. Where are you? I don't have much time left. Come, and end this. And with those final words, the last spark of light was finally swallowed by the darkness. The figure on the throne was once again still and cold, a puppet controlled by the will of the goddess's corrosion. But the echo of his outburst, it was a silent testament, a final cry for help from a soul named Eirik, waiting, hoping, for a certain someone to bring him a final, destructive, salvation. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 120, let craft bear this heavy honor. Chapter 120, let craft bear this heavy honor. Having left the suffocating dead zone of the Godfall land, even the stars, which he had never paid much attention to before, seemed gentler. Serie's steps were light, her golden hair dancing in the moonlight. She was excitedly discussing their next adventure with him. In the far north, there was an ancient magical ruin, which might contain knowledge that even the elves had never seen before. But now, it was a dangerous place, the very heart of the demon territory. The demons had even established a true nation there, and had chosen a king to rule them. Serie just found the whole thing interesting. A little sense of crisis was good for the world. But it had to be within reason. She hated a one-sided war, like the one before, when the demons had been crushing the allied army. If he hadn't stepped in, they might have actually won. And that was something she would have never allowed. Rhodes listened to her with a smile, and then asked about their old companions. By the way, have you heard anything from the others? I have, she said, though I haven't seen them. I did go to Norn's coronation, but I only watched from a distance. So the elven miss had been there. He remembered Norn complaining that on such a joyous occasion, only Som had been there. He had just been grumbling, of course, the way old friends do, but he would have been happy if he had known that she had been there as well. But it seemed she didn't know about Eirik. The joy of their reunion was beginning to fade, replaced by a sense of responsibility. He had to tell her. Serie, there's something I need to tell you about Eirik. She stopped and turned to him, a puzzled look in her eyes. Eirik. Now that you mention it, I haven't heard anything about him in over a decade. He used to be quite the talk of the town. 30 years ago, there had been two humans, traveling the continent together, teaching magic. Norn had spoken of his dream to found the first human nation, and had come to be known as the Holy King. Eirik, for his part, had selflessly taught his magic to others, and had earned the title of Sage. Someone had once tried to call him the Great Sage, but he had refused. He knew that that title belonged to Rhodes alone. He was just borrowing his knowledge, carrying on his will. They had been quite famous in their day, even Serie had heard of them. But then, 15 years ago, all news of Eirik had ceased. She had assumed he was with Norn, helping to build the new nation. But it seemed that was not the case. Have you ever heard the name Asmodeus, the first demon king? She nodded. His name was well known. Any race that wasn't completely cut off from the rest of the world had heard of him. For some, the mere mention of his name was enough to stop a crying child. Don't tell me, she said, a look of disbelief on her face. Eirik had disappeared 15 years ago, and Asmodeus had appeared 15 years ago. It was too much of a coincidence. Yes, he said, confirming her suspicion. Eirik is the first demon king, Asmodeus. He then told her everything, all that he had learned from Norn, about how he had been corrupted. She was silent. She was not insensitive to human emotions, but the long span of an elf's life often made her view them with a detached objectivity, a kind of cold, impartial indifference. She tilted her head, as if processing the information, her face a blank mask. So, she said, her voice calm, he's the demon king now, a threat to the world. You could say that, he said, trying to defend his old friend. But he's also a victim. The goddess's power, it twisted and corrupted him. Then what do you intend to do? She asked directly. Find him and kill him. She knew there was no hope for him. The goddess's corruption, unless he could stop it at the very beginning, it was too late. He gave her a long, hard look and shook his head. No. That is a decision for Norn to make. Norn. Why? Because he was his best friend. We were all his companions, but this. I want it to be his choice. He paused, then added, and even if he makes the same choice as you, I will have Kraft be the one to carry it out. Kraft, she frowned. Can he do it? Kraft was a strong warrior, one of the best among the elves. But Eirik, with the goddess's power, had become unimaginably powerful. Otherwise, he would have never been able to convince so many demons to follow him. It will be fine. I will decipher the teleportation circle the demons used. And when Kraft reaches the Demon King's castle, I will be there to help. Oh. The elven miss was intrigued. And how will you do that? It sounds interesting. That's a secret for now. Humph, she said, a little annoyed that he wouldn't tell her. But she didn't press the matter. Instead, she seemed to remember something, and a rare flicker of something like pity crossed her face. But isn't that a little cruel? For Kraft. A young man, corrupted and twisted into a demon king, to have him be brought to an end by the very elf he had once looked up to as a hero, it was a cruel fate, for both of them. It's a necessary sacrifice. And he still owes me a promise. This will cancel it out. And besides, his gaze sharpened, to give Eirik his peace, that is not a burden I will push onto anyone else. A look of understanding crossed her face. So you have no intention of enjoying the honor of saving the world again. To kill the first demon king, to save the world from his threat, it was a great honor indeed. I have no need for it, he said calmly. She didn't try to persuade him further, but her next words sent a chill down his spine. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 121, Making the Elven Misunderstand Feelings. Chapter 121, Making the Elven Misunderstand Feelings. Actually. Serie's voice had a kind of innocent, yet chilling, serenity to it. I was just thinking, if Eirik were to remain as the Demon King, and this chaos and threat were to continue, wouldn't the world be a more interesting place? Rhodes stopped in his tracks. But she didn't seem to notice and continued, think about it. A powerful demon king, with the power of a goddess, it would force the other races to unite, and a new war would begin. And in that war, magic would once again flourish, just as it had in the war of the Mythical Age. And then, we would fight, and fight. Serie, that's not a good way to think, he said, and turned to her, his hands gently, but firmly, squeezing her cheeks. War isn't so interesting. It brings only pain and destruction. Do you want the Elven Kingdom to suffer the same fate as the great Elven Forest? With his help, the Elven Kingdom had been spared. But the decline of the Elven race was now irreversible. They would not go extinct, as they would have in the original future, but they would never be the same. The Elven Miss was silent. No, she did not want that. And I believe that Eirik is waiting for his release. We can't let him suffer any longer. His earnest, serious tone seemed to get through to her. Was he right? She wondered. She opened her mouth, as if to argue, but she didn't know what to say. But, if one day, you're not here, what will I do, she mumbled. Before him, she had loved the chaos of this age, had loved the war. But with him, adventuring with him had also been interesting. But he was just a fleeting human, his life a mere 100 years. Once he was gone, how would she spend the long, long years of her own life? In the end, she would have to return to her original state, war and chaos. It was the best way to pass the time. It's all right, he said, his voice softening. I will always be by your side. I'm not going anywhere. He knew that her words were not born of malice. It was just the long life, the detached emotions of an elf that made her see things from such a distant perspective. He had to make her understand what it was like to be human, to understand Irik's pain. Only then, step by step, could he make her understand human feelings. Irik is our partner. He once fought to protect us, but now, what he needs is peace. To help him end his suffering. That is the best choice. After a moment's silence, the strange light in her eyes had faded, replaced by a look of contemplation and a hint of confusion. It was as if she was, for the first time, truly understanding the weight of the human emotions in his words. I understand, she said finally, her voice low. Then we will do as you say. Now let go of me, you presumptuous creature. He had been squeezing a little too hard, it had actually started to hurt. The nerve. I'll remember this, she thought. He let go and gently stroked her now reddened cheeks. But she swatted his hand away. The night grew deep. A small fire was lit in a clearing. The air was filled with the smell of burning wood, and the faint, but unmistakable, scent of something charred. Serie sat cross-legged by the fire, her eyes fixed on the figure beside it. Rhodes was clumsily turning a skewer over the flames. After so long, he had almost forgotten how. She was reminded of a long time ago. It had just been the two of them, before all the others, before the fated battle, just the two of them. And now, they had returned to that beginning. The thought made her happy, but she still pretended to be annoyed. Humph, she said, her nose wrinkling at the smell of burnt meat. Are you burning it? The poor pieces of gray-horned rabbit were already black at the edges. His hand paused, and an embarrassed look crossed his face. After he had gotten a pot, he had rarely made skewers, and now he had forgotten how. This wouldn't do. He had survived in this world for half a year on skewers alone. He couldn't be defeated by a small setback like this. He focused all of his attention on the task at hand, an intensity he had only ever shown when unleashing Org's full power, and now he was applying it to a piece of meat on a stick. It was a little ridiculous. And, of course, the meat just got more burnt. Ahem, he said with a teasing smile. Sometimes, it's better with a little char. Seeing the disbelieving look on her face, he added, it's been 30 years. I'm a little out of practice. And besides, I don't have my secret spices. Even the greatest chef can't make a good meal without ingredients. He held out a skewer that looked slightly less burnt than the others. This one looks okay. Want to try? She looked at the still charred piece of meat with suspicion. She didn't believe a word he was saying. But seeing the hopeful look on his face, she decided to humor him. She blew on it first, then took a small, careful bite from an unburnt edge. She chewed thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing. It's tough. And it doesn't have much flavor, she said, her critique merciless. Compared to your old cooking, this is terrible. He laughed awkwardly and put the other skewers down, then poked at the fire with a stick. Yes, he said, a nostalgic look in his eyes. Back then. I never thought that a single, casually grilled mushroom skewer would attract an elven miss. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Destiny brought us together. Chapter 122, Destiny brought us together. I have to correct you. I wasn't drawn by your skewer. I just sensed an unfamiliar presence and came to investigate, and that's when I found you. Is that so? Rhodes said, trying his best not to laugh. Then I should be even more grateful to the mushroom skewer. After all, without it, I can't think of any other way to get close to you. If you really want to show your gratitude, you should just build a statue of it. It was a sarcastic retort, but to her surprise, he seemed to be seriously considering it. You have a point. Wait, you're not really going to build a statue of a mushroom skewer, are you? That would be too strange. She had seen statues of gods and heroes, but never of food. What would future generations think? The legendary godslayer, Rhodes, met his dearest friend, Serie, over a mushroom skewer. It was just too weird. No, not just a mushroom skewer, he said, a cunning glint in his eye, and stroked his chin, as if hatching a plan. I'm thinking of a statue called Fated Encounter. He gestured with his hands, his tone so serious that she wasn't sure if he was joking. An elven miss, sitting on a branch, looking down her nose at the human below, and that clueless fellow is offering her a mushroom skewer. Serie paused for a second, then quickly retorted, I wasn't sitting on a branch. And are you serious? Of course, he said with a grin. It's a historical moment. It deserves to be commemorated. She pressed a hand to her forehead with a sigh. You might as well just build a statue of yourself and carve an inscription below it, the legendary hero, Rhodes, who once tricked an elf into becoming his companion with a mushroom skewer. He looked at her, at her brow still furrowed as she chewed on a piece of burnt rabbit meat, and let out a low chuckle. I wouldn't call it tricking. That elven miss came with me willingly. She continued to gnaw on the tough piece of meat and gave him a look. Say what you want. I will never admit that I was drawn by your mushroom skewer. Even if she were to starve to death, she would never let it be known that he had lured her out of the great elven forest with a piece of food. It was his talent for magic that had drawn her, his talent that had made her agree to go on this adventure with him. All right, whatever you say, he said with a smile. But when I do build that statue, don't you go sneaking a look at it. Her movements paused, and she quickly retorted, who would do such a thing? But for some reason, the image of it popped into her head, and she thought that if such a statue really did exist, she might, just might, not be able to resist taking a peek. She took another bite of the skewer. It was still terrible, like chewing on a certain detestable person. Seeing her trying to be tough, he smiled even wider. He decided not to tease her any further and took a few wild berries from his pack. Here. I just picked them. At least these aren't burnt. The further they got from the Godfall land, the more the environment returned to normal, and he had found these berries on a cliffside. She took one and bit into it, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth. She looked at him, across the fire. It was just like before. He was always offering her a piece of fruit. Even now. Actually. She began, her voice soft, even without the mushroom skewer, we probably would have still met. He looked up at her, a question in his eyes. She didn't explain, just took another bite of the berry, the feelings in her heart as sweet and complex as the taste in her mouth. Because destiny, she now realized, had a way of bringing people together. The sun was bright, and a thin mist still lingered in the forest. Rhodes and Serie were once again on the road. She walked ahead, her steps light, her golden hair swaying with her movements. Unlike before, when they had been constantly ambushed by magical beasts, their journey was now a peaceful one. Suddenly, a familiar warmth enveloped her left hand. She didn't have to look to know who it was. The path ahead is a little slippery, he said with a laugh, his hand, which was now behaving very badly, quite naturally enclosing her own. And if you were to fall, your dearest friend would be heartbroken. She stopped and looked down at their clasped hands. This was the third time he had done it today. The first was when they had been crossing a stream, and he had shamelessly claimed he was afraid the current would sweep her away. The second was when they had been passing through a field of flowers that had a hallucinogenic effect. Even though she had already dispelled the magic, he had still taken her hand, claiming he was afraid she would fall into a trance. Each of his excuses was as full of holes as his burnt rabbit meat. She turned her head slightly and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Rhodes, is this a custom from your homeland? Yes, he said with a blink, and explained in a perfectly serious tone, in my homeland, dearest friends always hold hands when they walk. And in your homeland, she said, giving their clasped hands a little shake, do dearest friends really have to maintain physical contact at all times? Especially when there's no danger. His expression did not change. Of course. It is the highest form of expressing our deep friendship, our mutual trust and support. Don't you trust me, Serie? She frowned. Her elven intuition was telling her that he was lying, but she couldn't find a reason to refute him. Even between dearest friends of the same sex, she asked tentatively. Yes. For example, two girls who are good friends will also walk hand in hand. As he spoke, he squeezed her hand, as if to strengthen his point. And two men. Of course, he said, not even blushing. She pictured two men, holding hands, strolling down a street, and a strange look crossed her face. This was far beyond the elven understanding of friendship. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, A Man of Sweet Words. Chapter 123, A Man of Sweet Words. She looked up at him, her gaze scrutinizing. His dark eyes were full of sincerity, with no trace of falsehood. He looked at her with a clear, magnanimous gaze, as if he had just stated an indisputable fact. His confidence almost made her doubt her own knowledge of the world. Is that so? She said, her voice filled with a heavy skepticism. But in the end, she just sighed. What a strange custom. She did not try to pull her hand away but let him continue to lead her. Fine, then, she thought. Let him have his way. The custom was a strange one, and completely impractical for combat. As an experienced and excellent mage, she should not be indulging him. But his hand was strangely comforting, and the feeling was not unpleasant. She had been alone for so long and was not used to such direct contact. But if it made her dearest friend happy, she would not object. Still, a sense of confusion and a subtle, unfamiliar feeling lingered in her heart. Emotion she seemed to feel. Was that a good thing? She didn't know. They came to a ruin, and in an instant, danger struck. Watch out. Monsters, their voices cried out in unison. On a collapsed pillar ahead, a dozen or so grotesque, winged creatures had been startled and were now charging towards them. Flying monsters. Use light arrows. The sight of a battle had reignited Serie's dormant warrior spirit. But when she went to cast a spell, she found that her hand was still held tightly in his. Rhodes, let go, she said, a hint of panic in her voice. Of all the times to be holding hands. Don't worry. Watch this, he said, and held on even tighter. He pulled her to the side, and they sidestepped the monster's attack. Follow my lead, Serie, he said, a note of excitement in his voice, but with something else mixed in as well. He led her in a series of intricate movements, and they weaved through the monster's attacks. When one of them opened its mouth and spat a black ball of energy, he spun her around, and in the spin, she, who was now beginning to get used to his movements, unleashed a spell of her own. They moved like a pair of dancers, in perfect sync. Dozens of light arrows shot out, with no need for aiming, and completely sealed off the monster's path. It had no time to react and was instantly turned into a porcupine, falling to the ground. Nice one, he said, and with a swift movement, drew Org and cleaved another lunging beast in two. To be killed by Org was not a dishonorable death for a monster. At the same time, he pulled her down into a crouch, and they dodged a sneak attack from behind. She then unleashed another spell, and the beast was killed in midair. The battle continued in this strange, hand-in-hand mode. Their long-standing tacit understanding now seemed to have transcended into a shared combat consciousness. A slight change in the pressure of his hand, and she would know what to do. Of course, the defensive spells and detection spells they had cast beforehand also helped. Otherwise, she would have never allowed him to be so reckless. When the last of the monsters was turned to dust by her light arrows, the battle was over. She was panting slightly. She looked at the signs of battle on the ground, and then at their still clasped hands. Not bad, she thought. It was an interesting way to fight. Just then, she noticed a small cut on the back of his hand, where a piece of flying stone had grazed him. You're injured, she said. It's nothing, he said with a glance, and then held up their clasped hands and smiled. Aren't we a good team? She looked at his triumphant face, then at the aftermath of the battle. Her earlier doubts seemed to have been washed away by their undeniable success. The monsters had never been a real threat to them anyway, so she might as well just let him have his way. She just pursed her lips and, with a small healing spell, closed the insignificant wound on his hand. Seeing that she was not refuting him, his smile grew even wider. That evening, they made camp by a small stream. He was, of course, still holding her hand. He was humming a little tune and unconsciously stroking the back of her hand with his thumb. Rhodes, she said suddenly, feeling the light touch of his thumb. Yes. That, custom of your homeland, she said, pausing for a moment, as if to find the right words, do dearest friends. Also do this when they hold hands. His humming stopped abruptly, as did his steps. He turned to her. Her expression was calm, as if she were just asking a simple question. Buffed, ha ha ha, he burst out laughing, not in the least bit embarrassed. He went down on one knee before her and brought her hand to his lips. What are you doing now? She asked, even more confused. It's a kiss on the hand. A sign of respect. It tickles, she said, and tried to pull her hand back, but he was holding it too tightly. You should let go now. You're holding on too tight, she said with a sigh. I can't, he said, and leaned in close to her ear. Because a certain elf once said that even without a mushroom skewer, destiny would bring us together. And if that's the case, then why shouldn't I hold on a little tighter? The tips of her ears trembled slightly. She glared at him, a look that was more of a resigned indulgence than an actual anger. She tried to pull her hand back, but he was holding on too tightly. Do as you wish, she mumbled, and in the end, she stopped struggling. She even adjusted her fingers slightly, to make their hands fit a little better. I can't get rid of you anyway, you troublesome creature, she sighed. It was just as she had said before. Destiny had brought them together, and only death could part them now. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, a 30-year-old story. Chapter 124, a 30-year-old story. It was a 30-year-old story. Back then, the Godfall land had not yet become a place of certain death. A powerful warrior or mage could still enter, though their chances of ever leaving were slim. Throughout history, many a hero had ventured into that dark land, seeking the name and the story of the fallen god, but none had ever returned. The mana here is very chaotic. It's best not to leave the barrier, Rhodes said, holding Org aloft. They had finally reached the Godfall land and had entered it with the protection of Athos's barrier. The legendary god-slaying sword was now acting as a giant lantern, illuminating their path, while the light of Urson hung at his waist, its light muted and contained. The black mist blotted out all other light, and it was difficult to see where they were going. But with the power of Org, he could faintly sense the general direction of the goddess, and they were drawing ever closer. The black mist swirled around them, swallowing all light. Only Org's holy brilliance remained. The barrier of Athos repelled the chaotic mana currents that churned around them. And though they constantly battered against it, it held firm, not even a ripple on its surface. The black mist of today was nothing compared to the black mud that had appeared after the goddess's death. It wasn't enough to break Athos's barrier. But perhaps the mist was just a weaker form of the mud, a divine power that had once been as thick as slurry, now thinned by the passage of time. At the front of the group, a small magic circle was in operation in Rhodes's hand, unseen by the others. A stream of imperceptible power flowed from the outside and into the light of Ursun. The holy sword, which had been broken and then reforged, its blade now plain and unadorned, was slowly, but surely, filling with a new power. Rhodes, Serie's cool voice said, "You've been doing that since we entered the great elven forest." Her elven senses, sharper than anyone's, had seen through the darkness and had noticed the small, secret spell in his hand. "You've been infusing the light of Ursun with some kind of power. Is it the power of faith? And before we left, you specifically told the elven king to offer a pious prayer to the goddess at a critical moment. What are you planning?" Her perception was, as always, astute. Norn, Eirik, and the others all turned to look at him, the same question in their eyes. "Rhodes," Olivia said, unable to contain herself, "are you trying to use the power of faith to defeat the goddess of procreation? But that should be impossible, right?" She couldn't imagine where he would get enough of it. It would take an entire race, thousands of years of accumulated faith. Besides the elves, she couldn't think of any other race that could have such a vast reservoir of belief. But in theory, the elves couldn't have either. Like the sky-winged, their faith had been constantly flowing to the goddess. No, that's not right, she suddenly remembered. The elves, it was possible. Hundreds of years ago, after their connection to the goddess had been severed, they had only been able to transmit their faith through their original bond, a much slower and less efficient process. As a result, they had accumulated a great deal of untransmitted faith, which they had then stored using a special method. As for the elves, she remembered that they had always used the default connection, that is, simple prayer. Which meant that if, in the past 1,000, even 10,000 years, something had been absorbing and storing the elves' excess faith, it would have been more than enough to defeat a god. He did not stop his work. He continued to pour the threads of faith into the light of Ursun. Only when he was finished did he turn to her, a mysterious smile on his face. "Nothing is impossible, Olivia," he said, his voice clear in the silence. "Serie, do you remember our time in the Elven Kingdom? You were studying the false divine strike spell to deal with the demon army, weren't you?" It was something they all knew. They had all been there. He had not only succeeded, but had used it to defeat the demon army and secure a decisive victory for the allied forces. After that battle, his name had begun to spread across the continent. "That's right," he nodded, his smile widening. The false divine strike was not difficult to decipher. I didn't need to spend so much time on it. My true purpose, well, I had other plans. "Now that you mention it," she said, "you were always disappearing for short periods of time. Was that why?" When she had been learning the spell from him, there had been a few times when she had come to a sticking point, and when she had gone to ask him about it, he had been nowhere to be found. She had just assumed he had been with the other mages. It seemed she had been wrong. "Yes. I set up 37 small magic circles at the key nodes of the Elven Kingdom, and even in some of their temples." 37. Eirik exclaimed. "Their purpose is simple," he explained. "They're like an invisible web, covering the core of the Elven Kingdom, the places where their faith is the strongest. And they don't block their prayers to the goddess. They just intercept them." Serie was stunned. "Intercept the power of faith? You can do that?" Even Olivia's eyes were wide with disbelief. "That's insane. It was a blasphemy of the highest order." End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Heroes Walk the Path of Legend. Chapter 125, The Heroes Walk the Path of Legend. The power of imagination is infinite. "If you can dream it, you can do it," Rhodes said, patting the light of Ursun at his waist with a look of triumph. Ever since he had come face to face with the goddess, he had been racking his brain for a way to defeat her. Ordinary magic was useless against her. And even if he could invent a spell that could destroy the very heavens and earth, it would be meaningless if it couldn't touch her true body. Org could harm her, yes, but he hadn't yet figured out how to get a clean shot. She wouldn't just stand there and let him attack her. If she were to summon another barrage of destructive light beams, as she had before, he wouldn't even be able to get close. And his light cannon. He had already used it once against the Sky-Winged. She would be prepared for it. If his one and only trump card was neutralized, it would be over. He had to find a more reliable way. And then, in a moment of inspiration, as he had been looking at Athos, an idea had come to him. He would hijack the elves' faith and use it to pull the goddess's true body down from the world beyond. To be precise, he would transform their faith into a special kind of anti-god magic, a chain that could bind her. He would call it God's Chain. Once her power was bound, she would be unable to destroy the world, even if she were to descend in her true form. And then, he and his party would engage her in a rather unfair, but just, battle of god-slaying. The pieces were now in place. All he had to do was wait for his opponent to take the stage. "No, I think you're the only one in this world who could do such a thing," Serie said with a cool, deadpan delivery. "No one else has the talent or the ability, even if they wanted to." His talent for creation was just too monstrous. It was as if he had no limits at all. To be able to create magic from pure imagination, to be able to create a spell that could even hijack the power of faith, it was terrifying. "But the power I have now is not enough," he continued. "That's why I asked the Elven King to have the elves offer a grand prayer at a certain time. The resulting power of faith will be immense. And that will be the key to our victory." Though the Elven King had been a little confused by his sudden request, he had promised to do it. Olivia was quietly looking at Athos. She had suspected as much. The elves' excess faith from the past 1,000 years, it must have been stored in some kind of vessel. And Rhodes had found it. That was why he was so confident. And the only vessel she could think of was the holy sword, Athos, the sword that only a true saint could draw. Only a holy sword that had once been wielded by a god could possibly contain such a vast amount of faith. "So, young Rhodes," Psalm said, "you're going to use the power of faith to attack the goddess." He couldn't imagine any other use for it. Rhodes just smiled, a mysterious look on his face in the light of org. He raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo. A surprise should be a surprise. This power, it's a gift I have prepared for the goddess. And the light of Ursun is the key." "A key?" Norn repeated, his brow furrowed. "Yes. A key," he said with a firm nod, but did not elaborate. "A key that will open the door to the final chapter. But now is not the time to use it. Our first priority is to find the goddess's projected form." According to Olivia, after the true goddess of life had been awakened, she had been locked in a struggle with the goddess of procreation for control of her own body. But she had been suppressed for too long and was no match for her. And so, with her last shred of will, she had managed to drag the usurper's projected form to the Godfall land and had imprisoned it there, to await his arrival. Rhodes tightened his grip on org, and its light seemed to grow a little brighter. "Come, my partners," he said. "You are an indispensable part of my plan. And the answers you seek are at the end of this dark mist." And with that, he turned and led the way, leaving his 5 companions to look at each other in bewilderment. Serie's gaze lingered on his back. The once naive human was now a being that even she could not fully comprehend. Was this what he had meant, when he had told her to believe in humanity? She now understood what he had been planning, all that time in the Elven Kingdom. He had not just been studying the false divine strike, but had been setting in motion a grand, audacious plan to steal the very power of a god. She didn't know what this key would ultimately unlock, but his obsession with victory, it moved her. And she, herself, she lacked that obsession. Perhaps that was something she could learn from him. But the proud elven miss would never admit such a thing. "Young Rhodes is being all mysterious," Psalm mumbled, "but he does have a certain air about him." "What kind of air?" Olivia asked. "The air of a hero, the kind you only ever read about in legends, a name that will be sung for generations to come." The young dwarf's eyes were filled with an adoring reverence. His greatest dream was to become a hero of great renown, to make all the dwarves in his village proud. And now, he was walking with such a hero. Norn and Eirik exchanged a look, their own eyes filled with a mixture of shock and solemnity. No matter how incredible, how unbelievable his plan was, they would trust him. The party continued in silence, Org's light like a small, wavering boat, leading them through the dark ocean, towards an unknown end. And at Rhodes's waist, the light of Ursun hung silently, the power of faith within it like a slumbering dragon, waiting for the chosen one to pull the trigger, to use this special key to unlock the final chapter of their god-slaying saga. The heroes were walking the path of legend. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, the opening of the final battle. Chapter 126, the opening of the final battle. "The black mist here has a corrosive effect," Serie said after a moment of examination. "If you stay in it for too long, you'll become lost in it, and eventually, you'll become one with it. No wonder so many have entered this place, but none have ever returned. They must have all been consumed by it." The only thing Rhodes didn't understand was, whose divine power was this? The Godfall land, it meant a god had fallen here. But whose power had such an effect? Is it possible, Norn suggested, that the god who fell here was the goddess of procreation? Rhodes stopped and considered this. It was possible. Her divine power had a corrosive effect. Even after she had been killed by the goddess of life, that power had lingered, had tainted her, and had, over a long, long time, managed to consume her mind and reincarnate in her body. He was getting closer to the truth. And the way to prove it was simple: find the imprisoned goddess. Then, all would be revealed. The darkness was a timeless void, a chilling mist that seeped into everything that battered against Athos's barrier. The only things that reminded them that they were still moving forward were the light of the holy sword and the sound of their own heavy breathing. After a long time, the swirling black mist began to thin, and a strange light appeared before them. It was a vast and eerie space. There was no visible source of light, and the ceiling was still a thick black mist. But the space was bright, as if the very air itself was luminous. This was the heart of the Godfall land, a void that had been torn open by some immense power. They stepped forward, and the solid ground gave way to a shimmering, ethereal surface. Rhodes could see at once that the goddess of procreation had been at work here, transforming this space into a place that could, for a brief moment, contain her true form. And that was exactly what he had wanted to see. Even if she hadn't been planning it, he would have helped her along. In a way, fate had brought them to a shared purpose. She wanted to descend in her true form and crush these annoying little insects with her divine power. And he wanted to pull her down from the world beyond, to weaken her, and to make her face death once more. The space was not empty. There were fragments of ancient buildings scattered about, fragments that looked a lot like the temple of the goddess of procreation they had seen before. They were like the bones of a giant, a desolate and divine graveyard. At the center of the space, a massive cage, woven from the last vestiges of the goddess of life's own power, was suspended in the air. The cage imprisoned the projected form of the goddess of procreation, and with it, the will of her true body, trapping her here, unable to return to the world beyond. She had never imagined that the goddess of life would have had such a final, desperate trick up her sleeve. The bars of the cage were made of the purest form of divine energy, even she could not break them instantly, but could only slowly wear them down. And inside the cage, a familiar figure was imprisoned. It was the goddess of procreation, inhabiting the body of the goddess of life, a vision of holy and maternal beauty. But it was not her true form. And so, her form would occasionally twist and warp into a cold, stern figure, radiating an intense pressure. That was her true form. But now it was wreathed in the dark aura of the demons. Her pact with them had come at a price. The moment Rhodes, org in hand, stepped into the space, the imprisoned figure's head snapped up. And two different voices, two different wills, echoed in the depths of their souls. You have come, chosen one. So, you are finally here, Godslayer. The first voice was a plea, a soft and gentle sound, as if she had been expecting him. The goddess of life? Rhodes murmured. And the second was a venomous curse. It was clear that they had both been waiting for him. But in the end, the first voice was consumed by the second, and a cold, sharp will fixed itself on Rhodes. Godslayer. The words were a heavy weight, a weight that shattered the silence. They all gripped their weapons, and prepared for the coming storm. The light of Org flared, and with it, he managed to repel the wave of malice that washed over them. The goddess of procreation glared at him, a storm of emotions in her projected gaze. If you don't mind, could you explain the truth to me? Rhodes asked, his voice calm, catching them all off guard. But Serie saw it, the small magic circle he was secretly casting behind his back. The others saw it too, but said nothing, and let him buy them some time. She knew what he was doing. But her own descent would also take time. And so, with a shared purpose, they began. What do you wish to know? And in that moment, the two adversaries began to talk, a calm before the storm. What is your relationship with the goddess of life? We are of the same origin. We once shared the authority over life. Until that bitch betrayed me and tried to claim it all for herself. He ignored her venomous words and continued, and this place, this is where you fought. Yes. That woman thought she had killed me. She didn't know that as long as my will remains, I will never truly die. Her words sent a chill down his spine. So I have to be careful of a final, dying curse. If you have any other questions, ask them now. This will be your last chance to speak. She was so confident, as if she had already seen the future. He just smiled, and the magic circle behind his back pulsed, sending a prearranged signal to the far-off elven kingdom. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, The Chains of Faith. Chapter 127, The Chains of Faith. Meanwhile, in the elven kingdom. The elven king felt the spiritual signal from the west. He opened his eyes, and though he was confused, an elf would not break a promise. He took a deep breath, and his voice, amplified by magic, echoed through every corner of the kingdom. My people, pray to the goddess of life. Every elf, no matter where they were or what they were doing, stopped. They had been told this would happen, and though they were as confused as their king, they began to pray. Even those who did not believe fell silent. It was the highest form of worship, and the power of faith it generated was immense. From every kneeling elf, an invisible stream of pure, holy light rose up, a torrent of faith that gathered in the sky and flowed towards the heavens. But just as it was about to cross the dimensional barrier and reach the imprisoned goddess, VMM. 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 37 hidden magical nodes lit up at once, forming a massive, complex magic circle that covered the entire elven kingdom. Just as he had planned, the magic circle did not block the flow of faith, but rather, redirected it. Like a dam, it channeled the rushing river, twisting and turning the vast and pure torrent of faith, pulling it from its usual path, away from the goddess, away from the waste and inefficiency of a direct transmission, and instead, compressed it, concentrated it, and forged it into a single, golden stream that ignored the boundaries of space and time and, guided by his pact with the light of Ursun, tore through the veil of reality and surged towards the Godfall land. After the ceremony was over, the elven king looked to the west. He, with his great power, could see it, the golden torrent of faith, disappearing over the horizon. A wave of shock washed over him. Could it be? He thought. Is that Lord Rhodes stealing the power of a god? But he did not act. He just stared in the direction of the Godfall land and whispered, "May you succeed, Rhodes." In the Godfall land. After a few more pointless questions, the goddess of procreation had finally had enough. She unleashed her divine power, and the space around her began to transform, to twist and bend to her will. She was remaking it into a place that could withstand her divine power, a place where a true form could descend. And he, of course, had seen it coming. He acted at the same moment. Boom. The entire core of the Godfall land, no, the entire Godfall land, and even the world beyond, was hit by an invisible hammer. The violent spatial tremor made them all stagger. And then, a pillar of golden light, a pillar of such brilliance that it seemed to have come from the very end of the universe, appeared. It tore through the black veil of the Godfall land, a primordial light that had come to remake the world, and with an unstoppable force, it descended upon the battlefield. It was the vast and pure power of faith, hijacked from the elven kingdom by his spell. And its target was not the projected form of the goddess of procreation before him, but something beyond this world. The true body of the goddess, hidden in the rifts of space. This. Impossible. The goddess of procreation felt the immense power and let out a piercing shriek. She could feel it, a power so great that it made even her true body recoil, a purity so intense that it made the tainted divinity within her churn and boil. Such a dense power of faith. How did you do it? She couldn't imagine how this ant, this God-slayer, could have summoned such a vast power. It should have taken thousands of years of accumulation. There's something you've been overlooking, Rhodes said, holding up Athos, which was now also glowing brightly. Did you really think its only power was a barrier? You're using my own weapon against me. She recognized it at once. Athos was the holy sword she had given to the elves so long ago, the sword she had blessed herself. The fundamental conflict between her and the goddess of life had always been about faith. The faith of the elves was not enough to sustain them both. And so, the goddess of life had used her authority to create a new race, a race that would worship only her. And her creation had been a success. The Sky-Winged had been born. But she had forgotten one thing, the authority over life had been theirs to share. And her unilateral act had greatly diminished her sister's own portion of that power. That had been the beginning of their rift. But Athos does not have this power. What have you done? The faith of the elves, which should have been her source of strength, was now a blade at her throat. Not that she needed it anymore. She had already made a pact with the demons. Their faith was far stronger than the elves. It was with their power that she had been able to consume the will of the goddess of life and take her body for herself. But that power had come at a price. Her own divinity was now tainted with the dark aura of the demons. And she knew that one day, she would fall completely to the darkness. But she had had no choice. To get her revenge, to take back what was hers, she had had to do it. But he didn't answer her. He just looked up at the golden torrent that was tearing through the darkness and smiled. The barrier of Athos was not just a shield. It could also gather the power of those within it. A holy sword of the elves, and all it could do was create a barrier. That would be a joke. Thousands of years of elven faith had been stored within Athos, waiting for the saint to discover and wield it. And he was the first. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, God's chain pulls the god down from the heavens. Chapter 128, God's chain pulls the god down from the heavens. But the protagonist of this next act was not Athos, but the light of Ursun. Only its blade had been imbued with the spell to wield the power of faith, and only it could release the chains that would pull a god down from the heavens. Light of Ursun, construct and unfurl the chains that will bind a god, Rhodes commanded. VMM. A light, more brilliant than ever before, erupted from the holy sword at his waist. The blade seemed to melt away, no longer a solid object, but a mass of golden threads, woven from the power of faith, that reached up to meet the descending golden pillar. Like a river flowing to the ocean, the golden pillar, upon making contact with the golden threads of the sword, began to merge with them, to be reshaped. Norn, watch closely. I will only use this spell once, he said, taking a moment to address his friend. After this battle, he would entrust the light of Ursen to him. And when the human nation was established, it would be enshrined in their temple, a holy sword to receive the faith of all humanity. And the spell to wield that faith, he had already written it down in their grimoire. It would be their greatest weapon. He then whispered a few words in his ear. I understand, Norn said with a solemn nod, committing his every move to memory, and beginning to decipher the spell even as he watched it unfold. The golden threads rushed to meet the torrent of faith that was tearing through the void. Stop. The cage that imprisoned the goddess of procreation began to tremble violently. With her foresight, she had seen what he was about to do. It was a plan similar to her own, but with a completely different outcome. An outcome that would mean her utter destruction. And she would not allow it. She began to pour her divine energy into the cage, trying to break free. Serie and the others started to move, to buy him more time, but he stopped them. Save your strength. The real battle is about to begin. They were both in a race against time. She, to descend in her true form and crush these insolent insects. And he, to pull her down from the heavens, in chains. And in the end, he was faster. With the completion of his spell, the pillar of light was no longer a pillar, but a massive white chain. The god's chain. A chain forged from faith, a chain that could pull a god down from the heavens. It ignored the distance of space, the barrier between worlds, and followed the connection between her true body and her projected form, and found her, in the chaos beyond. And then, it plunged into that chaos. No. A roar of rage that shook the very foundations of the world. Every living creature, no matter who or where they were, looked up at the sky. Those with a keener sense could feel it, a presence from beyond was about to descend. The entire Godfall land began to tremble violently, as if the very bedrock was about to shatter. The space around them began to warp, and in the sky, where the torrent of faith had torn a hole in the veil of reality, the very fabric of space began to look like a kaleidoscope, 1,000 shimmering, crystalline fragments dancing in the air. The god's chain had found its target. It pulled taut, the light of faith flickering wildly, as if under an immense strain. The goddess was fighting back. She would descend upon this world, yes, but not in chains. Get down, here. He held the end of the chain in his hands, a chain that now seemed to connect him to the heavens, and he pulled with all his might. Serie and the others joined him, the chain magically extending, and they all pulled, a tug of war against a god. The chain, which was once the light of Ursen, groaned under the strain. But this time, it held. Crackle. The sound of 1,000,000 panes of glass shattering. The barrier of space had been broken. And in the hole in the sky, a thing of indescribable size, radiating an aura of dark and twisted divinity, slowly began to appear. And the chain, a chain forged from 1,000 years of elven faith, was pulling it down, dragging it from the world beyond. The moment it descended, a terrifying pressure fell upon the Godfall land. It was a goddess of immense size, hundreds of meters tall. They were but ants before her. Her face, her features, were of a divine and otherworldly beauty, and yet her expression was one of a cold and holy indifference. This was the true form of the goddess of life, a being of creation and divine authority. But this holy image was now wreathed in a startling darkness and filth, a chaotic and profane aura that clashed with her divine light, creating a grotesque and blasphemous beauty. This was what the goddess of procreation had become, tainted by the darkness. Godslayer, ants, you will all die, she roared, the humiliation of being dragged back to this world in chains having sent her into a blind rage. But before she could act, the god's chain appeared once more, wrapping around her massive body and pulling tight. Irk, ah! She screamed in pain as the chains constricted, her massive body shrinking at a visible rate, until the mountain-sized goddess was only about 3 meters tall. She was still a towering and intimidating figure, radiating a palpable divine pressure and a terrifying dark aura, but the suffocating feeling was gone. And more importantly, her divine power, a power that could have destroyed the world, was now suppressed by the chains, brought down to a level that, while still terrifying, was no longer completely unbeatable. Having fulfilled its purpose, the god's chain faded away, leaving her, a prisoner in holy shackles, to face them. Now. Seeing that the goddess now had a health bar, he drew org and shouted, "The final battle has begun." End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, The Righteous Gang Up. Chapter 129, The Righteous Gang Up. All together, now. Rhodes was the first to charge, the god's chain having faded away, leaving the goddess free to move once more. He had known the chains of faith would only last for a short time, that they were not enough to kill her. Their purpose had been to bind her, to weaken her, so that he and his companions could strike the final, fatal blow. Got it. Eirik was right behind him, his muscles bulging, his own longsword now glowing with a magical light. He and Rhodes both aimed for her legs, their blades coming down as one. This is for the great elven forest, Serie's cold voice, now filled with an unprecedented killing intent, echoed from above. She hovered in the air, a series of magic circles unfolding around her, and unleashed 2 spells at once. Dozens of light spears shot towards the goddess, and a wave of frost breath spread across the ground, to slow her down, to create an opening for them. The goddess, her body and her power now constrained, let out a piercing shriek of pure, unadulterated rage. She was still a god. To be ganged up on by these ants, it was the ultimate humiliation. Away with you, you insects. She had eyes only for the godslayer. A wave of black vines shot from her, effortlessly blocking Serie's light spears, and then wrapping around Rhodes and Eirik's own blades, stopping their attack with a sound of grinding metal. It's so tough. They both retreated, a cold dread washing over them as they looked at the goddess, now wreathed in a mass of writhing, black vines, like some monstrous, tentacled beast. With her power suppressed, she was now using her original ability. It was better than the energy beams, but the psychological toll was just as great. He tried to counter with his own chains of mana, but they were too weak, and shattered with a mere flick of her vines. But he was not alone. Som let out a deep, guttural war cry, a cry of frustration that the others had gotten the first blow, and he charged, his dwarven strength enough to hold back the encroaching vines. Well done. Rhodes said, and he and Eirik attacked once more, but were once again repelled. Just then, Olivia spread her wings and flew into the air. She closed her eyes and, with her hands clasped to her chest, she began to cast a holy spell, a spell unique to the sky-winged. A circle of purification appeared beneath her, and a gentle, holy light fell upon the goddess's writhing vines. A sizzling sound filled the air, and the once iron-hard vines began to rapidly dissipate, and even the black aura around the goddess seemed to thin. You dare, the goddess roared. Normally, such a pathetic little purification spell would have done nothing. But now, with her power bound by that accursed man, it was actually harming her. She sent several of her main vines lashing out at Olivia, like the tentacles of some great sea monster, a strike that seemed to tear at the very air. Norn and Som both moved to intercept. Norn's sword struck a vine with a shower of sparks, the force of the blow sending him flying back, his arm numb and trembling. Som managed to block the other vines, but he, too, was forced back several steps with a grunt of pain. To ease the pressure, Eirik took out several of the small, black orbs and threw them at the goddess's face. She recognized them and turned her head to avoid the flash of light. But to her surprise, the orbs exploded in a brilliant fireball, engulfing her in a wave of searing heat and concussive force. Eirik watched, his eyes fixed on the smoke and fire. A moment later, a beautiful, but mud-streaked, arm emerged from the flames and, with a casual wave, dispersed the smoke. The goddess's face was a mask of pure mockery. His bombs had only managed to leave a few scorch marks on her vines, they hadn't even touched her. But that had been his plan. The bombs had been forged by Dural, and were not nearly as powerful as the ones from the dwarven treasury. His goal had been to just distract her. And it had worked. While she had been focused on him, Olivia had finished casting her healing spell, and Norn and Som were back to their full strength. She was now continuing to cast her purification spell, trying to weaken the goddess. But the goddess's attention was now on Eirik. She remembered this ant, who had thwarted her again and again. She fixed her cold gaze on him, and a small, black hole of energy condensed at her fingertip. Watch out. Rhodes shouted. He hadn't thought she could still use that attack. It seemed she could, but not as freely as before. He swung org, and a blade of sword energy shot towards the beam. Sizzle. Like a drop of water in the ocean, the blade of energy was instantly swallowed by the darkness. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 130, The Fatal Blow. Chapter 130, The Fatal Blow. The beam of energy shot forward, silent and swift, aimed straight for Eirik's head. If it were to hit, not even Olivia's healing magic could save him. Eirik's pupils constricted. He immediately threw up a defensive barrier, but he knew his own mana could not possibly stop such a terrifying attack. The barrier would shatter in an instant. And at that critical moment, Olivia and Serie both cast their own defensive spells. One, the holy light barrier of a priest. The other, the most powerful of all elven defensive spells. The two barriers appeared in front of Eirik and clashed with the goddess's attack, and the resulting explosion was a maelstrom of annihilating energy. Both of their barriers were instantly covered in a web of cracks, and a trickle of blood ran from the corners of their mouths. But the goddess's attack had been blocked. Serie. Rhodes cried out, and immediately cast a healing spell on them. The next wave is coming. Eirik said, his voice still shaky as he looked at the goddess's dark face. She was enraged. She now had two choices, to kill these ants with the limited power she now had, or to stall for time and wait for the chains of faith to weaken. Then, she could crush them with her true, unrestrained power. She chose the latter. She stomped her feet, and a terrifying shockwave, like a ripple in a pond, spread out from her. They all stumbled, struggling to stay on their feet. And then, her attack came. A torrent of black vines, like a wave of black mud, a wave that was amplified by the shockwave, now rushed towards them from all sides. Even from a distance, they could feel its dark and corrosive aura. It was clear that the more she used her power, the deeper the corruption within her grew. The last vestiges of her divinity were fading, leaving only a pure, unadulterated darkness and filth. Purify. Olivia, despite her injuries, sent a wave of purifying light towards the approaching vines. The light and the vines met with a sizzling sound, like a red-hot iron plunged into water. And though a great many of the vines were destroyed, there were just too many. Her purification spell was but a drop in the ocean. Som swung his axe, a blur of motion, desperately trying to hold back the tide. Eirik, with a roar, charged at the goddess once more, his long sword flashing as he cut down the encroaching vines. But a blast of energy from the goddess sent him flying, his chest armor shattered, and a patch of blackened skin was visible beneath. The remaining vines continued on their path towards Serie. Her magic shield flickered violently, and she, too, was sent flying, another trickle of blood from her mouth. She quickly righted herself in midair and cast several more spells. The goddess sneered and raised her left hand. The very space around her began to crack and crumble, and a black hole appeared in her palm. All of Serie's spells were swallowed by it, and vanished without a trace. "Your magic is useless against me, elf," the goddess said, her fingers splayed. The vines around her began to twist and turn, forming a giant fist that now shot towards Serie. To be caught in its grasp would mean certain death. Her face turned pale, and she poured all of her remaining strength into her magic barrier. The giant fist of vines hammered against her shield, and with each blow, a sickening cracking sound was heard. And with the blows came the dark, corrupting aura of the goddess. She could feel it, twisting around her very soul, and the flow of her own mana began to slow. The shield was about to break. And at that critical moment, Rhodes was there. The light of org in his hand was a beacon of hope in the darkness, a blade that could not be stopped. With a single, powerful swing, he cut through the vines that were attacking her. Now, Norn, who had been knocked aside and had not moved since, now sprang into action. He now held Athos. With the last of the faith stored within it, he began to construct a spell of his own, a spell based on the same principles as Rhodes's. He couldn't replicate the god's chain, of course, but he could do something simpler. He would turn the last of the sword's faith into a single, unassuming arrow, and with it, at the opportune moment, he would deal a fatal blow. And that moment had now come. To aid him, Rhodes also unleashed a volley of hundreds of light arrows, concealing his own within them. Seeing their desperate struggle, the goddess just sneered and put up a divine barrier. In her eyes, it was more than enough to block their final, pathetic attack. And it was. Almost all of the arrows were absorbed by it, without leaving a single mark. All but one. A single, unassuming arrow pierced through the barrier as if it were not even there, and continued on its path towards the goddess's right eye. It was too fast, too sudden. She was so focused on Serie and the others that she didn't even notice it until it was too late. She tried to turn her head, to block it, but the chains of faith had slowed her down, just for a moment. Puffed. The sound of an arrow piercing flesh. The arrow had found its mark, and had pierced her eye. Ah! A scream, a true and heartfelt scream of a god's own, primal pain, a scream more terrible than any before. It was not just a physical wound, the pure faith contained in the arrow was a direct assault on her dark and corrupted power. A mixture of red and black blood gushed from her ruined eye, and the right side of her face began to crack. The pressure on the others was instantly lifted, and they all scrambled to safety. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 131, Phase 2, The Goddess Embracing the Darkness. Chapter 131, Phase 2, The Goddess Embracing the Darkness. The goddess's piercing shriek was a physical force, a shockwave that made the very space around them hum. She clutched her wounded eye, and a torrent of red-black divine blood flowed through her fingers, down her cheek, and onto the writhing vines below, which sizzled and smoked at its touch. The pain was not just physical. The power of faith and the dark taint within her were at war, a conflict that was tearing at the very root of her soul. How dare you harm this body? Her roar was no longer just anger, but a hysterical, frenzied madness. That these ants had dared to harm the body of the goddess of life, her rage had reached its absolute peak. To dare, to harm her body. These ants, they would all die. And that rage, it finally ignited the last vestiges of her divine nature that had been corrupted by the darkness. Now. All-out attack. Rhodes did not hesitate. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the goddess wounded, her power was bound to be wavering. Olivia spread her wings and, channeling her mana, cast a healing spell on the others. Irik's wounds began to close. Rhodes and Som leaped into the air, their swords and axe held high, trying to cut short her enraged roar. A massive magic circle formed at Serie's feet, and she unleashed the highest level of elven magic, aimed at the goddess's bleeding eye. But just as their attacks were about to land. Get out. The goddess's head snapped up, and her one remaining eye burned with an unprecedented darkness. A terrifying pressure, a pressure several times stronger than before, descended upon them. Crack. Crackle. Crackle. The god's chain, the chains of faith that were binding her, groaned under the sudden surge of her dark divine power. It appeared once more, a web of fine cracks spreading across its surface, its light dimming rapidly. No. The binding is weakening. Rhodes's heart lurched. He could feel it, the light of Ursun was at its limit, its pure faith being eroded by her dark divine power. The goddess was breaking free. And the price, she had abandoned the last of her divinity and had given herself over completely to the darkness. Boom. A shockwave of a dark, filthy mud erupted from her. Their attacks were all repelled. The entire space trembled, as if it was about to collapse. Tisk, Rhodes gritted his teeth and held orb before him, using its light to brace himself against the shockwave. But a grim look had come over his face. He looked up, at the center of the blast, and his eyes widened. The goddess's form was undergoing a terrifying transformation. The arm she had been holding to her face fell limply to her side. But that was only the beginning. Her once holy and beautiful body began to melt, her lower half dissolving into a thick, black, ominous mud. Her upper body was still vaguely humanoid, but her skin had turned a sickly, grayish-black, and was covered in a network of cracks. She was no longer a god, but a monster, a creature that had crawled from the deepest, most fetid abyss. Ants must be destroyed, she hissed, her voice a ragged, mournful sound that echoed through the crumbling space. Phase 2 of the goddess, a god embracing the darkness. Is this, a god that has been completely consumed by darkness? Olivia looked up, her voice trembling at the blasphemous sight. Nearby, Irik struggled back to his feet, his chest wound barely healed, the lingering dark corruption still causing him a dull ache. Her power, it's stronger, Serie said, wiping the blood from her mouth, her expression more serious than ever. The dark mana radiating from her was several times stronger than before. And that was with the god's chain still suppressing her. Without it, that would be the true power of a god, a power that no mortal could ever hope to match. Even now, their defensive magic was like paper before her. The chains are about to break. Rhodes's eyes were fixed on the golden chains that were now dimming, his heart sinking. The shackles of faith were being battered by her dark divine power. It was only a matter of time. And once they broke, a goddess at her full power, in this terrifying, dark form, the consequences were unimaginable. We have to finish her before she breaks free. Got it. Norn gritted his teeth, his arm still trembling from the force of having channeled Rhodes's magic. The miracle of that first arrow would be difficult to replicate. The faith of Athos was almost depleted. All they could do now was fight. Die. The goddess roared, and a tsunami of thick, black vines shot out from her, lashing at them from all directions with a speed and power far greater than before. And this time, a wave of darkness preceded them, a wave that clung to their bodies and slowed their movements, their magic. Even Olivia's holy light was suppressed, its range shrinking dramatically. Spread out. Don't take it head-on. Rhodes commanded, and with a swing of org, a massive blade of light shot forward and cleaved through one of the thickest vines, the impact making his arm go numb. Serie dodged a vine and unleashed a torrent of light spears, trying to freeze the goddess, to slow her attack. But the spears were simply swallowed by a barrier of black mud that rose up around her, leaving not a single trace. It's no use. Her power is too great. Our normal spells are useless against her. Serie's heart sank. And now, the goddess's attention was on Olivia. She was a moment too slow, and a vine shot past their defenses and pierced her wing. The holy feathers were instantly corrupted, and a cold, malicious taint began to spread through her wing, making her stumble. Olivia. Rhodes rushed to her side and blocked the other vines. Fortunately, as a creation of the goddess of life, she had some resistance to the corruption. And it was then that he noticed something strange. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The First Magic. Chapter 132, The First Magic. Rhodes's gaze was fixed on the goddess's upper body, on the spot where her heart should be, a spot that was now covered in black mud. And there, in that endless darkness, was a faint, almost imperceptible, golden flicker of light, a light that was small but unyielding, a stark contrast to the darkness that surrounded it. The original divine power of the goddess of life. His heart lurched. He understood. This body was still hers. Even possessed, even corrupted, at its very core, the purest essence of her power still remained, a flame that had not yet been extinguished. A flame that was now pointing the way to victory, a flame that was now resonating, however faintly, with the sword in his hand. Serie. Her chest, he roared, struggling to hold back the writhing vines. There's still a light. The original divine power of the goddess of life. Aim for it. Hearing his words, she focused her gaze and, peering through the black mud that covered the goddess's body, she saw it, the tiny spark of light. Is this the last of her power? She thought. To defeat this goddess who had embraced the darkness, she had to strike at her very core. But how? Ordinary magic and physical attacks were useless, they would just be swallowed by the darkness before they could even get close. Just then, a ray of sunlight fell upon her face. She looked up. The rift in the sky that the god's chain had torn open had not yet closed. For the first time in a long, long time, sunlight was shining down on the godfall land. And in that warmth, a bold, even foolhardy, idea began to form in her mind. It was a spell he had taught her, a long time ago, his own killing blow from their first battle with a demon. To swallow the light and then release it. A new resolve, a resolve she had never felt before, burned in her eyes. There was no time to hesitate. Buy me some time, she shouted to him and Olivia, and then she abandoned all defense, and poured all of her focus, all of her mana, into the spell. A complex magic circle began to form around her, and a power of pure, unadulterated energy began to gather. The very air grew heavy, and the light began to dim, as if it was being pulled into an invisible vortex. Their vision began to darken. What is? Eirik said, hacking at a vine, and then looking at her in horror. Where she stood, the very light was disappearing. Even Olivia looked over, confused. The holy light of her own spell was also being pulled towards Serie. But he understood. It was his own spell she was casting. And so, he gave her his full, unconditional trust. The light of Org flared, and the goddess's attention was fixed on him, buying Serie the precious few seconds she needed. Even with her mind consumed by darkness, she still remembered the Godslayer, still felt the burning hatred. And he was making himself an even bigger target. She abandoned all other attacks and sent a wave of black, world-ending power crashing down on his small, insignificant form. And just as he was about to be swallowed by the darkness, her spell was complete. There was no sound, just a strange, soul-shuddering stillness. At the center of it all, a dark sphere had appeared, and was now rapidly expanding, swallowing everything in its path, the light of his holy sword, the holy light of Olivia's own spell, even the sunlight from the world beyond. The entire battlefield was plunged into a darkness like the primordial chaos before the dawn of creation. And in that darkness, she struck. Aiming at the goddess's heart, at the last remnant of her predecessor's power, she began to compress the sphere. The black hole of consumed light was forged into a spear that was black on the outside, but at its core, was the purest of holy powers. And then, she threw it. It ignored the goddess's own dark barrier and, with a speed that surpassed even light, it plunged into her chest. Thump. A small, almost inaudible sound. And then. Boom. The spear of light struck the goddess's own inner light, and it was like a match thrown into a barrel of oil. But the explosion was contained, a silent, internal detonation that tore through the goddess's dark form. A wave of pure white light, the last remnant of the goddess of life, now reinforced by all the other light in the space, began to consume the darkness from within. The black mud hissed and steamed, and began to disappear at a visible rate. Even the black tsunami of vines, their master now in agony, began to crumble into dust. Only a few remained, a last, futile act of resistance. And the goddess, the one who had embraced the darkness, was now, for a brief moment, free of it. The blackness in her eyes receded, replaced by a flicker of clarity. And in that moment, her form returned to what it had been before, just after Norn had wounded her, her legs now human again, though still stained with a bit of the black mud. And as she lost the power of the darkness, the god's chain flared, the cracks in it sealing themselves, and it once again held her fast. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Ending Swallowed by Black Mud. Chapter 133, The Ending Swallowed by Black Mud. The goddess's movements were now a chaotic mess, her chained body trembling with an agonizing pain. Now. Rhodes seized the fleeting opportunity and gave the final order. His holy sword, Org, burst with an unprecedented, brilliant light as he poured all of his remaining mana into it, and then, a full release. Not a light cannon this time, but a golden blade of judgment. He brought it down on the goddess. You will not. Her one remaining eye saw his movement, and a mad, venomous rage flared within her. Ignoring the searing pain in her other eye and the burning of the holy energy within her, she raised her arm. A thick, impenetrable shield of black vines instantly formed before her. And at the same time, she drew on the last of her divine power and let out a silent, soul-shattering scream. A scream that bypassed all physical defense and struck at their very souls. Boom. A terrifying psychic shockwave ripped through the space. Rhodes was hit hard and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blood also began to trickle from his ears and nose, and the golden blade in his hand flickered. Norn, Eirik, and Som all cried out in pain, clutching their heads, a feeling of 1,000 needles piercing their very souls. Ciri and Olivia grunted. They had both cast defensive spells, but they hadn't expected an attack on a spiritual level. Though the spells had offered some protection, their own minds had nearly shattered from the impact. Olivia forced herself to look up. She knew that in this final, critical moment, her every action could decide the fate of the battle. She pushed through the psychic shockwave and, with a resolute will, began to burn the very light of her own life. And then, she threw herself between him and the goddess, into the very heart of the soul-shattering scream. Her wings were now wreathed in a holy white flame, a flame born of her own life force. The Sky-Winged were a long-lived race, a race created by the goddess to be the equals of the elves. But in this moment, Olivia had cast aside that long life, and the hourglass of her own, once infinite, lifespan had been turned over. She spread her arms like a martyr and, with her own life and faith, she poured all of her energy into the life circle within her, a circle that was now connected to Rhodes. And with that power, a warm light spread out over the battlefield, a light that silently, and completely, erased the soul-shattering sound. Thud. She fell to the ground, her face deathly pale, her silver wings now a lifeless gray, drained of all vitality. But she still managed to look up, to look at the goddess she had once worshipped, a goddess whose body had been taken, whose will still fought on. Olivia, he reached for her, but she stopped him with a look. Ah. The goddess's one remaining eye saw her compassionate gaze, a gaze that seemed to pierce through the darkness and see the imprisoned will of the goddess of life within. And that gaze, it was more loathsome to her, more terrifying, than his sword. And it was Olivia's selfless act that had bought him the final, precious moment he needed to slay a god. His wavering sword light now coalesced, a golden blade of judgment that now, with Olivia's power added to it, shot forward with a renewed speed. Boom. The golden blade of judgment slammed into the hastily formed dark shield. Light and darkness clashed, a maelstrom of creation and annihilation. In the end, the light was stronger. The dark shield groaned and began to crack, the dark energy that made it up sizzling and evaporating, the very vines of which it was composed now riddled with a web of fissures. Break. His vision blurred, and in that moment, he saw a gentle, divine being, a being who pointed to her own chest, as if to show him the way. And so he, too, burned his own life force, and pushed with all his might. Crackle. The dark shield shattered. And the golden blade of judgment, its momentum unbroken, its purpose now a singular, world-ending will, plunged into the goddess's chest, and struck the single, small point of light that was the last remnant of the goddess of life. Sizzle. This time, it was the sound of a god's own flesh being torn asunder, the death knell of a dark and twisted divinity. Irk, ah. The goddess let out a final, despairing shriek, a scream that was filled with an unprecedented agony. Where the sword had pierced her, an incredible, multicolored light erupted, along with a torrent of foul, black energy. The holy power of Org raged within her, destroying her divine foundation, burning away her corrupted essence. And because he had struck the very place where the goddess of life's soul was imprisoned, her own power now surged forth as well. The two divine powers, now at war within her, began to tear her apart from the inside. Her body began to disintegrate, and her black vines writhed in their death throes and then withered into dust. The god's chain, sensing its enemy's defeat, tightened its grip, leaving her no room to struggle. It's over. Rhodes gripped Org with both hands and, with all his remaining strength, he pulled up. Rip. A massive wound, from her chest to her shoulder. Golden and black divine blood gushed from it like a fountain. No, impossible, how could I lose? Her one remaining eye was filled with a look of disbelieving despair. She looked down at the fatal wound, and felt her own power fading, the foundation of her darkness crumbling. Her body began to turn transparent, and a torrent of golden light and black filth poured from the wound, her very being now unmaking itself. Life, sister. She murmured. And in that moment, she remembered. A stern little girl and her gentle, all-loving sister. A newborn goddess, guided by her elder, slowly learning to wield the authority of life. They had been two goddesses, but one authority. Two sisters, sharing a single faith. They had been one and the same. Why? Why did you do it? A voice, a thought, filled with a sad confusion, echoed from her dissolving form, but was then swallowed by the darkness. Boom. Her body, purged by the conflicting powers, finally, completely, collapsed. And in its place, was a wave of black mud, a tide of divine miasma that now washed over the entire Godfall land. And then, the black mud swallowed everything. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, 7 Sages of Destruction sounds better than 4 Heavenly Kings. Chapter 134, 7 Sages of Destruction sounds better than 4 Heavenly Kings. Time flowed on. The journey of Rhodes and Serie continued. They now found themselves in a dwarven village at the foot of a volcano. He could even smell the faint scent of sulfur in the air. Weren't these dwarves afraid of a sudden eruption, of this place becoming another Pompeii? Their arrival had caused a small stir. An elf and a human, traveling together, was an unusual sight. Hey! Outlanders! Need your weapons repaired, or looking to buy some tools? An old dwarven blacksmith, with a beard that would make Somme green with envy, poked his head out of the only shop in the village, his voice booming. Thank you, but not at the moment. Rhodes waved him off with a smile and held out a few gold coins. But could I ask you a few questions? At the sight of the gold, the old dwarf's smile widened. Of course, he said, taking the coins with his rough, calloused hand. As long as I know the answer, I'll tell you. That's a volcano, isn't it? Rhodes said, pointing to the smoking crater in the distance. Aye, the dwarf nodded, unconcerned. Aren't you afraid it will just erupt one day? Nah. The last time it erupted was 200 years ago. It won't be for at least another 100. And besides, the heat helps us with our forging. All right then. Have you had any monster attacks recently? The village was located in a more northern region, and the further north you went, the more monsters you were likely to encounter. He was just looking for a bit of information. Monsters. The smile on the old dwarf's face vanished, and his expression turned grim. He spat on the ground. Bah. Don't mention those damned bastards. So there were monsters nearby. He was a little intrigued. The peaceful journey had been getting a bit boring. A little monster hunting, a few quests, it would be a nice change of pace. And the elven miss was probably getting a little restless herself. Could you tell me more? It was about a month ago, the old dwarf said. A strange demon came and took over one of our mines. Several of our lads went to fight him, but he beat them all back. And he calls himself one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Humph. What a load of nonsense. 4 Heavenly Kings. Rhodes raised an eyebrow and exchanged a look with Serie. A glint of understanding passed through her golden eyes, and she gave him a look that clearly said, "Look what you've done." He felt a little guilty. He remembered, long ago, when he had been joking with Eirik, he had said something about how a truly powerful organization had to have 4 Heavenly Kings, and how sometimes, the 4 Heavenly Kings could be more than just 4 people. Who knew Eirik would have actually used that on the demons? But, did that mean a part of him was still in there? It was a slim hope, but a hope nonetheless. Was anyone injured? And what kind of magic did the demon use? Serie asked. A strange magic, the old blacksmith said, his face grim. Anyone he hit would turn as hard as a rock. We had to get a specialized mage to turn them back. A real bastard, he is. Petrification magic, she mused. What do you think, Rhodes? My lord, I believe there is something fishy about this, he said in a theatrical voice. Idiot, she scoffed. Let's go. Be careful. I wonder if holy magic will be effective. She then turned and started walking in the direction the old dwarf had indicated. He quickly followed, not forgetting to give the old dwarf a final wave. Thanks, old man. We'll go check it out. Hey. Young-uns. That fella is powerful, the dwarf shouted after them, but they were already gone. The mine was not far from the village, but the landscape was much more desolate. The few trees that remained had an unhealthy, black-red color, and the air was filled with the smell of something burnt, and the faint, but unmistakable, scent of a demonic aura. Not long after they had entered, they came to a clearing with clear signs of a battle, scorched earth, broken weapons and armor, and a few scattered, grayish-white rocks that were clearly out of place. This must be it, Serie said, stopping and sensing the residual mana in the air. She gave him a look, and he immediately understood and began to cast his own spells. The Heavenly King was nearby. After he had cast a defensive spell on both of them, he said in a lazy voice, "Come on out, you Heavenly King." His voice was not loud, but it echoed through the clearing. A keen sense, for a human, an emotionless voice replied. From behind a large rock, a tall, slender demon with a pale face and 2 horns on its head emerged. It held its chin high with a practiced arrogance, its eyes fixed on Rhodes. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Rhodes said with a smile, already preparing to cast a spell of his own. You may call me Latron of the Four Heavenly Kings. The Four Heavenly Kings. Rhodes let out a small chuckle. If I may be so bold, Lord Latron, he said with a sincere expression, how many of you are there? 7. Pfft. Serie couldn't hold it in. A small, almost inaudible, snort of laughter escaped her, and she quickly schooled her features, but the "I knew it was you" look in her eyes was unmistakable. This man, first Iric, and now the demons themselves had been poisoned by his nonsense. What is the meaning of this? Latron asked, a little confused. If I may be so bold, Lord Latron, your title is a bit inaccurate. What? His face darkened. You dare to question the honor bestowed upon us by His Majesty, the Demon King? Not at all. I just feel that it doesn't quite suit your strength, Rhodes said, waving his hand. See, the Four Heavenly Kings, it sounds like there are only 4 of you. But there are 7. It's a bit of a letdown, isn't it? Latron paused for a moment, as if considering this. There is some truth to what you say, he admitted. Serie just continued to stare at him, wondering what he was up to. He ignored her and slapped his thigh. See? That's what I'm saying. 7 powerful beings, all crammed into 4 titles, it's just a waste. I suggest you change it to something a little more grand, something that better reflects your numbers. Oh. Latron was now completely drawn into his line of reasoning. And what title would that be? Rhodes cleared his throat and announced in a solemn tone, the 7 Sages of Destruction. 7 Sages of Destruction. Doesn't that sound much more impressive? The 7 Sages of Destruction. Latron repeated the name, and a flicker of genuine interest and consideration appeared in his eyes. It does sound more fitting than the 4 Heavenly Kings. And more befitting of His Majesty's dignity and your own strength. Rhodes quickly added, striking while the iron was hot. Right. And as Latron was momentarily distracted by his new, more impressive title, Rhodes struck. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, The Pathetic Heavenly King. Chapter 135, The Pathetic Heavenly King. Dozens of light arrows, with no preamble, shot forward, giving Latron no time to react. And though he had been momentarily taken in by Rhodes's trick, his demonic instincts kicked in, and he managed to cast a petrification spell on himself, hoping to weather the storm. But the attack was just too vicious, too fast. He was sent flying, tumbling across the ground, the force of the blows leaving him battered and bruised. You treacherous human, he roared. He was injured, but he could still cast his spells. He looked up, and his eyes began to glow with a sickly, yellowish-gray light. This was his petrification spell. 2 beams of light, like lightning, shot forward, one at Rhodes, and the other at Serie, who was in the middle of casting her own spell. He intended to take them both out at once. Serie, who had been anticipating the counterattack, had already thrown up a magic barrier for them both. But she hadn't expected to be a target herself. And the petrification spell, it was a strange one. It could bypass some of her magical defenses. The barrier was pierced, though the beam was now much smaller. And she, who had never expected her barrier to be broken, was a moment too slow to react. A yellowish-gray light washed over her lower legs. A cold, numbing sensation, as if her very life force was being drained away, began to creep up from her feet. She looked down and saw that her boots and a part of her lower legs were turning to stone, and the petrification was still spreading. Her face paled, and she immediately tried to use her own powerful mana to dispel it. But the spell was a stubborn one, her dispelling couldn't keep up with its spread. Fortunately, the barrier had weakened it, and it stopped at her knees. Serie, don't just stand there, he shouted, having already dodged the beam aimed at him. The rock behind him had instantly turned a pale gray. He rushed to her side, grabbed her by the waist, and pulled her out of the way of the next beam. Her petrified boots and clothes shattered, revealing the fair skin beneath. Are you all right? He asked, a note of concern in his voice. Fortunately, it was just her boots and a small patch of skin. She immediately cast a holy spell, and the grayness began to recede. I'm fine, she said, her voice cold. She was more angry at herself for her own carelessness. This spell is troublesome. But it seems holy magic is effective against it. Leave it to me, he said, and drew org. He's had it. I'll show this demon what a close combat mage can do. Humph. To think you know holy magic. Latron said, annoyed that his attack had been so easily nullified. Turn to stone, all of you. Stone. I think it's your head that's made of stone. With a sneer, Rhodes vanished. It wasn't just a high-speed movement, but a short-range teleportation, a spell he had created after studying the spatial distortions of the Godfall land and the teleportation circles of the Skywinged and the demons. A mage who couldn't teleport was not a good mage. Latron's vision blurred, and in the next moment, Rhodes was right in front of him, the holy light of orb a blinding flash as it came down on his head. What? He was shocked, and in his haste, he had no choice but to try to block with his own petrified arm. Clang! The holy light and the petrified arm met with a deafening screech of metal. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through his entire body. But what was even more shocking was that the holy sword seemed to be a natural counter to his own magic. At the point of contact, his own mana began to stagnate. Damn it, he roared, and a wave of demonic energy erupted from him, trying to push Rhodes back. All living creatures recoiled from the dark aura of the demons, and he was sure this human would be no different. But Serie's own retaliation was faster. You will not. No fancy incantations, just pure, unadulterated cold, a taste of his own medicine. A ring of ice blue light appeared at his feet, and a frost began to rapidly spread up his legs. Crackle! Crackle! His lower body was now frozen in a block of solid ice, and even the ground around him was covered in a thick layer of frost. His own burst of demonic energy had been cut short. No. He was trapped, just as he had petrified the others. But to be able to do this, without an overwhelming advantage in power, it should have been impossible. Rhodes seized the opportunity. He brought Org down with a powerful blow and severed his petrified arm at the elbow. And then, he brought the flat of the blade down on his chest. Thwack. Ah. Latron coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back, crashing into a rock and then sliding to the ground. The fight was over, clean and decisive. The so-called Heavenly King was no match for the two who had fought a god. Or perhaps, the Heavenly Kings of today were just the best of a bad lot, the truly powerful demons having been wiped out in a false divine strike. He walked over to the defeated demon, the tip of Org at its throat. Damn you, human. The Demon King will not let you get away with this. Listen, Rhodes said, looking down at him. At the mention of the Demon King, his eyes flickered. I don't care what you're doing here. But go back and tell your king, tell him that one day, his old companions will come for him. And they will put an end to all his pain and suffering, and give him his release. End of chapter. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, The Elven Misses Weakness. Chapter 136, The Elven Misses Weakness. Latron didn't understand what he was talking about. The origin of the Demon King, Asmodeus, was a complete mystery. Did this man know something? Aren't you going to kill me? Killing you would just dirty my blade. Get lost, he said, and sheathed Org. And by the way, 7 Sages of Destruction really does sound better. I suggest you take my advice. Latron struggled to his feet and disappeared from view. Serie walked over to him, her gaze on the spot where the demon had vanished, and huffed. You're awfully generous, giving them new titles. Titles aren't important. What's important is that he takes my message to Eirik. And besides, he'll be dead soon enough anyway, he said with a shrug, and then looked down at her ankle, where the mark of the petrification had completely faded, leaving only a patch of fair skin. Is your foot all right? Yes. I can't just take your word for it. Let me see, he said, his face a mask of sincere concern for his companion's well-being. She had a strange feeling about his gaze and instinctively refused. There's no need. Oh, but there is, he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. What if there's a latent corruption from the demon's magic? I know from experience. Though she thought he had a point, before she could respond, he was already in front of her, and his large, seemingly nefarious hand was reaching for her. Rhodes. She tried to back away, but he was too fast. His hand closed around her slender ankle, the warmth of his palm a brand on her skin. Now she was completely still. If she were to fall, it would be terribly embarrassing. Sit down, he said, looking up at her, his eyes full of a worry that seemed to be nothing more than a friend's concern. His thumb gently caressed the spot that had been petrified, and he felt the delicate coolness of her skin. How does this feel? He asked, his finger tracing a circle on her skin, savoring the feeling of her skin, a skin as soft as the finest silk. She was rooted to the spot by his sudden movement, and his concerned gaze. The feeling of his hand on her ankle was so clear, the warmth of it seeping into her, a strange, ticklish sensation that sent a shiver up her leg. She looked down at him, at his golden hair falling over his face, at his profile, which was now so serious, a profile that hid the flustered expression on her own face. The strange, unfamiliar feeling made her tremble. It doesn't look like there's a problem, he murmured, his hand, with a practiced naturalness, sliding down her smooth calf. You don't need to check there, do you? She said, trying to stop him, but it was too late. He had already taken off her boot, revealing her small, delicate foot, which he now held in his hand. Her feet were beautiful, with a gentle arch and toes like round, smooth jade. The skin was so fair it was almost translucent, and so delicate to the touch. His thumb, with a gentle, probing pressure, scraped across the tender, sensitive sole of her foot. A wave of an unexpected ticklishness shot up from the sole of her foot to her very heart. Her body trembled, and her toes instinctively curled, like a startled animal. To have a place that had never been touched, to be caressed like this, the strange and stimulating sensation made her scalp tingle. "Don't be nervous," he said. He had expected as much. Anyone would react that way. But he held her foot even more firmly, preventing her from pulling away. "I'm just checking your reflexes," he said with a serious expression, and then, as if to prove his point, his thumb began to knead the soft flesh of her sole with an even greater pressure. "It's a good sign that your reaction is so strong. It means there's no nerve damage." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Just let go," she said, the tips of her pointed ears now a deep shade of pink. The ticklishness, the numbness, the feeling that made her heart race, it was overwhelming. She struggled, but he held her fast. "That bastard. He's just trying to humiliate me." "Just a second," he said, his movements not slowing in the least. He even gently pinched her toes. "No stiffness at all. Looks like it's completely healed." She was both ashamed and angry. A fire burned in her golden eyes, but in the depths of her heart, a strange, new feeling was beginning to grow, like a vine. This feeling of being completely under his control, the shame of it, and the indescribable pleasure of it, it was all too much. She couldn't take it anymore. "Rhodes," her voice was a mixture of shame, anger, and a tremor she could not conceal. She did not hesitate. A wave of a powerful, cold energy erupted from her ankle. He felt a sudden, icy chill, as if he were holding a block of 1,000-year-old ice, and his grip instinctively loosened. "Now." She pulled her foot free, and with all of her pent-up shame and anger, she swung it in a graceful arc and kicked him square in the chest. Thump. Ah. He had not expected that at all. He stumbled back and landed on the ground with a thud. It didn't hurt, she was not that strong. And it hadn't been a full-force kick. But he still pretended, clutching his chest and grimacing in pain. "Serie, are you trying to murder your dearest friend?" She finally got her foot back. A blush had spread across her face, and she glared at the man who was now just playing the victim on the ground, her chest heaving. End of chapter. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, The Continuing Journey. Chapter 137, The Continuing Journey. Serie's face was a blank mask as she put her foot back on the ground, as if she hadn't just kicked him. She then gestured with her other foot at the boot he had tossed aside. The meaning was clear, put it on. "The results of my examination are as follows," she said, her voice devoid of any emotion, though the red tips of her ears betrayed her. "My leg is fine. Now, give me my boot." Rhodes rubbed his sore chest and looked at her, at the way she was trying so hard to be calm, to hide her embarrassment, and he couldn't help but smile. He got up, brushed himself off, and put on his most pathetic, wounded expression. "Serie, my intentions were pure. The heavens can be my witness." "Shut up," she snapped, cutting him off before he could get another word in. He was about to tease her a little more, but then he saw the look in her eyes, and the sight of her bare foot on the cold, hard ground, and he decided to relent. He knelt before her and, with a newfound sense of propriety, he gently took her ankle and carefully put her boot back on, fastening the buckle. He moved slowly, and she did not rush him. When he was done, he didn't get up right away. He just looked up at her. "Next time," he said, his voice now serious, with a note of concern that only she could understand, "don't just blindly block a spell you don't understand. A defensive barrier isn't invincible. What if a demon has a spell that's specifically designed to break them? Be more careful next time." She looked down at him, and for a moment, her gaze softened. But she would not admit that she had been reckless. In the end, all she said was a soft, and then gave her leg a little shake, a silent command for him to let go. He stood, his usual smile back on his face. "All right. Now that the wounded have been tended to, shall we go back to the dwarf village? Aren't you forgetting something?" What? We never asked him why he was here. They had fought the demon, and then he had let him go to deliver his message, but they had never actually asked him what his real purpose had been. With all the other demons gathered at the Demon King's castle, for him to be here, all alone, he must have had some kind of secret mission. Who knows? Maybe he was lost. She ignored his flippant remark and looked in the direction the demon had gone, then at the battle-scarred valley around them. "Well, we'll find out eventually," she said, and then turned and started walking in a different direction. "You're not going to tell the dwarves?" he asked, following her. "There's no need. They'll send someone to check on their own eventually." "True. By the way, Serie," he said, as if it had just occurred to him, "what do you think of the name, 7 Sages of Destruction? It's a lot better than the 4 Heavenly Kings, isn't it?" She just kept walking, giving him only the cold shoulder as a response. He didn't mind. "I think it's great. And when it's known all across the continent, they'll have me to thank for it." Though, they'll probably thank me by trying to kill me. He shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eye. But they would have to know who you are first, she said, and we didn't exactly tell him our names. He paused. She was right. That Latron, he didn't even have the decency to ask for their names after they had so thoroughly beaten him. Ah, he said, and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. You're right. He doesn't even know who we are. My legacy as the great namer will be lost to the ages. You could go after him. You could probably still catch up, she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. That would be so uncool, he said, and then jogged to catch up to her. Besides, I already have enough honors. I don't need another one. She finally turned to look at him, a quizzical expression on her face. I was the one who struck the final blow. But for some reason, the title of Godslayer went to you. The elven miss was confused. She herself was now revered as the elven saint, and Norn was a king. But the title of Godslayer was his alone. It's probably because I'm the wielder of Org. That's so biased. She sounded a little frustrated, but she didn't pursue the matter. That demon's petrification spell, it was a strange one. Yes, he said, his expression turning serious. It wasn't a normal spell. It was a mixture of a curse and a magic. I could see the shadow of the goddess in it. You mean? Eirik taught it to him, she asked, frowning. It's possible, he explained. So why did you let him go, she asked after a moment of silence. I don't know, he said, his light-hearted tone returning. I just wanted to see how Eirik would react. She stopped and turned to him. And then what? Are you going to go and end his suffering? He stopped as well, and for once, the smile was gone from his face. Yes. Eventually. But I'm waiting for a certain someone to make the final decision. He didn't say who, but she knew. She just gave a soft and turned and started walking again. He quickly caught up to her. The sunlight stretched their shadows long before them, and in that moment, he knew that their journey together would be a long one indeed. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Someone has to do it. Chapter 138, Someone has to do it. Time flowed on, and the journey of Rhodes and Serie continued. One day, they found themselves in the far north, in a region that bordered the territory of the Demon King. And there, they met an old friend. A man with short, green hair and simple leather armor, a long sword at his hip, looked at them with surprise in his eyes. Serie. And Rhodes. It was Craft. Craft. I didn't expect to see you here, she said with a slight nod. After acknowledging her, he turned his gaze to Rhodes. He had heard that he had disappeared, that he was likely dead. To see him here now, alive, he was at a loss for words. Craft, Rhodes said with a smile, looking him up and down. What a pleasant surprise. The feeling is mutual. But what are you doing here? And why haven't you aged a day? Craft had seen Norn several times over the past 30 years and had watched the young men he had known grow old. It was the fate of all humans. But Rhodes, he showed no signs of aging. It's a long story, he said, and then changed the subject. But what about you? What brings you here? Since he clearly didn't want to talk about it, Craft didn't press the matter. I'm here on orders from the Elven King, he explained. Investigating again. Rhodes teased. The first time we met, you were investigating, and you're still investigating now. Are you sure you're not a scout instead of a warrior? A muscle twitched in his jaw, and a look of resignation passed over his face. I had thought the war was over, he said with a sigh. But it seems another one is on the horizon. The Demon King is extending his reach. His forces, which had been crippled, are now recovering. We have too little intelligence on them. And as for being a warrior or a scout, he patted the long sword at his hip, as long as I can protect this peace, it doesn't matter what I am. The smile on Rhodes's face faded. He could feel his friend's resolve. Perhaps, even without his own intervention, he would have still walked the path of his destiny. Craft, he said, his voice now serious, I believe you once told me that you owed me a promise. That's right. If you ever have need of me, just say the word. As a matter of fact, there is something I need you to do. Just name it. He took a deep breath and looked the elven warrior straight in the eye. It's about the Demon King, Asmodeus. Craft's body tensed, and his hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. Craft, what I'm about to tell you. I need you to keep it to yourself, he continued. The true identity of the Demon King is Eirik. His words were like a stone thrown into a still pond. Craft's eyes widened in shock. Eirik. He lowered his head, and his shoulders began to tremble. No wonder Norn had been so cagey when he had asked about him. No wonder all news of him had ceased 15 years ago. No wonder the Demon King had appeared 15 years ago. Putting it all together, he had already suspected it. But to have the truth so bluntly revealed, it was still a shock. Eirik. How could he? In the final battle, Rhodes explained, he was corrupted by the darkness, and he was slowly twisted and broken, until he was made into what he is now. He is in constant pain. The throne of the Demon King is not a seat of power for him, but a prison of endless torment. Serie stood to the side, silent, watching them both. I want you to walk the world in the name of slaying the Demon King, to save the world, Rhodes said, seeing the conflict in his friend's eyes. And then. I want you to go to him. You want me to kill him. Eirik, he had cared for the boy, had trained him. And now, to have to kill him. A more emotionally detached elf might not have minded. But Kraft, he was not such an elf. He had lived longer than Serie, had seen more, and had long since moved beyond the emotional limitations of his people. And that very fact now made him recoil from this task. No, Rhodes said. I will be the one to strike the final blow. But in the eyes of the world, I am already a legend of the past. So the honor, it must be yours. He looked up, and the shock and confusion in his eyes slowly gave way to a sense of resignation. Rhodes, he said, his voice a low whisper, as if it had taken all of his strength to speak. You are going to be the one who walks in darkness, the one who brings death. Yes. And the honor, you must be the one to bear it, Kraft. What a cruel honor, he said with a long sigh. But. His voice was now heavy, but firm, someone has to do it. To watch him suffer, to be a prisoner in his own body, that is something I cannot bear. He looked up, his gaze now fixed on the distant northern land where the Demon King's castle now stood. I understand. And I did promise you. So I will do it. Though this is not the way I had imagined I would repay you. He smiled, a sad, empty smile. Rhodes looked at him, at the resolve in his eyes, and just nodded. Someone had to do it. And he would not gain honor from the death of his old friend. But Kraft, he, too, was unwilling. But in the end, the elven warrior had agreed. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, I'll find you a companion. Chapter 139, I'll find you a companion. Kraft's internal struggle finally subsided, replaced by a heavy resolve. He had accepted this cruel mission, for Eirik's sake, and to honor his promise. Rhodes felt a sense of relief, but he knew that Kraft, as he was now, was probably not strong enough. For that matter, he himself, without Org, was not strong enough either. Not unless he had the time to set up a massive magic circle and just nuke the Demon King's castle, which was a possibility. But that was assuming the demons were blind. But, fortunately, he had already prepared for this. He reached into a nearby pack and took out a rather unremarkable object. It was a small, palm-sized disc, inscribed with complex runes, a dwarven-made magical item. Take this, Kraft, he said, handing it to him. What is it, he asked, examining the intricate runes. A magical item, you could say. But be careful with it, it's very fragile, he said, and then stressed, keep it safe. And when you're at the Demon King's castle, or standing before Eirik, infuse it with your mana to activate it. And what will happen when I activate it? What does it do? A mysterious smile played on Rhodes's lips. That is a secret for now. You'll know when the time comes. Just think of it as my backup plan, to make sure everything goes smoothly. A secret again, a cool voice said, tinged with a clear annoyance. Serie had come over, and was now looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. She stepped in front of him and, though she had to look up, her presence was no less imposing. You were like this before the final battle, with all your secrets. And now, you're doing it again, with Kraft. What is that thing? I want to know. He looked at her angry kitten face, and then at Kraft's equally questioning gaze, and he felt a headache coming on. All right. The elven miss has spoken. I wouldn't dare to disobey, he said, holding his hands up in a gesture of surrender. It's just a teleportation circle. A teleportation circle? Kraft looked at the disc in his hand in surprise. When did dwarven technology get so advanced? And didn't such a thing require a massive amount of mana? This palm-sized disc, it just didn't seem possible. Is it really a teleportation device? Yes, he nodded. I just compressed a teleportation spell into this device. You could call it a magical item, I suppose. But it's very unstable, so don't drop it. Kraft's hand froze. And what if I accidentally activate it? Oh, don't worry about that. Even if you do, all it will do is teleport me to you. I see. Kraft was relieved. No wonder he had been so insistent that he only use it when he was in front of the Demon King. Just a teleportation. Is that all it does? Serie asked, her doubts not completely dispelled. In theory, yes, he said vaguely. It's just that I combined a few special techniques to make it. And, of course, it can only be used once. So it has to be at the most critical moment. So that's what you meant when you said you would strike the final blow, Kraft said, a new understanding dawning on him. That's right, he said with a nod. I have to be the one to strike the final blow. It's a final promise between him and me. I understand. Serie stared at him for a few seconds, as if trying to judge the truth of his words. She had a feeling he was still hiding something, but she wasn't sure. In the end, she just huffed, a tacit acceptance of his explanation. Will my elven miss be joining us? He asked with a grin. No, she said, without even noticing his use of the phrase, my elven miss. All right. Looks like it'll just be me, then, he said with a secret sigh of relief. He had managed to fool her. He had, of course, left out one crucial detail. When the teleportation circle was activated, he might not be the only one to be teleported. To be precise, it would teleport both him and a certain someone with whom he had a life-binding contract, and the area around them, as well. And that certain someone was currently recuperating in the Heavenly Kingdom. And then, the Heavenly Kingdom would descend upon the Demon King's castle. But it was too early to tell them that. Kraft carefully put the disc in his pocket and then looked at him with a serious expression. Rhodes, I'd like to know what you have in mind for Irik's final moments. But there's another, more critical issue. The Demon King's castle is the gathering place for all the remaining demons and magical beasts. It's filled with powerful demons. For me to get to the Demon King on my own, it will be difficult. I've already thought of that, he said with a I've got it all figured out expression. You won't be alone. I've already found a companion for you. A powerful priest. The two of you will go together, and you will become the heroes who save the world. A priest. Serie immediately thought of a certain white-winged figure. Olivia. Does she also know about Irik? If Olivia were to go with him, she would be a powerful ally. But he just shook his head. Not Olivia. She has fulfilled her mission. It's someone else. Another member of the Council of 13, in fact. A powerful priest, and one who has a strong counter to the dark power of the demons. A member of the Council of 13. Serie looked at him, confused. She had thought Olivia was the only one left. Where had another one come from? End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 140, The Promise of the Goddess of Life. Chapter 140, The Promise of the Goddess of Life. Serie quickly ran through a mental list of all the possible Skywinged who could have survived. She couldn't think of a single one. To leave this world was a one-way trip, you couldn't just come back. Like the Fae, thousands of years ago, who had left under the guidance of their own god. But I thought all the members of the Council of 13 were dead, she said, voicing her confusion. Weren't they all wiped out in your battle, in the demon's divine strike, leaving only Olivia? And didn't the Skywinged? She was a member of the council, but she retired a long time ago, he said, and seeing the growing confusion in her eyes, he quickly added, don't try to guess, Serie. This person's identity is a bit special. It has to be kept a secret for now. This priest was indeed a very special case, one that he had to handle with the utmost care. Seeing the look on his face, a look that said he wouldn't say another word, she just gave him a cool glance and didn't press the matter. Kraft, though also curious about this mysterious companion, was more focused on the mission at hand. I understand, he said. Then where is this priest? I'll go and find her now. She will find you, he said with a knowing smile. When you are on the road to the Demon King's castle, she will appear. Your goals are the same, and destiny will guide you to each other. Kraft looked at his friend's prophet-like expression, and a muscle twitched in his jaw. I understand. As you wish. I'll leave at once, he said, and with a slight nod to Serie and a final, long and complicated look at him, he turned and walked away. Rhodes watched him go, the smile fading from his face. You said you were going to wait for Norn's decision, she said, her voice cool. Why the change of plans? Because we're out of time, he said, and a small magic circle appeared in his hand, glowing faintly. What's that? She asked, leaning in closer. A life signature spell. I'm thinking of turning the magic circle into a rune and inscribing it on a piece of paper. That way, I'll have a magical item that's like a life card. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. The strength of the light represents Norn's life force. And right now, it's fading. He doesn't have much time left. A rather useless spell, she said, not understanding why he would have invented such a thing. But she didn't ask. So what are you going to do? Are you going back? Yes. I have to say goodbye to an old friend. She was silent for a moment, then nodded. But this priest, are you sure about her? With Norn's help, the Sky Wing's holy scripture was now being studied by more and more people, and the healing spells within it were becoming more widespread. But that took time. She couldn't imagine where he had found such a powerful priest. He turned to her, a look of resignation in his eyes. Serie, her identity, it really is special. She's the one from above. He pointed to the sky, trying to get her to understand. In his mind, there was only one being who lived above. But in her world, there were many who lived in the sky. I don't understand. All right. The priest, it's the goddess of life, he said with a sigh. The goddess? She's still alive, she said, a look of genuine surprise on her face. In their final battle, they had gone all out. Rhodes's final blow had completely annihilated the goddess of procreation's body. She had thought the goddess of life had died with her. But if she was still alive, then that would explain how the Skywinged had been able to leave this world. Well, she's dead, more or less. All that's left is her shattered soul. And she has to possess someone else's body to keep from fading away completely. Then, is she even strong enough? Hearing this, she suddenly felt a pang of pity for the goddess. To have once been so powerful, and to now be reduced to a disembodied soul, unable to even maintain a physical form, but then, if that was the case, why did he think she could help craft? It's fine. She owes us a favor. This will cancel it out. He had first spoken with her after he had been swallowed by the black mud. His body had been destroyed, and the disembodied soul of the goddess of life had found him there, his own body also corrupted, but not yet teleported away. And it was then that they had made a deal. He had used the power of faith to help stabilize her soul, and in return, she had promised to help him, once, in the future, with a projection of her will. The goddess of life herself had already left this world, but the heavenly kingdom was still here, an anchor point for her power. When he had need of her, she would use it to project herself down to this world. No wonder you didn't want to tell Kraft. Her identity really is special, she said with a nod. Kraft was not a believer. To be told that his new companion was the goddess herself would have made him extremely uncomfortable. But she had a feeling that this whole ordeal might just make him a believer in the end. But that was none of her business. Come on, he said, holding out his hand. Let's go say goodbye to our old friend. Yes. All right. She took his hand, the gesture now a natural one between them. In some unspoken way, a new, unspoken understanding had formed between them. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 141, Norn, a candle in the wind. Chapter 141, Norn, a candle in the wind. The return journey, compared to their previous travels, was filled with a new sense of urgency. Rhodes was worried that Norn wouldn't be able to hold on. The life signature magic circle in his palm was now a flickering candle in the wind, a light that seemed as if it could be extinguished at any moment. But they were getting closer to the human kingdom. The kingdom of Ursen was no longer just a single city. Its borders had expanded to include several surrounding villages, and even a few tribes of other races had joined them. As they passed through one of the towns in Ursen's territory, Rhodes and Serie overheard a conversation between some of the townsfolk. Have you heard? His Majesty hasn't been seen in days. Shoo. Be quiet. We're not supposed to talk about that. I hope he's all right. Similar whispers could be heard throughout the town, and a deep worry was etched on everyone's faces. And that worry was confirmed when they arrived at the capital. The atmosphere at the city gates was tense. The number of guards had been significantly increased, and they were keeping a close eye on everyone who came and went. And at the palace, as expected, they were stopped. Halt. This is the royal palace, the residence of His Majesty, Holy King Norn. No unauthorized persons are allowed. The lead guard's voice was stern, his gaze lingering on Serie's distinctively elven features for a moment, and then turning to Rhodes with a look of suspicion. Rhodes was at a loss for what to say. Should he announce himself? Or should he, as he had before, just sneak in with his levitation spell? Just as Serie was about to step forward and reveal her own identity, a surprised and disbelieving voice called out, "Is that Lady Serie?" They all turned and saw a mage, dressed in a white robe and holding a staff, walking quickly towards them. Her face was still as beautiful as he remembered, but the corners of her eyes were now creased with fine lines, and there were a few streaks of silver in her hair. Lady Lisa. What are you doing here? The guard had called out her name, and hearing it, both Rhodes and Serie remembered the little girl from all those years ago. Lisa's gaze first fell on Serie, and her eyes were filled with a mixture of complex emotions. 40 years had passed since they had last seen each other. The little girl was now a grown woman with a few silver hairs, but the elven miss was as beautiful as ever. The long-lived races, she thought with a pang of envy. But her thoughts were cut short when her gaze moved to the men beside her. A look of profound shock replaced all other emotions. Her eyes widened, her mouth fell open, and she almost cried out his name. Are you? Ro. The name of the hero, the name that had been carved into a monument and had been sung by the people for 40 long years, was on the tip of her tongue. Ahem. He reacted instantly and cut off her cry with a cough and a subtle gesture. His meaning was clear: don't reveal my identity. He had only seen Norn on his last visit, and had spent the entire time in the basement. He had heard about Lisa, but he had never expected to see her again, after so long. She understood. She swallowed her words, and quickly suppressed her shock, though the excitement was still making her hands tremble. She took a deep breath and turned to the guard, her voice now calm and composed. Captain, these two are very important guests. I will personally escort them to see His Majesty. Seeing her serious demeanor, the guard immediately relaxed his guard and gave a respectful bow. Yes, Lady Lisa. Please, go ahead. She just nodded and, after giving him one last, meaningful look, turned and led the way. Please follow me, Lady Serie. And you, sir. She couldn't bring herself to say his name. After they had gone, the guard suddenly realized. Lady Lisa's Serie, could it be the legendary elven mage? To have seen her in person, he was filled with an incredible excitement. But then he wondered, who was that human with her? To be so close to such a legendary figure, and even Lady Lisa had been so respectful of him, he couldn't imagine who he could possibly be. They walked through the long corridors of the palace, the atmosphere growing more and more oppressive with each step. They finally reached Norn's chambers. She pushed open the door, and the thick, heavy smell of medicine wafted out. His Majesty's old wounds, she explained softly, they've all flared up at once. Ordinary healing magic has no effect. I had to find some very rare and precious magic potions. Rhodes just nodded and walked over to the bed. His once vibrant companion was now lying still and silent. His breathing was shallow, and the hero of the human race was now a frail, withered old man, ravaged by sickness and time. But when his eyes fell upon them, and especially on the figure beside Serie, the flickering flame of his life was suddenly rekindled. Rhodes, his voice was hoarse, but filled with an inexpressible joy. He struggled to sit up. And Miss Serie? I thought I would never see you again. The sudden surge of emotion sent him into a fit of violent coughing, and an unhealthy flush spread across his pale cheeks. Norn. Rhodes rushed to his side and gently pushed him back down. It's us. We're back. Don't get excited. Just lie down. He looked at his old friend, at the men he had once fought side by side with, and his heart ached. Serie also came to his bedside and looked at him, a rare look of pity in her eyes. After all, they were partners. Lisa quietly slipped out and closed the door behind her, leaving the three of them, old friends reunited after a long, long time. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Good Night, Norn. Chapter 142, Good Night, Norn. Cough, cough. Norn gripped Rhodes's wrist with a strength that belied his dying state. I thought I would never see you again, he said, his words coming in short, ragged breaths. I'm sorry. I'm late. Rhodes took his hand and felt the faint flicker of life within him, a lamp that was about to be extinguished. He was silent for a moment, then his voice was hesitant. Norn, that spell I told you about. He had told him, years ago, of a spell that could absorb the life force of others, a spell that could extend one's own life. And he had offered to teach it to him. But the price was a heavy one. The human soul was too fragile, it could not withstand the erosion of time. Even he himself did not know what he would become after thousands of years of continuous reincarnation. And to take the life of another, there was always the risk of corruption. He did not want to see his old friend become a monster of pure obsession, but he could not bear to see him go. And so, against his own better judgment, he offered it once more. And once more, he was refused. No, Rhodes, he said, shaking his head with a firm resolve. The excitement in his eyes had faded, replaced by a quiet calm. I know your intentions are good. But I do not want it. He turned his head with a great effort and looked out the window, at the palace gardens. I, Urson Norn, was born in this world, I have lived in this world, I have fought for this world, and I will die in this world. My life has been full, and rich, and I lack for nothing. His gaze drifted past Rhodes and Serie, and to the horizon, as if he could see another old friend. He hadn't told anyone he was dying, not even Psalm. He had intended to just slip away quietly and leave a final message for Rhodes. But to see him now, at the very end, it was enough. To be able to tell him his choice in person, to be able to ask the question he had never dared to ask, it was enough. It is enough, it is truly enough, he said, a peaceful smile on his lips. Rhodes, as I have said before, the greatness of humanity lies in the brevity of our lives. It is because our time is so short that we cherish every day. And I have burned my own short life. And though it was not as bright a flame as I might have wished, it was enough. And now, it is time to rest. I see. I understand. Since his old friend had made his choice, all he could do was see him off. But there was one last thing. Norn, about Eirik. His breathing grew ragged, and he clutched Rhodes's hand, his eyes fixed on him. It was the next thing he had been about to say. I know. I know everything. If only I had noticed sooner, if only I could have stopped him. His voice was filled with regret. It's not your fault, Norn, he said, trying to comfort him. No one could have known that the goddess would target him. All we can do now is give him his final piece. You're right, he said, a tear rolling down his cheek. Help him, Rhodes. Please, his voice was now a desperate plea, the last obsession of a dying man. End his suffering. Let him find peace as Eirik, not as a prisoner in the body of a demon king. So he had finally made the choice. Or perhaps, he had known all along, but had never had the strength to say it. He had been hoping for a miracle, but now, at the end of his life, that miracle had not come. All he could do now was to bear the sin of his friend's death. At the very least, it was his own choice. The room was silent, save for the sound of his ragged breathing. Rhodes looked at him, at the pain and the pleading in his face, at the strength of his grip, and he was silent for a long, long time, so long that even Serie thought he would not answer. Finally, he slowly nodded. I will. I promise you, Norn. Eirik will find his peace. Hearing his promise, the tension in his body finally released. I'm sorry, he said with a long, drawn-out sigh, to make you do such a thing. But at least, the sin will be mine to bear. A look of peace came over his face, and his hand, which had been gripping Rhodes's so tightly, now went limp. He turned his head and looked out the window one last time, a look of longing in his eyes. Rhodes, he said, his voice now like that of a child, was I a good king? Did I live up to everyone's expectations? To the future of humanity? The question was not about power or strength, but about a single human in his short life, and whether he had fulfilled his duty, whether he had lit the path for those who would come after. Rhodes looked at him, at his eyes, which were now losing their focus, but were still fixed on him, and he did not hesitate. He took his hand once more. Urson Norn, he said, using his full name, you did well. You did very, very well. And now, you can rest. The path ahead, he would walk it. And it would be a long one. But at least, he would not be alone. Hearing his words, the last of the fear and uncertainty on Norn's face vanished, replaced by a smile of pure contentment. Is that so? That's good. That's very good. His voice grew softer and softer, and his pupils began to dilate. Thank you, Rhodes. Thank you, everyone. The last few words were almost inaudible. And the hand he was holding was now cold. In the 11th year of the kingdom of Urson, the first king of humanity, Norn, passed away. Rhodes held his friend's hand for a long, long time, looking at the peaceful smile on his face. And in the silence of the room, Serie let out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, The Long-Awaited Priest. Chapter 143, The Long-Awaited Priest. A few days later, in the royal capital, was the funeral of the holy King Norn. The entire city had gathered, a sea of mourners that stretched from the palace to the royal cemetery. Everyone's face was etched with grief, and many were weeping softly. Rhodes and Serie did not join the crowd. They stood on the highest tower of the city, looking down at the long funeral procession. So this is a human farewell, Serie murmured. Yes, he said finally, his gaze fixed on the distant casket. This is what it is to be human. To honor a great life with a grand ceremony. He deserves all of this. He watched until the coffin had disappeared from view, and then he turned away. It's time for us to go, Serie. He looked to the north, towards the Demon King's castle, towards the next promise he had to keep. Norn's journey has ended. But ours is still long. She gave the morning city one last look and nodded. They turned and, with a spell of spatial magic, vanished from the tower. In the northern wastelands, Kraft was walking alone on a rugged mountain path. It had been several days since he had parted ways with them. To avoid monsters, he had taken a more secluded route. But the priest Rhodes had mentioned had still not appeared, and he was beginning to wonder. Had something happened to her? He crested a snow-covered peak and was looking for a place to rest when he felt an unusual fluctuation of mana. It was not a demonic aura, but something warm. It was coming from nearby. He drew his sword and silently crept towards its source. In a small cave in the rock face, a small fire was burning. Beside it sat a young woman who looked human. She wore a simple white robe, and her black hair was tied back in a simple knot, revealing a clear forehead and a delicate face. And for some reason, he felt that he had seen her before, though he was sure they had never met. A book, from which a soft magical aura emanated, was open on her lap. The moment he saw her, she looked up. There was no surprise in her eyes, as if she had been expecting him. "Elven warrior, I have been waiting for you." He was a little taken aback. She's not surprised to see me. Could she be the one? But his warrior instincts kept him on guard. "Who are you?" "I am Alia, just a humble priest," she said, closing her book and standing. "And you, Kraft, the elf who has set foot on this land, the hero who will save the world, our paths are destined to converge." "Who are you?" he asked again. "I have already told you. I am Alia, a simple priest who has been waiting here for you," she said with a slight tilt of her head, as if she was confused by his question. It had been a long time since she had last spoken with someone, 40 years, to be precise. Had that other one not told him about her? "Are you the priest Rhodes spoke of?" he asked. "Yes," she nodded. "He said you would need my strength. And I must fulfill my promise." He looked her up and down. His warrior's intuition told him that she was powerful, far more powerful than any priest he had ever met, almost on par with Olivia, or the other members of the council, but older. He hadn't been lying. This seemingly frail woman was the mysterious and powerful priest. Though her origin and her true identity were still a mystery, she had been sent by him, and she was clearly strong. That was enough for him to set aside his doubts for now. He took a deep, cold breath and slowly relaxed his grip on his sword. "Lady Alia," he said, using the respectful form of address, "I am Kraft. Rhodes did mention you." "Good," she said with a nod. "I will go with you to the Demon King. All you have to do is make a name for yourself. Let the world know that it was you, Kraft, who defeated the Demon King and saved this world." He was silent for a moment, then he nodded. Rhodes had not wanted to gain honor from the death of his old friend, and so he had given this cruel honor to him. He didn't know why, but he had made a promise, and he would keep it. "Lady Alia, the path ahead, it will not be a peaceful one." "I know," she said, and looked to the north, towards the distant Demon King's castle. A faint golden light flickered in her eyes, so quickly that he thought he had imagined it. Her holy scripture dissolved into a stream of light and was absorbed into her robes. "Let us go," she said, and walked out of the cave. "Our journey is a long one." He hesitated no longer, pulled his cloak tighter around him, and followed her. Who was she, really? And where had she gotten such incredible power? These were questions that he could only find the answers to on the path ahead. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, The Kingdom of the Dwarves. Chapter 144, The Kingdom of the Dwarves. Leaving the human kingdom behind them, Rhodes and Serie, without a moment's pause, turned and headed south, to one of the three great nations of the world, the Kingdom of the Dwarves. The Skywing's heavenly kingdom had long since fallen into decline, leaving only a single, never-falling sky city, floating aimlessly above the continent. Flying races had once tried to land there, but they had all been repelled by its barrier, and in time, they had given up. And so, the kingdom of Ursen, founded by Norn, had taken its place. At the entrance to the Dwarven Kingdom, he looked at the grand city walls and felt a sense of disappointment. "What's wrong?" "You look disappointed," Serie asked, noticing the look on his face. "I thought a Dwarven Kingdom would be built into the side of a mountain, like the Dwarven ruins we went to before." He remembered that the original Dwarven Kingdom, before it had been destroyed, had been built into a mountain, a scene that was very similar to a certain classic work from his old world. But the kingdom before him was built on a great plain, surrounded by high walls. He wouldn't have been surprised if it had been built by humans. When the first Dwarven Kingdom was destroyed, she explained, many dwarves were not able to escape in time. The royal family, who lived in the deepest part of the kingdom, were all wiped out. And so, when they rebuilt, they abandoned the idea of building into a mountain. "I see." As they drew closer, he could feel the metallic scent of the forge wafting from behind the heavy gates, a scent that reminded him of the dwarven town they had visited on their first adventure. The massive city gates were flanked by dwarven guards, clad in heavy plate armor that glinted in the sun. The demons were showing signs of a resurgence, and the hard-won peace was once again in jeopardy, which was a cause for concern for all the dwarves. But there was good news. A powerful elven warrior had begun a quest to slay the Demon King, just as the elven saint, Serie, had done decades ago to save the world. But until the news of his victory came, no one could afford to let their guard down. The dwarven guard at the gate eyed the two exceptionally well-dressed guests. An elf and a human, a rare combination. "Halt," one of them said, stepping forward. "Please state your names. You need to register to enter your kingdom." Serie asked, a little confused. She had thought the Dwarven Kingdom, like Ursen, welcomed strangers. It was good for trade, after all. Other than a brief period during the height of the war, they had never had any restrictions. The dwarven captain looked a little embarrassed. He had only stopped them because he had been curious about the strange pair. "We're just being a little more careful," he said. "The succession ceremony for the new king is coming up soon, so we have to be extra vigilant." "Is that so?" Rhodes said, and pointed to a member of some other, strange race who was now swaggering past the guards and into the city. The captain's face grew even more flustered. "My apologies." "Please, go ahead," he said, and quickly stepped aside. He had wanted to question them further, but the look on the elven mage's face had grown increasingly cold, and he had wisely chosen to back down. The wide streets were lined with all sorts of shops, smithies, taverns, and even an item shop. In all his time in this world, this was the first place that had felt like a real, otherworld adventure. This world was still too ancient. A big city like this was a rare sight indeed. Perhaps, in a few thousand years, when humanity had grown and prospered, it would finally become the kind of other world he had imagined. Serie's elven features drew a few curious glances, but the dwarves just gave them a quick look and then went about their business. For them, a truly beautiful woman had to have a long beard. Our elven miss was clearly not their type. "You know, I think we should have just told them your name," he said as they walked. "Why?" "It would be easier to find Som." They had come to the dwarven kingdom to see him. According to her, he had done quite well for himself and was even about to become the next king, which he found hard to believe. The same boy who had been an outcast in his own village, who couldn't even drink and didn't have a beard, how had he become a king? He had expected Norn to become a king, but this was a complete surprise. He must have a beard now, at least, he thought. He had created a beard-growing spell for him, after all. And even if a dwarf couldn't use magic himself, he could always have a mage cast it for him. Where would he be now? Rhodes asked, looking around at the bustling market. "Should we just go to the royal palace? Why don't we just ask?" He stopped a dwarf and asked him about Som. "Lord Som," the dwarf said, and pointed to a massive building from which thick black smoke was billowing. "He should be in the great forge at this time of day." They thanked him and made their way through the streets. "Is it getting hotter?" Rhodes asked. He could feel the temperature rising, and even the cobblestones under his feet were warm. "Yes. Want some of this?" She had, at some point, conjured a magic circle, and now a wisp of frost was floating in her hand, a magical air conditioner. "Sure." He didn't refuse. "Come on. It's probably even hotter inside," she said, and pushed open the massive doors. A wave of heat washed over him, and he had to squint. In the center of the hall were dozens of massive, roaring forges, and around them, dwarves were busy at work. And at the very center, the largest forge of them all, a forge that was at least dozens of meters high, he couldn't imagine what kind of weapon would require such a massive furnace. And around it, 100 dwarven smiths were all working at once. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, a 40-year reunion. Chapter 145, a 40-year reunion. The arrival of Rhodes and Serie drew the attention of some of the dwarves. "Who are you?" they asked, their eyes wary. "We're here to see Som. Could you please inform him?" "We can. But we'll need your names first." Rhodes and Serie exchanged a look, and she gave a slight nod. "This is Serie," he said, "and the holy sword at her waist is the legendary elven holy right sword, Athos." She had been carrying it with her ever since. She clearly just thought of it as an accessory, she had never drawn it. But even so, the aura it gave off was enough to mark it as one of the legendary swords of the elves. At the mention of her name, the dwarves' wary expressions were instantly replaced with a mixture of ecstasy and awe. "The elven saint, Lady Serie. By the gods, I can't believe I'm seeing the legendary holy right sword, Athos, with my own eyes. Lady Serie. Please, let us see the true form of Athos." Seeing the fanaticism in their eyes, Rhodes was glad he had wrapped Org in cloth. Otherwise, they would have probably been even more excited. And our elven miss, she was clearly not used to this kind of attention. She shot him a helpless, pleading look. "Gentlemen," he said, stepping in front of her, "could you please go and get Som now?" But no one answered him. Their attention was completely fixed on the legendary sword. "Human boy, can't you convince Lady Serie to draw the sword for us? Just a peek." He just smiled and said nothing. He knew that for them, it would be more than just a peek. "By the way," one of the dwarves said, "isn't the only human who travels with Lady Serie the great Lord Rhodes? Could you be him?" "No. It's not me." "You've got the wrong person," he quickly denied. He had no desire to be mobbed by a group of muscle-bound dwarves. But then, another dwarf came to his rescue. "Are you an idiot? Lord Rhodes is a human. It's been over 40 years. How could he still be so young? What if he knows a youth-preserving spell? The dwarves were now chattering like a group of old women at a market. He and Serie were both starting to get a headache. But fortunately, the commotion had drawn the attention of the person they had come to see. What are you all doing? Get back to the forges. A stocky dwarf walked over. The face was still recognizable, but the childish features had been replaced by a mature and seasoned expression. He wore a suit of shining mithril armor, and on his chest was a complex, golden insignia. And, to Rhodes's great amusement, he now had a magnificent, red beard, a beard so perfect it was a textbook example of dwarven facial hair. Som. He had been prepared, but to see the beardless, ostracized boy of his memories now transformed into such a magnificent figure, it was still a shock. His voice should have been lost in the din of the forge, but it was as if Som had sensed something, and he looked their way. His eyes fell on them, and they, too, widened in surprise. Rhodes. And Miss Serie. His voice trembled, and he stood frozen for a long moment. The entire hall fell silent, and all the dwarves looked at their stunned crown prince. A few, however, were now looking at Rhodes with an even more intense, fiery gaze. Som finally broke out of his stupor, pushed his way through the crowd, and ran to them. It really is you, he said, and pulled Rhodes into a hug so tight it made him wince. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Cough, cough. I can't breathe. He pretended to be in distress, and Som immediately let go. Miss Serie, he said, turning to her, it's been a long time. It has. You've matured a lot. Hearing their crown prince confirm their identities, the dwarves' gazes grew even more fervent, and some of them were now staring at the cloth-wrapped sword at his waist. Before, their attention had been on Athos, and they hadn't noticed. But now, that young human man was the legendary godslayer, Rhodes. Your Highness. Can't you ask your friend to let us see Org? Yes. It's the greatest masterpiece of our people. If I could just see it once, I could die happy. Ha ha ha. That's not up to me, he said with a laugh, and then, without another word, he led them away from the great forge and to his own palace. Along the way, he excitedly introduced them to his friends. This is Rhodes, the wielder of Org. And Lady Serie, the elven saint. And so, his secret was out. There was nothing he could do about it. In his palace, Som poured them all a glass of juice and began to eagerly tell them of his adventures over the past few years. After the final battle, he had returned to the Dwarven Kingdom. His own clan had moved there after the king's summons. And with the reputation he had earned, and the beard-growing spell Rhodes had left him, he had slowly gained the respect of his people. The old Dwarven king's own son had died in the war years ago. He had held a tournament to choose a new heir, and Som had been the victor. The succession ceremony is next month, he said, slapping his thigh, his beard trembling with excitement. You all have to be there. Rhodes was silent for a moment, then he said softly, Som, we just came from Norn. He's gone. The atmosphere in the room froze. The smile on Som's face faded, and he slowly put down his cup. He's gone, his excited voice was now a low whisper. Yes, he nodded. Before he left, he asked me if he had been a good king. Tears welled up in Som's eyes. That fool, of course he was. There was no better king than him. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Som, a family man. Chapter 146, Som, a family man. Som gripped his cup so tightly that his hand began to tremble. For a moment, Rhodes was afraid it would shatter. But it didn't. His grip loosened, and he said, I suspected it, when I went to see him last year. The stubborn fool, he never stopped working. He'd collapse from exhaustion, but he'd still be doing paperwork in bed. Never gave himself a moment's rest. Rhodes said nothing, just looked at his old friend. Other than Serie, Som was the only one left. But he, too, would one day face the same fate as Norn, and then it would just be him and her. But that day was still a long way off. 40 years was not a short time, even for a dwarf. Som had changed. He had a beard now, and he carried himself with a new maturity. But with him and Serie, he was the same as he had always been, the young dwarven boy they had fought alongside so long ago. Perhaps they were the only ones who could bring out that side of him. Did he mention Eirik? He asked, his voice now a little strained. He did, Rhodes nodded. And he asked me to end his suffering, to let him rest in peace, as a warrior. His breathing grew heavy. He put down his cup and leaned forward, his hands on his knees, his arm muscles taut. After a long moment, he let out a deep breath. That fool, so he finally made his choice. Yes. There was no other way. Perhaps a small part of Eirik was still in there, but it was too late now. And did you agree? He asked, looking up at him. I did. His voice was soft, but it held a strength that could not be denied. He stared at him for a long, long time, and then he said, Good. I'm sure you will be the one to give him his peace. Will you come with us? Rhodes asked. To say goodbye to our old friend. No. Forgive me, Rhodes. This time. I cannot go with you. Rhodes raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, and waited for him to continue. Just like Norn, his voice was so low it was almost a whisper, I can't bring myself to do it. And he stood and walked over to a small cabinet by the fireplace. From inside, he took out a painting. It had been done not long ago, by a traveling artist from another race. Everyone had been saying that a new king should have a proper portrait. In the painting, he was not alone. Beside him was a dwarven woman, and in her arms, a dwarven baby. This is my wife and my son, he said, his voice full of a gentle warmth. The little one will be 1 year old soon. He gently traced the baby's face in the painting. And so, I cannot go with you. I am sorry. The once fearless dwarven warrior was now a family man, and with that, came a new kind of chain, a new kind of restraint. But it was a good kind of chain. Rhodes looked at the painting and smiled. Congratulations, Som. I am truly happy for you. You now have someone to protect. That is more important than anything else. Serie also gave a slight nod. You have made a wise choice. You do not need to feel guilty. In truth, she, too, had no intention of going. Of their old party, only he would be the one to see their old friend off. Som put the painting back and turned to him. Rhodes, I may not be able to go with you, but the Dwarven Kingdom will always be at your side. Whatever you need, just ask, he said, and pounded his chest. There's no need, he said with a smile. I'm already prepared. He had only asked him to come along as a courtesy, to say a final farewell. He wouldn't have actually had him fight. But now that he had a family, it was best to keep him out of danger. Is that so? Good. But are you sure you don't want some new equipment? We've just recently rediscovered a lost technique, a kind of an exploding, light-emitting sphere. The kind Eirik used to use. He remembered it well. The flashbangs that had been so useful against the goddess. Yes, that's it. It's a powerful tool, one that even a god had to be wary of. She was just blinded by the light. For the next while, Som enthusiastically showed him the latest creations of the dwarven smiths, trying to convince him to take something. He refused most of it, but in the end, he did accept a small bag of specially made mana recovery potions. An enhanced version, he had said, though with a much more bitter taste. At the other end of the room, the elven miss felt a sudden, inexplicable chill. She felt it again when he took the bag with a smile. A feeling of pure, unadulterated malice. He had intended to leave right after their conversation, but Som had insisted on throwing them a grand farewell banquet. At the feast, he was a one-man army, drinking every other dwarf under the table. But only Rhodes knew his secret. He was just drinking juice. And to make it even more convincing, he had even had a special, two-chambered flask made. He had not spoken of Norn, or of Eirik, again. He had just clapped him on the shoulder, and had wished him a safe journey. Later that night, after the banquet was over, he had personally shown them to their rooms. In the shadows of the hallway, the soon-to-be king had suddenly taken his arm, and his voice had been solemn. Rhodes, if, and this is a big if a part of Eirik is still in there, could you give him a message for me? Of course. Tell him that I will never forget our adventures together. And that he was the bravest warrior I have ever known. He had nodded and had committed the words to memory. The next morning, they left, without a word to anyone. They had thought no one had seen them, but on the city walls, a lone figure stood, watching their retreating forms. Safe travels, my friends, the future Dwarven King whispered. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 147, until the end of a long life. Chapter 147, until the end of a long life. By the way, she said, finally noticing the strangeness of it all, why haven't you aged? It had been over a decade since their reunion. For a human, that was a significant amount of time, a time that should have brought at least a few changes, a few signs of aging. But he looked exactly the same, as if time had not touched him at all. It's probably this body. It was made with the power of a god, so it doesn't age, he explained. The goddess of life had used her authority over life to create the sky-winged, and had included in their design a spell that prevented their appearance from changing with the passage of time. And he, having inherited that authority, had naturally learned the spell as well. So it's a kind of eternal youth spell, she asked, a little uncertain. For an elf, such a spell was rather pointless. Their own appearance hardly changed with age, at least not after a certain point. It was as if they had a built-in eternal youth spell of their own. Not exactly, he said, shaking his head. I can't use it on others. But I could look into it. I could probably create a similar spell. She didn't respond. She wasn't interested in such things. With the goddess slain, she no longer sought after powerful spells, but rather, just interesting ones, things she had never seen before. And his explanation was plausible enough. The power of a god, granting eternal youth, it was strange, but in his case, not entirely unbelievable. She didn't press the matter, but her thoughts lingered on his words. After a long silence, she suddenly stopped. An idea had just occurred to her. She turned and looked at his ageless face. If your appearance doesn't change with time, what about your lifespan? Has that changed as well? It was a direct question, a question about whether or not his life, the fragile hourglass of a human's life, had also been frozen. Was he immortal? He, too, slowed his pace. He met her gaze, and a slow smile spread across his lips. Oh, he said, drawing out the word, and leaned in closer, his voice a low, teasing whisper. Are you worried, Serie? Worried that I won't be around long enough to see the end of this long journey? Or is it? He paused, enjoying the way her calm, indifferent gaze was now beginning to waver, that you don't want me to die. Nonsense. She was like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. She whipped her head around, giving him only the back of her head to look at. Who would miss a presumptuous creature like you, she said, her voice a little too loud, a little too defensive, as if to ward off the fear that was now beginning to creep into her heart. She couldn't imagine a future without him. 30 years of searching, it had been long enough. Is that so? He chuckled. Then if I really do die one day. He paused, watching her shoulders tense, you won't have to go on another foolish, 30-year search for me. After all, I'll just be in my grave. And your own precious elven life, it should be spent on more interesting things. It wasn't a foolish search, she retorted. And if you were to die, I would just, occasionally, when I happen to be passing by, take a look at your grave. That's all. She then quickened her pace and walked ahead, leaving him with only her back to look at. He watched her go, and a fond, helpless smile played on his lips. She couldn't lie, his stubborn, soft-hearted elven miss. He knew her too well. Her, just passing by, would be a daily pilgrimage. Her, occasionally, would be often. She was afraid of him dying, of him disappearing, just as he was afraid of not being able to walk with her, to the very end. But what she didn't know was that, from the moment he had accepted the authority over life, he had also found the possibility of reincarnation. The power of a god was not just a freeze frame of his appearance, but a reshaping of his very being. In a way, he had already touched upon the threshold of immortality, and had gained a lifespan to rival that of an elf. But he wouldn't tell her. Not yet. She would just get flustered and angry. And besides, to see her trying so hard to be tough, it was a little fun, wasn't it? He would let his own little secret remain for a while longer. And then, one day, after they had walked together for a long, long time, a time so long that she would begin to wonder why he was still not aging, he would give her a surprise. A mischievous grin spread across his face, and he ran to catch up to her. Hey, elven miss, what's the hurry? Wait for me. Shut up. Stay away from me, she said without turning back, her steps now even faster. But what no one saw was the slight tremor of her lip, and the silent vow she made to herself. If that day ever came, she would not just pass by. She would go every day, and bring him a flower she thought he might like. Or she would show him a new spell she had learned. And she would just sit there, and even if he was no longer there to tease her, she would talk to him. And she would do it. Until the end of her own long life. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The Heavenly Kingdom descends upon the Demon King's castle. Chapter 148, The Heavenly Kingdom descends upon the Demon King's castle. Rhodes quickly caught up to her. Wait for me, Lady Serie. No, she said, her pace quickening, her golden hair swaying with her hurried steps, as if she could outrun the topic that had so flustered her. He didn't press her, just kept a respectful half-step behind, enjoying the rare sight of her in a full-blown retreat. He knew her so well. His efforts had not been in vain. Her tense shoulders, her quickened pace, they were a clear sign of her inner turmoil. She was looking ahead, but her thoughts were a million miles away. His teasing words were echoing in her mind. Are you worried that I won't be around long enough? That you don't want me to die? Another foolish, 30-year search. Just passing by. Did she not want him to die? Of course she didn't. The thought, unbidden, had risen in her mind, and with it, a suffocating panic. She had thought that once she had found him, her obsession would fade. And then, she would just wait for him to die, and then she would be alone again. But she had been wrong. The longer they traveled together, the more she didn't want him to go. The 30 years of his absence had been a long, lonely, aimless time. The world was so vast, and yet there had been no trace of him. Each new search had brought only a new disappointment. She had almost given up. The tombstone had been proof of that. But she had found him. But what if she hadn't? Then there would not have been these past 10 years of adventuring, and there would not be this fear. Or what if she had never met him at all? Then none of this would have happened. But to have never met him, that would have been even worse. So all her words, all her protestations, they had just been a front. He watched her silent, retreating form, and he could feel the unspoken weight she was carrying. He touched his own chest, and he could still feel the strange, lingering power of the goddess of life. A surprise is best saved for the right moment, he thought. He quickened his pace and fell into step beside her. Should we rest for a bit? There are some bushes over there. I could pick some berries for you. Her steps faltered. She glanced at him, and seeing his familiar smile, the tension in her heart eased a little. She just huffed, a silent acquiescence, but she still didn't speak, just slowed her pace. Time stretched their shadows long before them. After a long journey, Kraft and Alia finally reached the so-called Demon King's castle. They stood on the edge of a cliff, looking down at the heart-stopping sight below. The castle was a massive, black citadel, radiating a dark aura that had blotted out the very sky with a perpetual shroud of dark clouds. And their presence had not gone unnoticed. A shrill horn blast echoed through the air, and the ground began to tremble. Countless magical beasts, a black tide, poured from every corner of the castle and even from the ground itself, and rushed towards them. In the sky, a suffocating cloud of flying monsters swooped down. In an instant, they were surrounded. Alia's holy scripture appeared in her hand, and a pure, holy power began to emanate from it. "Shall we fight our way out?" she asked, turning to him. With their combined strength, they could surely cut a path through the horde, all the way to the Demon King himself. But he just held up a hand. His eyes were fixed on the highest spire of the castle. His mission was not to slay a horde of monsters, nor to kill the Demon King himself. "No, Lady Alia. Our mission is complete." He took out the teleportation device Rhodes had given him and poured his mana into it. VMMMM. A brilliant light, a light that shot up into the sky in a pure white pillar, erupted from the disk, tearing a massive, gaping hole in the black clouds, a hole that was now filled by a teleportation circle of an unimaginable size, a circle that covered the entire castle and the surrounding land for dozens of miles. The immense power, the ancient, holy pressure of it, made even the mindless beasts scream in terror and try to flee. "What is that?" Kraft looked up at the massive teleportation circle that now covered the sky, and he almost forgot to breathe. The device in his hand had turned to dust, and the shock in his heart was like a tidal wave. "Rhodes, you bastard. What have you been hiding from me? This isn't a teleportation circle for one person, this is a spell to move an entire city." Alia also looked up, and a flicker of a complex emotion passed over her calm face. As one of the creators of this spell, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. She had not taught it to him. He had deciphered it, had replicated it, and had even improved upon it, all on his own. His talent was like that of a god. And from the other side of the portal, she could feel a familiar aura. In the next moment, the light of the teleportation circle grew to its absolute brightest, and the very fabric of space groaned under the strain. And in that light, a massive object began to appear. It was a grand and majestic city of white halls and towers, a city that radiated a soft, gentle light. An entire city in the sky. The heavenly kingdom of the sky-winged, the holy city that would never fall, was now descending from the heavens. It hovered above the Demon King's castle, like a sword of judgment. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, the hero finds his rest. Chapter 149, the hero finds his rest. The grand sky city floated silently in the air, its shadow almost completely enveloping the Demon King's castle. A holy light fell from it like a waterfall, and in its path, the swirling demonic miasma dissipated. Some of the weaker magical beasts, caught in the light, were turned to ash before they could even scream. At the very top of the highest temple of the holy city, a white figure was visible. A pair of large, white wings, now shimmering with a silver light, were spread out behind her. It was Olivia. Her hands were clasped together, and she was concentrating, controlling the entire heavenly kingdom. Alia, on the ground below, also saw her, a complex emotion in her eyes. Olivia, her last creation, and her most promising. If not for what had happened, she would have become the head of the Council of 13, and would have led the Skywinged under her own divine light for all eternity. But there were no ifs. Her life formula had been rewritten. She was no longer her child. And when she had offered to restore their bond, she had been refused. She didn't understand. Why would she refuse to return to her creator's embrace? But her question would never be answered. Perhaps even Olivia herself did not know. Looking up at the heavenly kingdom, the city she herself had built, 1,000 thoughts went through her mind. What was that human planning to do? Was he after her pool of faith? Just then, Rhodes felt his teleportation circle activate. It seems I have to go for a bit. How long will you be? You're not going to disappear for another few decades, are you? I won't have it, she said, to make it perfectly clear. She knew what he was about to do. She was surprised craft had been so fast, it had only been 5 years. Don't worry. I'll be right back. I've set up a return circle. Oh. Do you want to come? No. I'll wait for you here. All right. She watched as the light of the teleportation circle enveloped him, and just before he disappeared, she couldn't help but call out, "Be careful. And don't keep me waiting too long." But he was already gone. In the deepest part of the Demon King's castle, the being known as Asmodeus, or Eirik, looked up. He could feel it, that familiar aura. And in his eyes, in the depths of the darkness that had consumed him, a small, yet clear, spark of Eirik's own light was rekindled. "You're finally here, Rhodes. I've been waiting for so long." He could feel it, the power that was about to descend upon him, the power that would bring him his final destruction. Even the corrosive will within him could feel it, the familiar scent of the Godslayer. In a last, desperate struggle, the corruption tried to once again consume Eirik's soul. But this time, he did not resist. He let go of his last vestiges of control, and let the darkness take him, and waited for his judgment. In the Sky City, at the top of the temple, Olivia, at his command, began to cast a massive spell. The entire city began to glow with an intense light, and as she chanted, the immense power of the pool of faith was drawn forth, a torrent of pure destruction that was then shaped into a massive waterfall of light and aimed at the castle below, at the struggling, possessed figure of his old friend. The will that now inhabited Eirik's body tried to resist. It threw up a barrier that covered the entire castle. But the waterfall of light descended, and the barrier shattered in an instant. The light consumed the castle, and the countless magical beasts and demons within it were annihilated before they could even scream. Even the highest spire, where the dark throne sat, was erased from existence. At the heart of the light, only a single figure remained, bound in a cage of golden light. And in that cleansing fire, in that endless pain, the last of the goddess of procreations will finally met its end, leaving behind only a small wisp of black matter. From the cliffside, Kraft watched, a mixture of awe and a deep, profound sadness in his heart. The boy who had once dreamed of being a great warrior had finally found his rest. It was over. Alia watched as the light of purification faded, as Eirik's form dissolved, leaving behind only that wisp of black matter. She opened her hand, and it flew to her, a final remnant of a fallen god. Rhodes slowly lowered his hand. The heavenly kingdom, having unleashed its final, devastating blow, quickly dimmed, and a new magic circle appeared, and the grand city vanished. The Demon King's castle, and all the pain it held, was now gone from this world, leaving only a deep, bottomless crater. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 150, a dead seed. Chapter 150, a dead seed. What are you doing? He had seen the last wisp of darkness, the remnant of the goddess's will, and had been about to destroy it, but Alia had been faster, and had enclosed it in her palm. Did she not fear being possessed herself? "It's all right," she said with a gentle smile, seeing his concern. "Don't worry. This child will bring no more disaster." Can you be sure? He was still worried. They had paid too much. He himself could not have replicated the final battle on his own. The world had no more faith for him to squander, the last of it having been used in that final, devastating blow. "I am." She looked at him, at the human who had taken her most beloved child, who had taken the heavenly kingdom she had created, who had killed her dearest sister. And yet, she felt no hatred. It had been she, in the beginning, who had realized that the faith of the elves was not enough to sustain them both, who had created the Sky Wing to be her own, while her sister would have the elves. But that child, she had not listened to her explanation, had just retreated into her own stubbornness. And perhaps, she, herself, was also to blame. She had been too demanding of her. But it was too late now. A short distance away, Kraft stood, staring at the bottomless crater, his body trembling. The child who had been so thoroughly corrupted, and the terrible darkness within him, were gone. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was a long, deep sigh. "If that thing were to corrupt you, I'm not sure I could save the world again," Rhodes said to Alia. "Look," she said, and opened her hand. The wisp of black matter hovered there, inert, no longer writhing, a dead seed. "She's dead," she said, her voice a calm statement of fact. Her gaze moved from the darkness in her hand to the massive crater. "She will not be resurrected, and she will bring no more disaster." He looked at the wisp, then at her calm face. She had given him her assurance, but he was still wary. This was, after all, the remnant of a god, the source of all their tragedy. If she had been so easy to kill, the goddess of life would not have been possessed, and there would have been no war between the demons and the allied forces. She met his scrutinizing gaze without flinching. To be looked at with such audacity, he was the only one. But she didn't mind. In the end, he chose to remain silent. He nodded and looked up at the sky, at the thin clouds, at the place where the grand heavenly kingdom had been. "You're not taking Olivia with you?" he asked, his voice low. With all the other sky-winged gone, to be alone, in that vast, empty city, he couldn't imagine the loneliness. And she had fulfilled her mission. She had, at his command, unleashed all of the city's stored faith, and had destroyed the Demon King's castle. She refused, she said, her voice devoid of any anger, only a hint of a slight confusion. She closed her hand, and the wisp of darkness was absorbed into her body. She is bound to you by a life pact, to share your life. It is good that she will live on. Olivia's own life force had been sacrificed in the battle, her once-long lifespan now drastically shortened. But the pact with him had replenished it. As long as he lived, she would live on. And though Alia could have fixed her lifespan herself, she would respect the child's wishes. She had made one mistake already, she would not make another. "It seems you have figured it out," she said. He was surprised that she had discovered his secret so quickly. "You have the authority over life, after all. I am sure that with your ability, you will find a way to achieve eternal life. Is that a reward for the hero? You can think of it that way, if you wish. But," she paused, as if hesitant, "that authority, you cannot use it on others." "I understand," he said with a solemn nod. For now, at least, he had no intention of using his power to grant eternal life to anyone else. The one he wanted to be with, was already an immortal herself. Having said all that was to be said, she turned to Kraft. "Farewell, Kraft." He slowly knelt before her. "To have adventured with you, it has been an honor." He had not believed in a goddess before, but now it was time. He had not known, at first, who she was. But as they had traveled together, he had sensed it, her otherworldly air, her incredible power, a power that could only belong to a god. And her conversation with him, it had confirmed it. Alia was the legendary goddess of life, Alice. "And you, Rhodes," she said, her voice clear in the desolate ruins, "it is all finished now. My pact with you has been fulfilled. My time has come to an end." She walked to the edge of the crater, and her form began to fade. "It is time for me to leave this world." "Leave this world?" he asked, a look of shock on his face. He had thought she was just talking about the end of their adventure, not this. She was the last of the gods. And with her departure, the age of myth would truly be over. "An era has ended," she said, not looking back, her gaze fixed on the sky, where the sunlight was now streaming through the tattered clouds. "And so it must. My children have found their own paths. To remain here, I would just be a ghost of the past, a hindrance to the new life that is about to bloom." She turned her head slightly and looked at him. "You have done well, Rhodes. You have taken much from me, but you have also prevented a much greater disaster." End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, A Reassuring Aura. Chapter 151, A Reassuring Aura. "This world, it is time to leave it to the races that are not gods." Her words were final. "Have you made up your mind?" "I have." Before, she had held on to a small sliver of a connection to this world, to the thought that as long as the heavenly kingdom still existed, as long as its pool of faith was still full, she could one day return. But his actions, they had put an end to that, and had, in a way, made the decision for her. She was letting go. She was taking all of her past, and that dead seed, with her, to the world beyond. "Lady Alia." Kraft began, but Rhodes stopped him. He looked at the back of the goddess who was now making the choice he had hoped she would make. The age of myth did not need a god. Not now, and not ever again. But for now, he would see her off. "Thank you," he said with a slight bow, "for everything you have done, for this world, and for me." She had heard the hidden meaning in his words, and a faint smile seemed to touch her lips. So the human had noticed. The chosen one was never a coincidence. She said no more. Her form grew more and more transparent, like a reflection in a pool of water, and then she was gone. The goddess who had once created the sky-winged, who had built a kingdom in the heavens, whose fate had once been so intertwined with that of this world, was now gone, without a sound. And with her, all her secrets, all her past, and a seed that would never sprout again. "It's all over, Rhodes," Kraft murmured, his voice filled with a strange, indescribable emotion. "Yes. And congratulations. You are now the hero who saved the world." "But I did nothing," he said, shaking his head. For a warrior, such an honor was a heavy one, so heavy it was almost suffocating. No. You have done more than enough, he said, and clapped him on the shoulder. This world needs a hero. The Godslayer is a legend of the past. They need a new hero to lead them. And you, Kraft, you are that new hero. Is that so? What a heavy burden. But I understand. And, for the next 1,000 years, you won't have to worry about the demons making a comeback. The demons could not be completely eradicated. Though he had wiped out their castle and all the monsters within it, there were still many more in the world. In 1,000 years, they would likely return and bring a new wave of chaos. But he would not think about that now. All he wanted was to see one person. I leave the rest to you. There's someone waiting for me. And I've kept her waiting for too long. Kraft paused for a moment, then understood. Ah, Serie. You should go. Don't let another 30 years pass. Rhodes nodded and, with one last look at the massive crater and the spot where Alia had disappeared, he activated the return teleportation circle. A small circle of light appeared at his feet, and in a flash, he was gone, leaving Kraft alone in the ruins, under the scattered rays of the sun. Under an ancient tree. Serie sat with her back against its rough bark, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of golden hair. She stared at the spot where the teleportation circle had been, a restless feeling in her heart. This wait was not as long as the 30 years before, but it was just as agonizing. Her own last words to him echoed in her mind, be careful. And don't keep me waiting too long. He hadn't heard her. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity. How long had he been gone? An hour? 2. Just as she was about to check the stability of the teleportation circle, a familiar magical light flared. And there he was. Rhodes. She rushed to him and, in her excitement, stumbled and fell into his arms. She tried to pull away, but his arms, strong and firm, held her tight. Oh well, she thought, I'll let him have his little moment. She did not struggle, but just let him hold her, let him feel her, to confirm that she was real. She looked up, and his was the only face she could see. You're holding on a little too tight, don't you think? Am I, he said, his voice a little reluctant to let go. Fine. Is it over? The Demon King, Eirik. Kraft and the Goddess of Life. What happened? The questions came in a torrent. He did not answer right away. He just held her, and gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. Yes, he said, his voice low. It's over. It's all over. Eirik, he is at peace now. She let out a sigh of relief. He told her everything. How he had had Olivia teleport the entire heavenly kingdom to the Demon King's castle, and had used the power of its faith to destroy it. How the Goddess of Life had made her final choice and had left this world forever. How did you manage such a large-scale teleportation? With the power of Org's scabbard, and the heavenly kingdom's own magic. Even with all my strength, I could have never done it on my own. So the goddess is really gone, she said, and then, a look of understanding crossed her face. That's good. They were so close now that she could have just rested her head on his chest and listened to his steady heartbeat. The past, with the departure of the goddess, it was truly gone now. By the way, she said, looking up at him, my last words to you, did you hear them? He looked down at her, and his smile widened. He gently pinched her small nose. I did. Every single one. Why else would I have come back so quickly? The elven misses command. I have to obey. Nonsense. You've never obeyed me, she mumbled. But she was happy he was back. She buried her face in his chest and breathed in his familiar, reassuring scent. End of chapter. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Serie, I'm going to die. Chapter 152, Serie, I'm going to die. Time flowed on. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Rhodes and Serie had long since given up their adventuring ways and had settled into a quiet, secluded life. His body could no longer take it. With the passage of time, the vitality of his vessel had been steadily declining. It was perhaps time for him to reincarnate once more. The elven miss, on the other hand, had not changed a bit, except for a deepening dependence on a certain audacious human. She was still as sharp-tongued as ever, but a silent, unspoken companionship had woven itself into the very air they breathed. Rhodes was sitting in a rocking chair by the window. He looked like a young man, but his life force was a faint and flickering thing, and his face was a sickly pale. The decline had not been gradual, but a sudden, unexpected thing. He coughed, his voice a little hoarse. Hey. Did you spend all night studying those dangerous grimoires again, she said, looking up from her book, her brow furrowed in a habitual frown. Her tone was the usual feigned annoyance, but her eyes, they betrayed a flicker of a deep and genuine concern. He slowly looked up at her, a strange resolve in his eyes. He raised a hand and, with a weak and trembling motion, beckoned her over. Her heart skipped a beat. She put down her book and walked over to him. Serie, he said, his voice a whisper, I'm going to die. A long silence followed. Her eyes went wide, and in their depths, she saw his weak and fragile form. He had been fine yesterday. Why did he now look as if he were at death's door? Had his human lifespan finally run its course? What are you talking about, she said, a tremor in her voice. What kind of trick are you playing now? How could you die? Her words caught in her throat. His life force was indeed fading. It wasn't an act. The candle of his life was about to be extinguished. The feeling of it was so real, so undeniable. Serie, he said, shaking his head, a human's life has its limits. And I have reached mine. Impossible. She almost screamed the word. She took a step forward and clutched his clothes, her body trembling. Her usual arrogance was gone, replaced by a pure and simple disbelief. You're lying. You must have a way. You've created a spell to extend your life. I know you have. Her voice was desperate, a raw and pleading sound, and her eyes were beginning to well up with tears. No. Even the most powerful of spells cannot defy the laws of life. For this body, there is nothing more that can be done. It was true. The life force of this body was gone. But, he could always just make himself a new one. He just wasn't going to tell her that just yet. He wanted to see this look on her face for a little while longer. He would probably get a few light arrows to the face for it later, but it would be worth it. She was silent. She stared at him, trying to find a lie in his eyes, but his gaze was so calm, so serene, that it shattered her last glimmer of hope. A wave of a great and terrible despair washed over her, and she could barely breathe. Her hand, which was still clutching his clothes, was trembling, but she would not let go. She had expected this, had rehearsed this scene in her mind 1,000 times. She should be able to just let him go. But why couldn't she? Seeing the pain in her eyes, he, too, began to feel a pang of guilt. Do you know, he said, his voice a low and gentle sound, that in my homeland, there is a very large creature, called an elephant. She looked at him, confused, not understanding why he was talking about such a thing at a time like this. And it is said that when an elephant knows that its time has come, it will quietly leave the herd and go to a secret place, to await its end. He looked down at her hand, which was still clutching his clothes. Perhaps I should do the same. She understood. He was going to leave her, to die alone, so that she would not have to see it. She wanted to stop him, to force him to stay. But the look in his eyes, it was a look that she could not deny. He had made his choice. And she had to respect it. She opened her mouth, but the words would not come. In the end, all that came out was a small, choked sob. And she slowly, let go of her hand. She did not say another word, just stared at him. He looked at her silent, broken form, and slowly stood. Take care, my elven miss, he said, as if with his last breath. And then he turned and walked, step by step, towards the door. She watched him go, and she felt as if all the warmth had been sucked from the world, leaving only a cold, empty void. She couldn't stand any longer. She sank to the floor and buried her face in her hands, and the sound of her own, suppressed sobs filled the small, quiet room. And just then, the door opened again. And there he was. Ahem, he cleared his throat. By the way, Lady Serie, I think I forgot to tell you. I might have found a way to extend my life. He smiled, and then added, a permanent way. Looks like I'll be able to walk with you for a long, long time. Shall we discuss the details? A dead silence. Her crying stopped. She looked up at him, and her eyes went from confusion, to shock, to disbelief, and finally, to a towering rage, a rage that was mixed with an overwhelming sense of shame. Rhodes. A roar that was filled with the power of her mana, and with it, a spear of light, a spear as thick as her own thigh, shot towards the bastard who was now standing at the door with a brilliant smile on his face. You vile. Shameless. Good-for-nothing scoundrel. The elven miss had completely lost it. End of chapter. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, The Second Reincarnation. Chapter 153, The Second Reincarnation. The air in the small hut crackled with the raw power of her anger. The spear of light, as thick as her thigh, grazed his shoulder and tore through the wooden wall, leaving a charred hole in its wake. Clearly, the elven miss was not completely consumed by her rage. Rhodes flinched, his triumphant grin instantly replaced by a look of contrition and a desperate attempt at appeasement. Calm down, Lady Serie. Let me explain, he said, his hands held up in a placating gesture as he braved her murderous gaze. Explain. What is there to explain, she said, advancing on him, her steps heavy on the wooden floor. Explain why you didn't tell me sooner. Explain why you lied to me. Her voice broke, and a new wave of shame washed over her. It was all his fault. She should have just buried him herself and been done with it. I didn't lie, my lady. This body, it really is at its limit, he said quickly. She paused, her anger now tinged with confusion. Then what was that about extending your life? Reincarnation, he said with a deep breath, and began to explain. Do you remember when I told you that I had to use a secret art of reincarnation to get rid of the goddess's curse? I do. I thought you could only use it once. A thing like that, it's too dangerous. There's no record of anything like it in history. It is dangerous, he admitted. And the most important thing is that you must have the authority over life. He pointed to himself. And I just happen to have it. So what do you think? Can I use it again? But it's too risky. A single mistake, and your soul could be completely annihilated. But there's no other choice, is there? And with each reincarnation, the magical formula becomes more perfect. In other words, with each one, the risk becomes smaller. Don't worry. He was right. They had no other choice. It had taken him 30 years to complete the process last time. But this time, he wouldn't disappear. She just had to wait. 30 years. She murmured, her sense of time, once again, a little skewed. For an elf, 30, 50 years, it was nothing. As long as he was by her side, it was a wait worth making. How long will it take this time? She was hoping for a smaller number, a shorter wait. I don't know. I can't guarantee how long each reincarnation will take. The last time it was 30 years. This time, it could be faster, or it could be slower, he said honestly. I can't give you a definite time. This time, she was the one to take his hand, a gesture that he, himself, had so often initiated. It's all right, she said, her voice a strange mixture of command and a plea. 30 years, 50, even 100. I will be here, waiting for you. But. A new urgency entered her voice, don't go alone this time. I want to be by your side. How could he refuse? He had originally planned to do it alone, as he had before, to avoid any distractions or risks. But now, he couldn't say no. All right, he said with a firm nod. We'll do it together. In the days that followed, he transformed their small hut into a massive magic circle, with complex runes covering every inch of the floor and walls. The last time, he had been in a hurry and hadn't been able to properly fine-tune the circle, which had led to a difficult adjustment period with his new body. This time, he would do it right. He would skip the rehabilitation phase altogether. The reincarnation was, after all, just a remaking of his own body. He was still himself. And she helped him. She did not have the authority over life, so she could not participate in the spell itself. But she was a powerful mage, and she could help him to construct the magical formula. When all was ready, he lay down in the center of the circle, and as she watched, a light enveloped him. And she was alone again. But this time, it was a different kind of alone. This time, she was waiting. The flowers outside the hut bloomed and faded, over and over, and her own restless heart, with each passing day, grew calmer, more patient. She stopped counting the years. She just watched him, his familiar form now wreathed in light. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. And then, one day, the spell was complete. The light of the magic circle flared, a brilliant, blinding light that drew her attention and stirred her tranquil heart. And then it began to recede, to contract, and then, it was gone. In the center of the circle, a familiar figure was standing. It was him, his body now filled with a vibrant, new life. He moved his arms and legs. The spell had been a success. There was no discomfort, no awkwardness. He was himself again. And then his gaze fell upon her, the one who had been waiting for him. She stared at him, at that familiar face, and the joy she had suppressed for 50 long years now washed over her. Rhodes. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She ran to him and threw her arms around him. It's me, Serie, he said, and held her close. I've kept you waiting. She shook her head, her face buried in his chest. Then, she looked up at him. So you'll be able to live forever now. To adventure with me forever. He stroked her hair. She was so gentle, so pliant in his arms. Yes. As long as I can continue to reincarnate, I can walk with you, forever. I will always be here. A look of pure, unadulterated joy filled her eyes, but was then replaced by a flicker of confusion. As long as you can reincarnate. You mean, this body's lifespan is not infinite? A look of resignation came over his face. Yes. I can't quite decipher the formula for creating a truly immortal race yet. Perhaps, with a long, long time, I can. But for now. This is the only way. The light in her eyes dimmed for a moment, but then it returned, brighter than before. She reached up and gently touched his familiar face, and then, her hand slid down and she took his own. "It doesn't matter," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Even if I have to wait 100 years next time, I will be here. I will wait for you. As long as your soul remembers to return, my waiting will always be worth it." He squeezed her hand. In the future, there would be many more farewells, and many more reunions. But as long as they had each other, the wait would always be worth it. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, The Last Old Friend. Chapter 154, The Last Old Friend. The river of time flowed on, ceaseless and indifferent. Rhodes and Serie, in a cycle of aging and rebirth, had lived a life far longer than they had ever imagined. The stories of heroes had faded into the background of a bard's song. The world was changing, new magical theories were constantly being born and discarded, but it was all of no concern to the two who lived in seclusion in their forest. But there was still one last thing they had to do. In the once glorious kingdom of the dwarves, the atmosphere was now heavy with grief. Som, the once king, the hero who had saved the world, their last companion, had reached the end of his own journey. His once strong body could now barely move a finger, and his eyes were cloudy and dim. Only when he looked at them did a final, faint spark of light appear. He had sent everyone away, even his own family. He had spent enough time with them, he had said. This last bit of time, he wanted to spend it with his old friends. Rhodes sat beside him, a holy light from his spell now enveloping him, easing his final moments. His time was up, there was nothing more he could do. Serie sat by the window, a little distance away, looking out. But her presence here was her own final farewell. "Rhodes," he said, his voice a faint whisper, like a flickering candle, "it seems, it's time to say goodbye." Yes, his own voice was gentle. "You've had a wonderful life. I don't think you have any regrets." He did not offer him a longer life. He knew his old friend, and he knew he would have made the same choice as Norn. "No regrets. And it's time for me to see those two again," he said, his gaze lingering on Rhodes's still youthful face. "Rhodes, have you been happy?" He had come to visit him many times over the centuries, and he knew his secret. He had never been envious, only a little sad, for his old friend. To be alone for so long, but then again, he was not alone. He had her. If it had been him, he couldn't imagine a future without anyone by his side. That was the main reason he had never asked to have his own life extended. He had had a good life. It was enough. At his question, Serie, by the window, moved slightly, but did not turn around. She, too, was curious. Had he been happy, all this time? Had she been a burden? To be a companion, it had to go both ways. She needed him to walk with her, and he needed her too, didn't he? She wasn't so sure. And for some reason, she was hoping to hear her own name in his answer. "Very happy," he said with a smile. "Any day with a companion is a happy one." She turned, a relieved thought in her mind. "So he does need me." "Is that so?" he said. "Then I hope you will continue to be happy. The road ahead, it's just the two of you now." His breath was growing shallow, his eyes were losing their focus, as if he could see the shades of his old friends. He raised a hand. "I see them, have you come to take me?" His voice faded, and his hand fell limply to his chest. Rhodes silently placed his friend's hand back on his chest and gently closed his eyes. He had said goodbye to another friend. Serie finally stood from the window and came to his side. A gentle, blessing magic flowed from her fingertips, her own farewell to the slumbering dwarf. "Goodbye, Som," she said softly. "I will remember you." His funeral was as grand as Norn's. They were both kings, and they both deserved a proper send-off. Rhodes did not attend. He just watched from a distance and then left. But he took with him his friend's old armor, and Norn's longsword, and Eirik's magic staff, and he built 3 tombstones, to remember them by. They had not left any statues, only a legend that would one day be forgotten. Even he could not change that. And with their last companion gone, time seemed to stretch, to become even longer, more viscous. He still reincarnated, and in the time between, she would study her magic, and would sometimes wander the forest. And then, one day, a day like any other. A young elven girl, her green eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and a slight trepidation, her pointed ears trembling slightly, appeared before them. Serie was a little confused. She had placed many warning spells around their home. How had this girl managed to get past them all? Did she have some special kind of magic? But she looked too young, not even an apprentice. Perhaps it was a natural ability. Even Rhodes was intrigued and poked his head out of the window to look. The girl also saw Serie, and she was captivated. The old and powerful elf of the forest, for hundreds of years, she had cleared all the beasts from this land, and her presence was known to the elven village on its edge. They had tried to make contact with her before, but had always been turned away. This was the first time in 100 years that anyone had gotten so close. Under Serie's calm gaze, the girl froze, unsure of what to do with her hands. He was curious to see what Serie would do. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Serie's First Apprentice. Chapter 155, Serie's First Apprentice. To his surprise, she did not dismiss the girl with her usual cool indifference. She closed her book and walked to the edge of the steps, looking down at the small elven child. "Are you lost?" The girl nodded vigorously. "I was chasing a pretty butterfly, and then." "You have no sense of danger. You could have been eaten by a wild beast," she said, her critique as blunt as ever. But her gaze lingered on the girl, as if she were assessing her. She could feel a magical aura from the child. A natural talent. But she didn't say anything. She just raised her hand, and a small, gentle light appeared at her fingertip, then shot off in a certain direction. "Your tribe is that way. Just follow the light." The girl looked at the guiding light, then at her large eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and admiration. Thank you," she said with a bow, and then hurried off, not forgetting to look back at her one last time. He leaned against the window, watching her go, then turned to Serie, who was once again engrossed in her book. "I thought you were going to just shoo her away. I didn't know you had a soft spot." "I was just being helpful," she said without looking up, her voice as flat as ever. He just chuckled. Even if she hadn't, he would have. A few days later, the girl appeared again. This time, she was not lost. She was carrying a small basket of berries, which she timidly placed on the steps. When he saw her, she immediately ran off. And then a third time, and a fourth. Sometimes she would bring a pretty stone, and sometimes she would just stand from a distance and watch Serie practice her magic, her eyes filled with a pure and simple curiosity, a deep and abiding longing. It reminded him of another young girl, from the first human village they had ever taught, a girl named Lisa. Finally, one morning, when the girl had once again mustered her courage and was standing before their hut, her eyes fixed on Serie, the elven miss finally acted. She stood and walked to the eaves. "You," she said, her voice as cool as ever, "what is your name?" "Ella." "My name is Ella," she said, her face lighting up. "Ella," she repeated. "Do you want to learn magic?" "I do." "Please, take me as your apprentice," the girl said with a deep bow. "All right," a small smile touched her lips. "I will teach you. You will be my first official apprentice." The first time Ella, under her guidance, successfully managed to conjure her own mana, she almost jumped for joy. And even Serie's own eyes were filled with a flicker of satisfaction. "What's with the sudden interest in taking on an apprentice?" he asked. She was in the middle of showing Ella how to better control her mana. She paused, and then gave him a sidelong glance. "It's interesting, isn't it? To watch them stumble along, from complete ignorance to a powerful mage. The process, it should be interesting." She had taught humans before, on their adventures, but it had always been a cursory thing, a few basic spells. Not like this, not a formal apprenticeship. She returned her attention to the task at hand. "And besides," she said, as if to herself, or perhaps to him, "I have to find something to do. The waiting, it can be a bit lonely." His reincarnations, they were getting longer. The first had been 50 years. Then 55. The last had been 60. He had said that he was still perfecting the spell, which was why it was taking longer. She didn't understand. If he was perfecting it, shouldn't it be getting faster? But even when she had asked, he hadn't given her a satisfactory answer. So she had let it go. As long as he came back, 50 years, 100, it was all the same to her. And in the meantime, she would find something to do to pass the time. He looked at her, at the way she so patiently taught the young girl, at the way the sunlight caught her golden hair, and he saw it, a subtle shift in the once proud and indifferent elven miss. A warmth spread through his own chest. "Yes. Very interesting. Do you want to help? This child is a good material." "I'll pass," he said, politely refusing. He wouldn't steal the title of most ancient magical master from her. But. He drew out the word. "But what?" she asked without looking up. But, he walked over to her and, seeing the look of frustration on Ella's face as her ball of light dissipated, he lowered his voice. "If a certain clueless human hadn't refused you all those years ago, that little one's place, it would have been mine, wouldn't it?" Her hand froze in midair. She turned and looked at him, a long, searching look, her eyes a mixture of complex emotions. It was as if she was seeing, once again, the men who had stumbled into her life in that forest, who had so audaciously refused her, and had, in his own way, bound himself to her forever. And then, she gave a strange, subtle smile. She turned back to Ella and told her to concentrate. That's different, Rhodes, she said, her voice so soft that only he could hear it. What you have is a much more important title than that. Her voice was a whisper, but it sent a shiver through his own heart. He looked at her, at the back of her head as she focused on her new apprentice, and he thought of the long and winding path they had walked together, a path that had transcended the very ages. Yes. He had a title that was far more precious, far more irreplaceable. And it was a title that no master-apprentice relationship could ever compare to. He was suddenly glad he had refused her, all those years ago. He didn't speak again. He just stood there, by her side, and watched as Ella, under her guidance, began her long and clumsy journey. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Ever-Evolving Demons. Chapter 156, The Ever-Evolving Demons. You're awake, Lord Rhodes. He opened his eyes, and the face that greeted him was not the familiar one he had expected, but that of a pretty, young elven girl. He blinked, his mind still in a fog from the long, deep slumber of reincarnation. It took him a moment to realize that it was not his familiar elven miss, but her apprentice, Ella. Ella. What are you doing here? He instinctively looked around for Serie, but other than Ella, the only other thing in the room was Athos, which was lying by the bed, radiating a soft light and maintaining a pale, golden barrier around him. Lady Serie had to leave on an urgent matter. Before she left, she asked me to stand guard and to ensure that you were not disturbed, she said. Lord Rhodes, how are you feeling? Can you dispel this barrier? She said only you can fully control Athos. She had left the sword behind to protect him, confident that there was no mage in the world who could break its barrier. But just in case, she had also left her apprentice to watch over him. What happened? He took a moment to assess the state of his new body. The reincarnation had been a success, there were no problems. He willed the barrier to disperse, and it vanished in an instant, and Ella was now able to approach. I'm fine, he said, and stood, stretching his new limbs. What happened? Where is she? She rarely leaves at such a critical moment. It's the demons, she said, a note of worry in her voice. About a week before you awoke, they appeared in an elven town not far from here. They attacked and caused a great many casualties. Demons. His brow furrowed. It had been over 1,000 years. Like indestructible cockroaches, they had once again gathered and were now launching a direct assault on the elves. How many? And were there any particularly powerful ones among them? The details are still unclear, she said, shaking her head. When the news reached us, Lady Serie was furious. She immediately decided to deal with it herself. There was a complete and utter trust in her teacher's strength in her voice, but there was also a hint of worry. She had been gone for almost a week, and the town was only a day's journey from here. A week. His heart sank. For her to have been gone for so long, the situation was likely more complicated, and more dangerous, than he had imagined. Tell me where the town is. I'm going to go find her. Lord Rhodes. Your body. Don't worry about me. He took Org and Athos and prepared to leave. Even with his mana not yet fully recovered, he wouldn't mind showing those demons what a close combat mage could do. But before he could act, he felt a familiar and powerful fluctuation of mana. He and Ella both turned to the door, which was now being pushed open. And there she was. She was wearing her familiar white robe, her exquisite face unchanged, though she was a little paler than usual, a sign of mana exhaustion. Her breathing was a little more rapid as well, though she was trying her best to hide it. Serie, he said, and walked towards her. Lady Serie. Ella also rushed forward. Her gaze fell on him, and seeing that he had successfully awakened, a look of pure joy filled her cool, collected eyes. Ella, you may go now, she said with a slight nod. Yes, my lady. She gave her teacher another worried look, then at him, and with a respectful bow, she left. When the door was closed, her gaze returned to him. How do you feel this time? She asked, her tone as casual as if she had just gone for a walk. But he didn't answer. He just took her hand and, with a gentle touch, he sensed the mana within her. She didn't resist. Your mana, it's so depleted. What happened? Did you run into a particularly powerful demon? He asked, his own voice now low and serious. She gently pulled her hand away and, with a sigh, took out a mana recovery potion. The taste was still as bitter as ever, but after all these years, she had grown used to it. She drank it down, a slight grimace on her face, and then she said, the demons in the town, they have all been dealt with. Most of them were nothing to worry about. But. Her expression grew grim, a few of them were, special. Special? Yes, she nodded. Do you remember the demon we met 1,000 years ago, the one who called himself one of the 4 heavenly kings? The one with the petrification magic? he vaguely remembered. His strength had been nothing to write home about, but his magic, it had been able to bypass some of her defensive spells. Yes. And the ones I just fought, they were the same. Their attacks, they could ignore my defensive magic. Completely. No, she shook her head. It's like they were piercing it. Or perhaps, neutralizing it. It's hard to describe. A look of disbelief was in her eyes, an emotion he had rarely seen from her. Rhodes, the demons, they're evolving. And I'm afraid that. She trailed off, but he understood. The magic of this world was constantly evolving, and so, too, were the demons. In a way, they were the most magically talented race in the world. And if she had just encountered a demon that could bypass her defenses, then what about the next one? Would it be able to pierce through her barrier in her body, and kill her in an instant? It was as if she had already seen it, that terrible future. His own face darkened. Are they all gone? He asked. Yes. To be sure, I used the same spell I used on the goddess. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, The Great Demon, Shurahat. Chapter 157, The Great Demon, Shurahat. And with that, Rhodes finally understood why her mana had been so depleted. You used a spell of that level. It must have been a difficult situation. It wasn't just difficult, she said, placing the empty potion vial on the table. It was premeditated. What do you mean? He and Serie had not been seen in the world for nearly 1,000 years. It should have been impossible to find them. The monsters, and the demons, they were all specialized in fighting mages. So I suspect, someone was behind it all. She turned to get a grimoire and stumbled slightly. He quickly caught her and saw that there was a small tear in the sleeve of her robe, and under it, on her fair skin, was a shallow wound, from which a faint, dark aura was emanating. You're injured, his voice dropped, a new, hard edge to it. He had thought she had just been exhausted, but she was hurt. And though it was just a small wound, he felt a rage he had never felt before. He gently touched the wound, intending to heal it with his holy magic. But the dark aura, as if activated, began to creep up his finger. He immediately purged it with his own magic, and the wound, along with the dark aura, vanished. This is not a normal magical corrosion, he said, his voice now a low growl. It's mixed with some kind of destructive power, specifically designed to counter a mage. And that's why it was able to pierce my shield, she said, her expression now grim. But what's even more troublesome is what I found when I was trying to suppress it. What? This power, it's too specific. It's as if it was designed to counter elven mages. He was silent. Had their whereabouts been discovered? Or had the demons just been after her? Either way, he had to find out. He and Serie exchanged a look, and in that moment, 1,000 years of unspoken understanding passed between them. Ella, he called out. The door opened, and the young elven girl hurried in. My lady. Lord Rhodes. Prepare yourself, Serie said calmly. We're going on a trip. Where to? Here, he said, and pointed to a cave on the map. In the 1,000 years he had lived in this forest, he had come to know its every corner. And if the demons were hiding anywhere, it would be there. And even if they were wrong, it didn't matter. They would just keep searching. Ella looked at the mysterious region on the map and nodded. Yes, my lord. At once. And she turned and hurried out, her movements now with the crisp efficiency that Serie had taught her. Your new body. Serie said, a note of worry in her voice. He had just been reincarnated. She thought they could afford to wait. The spell worked better than I expected. Don't worry about me, he said, and clenched his fist. But are you all right? I am fine, she said. The potion was very effective. And if someone is really after me, we can't give them any more time to plot. He nodded, and after a few quick preparations, they set off. The mana here is extremely chaotic. My senses are being severely disrupted, she said, her eyes closed as she stood at the top of the cave. It seems we're in the right place, he said, also sensing the faint, dark aura in the air. The three of them suppressed their own auras and silently approached the cave's entrance, where they found a series of warding spells. If they were to be triggered, every demon inside would be alerted. Serie just huffed, and with a wave of her hand, she broke the wards. The magic circle flickered a few times and then vanished. The deeper they went, the stronger the dark aura became. They came to a massive underground cavern, but in the center, there was no demon army, just a single figure. He was floating in midair, a tall and slender being in a black robe that covered half of his face, his skin a sickly pale white, his eyes a pure, inky black, and on his head, two massive, demonic horns. The moment she appeared at the entrance, his gaze fell upon her. Serie. He knew her. The demons who had attacked the town must have been his underlings. You finally found me. His voice was a calm, indifferent sound, as if he had been expecting her. But when his gaze moved to the men beside her, a flicker of something, a change, appeared in his otherwise emotionless, black eyes. But you. His gaze was fixed on Rhodes, his cold voice now tinged with a hint of a slight confusion. Why is your existence so blurry? So dangerous? Tell me your name, Rhodes said, calmly meeting his gaze, orb held loosely in his hand, its light now secretly gathering. I do not kill the nameless. This was, of course, a lie. He had killed countless nameless demons. But he had to know, was this one of the great demons he had read about in the histories? If so, then he was about to steal the hero's party's kill. The floating figure, Shurahat, was silent for a moment. In his black eyes, 1,000 futures flashed, his own precognitive power now fully unleashed. And with it came a strong, intuitive warning from his own, innate magic: do not speak. To speak your true name will bring an irreversible end. And so, he did not. He just slowly raised a hand, and with a flick of his wrist, several spears of darkness shot towards them, their angles so precise that they blocked off all avenues of escape. Watch out. Their voices cried out in unison. A defensive barrier of elven magic, and a wall of ice, appeared in front of them. The dark spears, as she had expected, pierced through her magic barrier as if it were water, but they were stopped by the wall of ice. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Unbeatable. Chapter 158, Unbeatable. A few of the black spears shot towards him as well, though not with the same all-encompassing attack as with her. He just snorted, and instead of retreating, he advanced, with no defensive magic. He could have just thrown up an ice wall, of course. The demon's spell was not yet strong enough to pierce through both of theirs. But, why should he back down? The light of orb in his hand flared. He did not unleash a beam of light to intercept the spears. He just swung the sword and blocked them, a purely physical parry. Clang. Clang. The blade struck at the spear's weakest points, and they shattered into a black mist. Shurahat's expression did not change. He just continued to unleash a barrage of powerful spells, all of which were neutralized, one by one. And for the first time, a crack appeared in his eternally calm facade. A flicker of astonishment crossed his black eyes. Was this human a powerful warrior? To be able to block his magic with brute force, and why could his precognitive magic not see his future? And so, he turned his attention to the easier target, to Serie. He could see her future, which would give him a significant advantage. He continued to cast a few spells to keep Rhodes occupied and focused his main assault on her. Her defense could not completely block his attacks, which were both powerful and able to pierce her barrier. But she was not flustered. She used a combination of ice walls and vines to defend, and even managed to get a few of her own attacks in. For a time, they were evenly matched. But he noticed something strange. Shurahat's attacks, the angle, the timing, they were too precise. It was as if he could predict her every move, forcing her to expend more and more mana to defend. Otherwise, she would have been able to overwhelm him easily. The demon before them was not that strong, likely a recent creation. But for him to be able to go toe-to-toe with a grand mage who had lived for 1,000 years, something was not right. This demon is strange, he thought, an alarm bell ringing in his head. His fighting style was too polished, too experienced for his apparent age. Did he have some special ability that countered her? Or was it something more troublesome, like foresight? He couldn't be sure. The demon's attacks against him had been ordinary, but against her, they were suddenly a barrage of perfectly timed, specifically tailored spells. He couldn't let this drag on. In a flash, he decided to go all out. He poured all of his mana into orb, and the sword's own foresight was activated. He could now see the demon's next move. Now we're talking, he thought. He would capture the demon and find out what its true purpose was. VMM. For the first time in 1,000 years, orb was unleashed, and it let out a joyous cry. A holy light erupted from its blade and filled the cavern, instantly purifying the dark aura of Shurahat. What? The demon's black eyes widened in a look of unprecedented horror. This power, this holy aura that made his very soul tremble, and that sword, it was no ordinary holy sword. He had heard that Serie wielded the elven holy sword, Athos. Could this be it? But how could a human be wielding it? The only non-elf who had ever been acknowledged by Athos was long dead. He desperately tried to use his precognitive magic to see his attack, to find a way to counter it. But he still could not see his future. And what was even more terrifying, when the holy sword had been unleashed, his own magic had begun to be suppressed. Even his foresight of Serie was gone. And in that moment, he struck. No fancy techniques, just a simple, powerful downward slash. A 40-meter-long golden blade of light shot from orb and came down on the demon's head. Impossible, he shrieked in terror. He threw up a series of shields, a desperate, last-ditch defense. And for a moment, they held. Of course, that was because Rhodes had been holding back, trying to capture him. Now, seeing his shields hold, he poured all of his remaining mana into the blade. If I can't take him alive, then I'll just kill him. The light of Org flared, and in the face of death, the demon could vaguely feel the shadow of oblivion, but could not see its path. His hastily erected shields were like paper before the true power of Org crack. The golden blade of sword energy shattered them all and slammed into his body. Puffed. He coughed up a mouthful of purple-black blood and was sent flying back, crashing into the rock wall with a dull thud. His black robe was in tatters, a charred and smoking wound beneath it. Even one of his horns had been broken off. If not for his own survival instinct, for a final, desperate use of his precognitive magic to shift his vital organs at the last moment, the blow would have been a fatal one. Fear. A deep, bone-chilling fear now washed over him. His prized precognitive magic was useless against this man, and that sword, its power was a complete counter to his own. Unbeatable. Absolutely unbeatable. Cough, cough, must escape. Ignoring his grievous injuries, he opened a pre-prepared escape route, and just before the second blow could fall, he stumbled through it and was gone. Boom. The second blow struck an empty space, and the rock wall was completely obliterated. He got away, Rhodes said, and sheathed Org, a cold look in his eyes. It was a pity. But that one blow, it was something the demon would never forget. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, The Disgraced Shurahat. Chapter 159, The Disgraced Shurahat. Serie walked over to him and looked at the pool of purple-black blood and the broken horn on the ground, a frown on her face. His attacks were strange. It was as if he could see my next move. A kind of precognitive magic, Rhodes said, his own expression grim. He now suspected that the demon he had just fought was the all-knowing Shurahat. But if it was, then they should have been able to see through each other's every move. And it had felt more like he was the only one who could see. So he wasn't sure. If only the demon had just told him his name. Precognitive magic. For real, she said, her voice filled with disbelief. She knew that the innate magic of the demons was a strange and varied thing. In the age of myth, there had been a demon with a talent for a wide-area illusion magic, a magic they had used to disguise themselves as the Skywinged and destroy the great elven forest. But foresight, it was beyond her comprehension. It might have been a weaker version. I'm not sure. But it's possible. She wanted to ask more, but seeing the look on his face, she changed the subject. But why were you only using Org? What about your own magic? He had fought the entire battle with just the sword, not casting a single spell. In the demon's eyes, he must have looked like a powerful warrior. Because it's a good sword. And I'm trying to become a close combat mage. A close combat mage? She looked at Org, a complicated expression on her face. That sounds a little heretical. But if it's you, I suppose it's not so bad. Every time she saw the true power of that sword, she was in awe. And if he was the one wielding it, that was all right. Come on, he said, and looked at the ruined cavern. We can't stay here. He waved his hand, and Ella appeared. Ella, clean this place up. Yes, my lord. And with a spell of her own, the demon's lair was completely destroyed. Shurahat was huddled in a hidden underground cave, his demonic aura in a chaotic flux. The holy power that was corroding his wound sent waves of an agonizing pain through him. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the storm in his own mind. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Who was that man? He frantically replayed the short, but terrifying, battle in his mind. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the great elven mage, Serie, and even to be the one to take the lead, his power was not to be underestimated. In all of history, the only human who had ever had the right to stand by her side was the one who had, 1,000 years ago, slain the god of the demons, the God Slayer. Rhodes. Impossible, he said, the word a desperate denial. Rhodes was a human. A human cannot live for 1,000 years. He should be long dead. 1,000 years, it was an unimaginable span of time for a human, a time long enough to turn a hero into a legend, and then a legend into dust. Was he her new apprentice? No, impossible. The power he possessed, the power that had been completely invisible to his own foresight, no mere apprentice could have achieved that. And the way she had looked at him. But if not an apprentice, then what? The most likely possibility, he did not dare to think about it. That sword. He remembered the terrifying holy sword. Such power, it truly is a holy sword of the elves. But to think that it would be in the hands of an outsider again. The more he thought about it, the more he feared. Rhodes, the name itself was a taboo, a symbol of the end of the last golden age of the demons. If it really was him, if the God Slayer was still alive, a shiver ran down his spine, and the pain in his wound intensified. No. It can't be. He forced himself to calm down, to think rationally. Humans are not immortal. It must be a new human genius, trained by Serie. The thought brought a small measure of relief, but was quickly replaced by a new, deeper anxiety. Even if it wasn't him, this young human was still too dangerous. His very existence had thrown all of his own plans into disarray. He had originally intended to deal with the legendary elven saint, the strongest of their mages, and then the warrior monk, Craft, depriving the elves of their two most prestigious heroes. But this man had ruined everything. And Serie herself, she was stronger than he had expected. He had sent a specially trained force to deal with her, and she had wiped them all out without even a scratch, and had then found him and had launched her own attack. The plan must be changed, he decided. Serie and that mysterious human are too strong. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation, he said, the memory of the holy power that still corroded his own body making him shudder. I need time. I need more time. A new, long-term plan began to form in his mind. I will go into hiding, he said through gritted teeth, making the only rational choice. I will cease all attacks on Serie and the elves, and I will disappear. 100 years, no, 200, he said, a new resolve in his voice. The lifespan of a human is a finite thing. No matter how powerful he is, he will grow old, and he will die. In 200 years, that terrifying human will be gone, and then I will only have to deal with Serie. And in the meantime, he began to use his own magic to heal his wounds. I will find a new king for the demons. A king so powerful that he can even surpass the great works of the first demon king's castle. As long as that God Slayer, the wielder of Org, was gone from this world, the age of the demons would come. And this time, there would be no one to stop them. He then melted into the shadows and disappeared. All that was left was his resolve, to wait. To let time take its toll on that human, and to await the coming of the age of the demons. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, A Game of Time. Chapter 160, A Game of Time. In the aftermath of the battle, Ella's magic turned the cavern to dust, wiping away the last vestiges of Shurahat's presence. But the unease in Rhodes and Serie's hearts remained. He's fast, she said, her voice cold as she watched the last traces of him disappear. If he really can see the future, and if he's decided to hide, it will be very difficult for us to find him. It's not our style to just sit and wait, Serie, he said, and she'd Org, if they dared to show their faces, to come after you, then it means they think they have a chance. We've been quiet for too long, so long that they've forgotten to be afraid. She looked at him, and in that moment, 1,000 years of unspoken understanding passed between them. She nodded. Then we'll have to remind them. And so, after 1,000 years, the legendary elven saint, Serie, once again stepped into the mortal world. The news was a boulder dropped into a still lake, sending ripples throughout the entire continent. When she appeared in the elven kingdom, the entire nation was in an uproar. Serie, the great saint who had brought an end to the age of myth, a being of the same renown as the legendary warrior monk, Craft, had returned. Her very presence was a source of great comfort and stability for the elven race. Rhodes, by contrast, kept a low profile. He wore an inconspicuous cloak, its wide hood pulled low over his face. If any of the elves here were to recognize him, it would be a problem. And she, in their unspoken agreement, did not introduce him as anything more than a guard she had picked up on her travels. The name, Rhodes, the Godslayer, was too shocking, too sensitive. Their goal was to find the demons, not to scare them into hiding. If they knew he was still alive, they would just go even deeper underground. And so, they began their long, fruitless search. It was as if the demons had simply vanished overnight. The few they did manage to find were just young, recently born demons, with no useful information. The more powerful ones, the ones who had been attacking the elven villages, it was as if they had never existed. They're in hiding, she said, her voice filled with a rare frustration as she stood on a barren wasteland, looking up at the gray sky. And they're hiding well. It was a mistake not to kill him when we had the chance, he said, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against each other. He must have seen what we were doing and had them all go to ground. He's waiting. He could feel it, an invisible shadow that hung over them both, its source hidden in the darkness. Shurahat's strategy was a simple and effective one, to pit an endless amount of time against a finite human lifespan. And in such a situation, even his own foresight was useless. It was not an innate ability, like Shurahat's, but a power that came from Org, a passive, almost prophetic, thing. He couldn't use it to track them. If it had been anyone else, this waiting game might have worked. But he was not anyone else. The demon's plan was doomed to fail. On their journey, they passed through the human kingdom that Norn had founded. The once single city nation had now grown into a vast empire. The capital, which had once been little more than a town, was now a grand and magnificent city. And in its central square, a statue of their first king, Norn, now stood, his great deeds inscribed on its base, including, of course, the legendary tale of his adventures with the elven saint, Serie, and the godslayer, Rhodes. To see their shared dream, their ideal nation, now thriving, it was a small, but welcome, comfort. "He's done well," he said, his voice so soft that only she could hear it. "Yes," she said with a soft a hint of a smile in her eyes. They did not announce their presence, but just passed through, two ordinary travelers in a bustling city. Time flowed on. A year, 2, 5, 10. Like two ghosts, they wandered the continent. And though evil fled before her, their true target remained hidden in the shadows. And he could feel it, the limits of this new body, a slow, but steady, decline. She had noticed it too. Or rather, she had been keeping a close watch on his remaining time. "Let's go back," she said one day, her voice a little heavy. His own movements stilled. "There's no point, is there?" she said, her voice a soft, but firm, sound. "He's just playing a game of time with us. Even if we keep searching, for another 20, 50 years, we'll only ever find his pawns, not the king. Your reincarnation, it's the most important thing. As long as you're still alive." She trailed off, but her meaning was clear. As long as he was still alive, as long as he could still be reborn, the demon was destined to lose this game. He looked at her, and after a long moment, he sighed. He was now almost certain. That demon, it was Shurahat. Only he could be so cunning, so cautious. "All right," he said with a nod. "Let's go back." They returned to their secluded hut in the forest, as if from a long and fruitless journey. The forest was the same. Ella had grown into a capable mage in her own right and was overjoyed to see them. And in the years that followed, he continued to study his magic, to prepare for his next reincarnation, and she would occasionally teach a few of the more talented individuals from the outside, though she never took another apprentice. They waited, gathering their strength, for the enemy who was hiding in the shadows of time to show his fangs, for the next turn of the wheel, for the birth of new, and familiar, faces. He leaned back in his rocking chair and looked out at the green of the forest. "What will the world be like," he wondered, "when I next awaken?" And time. It flowed on, silent and ceaseless. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, My name is Flam. Chapter 161, My name is Flam. Time passed. 200 years, in a forest, was just long enough for it to grow a little denser. Rhodes and Serie's secluded hut still stood, protected by her preservation magic, showing not a single sign of decay, even after 1,000 years. Only the rocking chair by the window, his chair, was now empty. In its place, in the deepest part of the hut, was a massive magic circle of complex, intricate runes. At its center, his own figure shimmered, in a critical state of reincarnation, his soul and his new body slowly merging. Serie, as always, stood guard, sensing the faint flicker of life within the circle, a small comfort in her long, long wait. Ella had left 100 years ago, to set out on her own journey. And now, she was alone once more. Perhaps it was time to find a new apprentice. But the quiet was broken by the arrival of a messenger bird. She untied the magical parchment from its leg, and as her fingers touched it, Ella's message flowed into her mind. "Teacher, to the southwest, a large group of demons are attacking a dwarven city. There are also signs of them in the north. Please be careful. Demons." Her hand tightened, and the parchment turned to dust. A killing intent, a rage that had lain dormant for 200 years, now flared in her eyes. The damned demons had finally reappeared. But her gaze fell on the magic circle at the back of the hut. He was at a critical juncture, a time when he could not be disturbed. Any external shock could disrupt the process and lead to an irreversible disaster. She could not leave. She would not leave. The desire for battle burned within her, a raging fire. But she forced herself to calm down, and in the end, her concern for him outweighed all else. But just a year later, she felt it. A powerful and intense dark aura. She and he had, together, set up a massive detection spell in the forest and the surrounding villages. And now, it had just been triggered. She knew, from its location, that there was a human village in that direction. Demons. They had dared to appear so close. Did they think he was dead? They would be sorely disappointed. And, were they just going to ignore her? The thought made her anger flare. This time, she would not hesitate. She walked to the edge of the magic circle. His form was a hazy silhouette within the light. She took out the holy right sword, Athos, and poured her own immense mana into it, unleashing the most powerful of all defensive spells. A thick, condensed golden barrier appeared, completely enveloping the magic circle, and him with it. There was not a single demon in the world who could break Athos's barrier. She was sure of it. But it was not enough. She cast more spells, and a series of invisible warding circles spread out from the barrier, covering the surrounding area for thousands of meters. Any hostile magic, any physical approach, would immediately trigger an alarm. And with that, she gave his sleeping form one last look and, with a spell of flight, shot off in the direction of the demons. When she arrived, the air was thick with the stench of blood. A scene of utter carnage greeted her. She and he had once come to this village, had watched it from a distance, had seen that its people were living in peace. But now, it was a ruin. The bodies of its people lay everywhere, twisted and broken. Each one carried the dark, demonic aura of its killer. She had been too late. The demons had been fast. They had destroyed the village, perhaps for fun, or perhaps for no reason at all, and had left. Cough, cough. A faint sound, from under a collapsed building. She was there in an instant. Beneath the rubble, a small human girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, lay in the dirt. Her simple white robe was stained with blood, and her small body was covered in scrapes and bruises. But her eyes, there were no tears, no fear. Only a dead, empty stillness. And in that stillness, a deep and burning hatred. The girl looked up, and seeing the elven features of her rescuer, a look of confusion passed over her face, but was then replaced by a deeper hatred, a hatred for the monsters who had destroyed her home. She squatted down. The hatred in the girl's eyes, it intrigued her. And she could feel it, this child had a talent for magic. She cast a healing spell, and the girl's wounds began to close. The child's body tensed, as if in disbelief, but the hatred in her eyes did not waver. She had never intended to take on a human apprentice. A human life was too short. He was the only one she needed. But this child, her own resolve was now beginning to change. "Where is your family?" "They're all dead," the girl said, her voice now filled with a new emotion, the hatred now mixed with a deep and terrible grief. "Killed, by those monsters." And the tears, finally, began to fall. She looked at her, at this small child who was now consumed by a burning hatred, and felt the immense magical potential within her, and an idea began to form in her mind. "Come with me," she said, her voice now a calm and steady sound. She did not offer her any comfort, only a choice. "I will teach you to control your power. I will teach you how to get your revenge. Tell me your name." The little girl looked at the beautiful elf before her and, with a new and terrible resolve in her eyes, she said, "My name is Flam. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter." Chapter 162, Chapter 162, I taught Flam magic. For real. Chapter 162, I taught Flam magic. For real. Serie brought the little Flam back to their hut in the deep woods. The pale golden barrier was still in place, clearly, nothing had happened in her absence. Flam followed her inside, her gaze immediately drawn to the mysterious magic circle. She walked over to it, her curiosity piqued, and looked at the hazy figure at its center. What is it? A sleeping elf. But the hatred in her own heart quickly suppressed this fleeting curiosity. She needed power, the power to kill every last demon, not to ponder some mysterious being. "That is something you are not to concern yourself with," Serie's cool voice said from behind her. "Do not go near it. Your room is over here." She pointed to a small, simple space on the other side of the hut. Flam nodded and, with one last look at the figure in the light, she buried her questions deep within her heart, leaving only her desire for power. May I ask your name, Lady Elf?" she asked hesitantly. "Serie." "Serie," she repeated, and then, as if she had just remembered something, she asked, "Are you, the elven saint, Lady Serie, who traveled with the great god-slayer, Lord Rhodes?" "Why am I second?" she said, her priorities a little skewed. "Shouldn't she have mentioned me first?" I am so sorry," Flam said, and quickly bowed her head, afraid she had offended her new master. "It's just that, the stories I've heard are mostly about Lord Rhodes." "It's fine," she said, deciding to let it go. As she watched her walk away, Flam clenched her fists. With the legendary elven saint as her teacher, she would surely be able to kill every last demon in the world. But who was that figure in the magic circle? Could it be Lord Rhodes? But he was just a human, he couldn't possibly still be alive. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out, and so she just pushed the thought aside. From that day on, the rhythm of life in the small hut completely changed. Serie became her teacher. She did not rush to teach her powerful offensive spells, but started with the very basics of mana control. The girl's talent was great, and she wanted to nurture it properly. And Flam, for her part, showed a surprising amount of perseverance, her hatred now a powerful driving force, allowing her to endure the tedious hours of meditation, to repeat the same failed spells over and over, until she finally succeeded. 2 years passed in a flash. And then one day, the light of the magic circle began to pulse violently. Serie, who had been in the middle of a lesson, froze and turned to look, a wave of an uncontrollable excitement washing over her. He was back. Flam, startled by the sudden flare of light, also stopped and stared at the massive, now activated, magic circle. She saw the change in her teacher's expression. The figure in the light, it must be someone very important to her. But who? The light grew brighter and brighter, until it filled the entire hut, and then it suddenly receded, all of it contracting into the center of the circle, where a figure now stood. To her, he was just a handsome young man with black hair, nothing particularly special. Rhodes slowly opened his eyes, his mind slowly returning to the present. He stretched his new body, making sure the fusion was complete, and a satisfied smile came to his face. And then, his gaze fell, as it always did, on the figure who was always the first thing he saw. Serie, it's been a long... He began, but then he paused. His gaze drifted down, to the small figure beside her. A human girl, no more than 10 years old, was staring at him with wide, clear eyes. And in her small, childish face, a face that was both unfamiliar and strangely familiar, a strong sense of déjà vu washed over him. He looked from her, to Serie, a question in his eyes. Serie gently patted the girl on the shoulder and pushed her forward a little. Rhodes, she said calmly, this is Flam. My new apprentice. Flam. His voice was a little higher than he had intended, a fact that had not escaped the notice of the other two. But he had no time to explain. He was in shock. Flam. The same Flam whose title, most ancient of human mages, he had stolen. The same Flam who had created countless new magical theories, whose influence had shaped the entire magical system of a later age. Now, standing right in front of him, as Serie's apprentice. And as a little girl. He felt as if someone had just given the timeline a playful shove while he had been sleeping. It was a long sleep, yes, but still. Serie had just gone and picked up Flam. That wasn't right, was it? He looked at the small, stubborn-faced girl before him, his own face a mask of a profound shock. Ahem, he cleared his throat and, with a gentle smile, he squatted down to her eye level. Hello, Flam. I'm Rhodes. She looked at him, at the men who had just emerged from the magic circle, and when she heard his name, her own eyes lit up. Your name is Rhodes, her voice was filled with a disbelieving excitement. The same, as the great god-slayer from the histories. The smile on his face froze for a moment. Crap. I'm just a namesake. He had expected her to think that he was him. Damn this preconceived notion that humans can't live forever. Just a namesake, he said, trying to sound as natural as possible. He wasn't going to tell her the truth. It would be more fun this way. That's so cool, her eyes were even brighter now. Did you know, he's my hero? When I was a little girl, my parents used to tell me stories about him. He's the most ancient of human mages, and the person I want to be like the most. She gestured excitedly with her hands, her eyes shining with an idolizing admiration. Rhodes. He glanced at Serie, and saw that she had turned away, her shoulders shaking, clearly trying to suppress a smile. He rubbed his temples. Of all the fans to have, it had to be her. Is that so? He said, and gently patted her on the head. That's good. From today on, I will also be your teacher. And I hope that one day, you, too, will have a legend of your own. I will. I'll do my best. Teacher Rhodes. Teacher Serie, she said, a new title now in her vocabulary. Welcome back, Serie said softly, coming to his side. She was curious as to why he had so readily agreed to teach her, but she didn't ask. I'm back, he said, and looked out the window. It seems the peaceful days are over for a while. But, that's not so bad either. A new chapter had begun. And this time, there was a new, and destined to be extraordinary, figure in their story. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Two Different Ideologies. Chapter 163, Two Different Ideologies. Life, once again, was different, with Rhodes's awakening and Flam's arrival. The girl's talent was truly astonishing. Her understanding and control of magic were far beyond that of most apprentices, and the hatred that drove her gave her an incredible speed of progress. One day, Flam was in the clearing outside the hut, practicing a new spell Serie had taught her. Rhodes was standing by the window, watching her. Serie came and stood beside him, her gaze also fixed on the small figure. Why? She asked, her voice a soft sound that broke the silence. She did not look at him, but at the girl. Why the sudden interest in teaching her with me? It's not your usual style. In the 1,000 years of their travels, they had encountered many people. And to pass the long, long time, she would sometimes find a creature with a talent for magic and teach them. Ella had been her best student. But he had never done such a thing. It was as if the God Slayer who had once spread the knowledge of magic throughout the world and the Rhodes of today were two different people. His answer had always been, civilizations find their own way. So does magic. He had given the humans of this world a start. It was up to them to develop it on their own. But this time, he did not answer right away. To be able to teach the legendary human mage herself, he thought, to watch her grow, step by step, into flamme, it is an incredible, once-in-a-lifetime experience. But of course, he could not say that. Just to pass the time, he said, his voice casual. It's interesting to watch her grow stronger. And. He paused, his gaze falling on her focused profile, her talent, it's worth nurturing. She turned and looked at him, as if trying to see something deeper behind his calm expression. His interest in the girl, it was more than just passing the time. But she didn't know what it was. In the end, she just gave a soft and didn't press the matter. She's improving quickly, she said, her gaze returning to flamme, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. That hatred, it's a powerful fuel. He frowned. That was exactly what he was worried about. And in the days that followed, he saw it more and more clearly, the unusual nature of her teaching methods. Her core philosophy was simple, how to kill an enemy more efficiently. Demon or otherwise, it was all the same. The spells she taught flamme were mostly destructive, spells that targeted an opponent's weaknesses. And with every lesson, she would stress the practical application, would simulate a battle and demand that flamme's every spell be imbued with a clear, killing intent. It reminded him of his first meeting with her, when she had taught him the light arrow, and had insisted on the same thing. She was constantly reinforcing that one and only goal in the girl's mind, revenge. And flamme, under her guidance, was growing colder, more and more driven by that same hatred. He watched, and a deep sense of unease grew within him. He understood where Serie was coming from. And he understood the girl's hatred. But to be completely consumed by it, it was a dangerous path. The greatness of the historical flamme had not just been her strength, but her rationality, and her quest for knowledge that had been built on that foundation. He could not let the future, most ancient of human mages fall to such a fate. And so, his own plan began. He did not directly challenge Serie's methods, nor did he question the goal of revenge in front of the girl. He chose a more indirect, more subtle approach. He taught her the magic of the Holy Scripture. Sometimes, a healing spell is the best medicine for a wounded heart. Though she didn't understand why he was teaching her a spell that couldn't kill, flamme still learned it diligently. One day, a wounded deer stumbled into their clearing. Her first instinct was to kill it with the light arrow spell she had just learned, but he stopped her. Wait, he said, and crouched down, releasing a wave of calming magic so that the deer would not run. Try the healing spell I just taught you. Not too much power, just a little. She hesitated, a look of confusion on her face. Healing. This seemed to go against everything her other teacher had taught her. But under his insistent gaze, she held out her hand. And as the light of life flowed from her fingertips and the deer's wound began to close, as its wild eyes grew calm and gentle, for the first time, she felt a strange and new satisfaction. Serie was watching from a distance. She watched him gently teach the girl, watched the momentary confusion in her eyes. And she did not intervene. Her golden eyes were calm, unreadable. She was just observing. Observing as he cast a few pebbles of reason and gentleness into the lake of hatred in the girl's heart, trying to create a different kind of ripple. She knew what he was doing. He was afraid that the hatred would destroy the child. But she, too, had her own convictions. It was that hatred, that deep and burning hatred, that had given the girl such incredible perseverance, that had allowed her to make such rapid progress in such a short time. And it was that same hatred that would take her to new heights. For that, any sacrifice was worth it. And the two of them, their two different ideologies, were now clashing in the small body and soul of the young girl. And she was caught in the middle. When she practiced her destructive magic, her heart was filled with a burning hatred for the demons. But when he taught her to heal, when he had her help a small and helpless creature, she felt a strange, but unsettling, joy. She didn't understand why he was teaching her these useless things. To get her revenge, all she needed to do was to kill them, wasn't it? But she trusted her teachers, especially the one who shared a name with the godslayer she so admired. And so, though she was confused, she continued to learn. Serie saw it all. She saw the girl's confusion, and she saw what he was doing. And she did not interfere. She just watched, as if waiting for time to give them the final answer. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Serie's question. Chapter 164, Serie's question. Surprising, Serie's cool voice broke the silence. A short distance away, flamme was practicing a new spell, and a hint of a rare admiration was in her tone. Her talent is the second best I've ever seen in a human. Rhodes glanced at her but didn't respond. He knew who the first was. Humans may be weak and fleeting, she continued, her gaze now turned to the sky, as if in reminiscence, but they always manage to produce a few who break the mold. Perhaps he had been right. The humans would be, or were already beginning to be, the most brilliant of all the races on this continent. It had only been a little over 1,000 years, and their presence was now everywhere, a stark contrast to their sparse numbers a millennium ago. There were even human villages near the forest where he and she now lived. 1,000 years ago, there was Norn and Eirik, mortals who fought against a god. And now, 1,000 years later, there is Flam. And... She paused, her gaze now on him, there is you. Your very existence is a mockery of all those who hold such a narrow view of humanity. I think she is a special case, he replied calmly. He, of all people, knew how brightly her talent would shine in the annals of human history. But she was a one-in-a-billion kind of prodigy. In the original timeline, she had almost single-handedly ushered in a new era of human magic. That achievement was a miracle born of many different factors. A special case, a self-deprecating smile touched her lips. Not as ridiculous as you. Flam's talent was undeniable. She had learned the light arrow in no time, and now, in her 3rd year of training, she could already skillfully use several different elemental spells. All she lacked was combat experience. She had considered taking her to hunt a few monsters, to give her some practice. Me, he said with an innocent look. Look, she said, and pointed to the girl. It took her a week to learn the basics of the light arrow spell. But you. A complex look, an accustomed surprise, flashed in her eyes, you learned it, and even improved upon it, with just a single glance. The gap between you was already a chasm before she was even born. Flam's progress was fast, yes, but that was all. Compared to his own talent, her progress seemed almost ordinary. What she had learned in her 3 years, was it just a fraction of what he had achieved in the same amount of time? She didn't want to think about it. There are differences between people, even within the same race, he said with a shrug. Indeed, she nodded with a strange, resigned air. Sometimes, the gap is as vast as the heavens and the earth, so vast that to even try to catch up is pointless. She let out a soft sigh, a sound of helplessness. Once, she had thought that if she just lived long enough, she could one day surpass him. She was an elf, a near-eternal being. Surely, with enough time, she could leave him in the dust. But now that he had also broken the chains of time, she had given up. In the face of pure, unadulterated talent, even an eternity had lost its greatest advantage. Flam's training seemed to have reached a critical stage. She was trying to compress a ball of fire in her hand, but the volatile element was too much for her to control. With a hiss, the magic exploded, and she was thrown to the ground, her face pale, her palm a raw red from the backlash. Serie frowned and was about to go to her, but he was faster. In a flash, he was at the girl's side, and the light of a healing spell enveloped her burnt hand. Fire is a bit more complex than light. You can't rush it, he said, his voice a gentle and soothing sound. Rest for a bit. And try to remember the way the mana flowed, just before you lost control. She looked at her healed hand, and his comforting words calmed the panic in her heart. She nodded, and went to sit down to the side, to meditate. Serie stood where she was and watched him. And for some reason, a wave of annoyance washed over her. I was here first, she thought. A restless feeling began to bubble up inside her. She turned and walked deeper into the forest, and he, as if sensing her mood, followed. They walked in silence for a long time, and finally, in a clearing, she stopped and turned to him. Why? Why what? Why are you so insistent on interfering with my teaching of Flam? She hadn't wanted to confront him about it, had just wanted to let time decide the girl's path. But seeing him with her, the way he had comforted her, she had to ask. Her hatred is the driving force of her progress. I don't see any problem with her using it to become stronger. And I could have just ignored what you've been doing, or waited for her to make her own choice. But now, I want to know your reasons. Her gaze was fixed on him, as if she could peel away his calm exterior and see the truth within. Are you worried my methods will make her lose control? Like some foolish mage who can't handle their own power. Even if that were to happen, that would be her own problem, the consequence of her own lack of skill. He was silent for a moment, and then he said, You're right, Serie. If she were to lose control, it would indeed be a sign of her lack of skill, of her failure to master her own power. But... He looked her straight in the eye, that's only if no one interferes. What you are doing, letting her be driven by a desire for revenge, that's a completely different matter. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Making the Elven Miss Fall to Earth. Chapter 165, Making the Elven Miss Fall to Earth. What's the difference, she asked, not quite understanding. To her, there was no problem with using the girl's hatred as a motivation. She wanted revenge, she wanted to become stronger, and as her teacher, she had to help her. And she, herself, was looking forward to seeing the girl's potential realized. The role of a teacher was just to make their students stronger, wasn't it? Because she's a child, his voice was now a little louder, a little more insistent. She's only 10 years old. Her mind is still developing. Serie had never had much contact with children, let alone human children. She didn't know how difficult it was to shape a child's character. The only child she had ever known was Ella, hundreds of years ago. But Ella had had her own parents. She had only had to teach her magic. The rest had been taken care of by them. He, himself, had no experience with raising a child either. But he had read books in his past life, and he would do his best. No one is a born parent. Though, to be fair, she wasn't his child. But he didn't mind learning. He would help her to become the great mage she was destined to be. And Serie, she just didn't have the same perspective. Her life has only just begun, and it is already consumed by hatred, he said, and his hands, which had been resting on her shoulders, now gripped them a little tighter. Her world, at a time when she most needed guidance, was filled with a single, overriding goal: revenge. Serie, as her teacher, as her guide on the path of magic, we must do more than just teach her spells. We have to help her to use her power wisely. Do you want her to become a bringer of disaster to this world? At his last words, a flicker of something, a hint of a wicked smile, appeared in her eyes, but under his own intense gaze, she just gritted out a single word: no. She thought it would be interesting if her own student were to become a scourge upon the world. But he had a point. She was conflicted. And for him, she could suppress her own love of war. It seemed that he did not share her enthusiasm. You teach her that power is for killing, that magic is the most efficient tool for destruction, he said. And against the demons, that is not wrong. But it is only a part of the truth. Power can also be used to protect. And magic, it is a path to the very source of the world, an all-encompassing thing, not just a tool for destruction. If all we teach her is revenge, if we let her grow strong on a diet of hate, then all she will ever see in the world is hatred and destruction. She may become a powerful avenger, a terror to all demons. But she will lose the chance to see all the other colors of life. Her heart, it will be forever consumed. His voice was now almost a plea. She has an infinite number of futures. But that one. It is not the ending I wish to see. And so I want to guide her, to lead her to a perfect ending. Because I am her teacher. His words echoed in her ears, each one a heavy weight on her heart. She stood there, her eyes reflecting his image, and his thoughts, and her face began to soften. In her long, long life, she had taught many. She had imparted knowledge, had taught them the spells they had wanted to learn, had helped them to realize their full potential and become powerful mages. She had never once thought that the title of teacher carried with it such a heavy responsibility. She was used to seeing death through the eyes of an elf. A human's life was a fleeting thing. For them to be able to shine so brightly, even for a short time, was a remarkable feat in itself. The girl's hatred was a powerful motivator, a shortcut to strength. And in her eyes, it was the most efficient way. As for whether her heart would become cold and twisted in the process, that was a price she had to pay for power. In her long life, she had heard countless tales of those who had been consumed by their own strength. It was a common story. But he was different. He was human. He understood the complex emotions that were contained in a short and fleeting life. He saw her not just as a talented apprentice, but as a young girl in need of guidance. His teacher was a human, caring for the growth of another human. And that was a perspective she had never considered. She remembered how he had taught the girl, and his words now made those memories all the more clear. After a long, long silence, the cool indifference in her eyes began to fade, replaced by a new light, a light of confusion and a deep contemplation. In the end, she did not agree, but she did not refute him either. Flam was the first person he had ever been willing to teach, the first to be nurtured by both a godslayer and a saint. And her talent was worthy of such a tutelage. His words had not been enough to completely convince her. In her mind, she had already done more than enough just by teaching them her magic. She was not obligated to be a parent to them as well. But, since he had asked, she would make an exception. Just for this one child. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible, nod. I understand, she said, and in her own voice, she could hear a strange and new complexity. Just a few words. But in them, he had seen it all. The elven miss, for the first time, she was beginning to consider the true meaning of the word teacher. It was a crack in the icy facade of her detached elven heart, a beginning of a change. He looked at her, at the thoughtful light in her eyes, and he knew. To change an elf who had lived for thousands of years, it would not be the work of a single day. But to make her think, to make her question her own detached worldview, it was a huge step forward. And he believed that time would change everything, would bring this high and mighty elven miss down to earth. And then, his own chance would come. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Serie, do you want a daughter? Chapter 166, Serie, do you want a daughter? After that conversation, she seemed to have taken his words to heart. She did not change immediately, and she did not say anything to the girl. But a subtle shift had occurred. At first, it was just in the small, everyday things. She no longer used the demons as an example to stir the girl's hatred after every practice session. Instead, when she succeeded, she would critique the imperfections in her mana flow, to help her to do better next time. Flam noticed the change. She was a little confused, but mostly, she was relieved. Before, every successful spell had felt like another shovel of dirt on her family's grave, the pressure of her revenge a constant shadow at her back. But now, her teacher was no longer pushing her, and the tension in her own heart began to ease. And then, she began to consciously adjust the content of their training. She still taught her powerful offensive spells, of course, but she also, along with him, began to teach her holy magic, a subject that had once been his alone. Perhaps she really was just making an exception for this one girl. Flam, of course, had not heard their conversation, but she instinctively attributed the change to him. She had seen how gently he guided her, and now her other teacher was doing the same. It had to have been him. The thought filled her with a new sense of gratitude, and a deeper affection. And the conflict she had once felt between their two different teaching styles was now gone. Serie was still strict, but her focus was now on the magic itself, on immersing her in its vast ocean. And he was a lighthouse in that ocean, a beacon to guide her when she was lost or tired, a guide to show her the wider, more expansive aspects of magic. And in that new atmosphere, Flam was able to devote all of her energy to her studies, and her growth, once again, accelerated. One afternoon, Rhodes was sitting in his rocking chair, watching Flam demonstrate her magic for Serie. The little girl was now a young woman, and though she was still a little green, she was now a capable fighter in her own right. He had been thinking that it was time to take her out for some real combat experience, but there were no monsters in their immediate vicinity. A flower grown in a greenhouse is a fragile thing, and the path she had chosen to walk was a stormy one. Her spell was a success. Several spears of light appeared around her, and at her command, they shot towards the ground and exploded. Very good. You've done well, Serie said, a rare note of direct praise in her voice. Flam smiled, a smile of pure, unadulterated joy, not just in her own success, but in the magic itself. She had not only cast a light spear spell, but had also imbued it with a tracking ability. It was a spell that he and Serie rarely used anymore. He had modified all of his own spells for a wide area of effect, and she, for her part, no longer had the patience to waste her time in a battle trying to predict an enemy's movements. It was much simpler to just block all of their escape routes. That was her style. But it was a style that only she could afford. No ordinary mage could handle the immense mana cost. At the thought, she lifted her chin, a look of pride on her face. He watched her and, with a cup of fruit tea in his hand, he walked over and handed it to her. She took it, her eyes still on the excited young woman. "How does it feel?" he asked softly, a hidden meaning in his words. She took a sip and, instead of answering directly, said, "Human children are much more complex than elven ones." She had never had much contact with them, but this one, she had brought her a surprise that was greater than all the other surprises of the past 1,000 years. To watch her grow, to be shaped by her own hands, it was a satisfaction she had never felt before. But it was a one-time thing. Flam would be an exception, a special case, the only one she would ever nurture from such a young age. To observe her, as a special case, she said, a new, interested light in her eyes, it will be a very interesting story. It was a concession, and more. It was an acceptance. She no longer saw the girl as just a talented apprentice, but as a person worth understanding, worth guiding. Yes. Very interesting, he said with a smile, looking at the small figure in the sunlight. To watch her grow, to watch her learn, to watch her find her own path, it is, in itself, a miracle far greater than magic. Flam, as if sensing their gazes, turned and gave them a bright smile, and waved. He waved back, and a bold new idea came to him. By the way, Serie, do you want to experience this feeling again? What do you mean? I have a way. A way for you to experience this process all over again. And if you want, you can experience it more than just once. And then, he thought to himself, our own daughter, her talent will surely be no less than Flam's. I don't understand, she said, his hidden meaning completely lost on her. And once is enough. Flam will be an exception. He didn't press the matter. He just smiled. There would be other chances. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, The Naive Flam. Chapter 167, The Naive Flam. The afternoon sun was warm, and the earthy smell of the forest was pleasant in the air. Or perhaps it was just because she had been praised. She sat by the crater she had made with her light spear, her chest heaving slightly from the exertion, a smile on her face. Serie's rare and direct compliment had left her feeling a little lightheaded. It was the first time she had ever praised her like that. Her other teacher, Rhodes, was always gentle with his praise. But Serie, she was strict, almost to a fault. And yet, she didn't mind. She, too, wanted to be strong, stronger than all the demons. She wanted to kill them all. But since he had intervened, everything had changed. Even Serie had become gentler, less demanding. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but she did know that she was happy now. And that was enough. She looked over at him and saw that he was now walking towards Serie. They stood together, and in the sunlight, they looked so natural, so in sync, as if they had been standing like that for 1,000 years. His gentle smile, and the unconscious warmth in her voice when she spoke to him, it stirred a strange and new emotion in her own heart. What was their relationship? Why were they so close? It was enviable. She didn't know what she was envious of. Their closeness. Or the fact that she could be so close to him. She didn't know. She waved at them, and he waved back with an encouraging smile. Serie just gave a slight nod, but the look in her eyes was enough to make her feel a sense of contentment. To watch her grow, it is, in itself, a miracle far greater than magic. His words floated to her, and a warmth spread through her chest. She was growing, and at a speed that even she found surprising. Now that she was no longer driven by hatred, even learning magic had become easier, and things that had once been incomprehensible were now clear as day. Was it his doing? Hearing his words, her earlier suspicion was confirmed. And the result was that she now felt an even greater dependence on him. If only she could be like Serie. Time passed in a flurry of study. The little girl who had once been so lost and filled with hate was now a young woman, with the slender grace of her age. Her mana was growing deeper every day, and in her every move, there was the confidence of a seasoned mage. She had even begun to experiment, to add her own understanding to the spells she had been taught, to create a magic of her own, just as he had. Serie did not stop her. After the end of the Age of Myth, the development of magic had shifted, away from large-scale destruction. The barrier to creating new spells was now much lower. She had already heard of many strange and new kinds of magic. In the Age of Myth, she would have dismissed them as useless. A spell that cannot kill an enemy is not a good spell. But now, under his influence, her own views had begun to change. In the past 1,000 years, she, herself, had created many different spells. And the girl's own initiative, it was exactly what she had wanted to see. But what she had not expected was that with age, a new restlessness had begun to stir in the girl's heart. She was no longer content to just learn magic. Her gaze now fell more and more on her two teachers. Especially him. He was the only man she had ever known. He was like an endless book of magic. He knew things that even Serie did not. Not just magic, but history, and the different races, and the stories of the god-slayer and the warrior-monk, craft, stories that Serie had never told her. His patience, his gentleness, it was so different from her other teacher's strictness, and she couldn't help but want to be closer to him. And then closer still. And that feeling of closeness, of affection, had, without her realizing it, begun to ferment. When she saw them talking in low voices, a shared glance passing between them, or when Serie would so naturally take something from his hand, a feeling of being left out, of being an outsider, would wash over her. She didn't understand what it was. She just knew that the way he looked at her other teacher, it was more complex, a bond that she could not enter. As if they had been together for a long, long time. It made her a little envious. She longed for more of his attention, to be someone like Serie to him. The thought shocked her. And it made her wonder, who was he, really? He never cast any powerful spells, just demonstrated the basic techniques. Serie was the renowned magical master, her strength was undeniable. But him, what was his true power? Why would someone as proud as Serie allow a seemingly ordinary human to stand with her as an equal, to even defer to him at times? A bold, almost absurd, thought began to grow in her mind, a weed that she could not seem to root out. Could he be the legendary godslayer who had ended the Age of Myth 1,000 years ago? Lord Rhodes. But every time the thought came to her, she would push it away. It was insane. A legend, a hero, a figure of myth, how could he be standing right in front of her, a gentle older brother, patiently teaching her magic? And the timeline, it didn't add up. A human could not live for 1,000 years. It had to be a foolish, impossible thought. His presence, his aura, it was just so special. That had to be it. She tried to convince herself, to bury the incredible suspicion deep in her heart. But a seed of doubt, once planted, is difficult to remove. She began to watch him more closely, to observe his every word, his every move, trying to find a clue, and at the same time, afraid of what she might find. And in that state of a complex and confusing doubt, the days passed. She studied even harder, as if to fill the emptiness in her heart with more and more magic. Until one calm, peaceful afternoon was shattered. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, The Dwarven City of Wyberg. Chapter 168, The Dwarven City of Wyberg. A messenger bird, a familiar magical aura clinging to the parchment it carried, broke through the forest's barrier and came to a halt before Serie. It was a letter from Ella. As she read it, her calm expression was replaced by a mask of cold fury. Northern Dwarves, City of Wyberg, under heavy demon attack, with great losses. And to the west, a new human nation is in a state of constant conflict with the kingdom of Ursen. I suspect the demons are behind it, trying to divide us. Flam's heart sank. The kingdom of Ursen, a place she had heard about not only from him but from her own parents, the first human nation, a beacon of hope for all her kind, and now, it was under attack. The demons, they were back. The flames of her own revenge, which she had so long suppressed, were now rekindled. Rhodes's brow was also furrowed as he read the letter. He looked up, and his gaze met hers. 1,000 years of unspoken understanding passed between them. Her peaceful days of teaching were over. Her trial by fire had come early, a response to the changing tides of the world. Flam, she said, her voice a sharp command, get your staff. We're leaving. A jolt ran through the girl, and she met her teacher's calm, steady gaze. Fear? No, not fear, but a rekindled rage, a reawakened hatred. Yes, teacher, she said. He saw the fear in her eyes and gently patted her on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. Trust in your own strength. And no matter what happens, we'll be by your side. His words were a comforting balm on her frayed nerves, and a strange and complex emotion that only she could understand stirred within her. And a short time later, the three of them shot out of the quiet forest like arrows from a bow. They would go north first, to the Dwarven City, to deal with the demon's assault, and to see if Shurahat was behind it all. The conflict between the two human nations was less pressing. The journey was a long and arduous one. One night, as they sat by the fire, Flam finally worked up the courage to ask the question that had been weighing on her mind. Teacher Rhodes, where did you learn so much about magic? To her, he was just a young man, not much older than herself. But he possessed a knowledge that rivaled that of a 1,000-year-old elf like Serie. She couldn't help but ask. When you have lived for a long time, he said, his voice a calm and distant sound, you see many things. Lived for a long time. She mulled over his words, and the old suspicion returned. She looked over at Serie, who was dozing against a rock, her face a picture of a serene beauty in the moonlight. A human and an elf, what was their story? And this long time, how long was it? She didn't dare to ask any more questions. But the curiosity about his true identity, it was a vine that was slowly, but surely, tightening its grip around her heart. The further north they went, the colder and drier the air became. She saw them then, a range of towering mountains, one side a pristine white, the other a lush green, a sight so strange and wonderful that it took her breath away. He saw the look on her face and explained the strange geography to her. And then, when they had crested another high ridge, a new, even more breathtaking, sight met her eyes. In a massive, circular mountain range, a grand and majestic city had been carved from the very heart of a hollowed-out peak. 1,000 white stone houses, connected by a network of crisscrossing staircases, formed a magnificent white fortress. But now, the fortress was under siege. Outside its walls, a black tide of monsters was relentlessly battering against its defenses. In the sky, dozens of flying creatures were circling, dropping fireballs on the dwarven defenders, and the sounds of explosions and screams filled the air. On the walls, the dwarves fought with a desperate courage, even resorting to some of their black technology, tossing barrels of gunpowder into the horde below, which exploded in a brilliant display of fire and death. And he could even see the flicker of magic on the walls, a sign that the dwarves had hired mages to help in their defense. But the demon's assault was a relentless one, and the walls had been breached in several places. Small groups of monsters were now pouring into the city, and a brutal close-quarters battle was now being waged on the battlements. The stench of blood, carried on the wind, assailed her senses, and the full, unadulterated horror of war was laid bare before her. Her face turned pale, and her stomach churned. The fighting spirit she had felt in practice, it was so small, so insignificant, in the face of this. This is a battlefield, Serie's voice, a calm and steady sound in the chaos, came from beside her. Put aside your weakness. Remember, every second you hesitate, more dwarves will die. See those flying monsters? They are the greatest threat. Your first target is them. Can you do it? The command was absolute. She looked at the monsters, at their savage and unrestrained fury, and a new fear, a real and visceral fear, gripped her. To hit such fast-moving targets, in the midst of all this chaos, could she do it? I. Her voice trembled. Just then, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. Believe in yourself, Flam, he said. Just like in practice. Lock onto your target and guide your magic. Don't worry about being interrupted. We're right here with you. His words were a magic of their own, and they chased away her fear. She remembered all the countless hours of practice. If she were to back down now, all of their teachings would have been for nothing. She took a deep breath and forced herself to be calm. She closed her eyes and, focusing all of her mind, all of her will, she began to draw on the magic within. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Flam's First Battle. Chapter 169, Flam's First Battle. I understand. Flam's eyes flew open. Though there was still a hint of nervousness in them, it was now overshadowed by a newfound resolve. She raised her staff and began to cast her spell. An invisible wave of mana, from the detection spell he had invented, spread out from her, and with it, she could sense the position of her target in the chaotic battlefield below. Her gaze locked onto a flying monster that was in a dive, about to drop a fireball on a group of dwarven warriors. Now. She pointed her staff, and a surge of mana flowed from it. The staff was one that Rhodes had made for her. For an apprentice, a staff was an essential tool. One day, when she was as strong as Serie, she might not need it anymore. But for now, it was a vital part of her magic. 3 spears of light, faster and brighter than ever before, appeared in the air. They did not fly straight, but in a subtle arc, as if anticipating the monster's flight path, and with the guidance of her detection spell, they ignored all the other chaos of the battlefield and shot towards their target with unerring accuracy. The monster, as if sensing the danger, let out a sharp cry and beat its wings, trying to dodge. But the spears were locked on. No matter which way it turned, they adjusted their own course. In that moment, the detection spell, the light spear, and the tracking spell, they all merged into one, a perfect fusion of magic. Thump. The sound of an arrow piercing flesh. The monster froze in midair, its chest and head now riddled with holes. It did not even have time to cry out before it fell from the sky like a broken kite, crashing into the horde of monsters below and causing a wave of confusion. She had done it. Her heart was pounding in her chest, so hard she could feel it in her throat. It was the first monster she had ever killed. And she did not feel sickened, only a sense of an exhausted elation, a disbelieving excitement. She had really done it. Well done, Flam. Keep going, his praise came, timely and reassuring. Don't just stand there. Keep going, Serie's voice followed. She hadn't even looked back to see the result. She was already in motion, a small, white blur, streaking towards a massive breach in the city walls, where dozens of monsters were pouring in, clashing with the dwarven warriors. She raised a slender finger and, with a flick of her wrist, a terrifying shockwave of pure magical energy, an invisible hammer, slammed into the tide of monsters. Boom. A deafening explosion that drowned out all other sound. The rubble and the dismembered bodies of the monsters were all swept away in the blast. The breach, which had been a bottleneck of writhing, screaming creatures, was now a gaping, empty hole, and all the monsters within a dozen or so meters of it were gone. The dwarven warriors, who had been fighting for their lives just moments before, now stared in stunned silence at the small, white figure hovering in the air above them. They quickly snapped out of it and began to clean up the few remaining monsters that had managed to get through. Flam was also stunned by the sheer power of the blast. Is this Teacher Serie's true power? It was a complete and utter rout. There was probably not a single monster in the world that could stand against her. As for the demons, she didn't know. She had never seen one. And at the same time, she saw the faint smile on her teacher's face. She enjoys this. She didn't dare to dwell on the thought and raised her own staff once more. The fear was gone now. She quickly locked onto her next target, 2 flying monsters this time, and 6 spears of light shot from her staff, 3 for each, and they, too, fell from the sky. She fell into a rhythm, her spells flowing from her, one after another, and the sky was filled with the rain of her light, a rain of death for the monsters. Her casting speed increased, and she did not let up. But the cost was a heavy one, her own face was now beginning to turn pale. But her attack was working. The flying monsters were in a state of chaos, their own assault now a disorganized mess. The pressure on the dwarves on the walls was greatly reduced, and they, seeing the spears of light in the sky, and the small figure in the distance, began to cheer. Well done, Lady Mage. Their morale was now soaring. She heard their cheers, and a new warmth spread through her. She was not alone. Her magic, it was really protecting people. Just then, one of the larger flying monsters, as if enraged by her constant attacks, let out a deafening roar and, abandoning its original target, it beat its massive wings and shot towards her with a terrifying speed. It was a spellcaster. A ball of a highly condensed green energy was forming in its gaping maw. Use your magic! Serie shouted from the distance. She was busy with another group of monsters and couldn't get to her in time. Flam's pupils constricted. It was too fast. A wave of a primal, paralyzing fear washed over her. She couldn't cast her spell in time. Should I dodge? The thought was dismissed as soon as it came. She couldn't possibly outrun it. A barrier? But could a hastily erected shield really stop such a powerful attack? She didn't think so. Her mind went blank. She had even forgotten that he was right beside her, that she had nothing to fear. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 170, Flam, I'm curious. Chapter 170, Flam, I'm curious. At the last possible second, a pure white light, brighter than anything she had ever cast, shot from less than a meter away and flew straight into the monster's open maw. Pop. There was no great explosion, just a soft, almost sickening, sound. The monster froze in midair, the light in its mouth instantly dissipating. In the next second, its head, and half of its chest, just vanished. Its headless body, carried by its own momentum, flew a few more meters and crashed to the ground a short distance from her, sending up a cloud of dust. Her heart had almost stopped. She slowly turned her head. He was standing right beside her, slowly lowering his hand. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a wisp of a terrifying, pure white magical energy still lingering at his fingertip, but then it was gone, as if it had been her imagination. Don't be afraid, he said, his voice a strange and piercing sound that instantly chased away all of her fear. No matter what happens, I'm right here with you. Teacher Rhodes. Her voice trembled with the aftershock of her near-death experience, and tears welled up in her eyes. A new, complex feeling, a feeling of an overwhelming gratitude and a deep, profound dependence, welled up within her. Thank you, she said, and, almost unconsciously, she reached out and grabbed his sleeve. She was still just a child, and it was only natural for her to be afraid. He understood. There's no need to thank me, he said, and gently patted her on the shoulder. It's a teacher's responsibility to protect his student. But their brief moment of warmth was shattered by a cold voice. Responsibility. Serie was now standing a short distance away, the raw power of her own magic still swirling around her. Her piercing gaze made the girl's heart, which had just begun to calm, start to race again, and her grip on his sleeve tightened. If she cannot even handle a small difficulty like this, then that so-called responsibility is meaningless. The smile on her face froze, and was then replaced by a look of shame. She lowered her head, not daring to meet her teacher's gaze. Serie's eyes swept over the massive corpse on the ground, and then fell upon her. I have told you, she said, her voice filled with an unconcealed disappointment, that a single magic shield is not enough to block the attack of such a monster. Why did you not create more? Why did you not use your magic to interrupt its attack? To just stand there, it was the height of foolishness. Every word was a new and deeper shame. She had panicked. Out in the distance, just picking them off, the monsters hadn't seemed so terrible. But up close, to be the target of that dark, malevolent energy, all her training, all her skill, had vanished, leaving only a primal instinct to defend. If not for him. I'm sorry, Teacher Serie, she said, her voice a soft, ashamed whisper. I was too afraid. I'm sorry. Fear is an excuse for the weak, she said, her voice still a cold and unforgiving sound. On the battlefield, fear will only get you killed. You need to be calm. You have the ability to cast a spell faster than that creature, but you panicked, and you did not trust in your own magic. Seeing that she was about to continue her harsh critique, he stepped in front of the girl. That's enough, Serie. It was her first time in a battle of this intensity. She's already done better than most mages. And her fear, it's a natural human reaction. All she needs is more experience. She had been so sheltered, had never even killed a single monster before. And her first real battle had been this. In his opinion, she had done well. And besides, he said, a knowing look in his eye as he glanced at the massive crater she herself had just created, I don't think you were all that calm yourself. He had seen her on the battlefield, a smile on her face as she had reveled in the chaos of battle. The two of them, they were two extremes. The one, frozen in fear, and the other, lost in a bloodlust she had not felt in 1,000 years. She, too, needed to be calm. After all, the real boss had not yet appeared. A flicker of something, a hint of a guilty conscience, appeared in her eyes. She just huffed, and her gaze moved from the girl to the battlefield below, a silent admission of his words. The rest of these small fry. I'll take care of them. You too. She paused, and her gaze fell once more on the girl's tear-streaked face. Stay here. And with that, she was gone, a streak of light in the midst of the densest concentration of monsters, and in her wake, a trail of ash and death. The girl watched her go, and with a long sigh, the tension finally left her. She secretly wiped away her tears, a new wave of gratitude for him welling up within her. He had protected her again. It's all right, he said. Serie is just a little strict. She has high expectations for you. I know, Teacher Rhodes, she said, her voice a low and quiet sound. I wasn't good enough. I disappointed her. She tightened her grip on her staff. I'll go and help. No, Flam, he stopped her. You need to rest now, not push yourself. But, teacher, I can still. You've already used up almost all of your mana, he said, his gaze as if seeing right through to her exhausted state. To overexert yourself will not do you any good. And besides. He looked down at the battlefield below. There, she was the eye of the storm, a whirlwind of death and destruction, and in her wake, a series of bloody flowers bloomed. It seemed she had learned a few new and interesting spells. Do you see? With Serie here, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. His voice was calm, but filled with an unshakable faith in her strength. Before them was not just a mage, but a grand mage, a being who had lived for over 1,000 years. And the girl, following his gaze, was once again struck with a sense of awe. Her teacher's power, it was terrifying. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Shurahat's Conspiracy. Chapter 171, Shurahat's Conspiracy. The overwhelming power of her teacher made any number of enemies seem like insignificant ants. And her own, desperate struggle, while not entirely useless, was a paltry thing in comparison. As the adrenaline wore off, a deep and profound exhaustion set in. Her own mana was nearly depleted. She no longer resisted, but just nodded and allowed her gaze to once again fall on the men beside her. He stood there, silently, his eyes fixed on the small figure of his own teacher on the battlefield, an unreadable expression on his face. And she remembered it, the pure white light at his fingertip. A power so pure, so great, that it was a match for even her own teachers. The Godslayer. The thought, once so absurd, was now a powerful and undeniable intuition. Only the legendary being who had brought an end to the age of myth could possess such a power. Her heart began to race, not with fear, but with the thrill of having uncovered a great secret. If he really was him, then what was the story of the bond between them, a bond that had spanned an unimaginable length of time? She was so curious. In a hidden cave, far from the main battlefield of Wyberg, in the deepest of shadows, a tall figure stood in silence. It was Shurahat. With his magic, he could just barely make out the small figure in the distance. He knew that it was Serie, the strongest mage in the world. With every spell she cast, a large swathe of monsters was turned to dust. The sheer power of it, even from so far away, it sent a shiver down his spine. The last time, with his foresight, he had been able to hold his own against her, for a time. But he knew that eventually, she would have found a flaw in his defenses. And then, he would have been finished. And then there was him. The massive horn on his head, it was broken near the base, a rough and uneven edge, as if it had been cleaved off. Which, of course, it had. That man, the one that Serie had trained, the wielder of the holy sword, he had not only broken his horn, but had also left a deep and piercing scar on his chest. Even now, 200 years later, the wound still ached, a constant reminder of the humiliating defeat that had almost been his end. The mere thought of his face, it filled him with a burning hatred and a deep, bone-chilling fear. It had taken him a full century to purge the holy power that had lingered in that wound. And the horn, it would never grow back. It was a permanent mark of his shame. But it was fine now. 200 years had passed. The human was long dead. He would never have to face him again. "Humph, Serie," he said, his voice a low and quiet sound, without a hint of surprise. "You came, just as I saw." With his foresight, he had known she would be here, that she would grind his painstakingly gathered army to dust. It was all part of his plan. Kill them all, you ancient witch," he said with a cold, cruel smile. "Use your power. Turn these lowly creatures to dust. That is exactly what I want to see." The dying monsters on the battlefield, he cared not for them. They, and even some of the more powerful ones among them, were just disposable pawns, a bait to draw her attention. "As long as I can keep you here," he murmured, "as long as I can keep your eyes on this insignificant dwarven city, then their sacrifice will be worth it." Heh. "Serie, that human apprentice of yours, what a marvelous talent. But so fragile. A mere human, with a lifespan of only 100 years, how could she ever bear your long and heavy expectations?" In his own calculations, the human who had once shone so brightly at her side, the one who could have posed a threat to them, was long since dead and gone, a footnote in history. That was the only logical outcome. Humans, they were fleeting things. And with you all alone, Serie. His gaze fell once more on the unstoppable force on the battlefield, and a new, unprecedented confidence filled his voice. "You may be strong, so strong it is despairing, but you are still just one person." He had been planning this for a long, long time. He had gathered a massive army, and had even let the news of its attack spread. All for one purpose, to pin her down, to trap her here, the Damocles sword that had been hanging over their heads for so long. "Unleash your power upon this scorched earth," he said, as if watching a grand performance. Little do you know that in the west, in the seemingly impenetrable fortress of Ursen, the foolish humans have already begun to fight amongst themselves. And the light of their holy sword, it will soon be consumed. He slowly raised his hand, and in his palm, a purple crystal, which thrummed with an ominous light, began to tremble. Within it, 1,000 tiny magic runes swirled, and it radiated a familiar aura. This was his true masterpiece, the culmination of all his efforts. A plan that would bring the demons a final, ultimate victory, a plan that would use the very thing the Godslayer had left behind for the humans against them. Enjoy this battle, Serie. By the time you realize what is happening in the west, it will be too late. He turned away. Her magical storm, however violent, could not touch him here. To lose a few pawns, it was nothing. If his plan succeeded, the entire kingdom of Ursen, and the entire continent, would be his. 200 years of hiding, 200 years of pain, 200 years of waiting, it had all been for this. He clenched his fist, and the light of the purple crystal was completely hidden. His tall figure retreated deeper into the shadows, as if he had never been there. Only his voice, filled with an absolute, unwavering confidence, remained, a whisper in the darkness. "This time, I am afraid of nothing. For in the end, you will be all alone. And the Demon King will reign supreme. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter." Chapter 172, Chapter 172, A Pall over the battlefield. Chapter 172, A Pall over the battlefield. Serie's magic was a merciless storm, and it swept through the chaotic horde of monsters again and again. And, as if on cue, the moment she appeared on the battlefield, the once organized demon army, as if it had lost its commander, fell into a complete disarray. They no longer attacked the city walls in a coordinated assault, but in a blind, instinctive rage. And for their troubles, they were met with an even more ferocious barrage of magic. The demons, now without their commander's control, and already in a state of panic from the constant and instantaneous deaths of their comrades, finally broke. They no longer charged the walls, but fled in all directions, their only thought to escape the small, death-dealing figure in the sky. In their haste, they trampled each other underfoot, and even the flying monsters in the sky had long since vanished. The battle, under her overwhelming power, had ended as suddenly and as comically as it had begun. The dwarven defenders, having recovered from their initial shock, let out a thunderous roar and, with the support of her magic, began to hunt down the fleeing monsters. From his vantage point on the mountain, Rhodes surveyed the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the distant horizon. He had not joined the fight, not because he couldn't, but because he was casting a different kind of spell, an invisible web of his own mana, searching for the powerful demonic aura of a commander. He had felt it, just for a moment, as she had been unleashing her own storm, a faint and fleeting presence, a feeling of being watched, a feeling that was gone as soon as it had appeared. But he knew it was not his imagination. A demon had been watching them. He had tried to trace it, but the trail was too faint, lost in the chaos of the battle. It was likely that even the one who had been watching could not see the battle clearly, perhaps not even their own location. "Nothing," he murmured. It didn't make any sense. An army of this size, it had to have a commander, perhaps even a great demon. And for that commander to just stand by and watch his army be annihilated, to not even try to intervene, to launch a single counterattack, was it a sign of extreme caution, or something else? He looked to the west, and Ella's message about the conflict between the human kingdoms came to mind. Shurahat. The demon who had escaped 200 years ago, with his cunning, he would have surely not just given up. To so easily abandon this army, it felt like a feint, a diversion to cover a much larger conspiracy. But he couldn't be sure. The situation with the dwarves had seemed much more dire. The humans had just been in a state of conflict, with no actual fighting. The dwarves, on the other hand, had been on the verge of being overrun. But the very obviousness of it all, it made him suspicious. The battle below was coming to an end. When the last of the resisting monsters was turned to dust by a single, casual light arrow from her, there was not a single trace of a demon left outside the city of Wyberg. The dwarves' cheers of victory echoed through the mountains, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy, a sound of a deep and profound reverence for the goddess-like mage who had descended upon them. But she, for her part, was completely indifferent to their adulation. In a few flashes of light, she was back on the mountaintop, standing before him and Flam. She stood for a moment, her breathing still a little ragged, and the suffocating pressure of her magical aura slowly began to recede. The hem of her white robe and her cuffs were stained with a dark red blood, not her own, but the blood of the monsters. There was not a single sign of fatigue on her face, only a slight pallor from the expenditure of her mana. She walked straight to him, ignoring the girl who was sitting to the side. "It's over." "What now?" she asked, her voice a calm and level sound, as if the earth-shattering battle she had just single-handedly won had been a trivial matter. "You've done well," he said, and turned his gaze from the west to her. But even though the army has been routed, we can't be sure they won't be back. To be safe, we should stay in the city for a while. We can gather more information, see if we can find any clues about the demons. And we can make sure the city is secure, at least for the time being. They'll need time to rebuild their defenses, after all. She just gave a slight nod. As you wish. When they returned to the city, a contingent of dwarven soldiers was already waiting for them. They had been afraid that the powerful mage would just leave, without even giving them a chance to express their thanks. But she had come back. In the center of the soldiers, a dwarf, though short, was incredibly stocky and powerfully built. He wore heavy armor and held a massive, blood-stained warhammer in his hand. He was clearly the city's lord. He walked up to them, his gaze first falling on her. The stark contrast between her small, delicate frame and the destructive power she had just unleashed, it was a sight to behold, even for a seasoned warrior like himself. He took a deep breath and, with his right hand, he struck his own armored chest in the highest of dwarven salutes. Honored and powerful mage. I am Balin, the guardian of Wyberg, he said, his voice filled with a deep gratitude. On behalf of all the dwarves of this city, I offer you our deepest thanks. If not for your timely intervention, our city would have surely been overrun. We will be forever in your debt. His words were sincere, and the dwarven warriors behind him also gave a salute, a silent expression of their own respect. She, however, was unmoved by their grand gesture. She just gave a slight nod in return. Balin, seeing her indifference, was not in the least bit offended. Mages were always a bit strange. His gaze then moved to the men beside her, and the young girl who was now sitting on a rock. He noticed her pale, exhausted face, and the lingering aura of magic about her. It must have been she who had dealt with the flying monsters. And you, honored guests, he said, turning to them and giving another solemn salute, thank you for your help. And this young lady, you must be the one who dealt with those damned flying creatures. An incredible display of magical power. The man, he hadn't seen him fight. But to be standing beside such a terrifyingly powerful mage, he could not be an ordinary person. You are too kind, Lord Balin, Rhodes said with a smile, and then, with an encouraging look at the girl, this is Flam. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, A Love That Can Never Be. Chapter 173, A Love That Can Never Be. Flam quickly stood. And though she was still weak, she held herself straight. It is my honor to be of service, Lord Balin. The genuine thanks of another filled her with a strange and new kind of joy, a joy that seemed to chase away her own exhaustion. Balin's gaze then returned to Serie. Honored mage, he said carefully, if I may be so bold, may I know your name? She gave the excited dwarf lord a cool, appraising look, and after a moment's hesitation, as if she found the whole thing a bit of a bother, she said, Serie. Her voice was not loud, but it was like a clap of thunder in the ears of the dwarves. Serie. The name, a name that was only a legend, a name sung by 1,000 bards, a name revered by every mage in the land. The grand mage of all magic, the one who stood with the Godslayer as the strongest of them all, the one who had brought an end to the age of myth. And after centuries of silence, she was here, now, having just saved their city. He trembled with excitement, his voice a stammering, sputtering mess. It is you. The great Lady Serie. And then, these two, are they? His gaze fell upon Rhodes and Flam. Were they her servants? Her gaze also fell on him, a rare, mischievous glint in her cool eyes. His name is Ard, she said, her voice a flat and level sound, and he, like Flam, is my apprentice. A stunned silence fell over the group. The look on his face was as if someone had just hit the pause button. He looked from her to him, his mind unable to process what he had just heard. An apprentice. This seemingly ordinary human, was the apprentice of the legendary Grand Mage. It was just too shocking. He had heard that she had had an apprentice, an elven woman who was now a renowned mage in her own right. But these two humans, were they her new apprentices? The girl, perhaps. She was young, and she had used magic. But the man, he didn't look like an apprentice at all. Rhodes, too, was a little taken aback, and then, a helpless smile came to his lips. He knew her too well. His own name was a legend, yes, but did she have to give him a fake one? And what if these dwarves were like Flam and just assumed he was a namesake? Or perhaps, an even worse thought, a human, traveling with Serie, named Rhodes, they would surely think he was the Godslayer himself. It seemed his elven miss had a rather wicked sense of humor, especially when she was in a good mood after a battle. He looked at the dwarf lord's dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but feel a little amused. And so, instead of correcting her, he played along. Teacher Serie, he said, his voice as natural and as casual as could be. And at the sound of his words, a new kind of silence fell. A flush, a faint but undeniable blush, began to creep up her fair neck and to the tips of her long, pointed ears. She was still a mask of cool indifference, but he, who knew her so well, he saw it. The elven miss, she hadn't expected him to play along so readily. Her own prank had backfired, and she was now the one who was flustered. She glared at him, a silent warning in her eyes. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" He met her gaze, and the smile on his face grew even wider. "Of course I am." Their silent exchange, their unspoken understanding, it was a world of its own, a world to which no one else was privy. But it was a world that the girl beside them was now peering into, and the joy she had felt just a moment before was now completely gone, replaced by a strange and uncomfortable feeling, like a small, sharp thorn that had pricked her heart. She saw the way he had said her other teacher's name, with a casual intimacy she had never heard before. She saw the blush on her teacher's own face. And she saw the look that had passed between them. A strange and unfamiliar feeling, a feeling of being left out, of being an outsider, washed over her. She didn't know what it was, but she knew that the way he looked at her other teacher. It was a look he had never given her, a look that spoke of a bond that she could not enter, a bond that seemed to have been forged over 1,000 years. It made her a little envious. She wanted more of his attention, to be someone like Serie to him. And the thought shocked her. And it made her wonder, just who was he, really? He never cast any powerful spells, just demonstrated the basic techniques. Serie was the grand mage, her power undeniable. But him, what was his true power? Why would someone as proud as Serie allow a seemingly ordinary human to be her equal, to even, at times, defer to him? A bold, almost absurd, thought, a weed that she could not seem to root out, began to grow in her mind. Could he be the legendary godslayer who had ended the age of myth 1,000 years ago? Lord Rhodes. But every time the thought came to her, she would push it away. It was insane. A legend, a hero, a figure of myth, how could he be standing right here, in front of her, a gentle older brother, patiently teaching her magic? And the timeline, it didn't add up. A human could not live for 1,000 years. It was a foolish, impossible thought. His presence, his aura, it was just so special. That had to be it. She tried to convince herself, to bury the incredible suspicion deep in her heart. But a seed of doubt, once planted, is difficult to remove. She began to watch him more closely, to observe his every word, his every move, trying to find a clue, and at the same time, afraid of what she might find. And in that state of a complex and confusing doubt, the days passed. She studied even harder, as if to fill the emptiness in her heart with more and more magic. Until one calm, peaceful afternoon was shattered. "Honored guests," the dwarf lord said, clearing his throat, "please, you must come into the city and allow us to show you our gratitude." "Lead the way," Serie said, her voice now a cool and level sound. "We would be honored," Rhodes added. He looked at Flam, who was still looking at the ground. "Come on, Flam. You need to rest." She looked up and met his gentle gaze, and the strange feeling in her heart subsided a little. "Yes, Teacher Rhodes," she said. "Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter." Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Dark Clouds over the Kingdom of Ursen. Chapter 174, Dark Clouds over the Kingdom of Ursen. In stark contrast to the war-torn city of Wyberg in the north, the Kingdom of Ursen, in the center of the continent, was now bathed in a seemingly calm but treacherous undertow. 1,000 years had passed. The human kingdom, once led by the first emperor, Ursen Norn, a kingdom whose symbol was the holy sword, the light of Ursen, left behind by the godslayer Rhodes, was now a shadow of its former self, its influence and its borders a far cry from what they had once been. But it seems that to rise and then to fall is the eternal law of the world. The once ideal nation, over the long years, had been scarred by internal strife, by the shifting tides of power, and by the darkness that had grown within it. In the south, new human kingdoms had sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, competing, allying, betraying, and consuming one another. And after centuries of a brutal struggle, a new power had emerged, the Southern Unified Empire. It had devoured the weaker kingdoms around it and had, in the end, united the entire southern continent under its banner, a behemoth to rival Ursen itself. And now, this southern beast, having consolidated its power, had cast a greedy gaze upon the kingdom that was the symbol of human orthodoxy and ideals. Border skirmishes had escalated, and small-scale conflicts had become a common occurrence. The Empire's army, like a shark that had scented blood, was a constant presence on their borders, putting a heavy and unprecedented pressure on Ursen. In the capital city of Ursen, the great city that had been built by the holy King Norn himself, the setting sun cast long shadows over the streets. 200 years had not changed the city much, only made the statue of their first king a little more worn, a little more faded, a subtle, but clear, sign of the kingdom's own decline. In the depths of the royal palace, the current emperor, Ursen Fidel, was wearily rubbing his temples. He was in his prime, and in his features, one could still see a faint resemblance to Norn. But the mountain of urgent reports on his desk was a weight that was crushing him. "Your Majesty, the army of the Southern Empire has once again crossed our borders, destroyed 2 of our outposts, and captured nearly 100 of our soldiers. A supply convoy on the border was attacked by an unknown armed group. The losses are heavy. We suspect it was the work of bandits supported by the Southern Empire. The worried voices of his ministers still echoed in his ears. The Southern Empire was a tightening noose, a noose that was slowly suffocating his kingdom. When had it happened? When had these insignificant little kingdoms grown into such a monstrous empire? 100 years ago? 200? He didn't know. Against the massive and fanatical army of the empire, even with their superior equipment and greater number of mages, Ursen was beginning to falter. The main reason was that Ursen was an ideal nation, a home for all humanity. And so, even in the face of their constant provocations, he had always held back, trying to avoid a full-scale military conflict. But his restraint had only emboldened them. The threat of the demons had not yet been completely eliminated, and they were already turning their blades on their own kind. A deep sense of helplessness washed over him. The glorious history of their ancestor, Norn, who had united humanity and had fought alongside the great god-slayer against a god. It was now just a cruel mockery of his own incompetence. The light of Ursen was still enshrined in the deepest part of the palace, the sacred treasure of the kingdom, the symbol of their faith. But it was too heavy, too sacred. Only in a time of a dire, national crisis could it be wielded. It was more of a spiritual totem than a weapon. And just as he was on the verge of being crushed by the weight of it all, a man appeared before him. He called himself Growsome. He had been introduced at a court banquet by several of the emperor's own ministers. And as he had entered the audience hall, the powerful magical aura that surrounded him had been a silent proclamation of his immense power. "Your Majesty," he had said, his voice slow and elegant, "allow me, Growsome, to offer you my most humble respects. I have traveled the continent and have heard of the unprovoked provocations that your kingdom has been enduring. As a fellow human, I wish to offer you my meager assistance." His words had been humble and proper, and had instantly won him the favor of many of the nobles and ministers. The emperor, though wary, could not ignore his powerful magical aura, his calm demeanor, and his offered support, especially not now, when his kingdom so desperately needed a powerful ally, an outside mage. Ursen had no shortage of its own mages, of course. But they were all a part of the Holy Saint Kalua, the first magical academy of humanity, and he did not want to call upon them unless it was a true crisis. "Lord Growsome, I thank you for your kind offer. But what do you have in mind?" He had smiled. "Your Majesty, the Southern Empire relies on its vast numbers. But as long as they are human, they will have a weakness. In the face of power and slaughter, even the largest of armies will grow fearful." He had raised his hand, palm up, and had revealed his own magic, a subtle and skillful manipulation of mana that had made even the court mages gasp in awe. "If your Majesty would but trust me," he had said, his voice a convincing and magical sound, "I will personally go to the border and give those arrogant fools a lesson they will not soon forget." He had then clenched his fist, and a wave of a powerful magical energy had washed over them, forcing them all to take a step back. And the emperor, he had been moved. He needed power. He needed a resounding victory to boost his people's morale and to strike fear into the hearts of the Southern Empire. The appearance of Growsome, it was like a lifeline to a drowning man. "Your strength is astounding," he had said, and had even stood from his throne. A powerful, outside mage, it was as if he had been sent from the heavens themselves. "If you can truly help me to deal with the threat of the Southern Empire, the kingdom of Ursen will grant you whatever you desire. To be of service to your Majesty is my honor," he had said with an elegant bow, but a cold, hard light had flickered in the depths of his eyes, a flicker so quick that no one had seen it. The smile on his face was perfect, a carefully crafted mask. But beneath that perfect exterior lay a terrible truth, a truth that could bring the entire kingdom of Ursen to its knees. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, The Controlled Emperor. Chapter 175, The Controlled Emperor. Growsome was not human. He was a demon, a rare and powerful one with a talent for mental magic. His ability was a subtle and insidious form of control, like a master musician who could, with a silent touch, play upon the hidden melodies of a person's soul. And his purpose in approaching the emperor was not to help him. In fact, the very rise of the Southern Unified Empire, the threat it now posed, it all had the faint shadow of demonic influence behind it. It was a part of Shurahat's grand plan, a diversion to keep the kingdom of Ursen occupied. Growsome's true target was the Holy Sword, the Light of Ursen, which had been enshrined in the deepest part of the palace for 1,000 years, a vessel that now held a millennium of human faith. The secret of the sword, that it could be used to wield the power of faith, should have been known only to the royal family. But over the long years, there had always been a few traitors. And so, the secret had been revealed to Shurahat. He had even come to a bold conclusion: the Godslayer's victory over the goddess 1,000 years ago had been made possible by the power of faith, and the Light of Ursen had been his vessel. And so, the Holy Sword, a legacy of the great Rhodes, was both a deadly poison to the demons, and a tantalizing prize. And after hundreds of years of study, a mad plan had formed in Shurahat's mind. If they could seize the sword, and use their own magic to corrupt it, to reverse its core power, then even they, the demons, could wield the immense power of faith within it. And then, the entire continent would be theirs. The kingdom of Ursen, without its greatest weapon, would be nothing. And the demons, with the power of the holy sword, would be invincible. Even Serie, the strongest mage in the world, would be no match for them. And to get close to the heavily guarded sword, the best way was to first get close to the emperor. Grausam's mission was to slowly, but surely, gain his absolute trust, and then, with his mental magic, to guide him, to allow him to get close to the holy sword. In the days that followed, he demonstrated his astonishing power. He personally went to the southern border and, in a single, decisive battle, he had unleashed a spell that had covered the entire battlefield and had driven thousands of the Southern Empire's soldiers into a frenzy of self-slaughter, and they had been utterly routed. The news was a great victory for the kingdom of Ursen, and the emperor's trust in him grew exponentially. He was even invited to the Holy Saint Kalua's magical academy to give a lecture to the apprentices there. He, of course, had accepted. His teaching methods were both mysterious and effective. The students who had attended his lecture had all shown a remarkable improvement in a short period of time. But no one had noticed the strange, unsettling light that now sometimes flickered in their eyes. His position in the court was now secure. He was the emperor's most trusted advisor. And he was a master at playing upon his fears, at offering seemingly reasonable solutions. He was a patient hunter, and he was slowly, but surely, leading his prey to the trap he had set. And the time was now ripe. One night, the lamps in the royal council chamber were burning bright. The emperor was once again poring over an urgent report from the border. The Southern Empire's main army was now gathering in force. It was clear that they were about to launch a full-scale invasion. Your Majesty, Grausam's voice was a soft and timely sound, their ambition can no longer be contained. This time, it will be a decisive battle. Grausam, he said, his face a grim mask, if a war breaks out, the loss of life will be immense. And though our own kingdom is not without strength, I do not wish to go down that path. He was not afraid of the Southern Empire. What he feared was the demons, who were still a threat that lingered in the deep shadows of history. If he were to be weakened in a war with the Southern Empire, and the demons were to then attack, what would he do? Your Majesty, Grausam said, and stepped closer, his own eyes now a swirling vortex of a dark, subtle power. To use conventional means will only lead to a long and bloody war. Unless, you were to use an unconventional power, a power that could end this war quickly. You mean, he began, a sudden, wild thought in his mind. And Grausam's voice, now imbued with a magical, persuasive quality, echoed in his mind. The Holy Sword, the Light of Ursen. The Holy Sword. A jolt ran through him. A flicker of excitement, but it was quickly suppressed by a deep and abiding awe, a fear of the sacred. No. It can only be used in a time of a dire, national crisis. The Holy King Norn's own last words. It was not to be wielded unless the kingdom was on the verge of destruction, or to fight the demons. And now, they were not even at war with the Southern Empire. Your Majesty, his voice was now a sharp, commanding sound, a psychic shock that overrode all his hesitation. These are desperate times, and they call for desperate measures. Now is the time to draw the sword, to show the Southern Empire its true power, and to crush their greedy ambition once and for all. And under the influence of his mental guidance, the Emperor's own thoughts began to turn. But even if we were to draw it, we would not be able to unleash its full power. Do not worry, Your Majesty, he said with a mysterious smile. I have traveled the continent, and I am very familiar with the Holy Sword. Perhaps I can guide you in unleashing its true power. A wave of a powerful, psychic suggestion washed over the Emperor's own mental defenses. On a normal day, he would have been able to resist. He was a mage himself, after all. But the attacks had been so subtle, so insidious, woven into their everyday conversations, and he had already fallen under his influence. The awe in his eyes was now being replaced by a feverish, fanatic gleam. He could see it, the sword, in all its glory, and the army of the Southern Empire, turned to dust before it. The kingdom of Ursen would be great again. Are you sure? His voice was hesitant, but his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. For your glory, Your Majesty, he said with an elegant bow, I, Grausam, will do all that I can. Good, he said, and stood. Tomorrow, I will take you to it. As you command, Your Majesty. Grausam bowed his head, and in the shadows, his smile widened, a cold and cruel expression that the Emperor did not see. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Chapter 176, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Meanwhile, in the far northern city of Wyburg, Rhodes, in the middle of a dream, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up and looked to the southwest, in the direction of the kingdom of Ursen, a sense of unease stirring within him. He had just felt a faint, yet distinct, dark fluctuation of mana. But it was too far away. Across half a continent, and behind the kingdom's own defensive barrier, the feeling was a faint and blurry thing, like looking through a thick, frosted glass. He couldn't even make out the nature of the malevolent energy. A deep frown creased his forehead. This was a feeling far more unsettling than the faint sense of being watched he had felt on the battlefield. The West, the kingdom of Ursen, he murmured, Ella's message now at the forefront of his mind. A new kingdom and Ursen, now at odds with each other, a conflict that she suspected had been orchestrated by the demons. But from all the intelligence they had gathered, it was just minor skirmishes, nothing close to a full-scale war, nothing as dire as the near disaster that had befallen Wyberg. But since their own intervention, since they had helped the dwarves to rout the demon army, everything had fallen into an eerie quiet. Too quiet. It was as if the demons had simply vanished. They had not been able to find a single trace of a great demon's magical residue. The scattered, fleeing monsters, they had all been wiped out, as if by an unseen hand. The dwarves had searched the entire area, and had found nothing. It was as if the great siege had just been a bad dream. And this quiet. It was more unsettling to him than a constant threat. The demons were not the type to just give up, especially not if their commander was that stubborn and tenacious Shurahat. After 200 years of hiding, he wouldn't have just sent a disposable army to be their sparring partners. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. An ancient strategy came to his mind. If that was the case, then the dwarves had never been their real target. The massive attack on Wyberg, the sacrifice of such a large army, it had all been to pin her, the greatest threat to them, in this remote and desolate place. And the friction that Ella had mentioned, that, too, was likely not a coincidence. It probably had the hand of the demons behind it. And if that were the case, then that malicious fluctuation he had just felt, was it aimed at the kingdom itself? Or something else? The kingdom itself was unlikely. For the demons, there were still the elven kingdom and the dwarven kingdom, two far more significant powers. It made no sense to focus all their energy on a nation whose only real value was its name. And then, he remembered. The holy sword, the light of Ursen. The sword he had left behind, the sword that now held 1,000 years of human faith, the greatest weapon of the kingdom of Ursen. He had once hoped that it would be used to once again save the world, but if the demons were to get their hands on it. His heart sank. If that was their plan, then he had to get to Ursen, and fast. The heavy wooden door of the stone house opened without a sound, and a slender elven figure, bathed in the moonlight, stepped inside. Can't sleep, her cool, calm voice broke the silence. He was not surprised. She stood in the doorway, her golden hair shimmering in the moonlight. I sense something, he said, not bothering to hide the truth. From the west. In the direction of Ursen. She walked over to the window and also looked to the southwest. She was silent for a few moments, as if trying to sense something herself. It's too far, she said. Her own senses, though acute, could not reach across thousands of miles. Was it a passive activation of the holy sword? Or something else? It had to be the sword he had left there, it was the only thing that could have reached him from so far away. I'm not sure, he shook his head. But with this strange quiet here. I think we've been tricked. Serie, I don't think Shurahat was ever really after this place. He used his army to trap us here. Her eyes narrowed, a cold light in their depths. She hated being played, especially by the demons. They've gotten a little smarter, she said, her voice filled with a quiet, but deadly, rage. So. We're going to Ursen now. Her mind was a direct and simple thing. If this was a feint, then the only logical course of action was to go to the real target. He was silent, his fingers tapping against the edge of the bed. His own reason was telling him the same thing. They had to go, now. They couldn't let the sword fall into their hands. But it was still just a guess. And the demons, they still had a remnant of their army here. If he and Serie were to leave, and they were to attack the city again, the dwarves wouldn't be able to hold them off. And the situation in Ursen was still unclear. To just rush in, there was no telling what the consequences would be. We'll leave in the morning, he finally said. They had stayed long enough. And if the demons were not going to show themselves, then he would go to them. This time, he would not let them hide for another 200 years. And Flam. If we're going to travel fast, she won't be able to keep up. They could fly, of course. It wouldn't take them long to reach the kingdom. But she couldn't. It was a little too late to teach her now. She'll come with us. To leave her here, in the relative safety of the dwarven city. No. The city had just been attacked, and its defenses were not yet fully restored. If the demons were to circle back, it would be too dangerous for her to be here alone. To take her with them, it was a risk. But at least she would be under their own protection. Serie had no objection to his decision. After a moment of silence, she just said, all right. To her, since she had made the decision to take the human child as a special case, to teach her, to guide her, then to let her face a little danger, that was also a part of her growth. A troublesome part, but a necessary one. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, The Unhappy Elven Miss. Chapter 177, The Unhappy Elven Miss. I'll go and wake her, Serie said, and turned to the door, her movements as swift as ever. Wait, Serie, he called out to her. Let her sleep a little longer. I have to go and speak with Lord Balin first. She stopped and turned back, her eyes fixed on him. The intensity of her gaze made him a little uncomfortable. What is it? He asked. I was just thinking, she said, her gaze now on the floor, a lock of hair falling over her face, that you're a little too preferential towards her. Or perhaps doting is a better word. Don't be ridiculous. And your choice of words is inappropriate, he said, a dark look coming over his face, a vein beginning to throb in his temple. Doting. The word was too intimate, too easily misunderstood. Even spoiling would have been better. Look, she said, either not noticing his change in expression or not caring. She held up her slender fingers and began to count. Leaving aside the preferential treatment, during her lessons for a moment, the seriousness with which you teach her is far greater than it ever was with me. And your tolerance for her mistakes is much higher. And you always make sure she has her mana recovery potions. And her staff. You had that made for her, didn't you? She paused and then looked up, her gaze once again locking onto his, a clear reflection of his own now flustered face in her eyes. And just now, you even told me to let her sleep a little longer. Is that not preferential treatment? Her voice began to rise, a note of an almost obsessive questioning in it. I'm curious, Rhodes. Why? He was at a loss for words. It was true. He had been giving her preferential treatment, without even realizing it. But for her to point it out so bluntly, it was a startling revelation. Why? The real answer, was it because he felt a sense of guilt for having stolen her place in history? Or was it because he wanted to witness the birth of a legend? He didn't know. He himself was a legend, of course, but he had had no choice. From the moment he and she had set out on their journey, their fate had been sealed. And when he had drawn the divine right sword, Org, he had been forced onto the path of a godslayer. It was a destiny he could not change. His own life had been a series of battles, of struggles, of being pushed forward by an unseen tide. He had been a player on the stage, in the spotlight, but sometimes, he had just wanted to be a spectator. And her appearance had given him that chance. But he couldn't tell her that. It would reveal his true identity, and, seeing the future, was not a sufficient explanation. Don't be ridiculous, Serie. She's just a child. And she's exhausted. A little more rest will do her good. And our teaching styles are different. What's so strange about that? Your talent is far greater than hers. You can learn any spell with ease. You don't need so much coddling. Her own talent, her own starting point, it was a world away from Flam's. But the elven miss was not so easily placated. She just stared at him, a clear and undeniable disbelief in her eyes. She pursed her lips, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, a silent, unspoken, I am not happy, that was far more oppressive than any spoken words. He was beginning to feel a little flustered. The elven miss, she was jealous. To appease her, he had to give her a reason she could accept, an excuse to just smooth things over. And in his desperation, a flash of inspiration came to him. All right. I admit it. I guess. I've been subconsciously treating her like a daughter. Yes, that's it. A daughter. She tilted her head, a look of genuine confusion on her face. Elves, with their long lifespans and their even longer reproductive cycles, had a very different concept of family. A parent-child bond existed, of course, but it was not nearly as intense, as tangible, as it was in human society. She understood the concept of offspring, but to raise as a daughter, it was a concept that was filled with a uniquely human emotion, an emotion that she found difficult to comprehend. Yes, a daughter, he said, and seeing that he had captured her attention, he pressed on. To watch her improve, to grow stronger, to go from a little girl to a fine mage, it's like watching your own child grow up. But you are not related by blood, she said coolly. That's not important. For humans, emotions are more important than that. To see such a promising young person, you naturally want to take care of them, to protect them. It's a kind of responsibility, he said, grasping at straws, trying to make his excuse sound more plausible. She listened in silence, as if trying to process his words. She looked at his eager face, then thought of the girl. She did have a lot of potential. And she did need guidance. She tried to equate his description to an elven master training an apprentice, but it still felt different. An elven master would teach, of course, but they would never be so involved. But the word responsibility, that, she could understand. She herself had only agreed to take the girl as an apprentice because she had seen her potential. Though their methods were different, in a way, they were a little similar, weren't they? So did that mean she was also her daughter? No, that still didn't make sense. So your preferential treatment of her, it is because you see her as a daughter who needs to be cared for, she summarized. Yes. That's it exactly. She was silent for a moment, as if weighing the credibility of his explanation. Finally, with a soft she gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, a tacit acceptance. And the heavy, unhappy atmosphere around her began to dissipate. I understand, she said, her voice now back to its usual coolness. But he could see it, in the depths of her eyes, a lingering doubt, a question that had not yet been answered. She was still thinking about it. She looked at him for a moment longer, then turned and, without another word about the girl, said, I'm going outside, and left the room. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, The Return of the Demons. Chapter 178, The Return of the Demons. Seeing Serie's disappearing form, Rhodes let out a long sigh of relief, his back slick with a cold sweat. That little charade had taken more out of him than a battle with a horde of demons. Finally got away with it, he said, wiping a non-existent bead of sweat from his brow. The whole, raising her as a daughter, thing, it was a complete and utter fabrication. He was surprised she had actually bought it. His feelings for the girl were simply a desire to witness the birth of a legend whose place in history he himself had usurped. And to be a little kinder to her because of that, it was only natural. Just as one might pay a little more attention to a cute and cuddly creature. But he had not expected Serie to misunderstand him so completely. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts. The immediate task at hand was to bid farewell to Lord Balin. He stood and walked out of the room. But he did not know that she had not gone far. She was standing in the shadows, and she had seen him leave. And as his form disappeared from view, a look of a deep and abiding confusion, and a flicker of a new and strange vigilance that she herself did not understand, appeared in her golden eyes. A daughter. She whispered. Why would a human see a creature not of their own blood as their own child? She couldn't understand it. Human emotions, they were so complex. But for some reason, she had the distinct feeling that something precious was being taken from her. Her magic. Or something else. She didn't know. He remembered the information he had gotten from Balin about the current Emperor of Ursen. He was a capable ruler, in times of peace. But now, with the demons on the move and the humans on the verge of civil war, could he hold the kingdom together? Could he protect the Holy Sword? He didn't know. The demons were cunning creatures. Once they had disguised themselves, they were almost impossible to detect. The more he thought about it, the more his unease grew. 1,000 years of peace had made the entire continent soft. And though his own actions had prevented the elves from facing the same near extinction as in the original future, their decline was now inevitable. The first rays of dawn were beginning to break. The dwarven lord, Balin, was busy with the reconstruction of his city. When he heard that Rhodes had come to say goodbye, he immediately put his work aside. Lord Balin, he said, getting straight to the point, thank you for your hospitality, but we must be leaving. The smile on his face froze. Leaving. Now. Lord Ard, why? Was our hospitality not to your liking? He wrung his rough, calloused hands, his eyes filled with confusion. Lady Serie was the strongest person in their city. If they left, and the demons were to return. No, you misunderstand, my lord. He wanted to correct him on the Ard part, but he held his tongue. It's just that, it's been a long time, and there's been no sign of the demons. And we've just received news from the Southern Empire and Ursen. It seems the demons have appeared there as well. I have heard, Balin said, his brow furrowed. He, too, had heard reports of demons openly appearing in the Southern Empire's territory. Then it is as I feared, he said, his voice now a little more urgent. The demons are cunning. For them to have been so quiet, it is not normal. I am afraid their true target is not here, but elsewhere. We must go and see for ourselves. Seeing the grave look on his face, Balin knew that he had made up his mind. I understand, Lord Ard, he said with a sigh. The dwarves of Wyberg will never forget what you have done for us. Please, be careful. We will. He was about to say more, to arrange for a proper farewell, but he was interrupted by a frantic shout. Lord Balin. A dwarven warrior burst into the room and, without even a proper salute, he cried out, bad news. A large force of monsters has appeared outside the castle. And there are demons with them. What? The dwarven lord staggered, and almost fell. He hadn't expected them to be back so soon. And this time, with demons. His own heart lurched. Just as he had decided to leave, a coincidence. Or had they sensed something? How many? He asked, his own gaze now a sharp and piercing thing that seemed to cut through the dwarven warrior's panic. The warrior took a shaky breath. At least a dozen of them, leading the army. And 3 of them, they are massive, and their magical aura is much stronger than the others. 3 great demons. This was a real attack, not a feint. A true, organized army. The weight of it all fell upon the dwarven lord's shoulders. His city could not possibly withstand such an assault. They had sent for reinforcements, of course, but it would take time for them to arrive. Their only hope was the men before him, and the legendary mage at his back. A new emotion, a cold and burning rage, now replaced all his other thoughts. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Stall for time. Very well. He would show them, he would show Shurahat, just what the price of his little plan would be. Lord Balin, he said, his voice a calm and reassuring sound, it seems our farewell will have to be postponed. Since these foolish creatures have come to us, we will help you to crush them completely. Lord Ard, the dwarven lord's voice trembled with an immense relief. Thank you for your help. The entire city of Wyberg will fight by your side. The sound of a great war horn once again echoed through the city. And in a flash of spatial magic, he was gone, and was now hovering high above, looking down at the entire battlefield. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, A Rout on the Battlefield. Chapter 179, A Rout on the Battlefield. In the distance, a black tide of monsters was surging towards the city of Wyberg. This time, the army was much larger than before, with over 100 flying creatures, a small black cloud that blotted out a part of the sun. And at the head of the army, a dozen or so figures stood out, 3 of whom had a particularly powerful magical aura. They were the 3 great demons the dwarven warrior had spoken of. So many of them. Shurahat is really willing to spend, Rhodes thought to himself. The 3 leaders looked powerful, and together, they would be a real handful. Serie, you take the main front. I'll see if I can find any hidden demons. Flam, stay on your guard and do as we've practiced. Understood, Serie said, her voice a cool and deadly sound. She had, at some point, appeared in the sky, and her magical aura now blazed, making her the most dazzling thing on the battlefield. Right, the girl said, and gripped her staff, taking up a position behind the dwarven warriors and beginning to prepare her own spells. The demons, of course, had also seen her. They quickly rearranged their forces, and 10 of them, a full 10, went to deal with her, while the other 2 charged at the other 2 mages. She just sneered and, with a wave of her hand, 100 light arrows rained down on them. A series of earth-shattering explosions and a blinding light filled the air as the demons were forced to use their most powerful spells to counter her attack. To ease the pressure on his comrades, one of the great demons began to draw the monsters from their own army towards him, twisting and merging them into a single, grotesque abomination. At the sight of it, she was reminded of the first demon they had ever fought, 1,000 years ago, and a wave of a deep, primordial revulsion washed over her. Her own magic was now infused with a new, targeted rage. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her highest-level spell, a single beam of light that lanced out and struck the twisted monster. In an instant, the creature, as if it had been erased by an invisible hand, was gone, leaving only a small pile of ash to mark its passing. Times had changed. The monster that had once been a difficult opponent was now nothing before her. She then turned her gaze to the one who had summoned it. He immediately felt the cold touch of death. But before he could even react, she had raised a finger and had locked onto him. Pop. A small sound, like a bubble bursting. And the demon, his eyes still wide with a horrified disbelief, was gone, crushed by an invisible hand. A powerful demon, and he hadn't even been able to withstand a single blow. The other demons, who had been about to attack her, now stood frozen in place, a wave of a cold, primal fear washing over them. The dwarves, on the other hand, let out a thunderous roar of approval. The great Lady Serie. She was still the unbeatable Grand Mage. Meanwhile, one of the larger demons had reached Rhodes. He was a mountain of a creature, and before him, Rhodes was but an ant. The demon was clearly a warrior type. With a deafening roar, its massive fist came crashing down, a meteor of pure, unadulterated force that made the very air around it crackle and pop. But he just raised the sheathed org and met the blow. Boom. The demon's unstoppable fist was stopped, less than a meter from his head. It stared at him, its eyes wide with disbelief. This human, this insignificant little creature, how could he have blocked his attack? If he had looked closer, he would have seen that he had not blocked it with the sword itself, but with the magical barrier around it. But from a distance, it looked as if he had casually, and effortlessly, parried the blow. Too weak, he said, and with a slight push of his hand, he unleashed the gravity spell he had learned from her. Boom. As if an invisible mountain had been dropped on it, the massive demon was slammed into the ground with an irresistible force, leaving a deep crater in the rock. And there it lay, pinned, unable to move. Another one-hit kill. From the city walls, Flam watched, her heart filled with a new and even greater sense of awe. Her teachers, they were just too strong. But she didn't have time to be a spectator. A light appeared at the tip of her staff, and a volley of light arrows shot out, aiming for the flying monsters and trying to ease the pressure on the dwarven defenders. But as she was focused on the sky, a dark presence, unseen, unheard, locked onto her. A demon had, at some point, broken through the dwarves' defenses and was now right behind her. With a flick of its wrist, a spear of darkness shot towards her, a spear so fast that she had no time to react. "Watch out," a nearby dwarf shouted, but it was too late. In the last possible second, she felt a fatal killing intent, and her own magic barrier, on pure instinct, flared to life. But it was a hastily cast spell, and it was no match for a demon's full-powered attack. The spear of darkness pierced through it and continued on its path. She could feel the shadow of death, a shadow even more real than the one from before. And at that last, final, desperate moment, a new, much stronger, barrier appeared in front of her. The spear of darkness struck it, but this time, it did not pierce through. Its power was spent, and it dissipated without a trace. And at the same time, another spear, a spear of light, had found its own target. The demon let out a cry of pain as its entire arm was annihilated. And then, before it could even retreat, a dozen more spears of light had found their mark, and the fleeing figure was no more. She turned, her heart still pounding in her chest, and saw that he was now standing beside her. The spell had been his. "In a battle," he said, his voice a calm and steady sound in the chaos, "you have to be aware of your surroundings." "Yes, Teacher Rhodes." "I was careless," she said. She had been so caught up in watching them that she had forgotten to be on her guard. He just nodded and looked back at the battlefield. The demons who had been attacking Serie, they were no match for her. She was a whirlwind of destruction, a storm of pure magical power. She was even taking the time to clear out some of the beasts on the ground. With every wave of her hand, a new area was cleared. But the unease in his own heart did not fade. It grew even stronger. He now knew for sure that Shurahat was behind this. To have sacrificed so many of his own kind, just to keep them here, he had to have a much larger plan. And the situation in Ursen, it was not looking good. They had to end this, now. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Shurahat, Rhodes is coming for me. Chapter 180, Shurahat, Rhodes is coming for me. As Serie's magic relentlessly reaped a harvest of death, in a dark cave far from the battlefield of Wybird, a familiar figure stood. Before him was a translucent magical screen, and on it, the small, distant figure of Serie, laying waste to all before her. "Hey, ha ha ha," Shurahat let out a low, suppressed laugh. "Serie, your power is as terrifying as ever." He had sent a force of 12 demons, 3 of them great demons, to test her, to slow her down. He had even hoped they might wound her. But reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Before her, a great demon was as fragile as a human. Their siege, it was more like a suicide mission. If I hadn't had my foresight, he thought, I would have surely met the same fate. And now, to see his trusted subordinates so easily dispatched, his heart bled. Each great demon was the culmination of hundreds of years of accumulated power. A great loss, a truly great loss. He murmured, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles were white. But the pain of it was quickly replaced by another thought. A cold smile spread across his lips as he looked at the heart-stopping figure on the screen. But, fortunately, Growsom's plan is about to succeed. And then, Serie, no matter how powerful you are, there will be nothing you can do. He looked away, to the west, to the kingdom of Ursen, where his true ace, the great demon Growsom, was putting his secret plan into motion. Their target, the holy sword, the light of Ursen, the sword that held 1,000 years of human faith. He should be about to make his move, he said, a greedy light in his eyes. That sword, the energy it holds is unimaginable. And once it is corrupted, once its core power has been reversed, then even you, Serie, will be helpless before its absolute power. The thought of it chased away most of his gloom. To sacrifice a few demons, to gain a weapon that could not only suppress but destroy her, it was a worthy trade. He returned his attention to the crystal ball, to observe her, to gauge her true strength, to prepare for their final battle. And it was then that he saw him. The one who had so effortlessly defeated the demon. The distance was too great to make out his face, but he could see his movements. And he saw him, constantly looking up, as if searching for something. This human, he's no ordinary mage, he thought with a frown. Is he her new apprentice? His senses are, remarkably keen. The spell he himself was using was a detection spell, one that he had found in the first human grimoire, a spell created by the first godslayer, Rhodes. He had been so shocked by the magic in that book. Just who was he had wondered, to have created such incredible things. He had even felt a pang of regret, that he had not been born in that era, that he had not been able to study this incredible man. He had spent a decade studying that spell and had improved upon it, and had named his new creation, the Eye of the Abyss. The original spell, to him, had been like echolocation, a crude tool that could only detect the general number and direction of the enemy. But his spell, it was a true and proper scrying spell, an invisible eye that could see everything within its range. But of course, it had its own limitations. The target could not be too far away, or the image would be blurred, as it was now. And the cost, it was a great deal of mana, and a much more noticeable magical fluctuation. If a keen-sensed mage were to be in the area, they could easily detect his presence. But he had been so far away, and the battlefield so chaotic, he had been sure that he was safe, that his spell was a perfect, invisible eye. But he had been wrong. The human on the screen, he had suddenly stopped. He was not looking at the demons, not at the battle, but up. His eyes, even through the blur of the spell, he could feel them, on him. What? His own eyes widened in shock, and he stumbled back, his back hitting the cold stone wall. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. He couldn't have sensed my spell. He had never thought that his own, prized spell could be detected by a mere human, and from so far away. And in that human's eyes, there was a strange familiarity, a feeling of having seen them before. And then, the man on the screen looked down and said something to the human girl, and he felt a wave of relief. But then, he moved. Without a single incantation, his form blurred, and he was in the air, a streak of light that was almost too fast for the eye to follow, and he was gone from the battlefield. Serie, who was in the middle of a fight, also noticed his departure. He sensed him, she murmured. She herself had felt it, that faint sense of being watched. And now he was gone to deal with it. A new rage, a cold and calculated rage, now filled her. She unleashed all of her power, and a new and terrible rain of death fell upon the unfortunate demons who were still in her path. He had also unleashed all of his power, his flight speed now at its absolute maximum, and he was streaking towards Shurahat's location. He's coming for me. A new and terrible fear, a cold that was far colder than the icy cavern around him, now washed over him. He had not only been detected, but had also been tracked, in such a short amount of time, in such a chaotic magical environment. What kind of a monstrous understanding of detection magic did this man possess? End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, the end of the battle. Chapter 181, the end of the battle. Damn it. Stop him. Shurahat commanded. He had placed a few monsters on the periphery of the battlefield, as a rear guard, but he hadn't expected to have to use them like this. But the image on the screen made his blood run cold. The man was too fast. The flying monsters that were supposed to intercept him couldn't even touch the hem of his cloak and were left in the dust. And any that tried to block his path were instantly torn to shreds. As he drew closer, the image on the screen grew clearer, and he finally saw his face. The black hair, the young human face, the calm and indifferent expression, and the eyes that were a placid surface, hiding a deep and deadly intent. And at his waist, a familiar, sheathed long sword. The memory of it, of that battle 200 years ago, came flooding back. The terrifying human swordsman, and the elven holy sword, Athos, in his hand. And the blow that had shattered his defenses, that had broken his horn. Impossible. It can't be. He was frozen in place, as if he had been struck by lightning, the color draining from his face, leaving only a deathly pallor. The fear of it, the sheer terror, it was so great that he had forgotten to breathe. He raised a trembling hand and touched the top of his head, where one of his horns should have been, but was now just a smooth, flat stump. The mark of his shame, the real reason he had hidden himself away for 200 years. It's him. The swordsman. That sword, Athos, it's the one. His voice was a twisted, disbelieving sound. But how can he still be alive? 200 years. How can a human live for 200 years? He had hidden for so long, had waited for him to die. Why is he still alive? Why is he here? A wave of a pure, unadulterated absurdity washed over him. The figure that had once brought him so close to death, the figure he had thought was long since buried by time, he was back. And he was with her, with the equally terrifying elven mage, Serie. All his plans, all his schemes. They were now ashes in his mouth. To stall for time. The plan for Urson. It all seemed so insignificant before this man, this wielder of a holy sword, this creature of an unfathomable and mysterious power. Run. I have to get out of here. That was the only thought in his mind. He did not hesitate. He stopped his scrying and activated his final, desperate escape route. It was a small teleportation circle, a thing that required a massive amount of mana, a thing he had never thought he would have to use. He poured all of his remaining mana into it, and more, pushing his own body to its absolute limit, and even then, it was not enough. But he had prepared for this as well. He took out a special magical item and, with its power, the circle was finally activated. A small, shimmering portal, its edges glowing with an ominous light, opened before him. On the other side was a preset, safe location. He stumbled through, without a second's hesitation, without even a glance back. And just as he was about to disappear, a bolt of energy struck the very spot where he had been standing, blasting a massive crater in the rock. The swordsman, he had already reached him. Shurahat. A voice, a cold and unforgiving voice, echoed in his mind. He had never told him his name. How had he known? The man's perceptiveness, it was terrifying. He threw himself through the portal, and it slammed shut behind him, leaving only a faint, fading ripple in the air. He had escaped. But the swordsman's voice was now a brand on his soul, a memory that would be even more painful than the one from 200 years ago. He knew now that his greatest enemy was not gone, but had returned, in a more terrifying form than ever before. And he knew that he had been remembered. He hovered in the air above the cave, which was now a gaping hole in the side of the mountain. In that last, final moment, as he had felt his presence and had unleashed his attack, his aura had vanished. He had used a teleportation spell. TSK, he's fast. He had not expected Shurahat to be so desperate as to drain his own mana and activate a teleportation circle. It seemed the memory of their last encounter had left a deep and lasting scar. He did not give chase. The destination was unknown, and to follow blindly would be to fall into a trap. And besides, the battle at Wyberg was not yet over. Flam was still there. And the fact that Shurahat had been here, in person, it only confirmed his suspicions. The kingdom of Ursun, that was the real prize. The massive army had just been a feint, a diversion. And if his real target was the light of Ursun, he couldn't let it fall into their hands. Even if he was wrong, it didn't matter. He could just deal with the human infighting. After 2 such devastating defeats, the demons would not be able to gather another army for some time. The dwarves were safe, for now. He cast his flight spell and returned to Wyberg. The battle outside the city was almost over. Serie hovered in the air, the last of her magical aura slowly dissipating. The ground below her was a scene of utter devastation, pockmarked with massive craters. Of the 10 demons who had attacked her, and the ones who had come to their aid, none had survived. The dwarven warriors were now just mopping up the last of the scattered monsters, their eyes filled with a new and profound reverence as they looked up at her. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, Discussion and Decision. Chapter 182, Discussion and Decision. Flem rushed to him. Teacher Rhodes, you're back. Where did you go? She had, of course, noticed his sudden departure. To find the demon's commander, he said. And did you? Serie slowly descended, the magical glow around her fading, her expression returning to its usual cool indifference, as if the magical storm she had just unleashed was the work of another. No. He was too fast. It was Shurahat. His words were brief and to the point. His gaze swept over the battlefield, at the craters and the scorched earth. The elven miss had been thorough. At the sound of the name Shurahat, her eyes narrowed, a cold flicker of disgust in their depths. She remembered him, the demon she had fought 200 years ago. In her long, long life, there had been only a few demons who had made her take them seriously, and he, the one who had been able to hold his own against her, the one who had not even revealed his true name, he was one of them. And even now, his refusal to tell them his name made her suspicious. It was only later that Rhodes had somehow confirmed his name, but she hadn't bothered to question it. That aura, it was him, wasn't it, she said. He was far away. He must have used some kind of spell. She, too, had felt his presence, but had been too far away to react. And she had been more focused on the demons in front of her. But he had gone after him. It was like an improved version of the detection spell, he added. I felt a familiar magical formula. And it seems he can see things as well. He must have recognized me and used a teleportation spell to escape. No wonder you couldn't catch him, she said, a hint of a sarcastic smile on her lips. Heh. It seems you left quite an impression on him, 200 years ago. To have made a great demon so afraid, he was probably the only one in the world who could do such a thing. So what now? If he just hides for another 200 years, it will be a problem. It's fine. He can't hide this time. He turned to her, his voice now grim. For him to have launched such an attack, to have personally commanded it. I am now even more certain that he was just trying to stall us. And with that dark fluctuation I felt from before. I have a feeling his true target is the kingdom of Ursun. He didn't tell her everything, his own theory that their true target was the light of Ursun itself. He needed more information. The kingdom of Ursen, she asked, her brow furrowed. Yes, he said. Whether my theory is correct or not, we have to go there. Even if I'm wrong, we can still check on the situation. The holy sword that held 1,000 years of human faith, it was a vital part of his own plans. And with the demons so active, there was nothing wrong with checking on it. All right, she agreed without a moment's hesitation. They had been planning to go there anyway, before the attack. So how do we get there? If the situation is urgent, flying will be too slow. She thought for a moment, and then looked at him. I remember, in Ursen, Norn had a large-scale teleportation anchor point secretly built. It's been a long time, but if the core runes haven't been damaged, we should be able to connect to it and teleport directly to the capital. Is that so? How come you never told me? Because we've never needed it. He had it built in case the kingdom ever faced a disaster that even the holy sword couldn't solve, as a way for his people to escape. But ever since he founded it, the kingdom has been at peace. And so the teleportation circle has just been sitting there, unused. I see, he said, a frown on his face. But a teleportation of that scale, the mana cost would be enormous. Even the two of us together couldn't possibly power it. And even if we were to force it, there's no telling what we'd find on the other side. To drain all their mana just to teleport, it was too risky. What if they ran into a powerful enemy on the other side? They would be completely defenseless. Her gaze did not leave his, and a knowing look came over her face. She looked down, to the hilt of Org, and her lips curled into a teasing smile. Are you forgetting something? Isn't that a mobile power source you have hanging at your waist? He immediately understood and instinctively put a hand on his scabbard. The power source she was referring to was the holy relic stone slab he had found in the dwarven ruins, the slab that contained an immense amount of mana. In the years since, he had secretly sought out the greatest of the dwarven master smiths and had them, at a great cost and over a long period of time, forge it into the core of Org's scabbard. It had now, in the truest sense of the word, become one with the holy sword. Use the power of the scabbard to power the teleportation circle, he said, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The stored mana of the holy relic, it was his last resort, a trump card for when he had to unleash his own curry stick without reservation. What else, she said, raising an eyebrow. Are you expecting the dwarves to give you the mana you need? Or do you want to fly, and give Shurahat's underlings all the time they need to carry out his plan? He was silent for a moment. To use the power of the scabbard, it meant using up one of his trump cards. But she was right. They were out of time. If his theory was correct, he had to get to Ursen as quickly as possible. I understand, he finally said. But we won't use all of its power. The mana in the scabbard is too pure, we don't need that much to power the teleportation circle. To overdo it could even damage the anchor point. He looked at her and laid out his own plan. I'll use a portion of the stored mana to activate the circle. And the rest, we will provide a part, and then we can have Lord Balin get the other mages in Wyberg to make up the difference. That way, we can ensure a quick activation, and save our own mana, so that we are not weakened when we arrive. It was a good plan, both efficient and relatively safe. All right, she said with a nod. Let's do it. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 183, a long-range teleportation. Chapter 183, a long-range teleportation. Rhodes went to speak with Balin, and Serie, with the spatial coordinates from her memory, began to construct a complex magic circle in the air, a bridge to the ancient teleportation anchor point in the kingdom of Ursen. They worked with a swift and practiced efficiency, and did not bother to hide their actions from Flam. She was no longer the naive and ignorant little girl who had once followed them around. She understood. And as she listened to their conversation, a storm was brewing in her own heart. A large-scale teleportation circle, from long ago. 200 years. An impression that had lasted 200 years. The key words were like puzzle pieces, and they were all coming together in her mind. 200 years. He had met that great demon, Shurahat, 200 years ago. And her own teacher had said that he had left a deep impression on him, so deep that even after 200 years, a mere glimpse of him was enough to scare him to death. How could a human live for 200 years? Unless, he wasn't a normal human. She felt as if she couldn't breathe. A suspicion, a thought that she had long since buried, a thought she had not dared to entertain, it was now a sprouting seedling, and it was growing at an alarming rate. In an age long since past, an age so old that even the history books were now a blur, there had been a hero of humanity. The most ancient of human mages, the first great sage, a being with a power that was beyond mortal comprehension, a power that could even stand against a god. And he had, with his own hands, with a mortal body, slain that god. His name was Rhodes. She looked at him, at his back, and all the pieces fell into place. The way he knew so much about the ancient past, about lost and forgotten magic. The way he spoke of a past that was far beyond the scope of a human life. The way he wielded a power that belied his youthful appearance. The way the legendary elven mage, Serie, was so close to him. There was only one answer. He was the Godslayer himself, the hero who was thought to have been lost to the river of time. Her suspicion was now a certainty, and though she had been prepared for it, she still took a small, involuntary step back. Her heart was pounding in her chest, a drumbeat of a pure and simple joy, the joy of a fan who has come face to face with her idol. She now understood. The feeling of him being out of place, out of time, it wasn't her imagination. Flam, his voice pulled her back to the present. Yes, Teacher Rhodes, she said, and forced herself to be calm. The teleportation circle is almost ready. It will be your first time. You might feel a heavy pressure. Use your own magic to protect yourself. He had not noticed the turmoil in her heart. His own attention was now completely focused on the circle. I understand, she said with a firm nod. No matter who he is, she thought, he is my teacher, the one I trust most in this world. And I will follow him, wherever he goes. In the central square of the city, a small magic circle, only 2 meters in diameter, had been drawn. It was enough for the three of them. And now that the connection to the other side had been established, all that was left was to pour in the mana. The dwarven lord, Balin, was there, with the mages he had hired. They were all pouring their own mana into the circle, though it was but a drop in the ocean for such a large-scale spell. But it helped. Rhodes stepped into the center of the circle and, taking Org's scabbard in his hands, he reached out with his mind and touched the holy relic that was at its core. A massive wave of magical energy, a wave that made the very space around them ripple, now flowed from the scabbard and into the circle. And at its touch, the circle burst into a brilliant light. He and Serie then added their own mana to the mix, filling the last of the empty space. And then, a great and stable vortex of magical energy appeared at the center of the circle, a swirling gateway to another place. It's stable, she said. He could feel the power of the scabbard being drawn out, a massive amount, but far from all of it. He was relieved. The girl stood a short distance away, her own staff now held tightly in her hand, a small, shimmering barrier around her body. The sheer power of the spell, it was breathtaking. Let's go, she commanded. He gave the dwarven lord one last nod of thanks, and then, without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the light. She followed, and then the girl, and with a flash of light, they were gone. The grand and complex magic circle slowly faded, leaving only a series of dim and lifeless runes on the ground, the only proof of what had just happened. The dwarven lord stood for a long, long time, and then, in a voice filled with a deep and abiding reverence, he said, "May your journey be a safe one. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter." Chapter 184, Chapter 184, The Corrosion Begins. Chapter 184, The Corrosion Begins. In the deepest part of the royal palace of the kingdom of Ursen, in a large, empty, underground chamber. The only thing in the room was a stone pedestal, upon which a silver longsword was suspended in the air. The light of Ursen. It was not as brilliant as Org. Having been broken and reforged, its blade was now a dull, dark silver. Rhodes had had the corresponding magic runes inscribed on it, so that it could contain the power of faith, and now those runes flowed silently over its surface. It was the center of the room, the center of the universe, a silent and powerful presence that drew all eyes to it. Including those of Growsome. The moment he had set foot in the chamber and his eyes had fallen upon the holy sword, his perfect disguise had almost shattered. A muffled grunt escaped his lips, and his body trembled as if he had been struck by an invisible psychic blow. The pure, unadulterated faith of the sword was a searing pain. So this was the power that Lord Shurahat so coveted. He couldn't even imagine the terrifying power that was now contained within this blade, the culmination of 1,000 years of human faith. He forced himself to stand, his eyes, which had once been a calm and calculating black, now filled with a naked and unrestrained greed. The sword of human rights, the light of Ursen, the divine weapon forged by the dwarves at the behest of the Godslayer, Rhodes. Along with the lost divine right sword, Org, and the holy right sword, Athos, which was now in the hands of the elven saint, Serie, it was one of the 3 most powerful swords in the world. To see it now, in person, to feel its terrifying power, it was only now that he truly understood the madness of his master's plan. To reverse the power of this holy sword, it would be a feat of epic proportions. Master Growsome. What is wrong? The emperor asked, a look of confusion on his face. He had seen the color drain from the mage's face, the way his body had trembled, as if in great pain. The light of the sword, it was an awe-inspiring thing, and it did exude an immense pressure. But not that much. It is nothing, your majesty, he said, and with a great effort of will, he forced himself to stand straight, a smile now back on his face. The pressure of the holy sword is indeed great. It was overwhelming. I lost myself for a moment. A normal person would have been suspicious. A simple pressure should not have caused him such pain. It must have been some kind of a defensive mechanism. But the emperor's mind was now a plaything in his hands, he could not see the truth. I see, he said with a nod. But if the power of the holy sword is so great, then how are we to? The demon knew that this was his chance. He had to get to the sword, had to complete the final, crucial step. He slowly, carefully, approached the hovering blade. With every step, the pain of its holy pressure grew more and more intense. But the madness in his own eyes grew even more so. Closer, closer, and finally, he was there. He reached out a trembling hand and took the hilt. VMM. The holy sword erupted in a brilliant light, not an attack, but a powerful, instinctive rejection. A wave of pure faith exploded from the blade, and he was sent flying, a strangled cry of pain on his lips. He tumbled across the stone floor and coughed up a mouthful of dark purple blood. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. He had been careless. He had not expected its rejection to be so violent. Shurahat had told him, of course, that it had a special protective mechanism, a seal that could only be broken by the blood of the royal family. He had only meant to get close, to probe the seal. But to be thrown back with such force, and he had been lucky that he had so successfully manipulated the emperor. Otherwise, he would have not even been able to complete the first step of his plan. Lord Grousum. The emperor rushed to his side. What happened? Why did the holy sword attack you? He asked, his eyes wide with confusion as he looked at the demon's twisted and blackened arm. A flicker of a violent and shameful rage appeared in the demon's eyes. It is nothing, your majesty, he said, and struggled back to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth with his uninjured arm. The power of the holy sword is too great. My own magic, it was turned back on me. It seems, to activate it will be more difficult than I had imagined. He had to make up an excuse, and as he did, he surreptitiously took out the ominous, purple crystal that Shurahat had given him. Then what are we to do? The emperor asked, his own anxiety now even greater. He looked at the holy sword, then at him, his mind now completely under his control, his own instincts, his own reason, all gone. Do not worry, your majesty, he said, his voice now a soothing, hypnotic sound, and his mental magic, now at its full power, washed over him, erasing the last vestiges of suspicion that had begun to form in his mind. I have another way. But I will need a small favor from you. Anything, my lord, he said, his eyes now completely vacant. I will need you to use your own blood to break the first seal. How did you know? He asked, his own words now a slow and slurred sound. But the demon did not answer. He just let his magic do its work. Please do not concern yourself with such things, your majesty, he said, his voice a smooth and silken sound. The most important thing now, is to unleash the power of the light of Urson. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 185, we've arrived just in time. Chapter 185, we've arrived just in time. Ah. Yes. You're right. Any lingering doubts in Fidel's mind vanished. He slowly walked over to the holy sword, drew a small cut on his finger, and let his blood drip onto the blade. And as the royal blood was absorbed into the light of Urson, the repulsive force that Grousum had felt began to weaken. In his own magical senses, the seal on the magic circle at the sword's base was now broken, its core now open and vulnerable to his influence. The next step was corrosion. Lord Grousum, the seal is broken. What should I do now? Grousum suppressed his excitement and said, Your Majesty, you may now turn away and offer a silent prayer to the holy sword. For my next spell, I will require absolute silence. Not even a single gaze. He had underestimated the Emperor's willpower. He had not expected him to still harbor a flicker of doubt, even under his control. And so, to be safe, he had him turn away, to prevent him from seeing the dark and ominous crystal in his hand. Good. I understand. The Emperor immediately turned his back, his head bowed, as if in a deep and silent prayer. Perfect. Grousum immediately sprang into action. He rushed to the holy sword and slammed the crystal onto the stone pedestal at its base. Even with the seal broken, he still didn't dare to touch the sword itself. So he aimed for a key node in the magic circle on the pedestal, the circle that was helping the sword to absorb the power of faith. Reverse, he screamed in his mind, and poured all of his own demonic power into the crystal. A heart-stopping black light erupted from the purple crystal. 1,000 twisted black tendrils, like living things, shot out and wrapped themselves around the pedestal, and then they began to crawl up, to insinuate themselves into the magic circle, and through it, into the holy sword itself. The moment they touched, a violent clash of energies erupted. The pure, holy light of the sword began to be tinged with an ominous, dark color, and a blasphemous, dark aura began to fill the room. The light of Urson began to tremble violently and let out a mournful cry, its own light flaring, trying to push back the encroaching darkness. But the power of the crystal was a strange and insidious one, a cancer that was now eating away at its very core. Seeing this, Grousum was ecstatic. It was working. Even without touching the sword, he was able to corrupt its very essence. Now all he had to do was wait. Even with all its power, the holy sword was just a thing, an inanimate object. How could it possibly resist a power that was born of a god? But just then, a new light appeared. A few feet from him, on the empty stone floor, a magic circle, 2 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared and exploded in a brilliant white light. A stable spatial portal opened, and 3 figures stepped out, right between him, the Emperor, and the holy sword. The teleportation anchor point of the kingdom of Ursun was in this very room. He stared at the 3 figures who had just appeared out of thin air, and his mind went blank. The sizzling sound of the corroding holy sword and his own ragged breathing were the only sounds in the room. The Emperor, startled by the sudden light, also turned, his eyes wide and uncomprehending. And then he, too, saw them. And when he saw the face of the one in the lead, the elven woman, his blood ran cold. Serie. How could she be here? Lord Shurahat, he was supposed to be keeping her busy. His elation was instantly replaced by a disbelieving horror. He stared at her, at the most powerful mage in the world, and he felt a cold and primal fear. Rhodes, for his part, was unfazed by the teleportation. Flam was a little dizzy, but as she regained her bearings, her eyes were drawn to the strange scene before her, the hovering holy sword, wreathed in a swirling mass of a holy and a profane energy, and the human-like mage, from whom a powerful, dark aura was radiating. Serie, the sight of her had frozen the very blood in his veins. All demons knew of her power. In the past 1,000 years, she had slain countless of their kind. She was known among them as Serie the Undertaker. In that first, terrifying moment of eye contact, he knew. He was no match for her. He had to escape. He tried to pull his hand from the crystal, but the 2 energies were now locked in a fierce struggle, a maelstrom of power that had him trapped. But, if he could just stall for a little longer, the holy sword would be completely corrupted, and then, he would have no reason to fear her. The moment he had stepped out of the portal, Rhodes had taken in the scene. The holy sword, the tainted pedestal, the dazed and confused emperor, and the mage, whose demonic aura was now plain to see. It was all crystal clear. And she had also locked onto him, at the demonic aura that he was no longer even trying to hide. Her face was a blank mask, but in the depths of her eyes, a murderous rage was brewing. Even Flam had noticed the change in her teacher's demeanor, the way their gazes had both fixed on the black-haired men, with a palpable killing intent. She didn't know why, but she raised her own staff, ready for a fight. A dead silence fell over the room, broken only by the sizzling of the corroding sword, and the ragged, gasping breaths of the demon. Rhodes's gaze finally landed on his twisted and contorted face, and he said, his voice a calm and teasing sound, "It seems we've arrived just in time." End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Stalling for Time. Chapter 186, Stalling for Time. As he spoke, the dead silence was broken. Grousum tore his gaze from Serie and fixed it on him. In his eyes, this black-haired, black-eyed man had none of Sirie's sharp, terrifying magical aura. He was quiet. But when his gaze swept over him, he felt as if all his disguises had been stripped away, as if his very demonic essence was laid bare. A primal sense of a great and terrible danger washed over him. Who was this man? He had heard from Shurahat that, 200 years ago, there had been a human swordsman of immense power at Sirie's side. But he had shared his master's view. 200 years had passed. The human was long dead. And he had never seen him before, so he had not made the connection. Sirie's cold killing intent, and the terrifying aura of the mysterious men, he knew, in that moment, that if they were to act, he would be turned to dust in the next second. No. Not yet. The corrosion was at its final stage. He could feel the core of the holy sword being consumed by the goddess's power. Just a little more time. He chose to stall. He suppressed his own demonic aura and forced a smile that was meant to be friendly. "Lady Serie, I have long heard of your name. It is an honor to meet you here." "I am Grousum," he said, and his gaze flickered between her and him. In the end, out of a primal reverence for her legendary reputation, he had chosen to address her. "I believe there has been some misunderstanding." But it was the other one who answered. A misunderstanding, his voice was tinged with a subtle amusement. He looked at the holy sword, at its now twisted, vine-like corruption, and then at his own face, which was a mask of a forced calm. To dare to defile a holy sword, that's quite a misunderstanding. What were these demons thinking? To dare to come after the light of Ursun. It was a vessel for the power of faith, the power of a god. Ordinary magic could not possibly affect it. And though the 2 powers were now in a fierce struggle, he had faith in his sword. As long as it was not a power of the same level, it could not possibly lose. But, there was a strange familiarity to the twisted, dark matter on its surface. "Tell me," he said, "what kind of magic are you using? And if you tell me, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just leave you a whole corpse. You jest, my lord. A demon's body just dissolves after death. There is no corpse, he said. That's right. Because you have long since lost the favor of a god. You are the only race in this world without a divine patron. And so, in death, you turn to dust. A new wave of shock washed over him. Who is this man? The fact that the demons had lost their god's favor, it was no great secret. In the age of myth, their bodies had remained after death. It was only after the god-slayer had killed their god that they had begun to turn to dust. But, why did his voice have a hint of nostalgia? As if he had been there, had seen it with his own eyes. As a master of mental magic, he was keenly attuned to such things. And the emotion in his voice, it was real. And his gaze, so calm, so serene, it was even more terrifying than Serie's own. Her power was a destructive, open flame. But his was a quiet and unknown terror. But he had no time to ponder his identity. He saw his finger, a finger that was now slightly raised, and every hair on his body stood on end. He was about to act. Wait, he said quickly. I have information about Lord Shurahat, and about our new demon king. I am sure it will be of interest to you. He was betting that this mysterious and powerful man would be interested in the words demon king. The first demon king had been slain 1,000 years ago, and since then, the demons had been a fractured and leaderless race. A new demon king, it was news that would shake the very foundations of the continent. His finger paused. A demon king, he said with a frown. You demons have a new demon king. He did not know when the demon king from the original story had been born, so he had no way of knowing if he was telling the truth. Let's see what he has to say. Growsome could feel the pressure on him ease a little, and a wave of a triumphant relief washed over him. His gamble had paid off. Yes, he said, and launched into a long and detailed explanation, a story that would buy him the time he needed. Lord Shurahat found a remnant of the first demon king's own essence, at the site of his old castle. And with it, we have found the perfect successor, a being of an unparalleled talent and power. And he is now our new demon king. He was telling the truth, of course. Only the truth would be convincing enough. And it didn't matter if they knew. The rise of the demon king was now a fact of life, an irreversible destiny. He talked, and at the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he watched the holy sword. Just a little more time. In the unseen depths of the sword, its core was now being consumed, its light now a pale and sickly purple-black. And the mournful cry of its blade was growing fainter, replaced by the writhing of the black tentacles that now covered its surface. He saw it, but for some reason, he did not act. He just listened, his expression unchanged, as if he were listening to a boring and unimportant story. And his silence, to Growsome, it was the best response. Time. That was all he needed. And so, Lady Serie, and you, my lord, the situation on the continent is about to change. But his words were cut short. A loud, booming sound erupted from the holy sword. VMM. All of the black, twisted matter that had been wrapped around the sword and its pedestal now receded, and was then sucked into the sword itself. And the light of Urson had changed. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, The Indifferent Rhodes. Chapter 187, The Indifferent Rhodes. It was still hovering in the air, but its once dark silver blade was now a deep, blood red, with a web of ominous, dark lines running through it. The corruption was complete. They now had a way to draw upon the immense power of faith within the light of Urson. It is done. Ha ha ha. He could no longer contain his joy, his every pretense shattered in that moment. And in that moment of distraction, he acted. He lunged forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword. And the runes on the blade flared to life. A torrent of an unbelievably raw and brutal power surged up his arm and through his entire body, a mixture of a searing pain and an incredible strength. He was forcing himself to accept the divine power of the sword, a power that, if he were not careful, would tear him apart from the inside. But Shurahat had foreseen this and had made the necessary preparations. The sword's power had been restricted, most of the faith was still bound within it, and only a small fraction had been released. But even that small fraction was enough to give him a feeling of absolute and utter control. Even Rhodes was a little surprised. To be so reckless as to take the power of faith into one's own body, it was a thing that he himself would not have dared to do. If I could master this spell, he thought, his own mind now racing with new possibilities, then the formula of life itself. Is this the power of the holy sword? It truly is magnificent, he said. Stop. Serie raised her hand, and a brilliant spear of light appeared, and then shot through the air, aimed straight for his heart. Begone. With the holy sword in his hand, his confidence was now boundless. He did not dodge, did not retreat. He just brought the corrupted blade down in a powerful arc, and a red blade of energy met her spear in midair. Boom. The two energies collided with a thunderous roar. At first, it seemed to be a stalemate, but then, the spear of light began to crack and splinter, and the red blade of energy pushed through, its momentum unbroken, and continued on its path towards her. Her own eyes widened in surprise, and a series of magic shields appeared in front of her. The first one shattered instantly, but the others managed to hold, though the force of the blow still sent her stumbling back, a look of grim realization on her face. With the holy sword, he was now even more powerful than she had imagined. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that, Serie? This is the true power of the Light of Ursun. To have pushed her back with a single blow, he was ecstatic. If even she could not withstand its power, who in this world could? He turned to the other, to the one who had been so quiet, his eyes filled with a new and taunting arrogance. And you, human, come. Let me show you. His words caught in his throat. The men had moved. The moment she had been pushed back, he had vanished. A faint ripple in the air was the only sign that he had been there at all. Org was now in his hand. And a cold, unshakable feeling of a great and terrible death now washed over him. It was coming from behind him. He spun around, and his own, corrupted blade came up to block, but it was too late. A searing pain, a pain so great it was beyond all comprehension, shot through his right arm. He looked down, and he saw that his own arm, and the holy sword he had been holding, were gone, severed at the shoulder. And behind him, Rhodes now stood, his own holy sword now glowing with a brilliant, dazzling light. And his own severed arm, and the corrupted blade it still held, were now falling to the ground. How? He screamed, his voice a disbelieving shriek. How could this be? How could he have been so fast? He had just been a moment ago, strong enough to push back the elven saint, and now, he had not even been able to block a single blow from this mysterious human. Rhodes reached out, as if to catch the falling sword. You will not. The pain had now turned to a pure and unadulterated rage. He did not hesitate. He detonated the crystal that was now at the very core of the holy sword, the crystal that had been the source of its corruption. Shurahat had told him, if he could not escape with the sword, he was to detonate it. It contained not only the power of corruption, but also a preset teleportation circle, a circle that would send the sword to a place where he, his master, would be waiting. Boom. A shockwave erupted from the pedestal, not an attack, but a blast of pure, raw force, a force that sent him flying back several meters. And a rift in space opened. He grabbed the corrupted sword and threw it through. You will not, she cried, and a volley of light arrows shot towards the rift, to try to knock the sword from its path. But he threw his own, mangled body in the way, and the holy sword, now free and clear, passed through the rift and was gone. Rhodes, she shouted. He was the closest. He could stop it. He could disrupt the teleportation circle. But he just stood there. He just watched, as the rift closed, as the last of its energy faded away, leaving nothing but a faint and fading ripple in the air. Her own spears of light flew through the empty space and exploded against the far wall. Ha 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 ha. The only sound in the underground chamber was his own, maniacal laughter. You were too late. With the holy sword, the demon king will be invincible. His right arm was gone, and her light arrows had left him a bloody and broken mess on the floor. But he was still laughing. She looked at the spot where the rift had been, and her own rage, a rage that was now as hot and as pure as a dying star, began to burn. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Rhodes's Plan. Chapter 188, Rhodes's Plan. His maniacal laughter echoed through the empty chamber. He lay on the floor, black blood pouring from his wounds, a twisted, triumphant smile on his face. The holy sword had been teleported away, into the hands of Lord Shurahat. The core of their plan had been achieved. This would surely earn him a place in the annals of demon history. The demon king will reign supreme. Ha ha ha, his laughter was cut short by a violent cough, and a torrent of blood and viscera erupted from his mouth. A strengthened light arrow from Serie, and the loss of an arm, his life was now rapidly fading. Serie stared at the spot where the rift had been, now just a shimmering ripple in the air. The holy sword had been taken, right before her eyes. To have allowed them to take it so easily, it was a disgrace. And the one responsible, he was still lying there, laughing. Her killing intent locked onto him. She raised her hand, and a new light began to gather at her fingertips. She would wipe him, and his filthy soul, from the face of the earth. Wait, Serie, he said. She paused and turned to him, a question in her eyes. She had warned him, but he had done nothing, had just let them take the sword. She didn't understand. He met her gaze, his own expression still calm, and looked down at the demon on the floor, and then back at the spot where the sword had been. Why, she asked. You could have stopped them before the rift closed. You could have saved the Light of Ursun. Flam was also stunned. It had all happened so fast. The corruption of the sword, the demon's attack on her teacher, and then his own, swift and deadly, counterattack, and then the crystal, the explosion, the teleportation, it had all happened in a matter of seconds, so fast she hadn't even had time to cast a single spell. She had thought that her other teacher had just been too slow to stop it. But now, it seemed he had had another plan all along. Even the demon on the floor was now looking at him with a mixture of confusion and a dawning horror. He didn't answer her right away. He just slowly raised his hand, and in his palm, a single, faint thread of a golden light appeared and began to spin. You see, my connection to the light of Ursun is not yet broken. It was his first holy sword. He had been there when it had been forged, and when it had been reforged. And the spell that allowed it to store faith, it had been his own design. He was a part of it. Her own eyes narrowed. She could feel it, the faint resonance between him and the sword. It was weak, but it was there. So the sword, though it had been corrupted and had been taken, it was still connected to him. So what? Her own doubts had not been dispelled, but had grown even stronger. It has been corrupted, and it has been taken by the demons. Can you stop them from using its power, from all the way over here? If they had just taken it, she would not have been so worried. A stronger demon, a more chaotic world, it might have even been a little interesting. But only if that power was still under their control. The power of faith, as one of the few who had stood with him against the goddess, she knew just how terrifying it was. With the gods now gone, it was the most powerful force in the world. And now, the demons had it. Look at him, she said, and pointed to the demon on the floor. He was able to repel my attack with just a fraction of its power. And if Shurahat, or this so-called new demon king, were to get his hands on all of it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Her words were a heavy weight in the air, and even the demon, on the floor, a look of triumph now in his eyes, seemed to agree. Relax, Serie, he said, his voice a soothing, calming sound, like stroking a fluffy, angry kitten. That was just a small sliver of its power, a mere drop in the ocean. But with that power, he became stronger. I thought you would have enjoyed that, he said, a knowing look in his eye. That's different, she shook her head. A chaos I can control, and a chaos that I cannot, they are two different things. Is that so? Well, don't worry, he said. Have you forgotten? When I first imbued the sword with its magic, 1,000 years ago, I added a few restrictions. The look of triumph on the demon's face was now replaced by a look of a dawning horror, and even Flam was now looking at him with a new curiosity. Restrictions. Her anger was now tempered by a long-forgotten memory. She remembered now. When he had been creating the false divine strike, he had told her that he was adding a restriction to it, so that it could only be used against demons, and only in a war to save the world. And the light of Ursun had been imbued with not only the spell to store faith, but also the runes of that very spell, so that it could be used, in a time of a great crisis, to turn the tide of a battle. But what if the demons can break your seal? Oh, they can, he said, and she frowned. But his next words made her relax a little. But it will take a long, long time. A few hundred years, at least. His own creation, it was not so easily broken. The magic in the grimoire Norn had written, that had been open source, so to speak. But this had been heavily encrypted. Unless you had a talent for creation yourself, it would take decades just to understand the magical formula. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 189, The Dead Sage of Destruction. Chapter 189, The Dead Sage of Destruction. So you're saying that the demons can't even use the full power of the sword? That's right. At most, they can only get a small, temporary buff, like this guy. And even that has its side effects. A temporary buff. Yes. It makes you 3 times stronger. But he was more than 3 times stronger, Serie said, and pointed to Grousum. She could tell he wasn't a combat mage. And from the dazed look on the Emperor's face, he was a mental mage. But even so, with the power of faith, he had been able to repel her attack. The power was truly terrifying. But the consequences are also severe, aren't they? And isn't it funny? After all that planning, all that sacrifice, all they got was a slightly more durable holy sword. They may have corrupted its shell, may have even stolen its form, and can now use the power that leaks from it. But they can never touch its core, can never truly wield the torrent of faith that has been accumulating for 1,000 years. The thread of light in his palm flickered, as if in confirmation of his words. She finally understood. The sword they had stolen was just a shell, a weapon with a very specific activation condition, a condition they could never hope to meet. So, you let him. She said, a complex emotion in her voice. I did it on purpose. It's a way to follow the vine to the melon, to find their new demon king, and, to find a few things out. They had not bothered to hide their conversation from him, and as Rhodes had laid out his plan, a new, dark and terrible look had come over his face. He didn't have to hide it. The demon's time was up. And besides, he said, Shurahat has already escaped from me twice. Third time's the charm. Let's see him try to run now. He then walked over to the demon, each step a hammer blow to his own heart. He knelt and, ignoring his terrified gaze, he looked down at his broken and mangled body. And I'm curious, his voice was now a low and probing sound. In the corruption of the light of Urson, I felt a very familiar power. A power that was both foul and holy, a contradictory feeling, a feeling that reminded me of a being that should have long since been gone. You said you found a remnant of the first demon king's power, didn't you? That power, it wasn't the last remnant of the goddess, was it? He was asking the demon, but he was also telling her. The goddess, she said with a frown. Flem gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. The demon on the floor, listening to his calm words, at his all-knowing gaze, he felt a chill that was colder than death. He knew, he had known all along. To have let him take the sword, it had all been a part of his plan. And he had even sensed the last of the goddess's power. How? Who was this man? Who are you? He cried out with his last ounce of strength. How do you know so much? Even they, the demons, had taken decades to figure out the source of that power. And this man, he had known it at a glance. Me, he said, and looked at the demon's broken and defeated form. I'm just an old friend who is very interested in your new toy. He then changed the subject. But I'm more interested in how you were able to withstand the power of faith. Tell me, Growsome, what method did Shurahat use to allow you to temporarily bear that power? Was it a spell? Or some kind of physical modification? Or was it an item? The demon's eyes widened. He wants to know even that. It was a core secret of the demons, a technique Shurahat had been researching for years. Kill me. I'll tell you nothing. The demon king will avenge me. You will all, his words were cut short. A finger, wreathed in light, and 1,000 tiny light arrows shot into his mind, into the very depths of his consciousness. Eargurg. The pain was beyond anything physical, a direct assault on his very soul, and his body began to convulse violently. Tell me, he said, his voice a low and quiet sound, what method did you use? No. No. His consciousness was beginning to crumble, but his demonic instincts were still fighting back. His finger pressed down a little harder. And he broke. A fragment, he said, his voice a robotic and empty sound. Lord Shurahat found something at the ruins of the first demon king's castle. He used a spell to merge a small part of it with me. And it allowed me to bear the power of faith. He frowned. The method was a dangerous one, a thing he himself had never dared to try. But Shurahat, he had done it. If that's the case, he thought, could I use this spell to rewrite the very formula of life? Is that all? Is there a complete spell, he asked, his finger now pressing even harder. No. Only Lord Shurahat knows the full spell. Seeing that there was no more information to be had, he retracted his hand. The demon collapsed, a twitching and gasping mess on the floor. His grievously wounded body was now on the verge of death. He stood and looked at Serie, and gave a slight nod. Now, he said, you can kill him. It was a final release. And with a rage she had held in check for far too long, she struck. A single, condensed spear of light shot forward, and in the demon's last moments, the light of it was the last thing he saw. Thump. It pierced his head, and his body fell back, and all life left him. And so, Growsome, one of the 7 sages of destruction, was dead. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 190, let the holy sword fly for a while. Chapter 190, let the holy sword fly for a while. With Growsome's death, Fidel's mind was his own once more. But the memory of the stolen holy sword was now a searing brand in his mind. The holy sword. My holy sword, he cried, a wail of a pure and utter despair, and he collapsed to the floor in a heap of tears and regret. Rhodes just shook his head and went to comfort the broken emperor. He still needed him to deal with the Southern Empire, after all. At the very least, he had to ensure the stability of the kingdom before he could go after the light of Urson. Let the bullet fly for a little while, he thought, and looked in the direction the rift had been. The thread of light in his palm, a compass of the soul, now pointed in a single, unwavering direction. As long as this connection remains, they cannot escape. And if I were to go after them now, I would only startle them, and they would flee. Better to let them carry the cheese back to their nest. The killing intent in Serie's eyes began to recede. She understood. Shurahat was too cunning. To chase him now would be to risk him going to ground again, and then they would be back to square one. Better to wait, to let him think he has won, and then, when he has returned to his lair, to that so-called new demon king, then they would strike. But what she didn't know was that, for him, the new Demon King was a secondary concern. The information he had gotten from Grausome's dying mind, that was the true prize. The remnant of a god's power. To be able to bear the power of faith, in a mortal body. It was a thing that had completely upended his own, 1,000-year-old understanding of the world. He had fought a god, had paid a heavy price to sever her connection to the demons. And her very seed, the core of her authority, had withered and died, had left this world with the goddess of life. In theory, there should have been no trace of her left. And yet, the strange, contradictory aura he had felt from the corrupted holy sword, the remnant of the first Demon King that Grausome had spoken of, and the fact that he had been able to bear the power of faith, it all pointed to a single, terrible possibility. In the past, there had been a very, very small fragment of the goddess of procreation's power, or perhaps, a fragment of his old friend Eiric's own power, that had, in some unknown way, been left behind in the ruins of the first Demon King's castle. And Shurahat had not only found it, but had created a way to use it. And that was what he really wanted. The technique that Shurahat now possessed, to use these divine fragments as a medium, to allow a mortal to bear the power of faith, it was a new path, a new way to understand the very formula of life, a path he had been searching for 1,000 years. With it, he could perhaps rewrite that formula, could finally break the limits of his own, human existence. After all, his reincarnations were taking longer and longer, and there was no guarantee that they would always be successful. And the power of faith, it was an old and familiar friend. He had used it to fight the demons, to fight the goddess, to bring his old friend to his final peace. But he had always wielded it through his holy swords. He had never once thought of taking it into himself. Only a madman would do such a thing. A living being, whether elf or sky-winged, could not contain the power of a god. To do so, you would have to be a demigod yourself. In theory, with his authority over life, he could have remade his own body to be on the level of a demigod, to be an immortal like the elves. But that was just a theory. To rewrite the formula of life, you needed the power of a god. And to wield the power of a god, you needed the strength of a demigod. It was a vicious circle, a circle he had not been able to break. But now, Shurahat had broken it for him. He was now eagerly anticipating what new and wonderful surprises his old friend had in store for him. With the situation in the kingdom now settled, the Southern Empire, faced with the sudden appearance of the elven saint on the battlefield, and likely the loss of their demonic patrons, had wisely chosen to retreat. They were free to go. "Let's go," he said, the thread of his connection to the light of Ursun now a sure and steady guide. "It's time to pay our old friend a visit." Serie just nodded. 1,000 years of companionship had given her an insight into his own, complex mind. She could feel his excitement. She herself had no interest in the divine fragments. But it was not something she would allow Shurahat to possess. Without it, he was still a manageable threat, a source of a little chaos in a boring world. But with it, with the Pandora's box of a god's own power now open, there was no telling what would happen. And so, without a word to anyone, not even to Flam, they left, two silent figures, following the thread of a golden light. A few months later. In the barren lands of the north, Rhodes and Serie hovered in the air, looking down at a monstrous castle, a new Demon King's castle. It was not a new construction, but an ancient one, its black stone walls now showing the signs of a long and storied past, a design that was strangely similar to that of the dwarves. And it was now surrounded by a shimmering, purple-black barrier, a powerful magical ward. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Serie's Curiosity. Chapter 191, Serie's Curiosity. Heh. A soft, indescribable sigh escaped Rhodes's lips as he looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar, castle. It has the feel of 1,000 years ago. It seems Shurahat has learned a few things about architecture as well. "It's a little disgusting," she said with a look of distaste. And then, her eyes lit up with a new and curious light. "Since we found their lair, shall we do as you did to the first Demon King's castle? As I recall, you summoned the Heavenly Kingdom and used its centuries of stored faith to wipe it off the map. Can you do it again?" She was so curious. Though she had not been there to see it, his description of it, a beam of pure adjudicating light that had swallowed the entire castle, it had piqued her interest. That was a power that was truly worthy of the name Undertaker. She wished she had gone with him then, instead of just listening to his and Craft stories. And now, after 1,000 years, to be standing before a new Demon King's castle, it was a perfect opportunity to recreate the scene. But he just shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the castle below. "It's not the same, Serie," he said, and his mind went back. "The Heavenly Kingdom is not an item that can be summoned at will. It is a complete and whole nation. And that attack, it was only possible because of a special set of circumstances. The Sky-Winged," he explained, "had accumulated hundreds of years of faith, an unimaginable amount. It was that power that fueled the teleportation circle and the spell itself. And now, the Sky-Winged have gone with the goddess of life. There is no other nation in this world that can gather such a vast and pure power of faith. And besides, in its current state, to summon the heavenly kingdom again would be to risk its complete and utter destruction. Let's just leave Olivia her home. Then what spell did you use? Something similar to the false divine strike, but fueled by the power of faith instead of mana. Speaking of which, the light of Urson is down there, isn't it? Shall we give it a try? The elven miss was clearly not ready to give up. She really did want to see that all-consuming light. He just patted her on the head. All right. You go down there, in front of all those demons, and you snatch it back. And then I'll just tell them that I'm about to unleash my ultimate move, and that they should all just stand there and not do anything. Ugh, so it's not possible, then, she said with a huff, and slapped his hand away. He had patted her head, which she could have just barely tolerated, but to pat it several times in a row, it was just too much. But hearing his joke, the curiosity in her eyes had been extinguished, replaced by a look of understanding. It seemed that legendary scene could not be recreated. Then what do you propose? We just charge in. Isn't that a little reckless, he said with some hesitation. What, are you afraid, she said, a challenge in her eyes. Don't goad me. But just in case, I'll set up a teleportation circle. He drew Org, and was about to use its power to create a portal when she suddenly said, wait, can't we just use Org's full release on them? The memory of him using it to break the Skywing's own divine strike was still fresh in her mind. A power that could break the strongest magical attack in the world, it could surely break the barrier of the Demon King's castle, and maybe even level the whole city. We could, he said with a smile, though there was a hidden plan in his eyes, but wouldn't you like to do it yourself? He was worried. What if Org's full release wasn't enough to kill the new Demon King? What if it just pushed him into a second phase? After all, he had heard that the new Demon King had merged with the last fragments of the goddess of procreation's power. To have earned the loyalty of all the other demons, he couldn't imagine how powerful he would have to be. And this situation, it was different from the original story. The Demon King that a certain blue-haired boy had faced, he had surely not been this strong. He didn't know if his own presence, his own actions, had caused some kind of a change in the timeline, had made the once dying elven race now a force to be reckoned with, and had even changed the very nature of the Demon King himself. I wonder if I can still draw the hero sword. He thought to himself. He didn't know, and he didn't really care to try. He had enough swords. Any more and he could have a game of mahjong. All he wanted now was to capture Shurahat and get the answers he was looking for. To just blast the castle with a beam of light, it was too risky. What if he just turned them to dust? That would be a huge loss. Yes, you're right. It's been a while, she said, and stretched, having completely forgotten her own earlier display of a wanton and brutal destruction. Hold on. I need to set up the portal first. As they were hovering in the sky, discussing their plans, a tense and somber atmosphere had descended upon the castle below. In the grand hall of the new Demon King's castle, a massive, black throne was empty. The new king was not here. And below the throne, a great round table, and at it, 3 figures, each radiating a distinct, but equally terrifying, aura. The 3 current sages of destruction, Bees the immortal, Mocked of the Golden Land, and Finn the undead. And a short distance from them sat a massive demon, General Rywal, commander of the Demon King's elite army, and the strongest warrior of their race. And a little further away, by the edge of the hall, Shurahat stood with his back to them, his full attention on the light of Urson, which was now floating before him, surrounded by a complex magic circle. He was trying to break the restriction. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, The High Council of the Demons. Chapter 192, The High Council of the Demons. Just then, General Rywal's voice broke the silence, a hint of a barely concealed amusement in his tone. Shurahat, you promised us that the power of the light of Urson would be ours. But it seems you can only access the small fraction of its power that leaks from the surface. Shurahat slowly turned, and the usual calm on his face was now replaced by a clear and present agitation. He glanced at Rywal, then at the 3 silent sages of destruction, and then back at the holy sword. It is just a small setback, Rywal, he said, and shook his head. I did not expect the Godslayer to have placed such a complex restriction on the sword. Though we have succeeded in corrupting its core, and have gained control over it, and can now use the power that leaks from its surface, as Growsome did, the deeper power is still beyond our reach. That, I know, Rywal said impatiently. When Shurahat had first brought the sword back, he had been the first to try to wield it. At first, he could barely lift it, and it was only with Shurahat's guidance that he had been able to infuse it with his own mana and reduce its weight. But it had not, as he had hoped, granted him any great power. In his hands, it was just a rather durable long sword. And it was then that Shurahat had explained the second, deeper, restriction. It is a sealing magic of a kind I have never seen before, Shurahat continued. It has locked away 1,000 years of accumulated faith. At present, I have no way to break it. Shurahat, Bees the Immortal said, and slammed a heavy fist on the table. You have spent so many resources, you have sacrificed Grousum, you have even used the divine fragment that His Majesty bestowed upon you, for what? A trinket. His voice was filled with an undisguised skepticism and a cold contempt. Shurahat's face darkened, but he suppressed his anger. It is no mere trinket, Bees. Even the power that leaks from its surface is not to be underestimated. In the future I have seen, Grousum, with its power, was able to push back Serie herself. That is proof enough of its value. As for the seal, I just need more time. Time. Mocked, he of the golden touch, said with a playful tone, stroking a golden ring on his finger. His Majesty will not give us an infinite amount of it. And while you are playing with your pretty toy, our own plans have not been idle. He looked at Rywal. And how are things on your end? The extermination of the elven race, is it proceeding smoothly? Very smoothly, he said with a smile. Under the leadership of Basalt, the operation is proceeding in an orderly fashion. We have already eliminated 17 elven villages scattered throughout the world, and have left no survivors, and no magical traces. The elven kingdom has no idea it was us. At the mention of the name Basalt, Finn the Undead, who had been silent until now, raised his head slightly. And the elven corpses I requested. As a master of necromancy, he had a special use for them. None. Do you want the pieces? The elves put up a surprisingly fierce resistance. There were no intact bodies. Tisk. He was angry. He had specifically told that fool to leave him a few whole corpses, but he had been ignored. Useless pieces of meat. A flicker of an almost imperceptible emotion passed over Shurahat's face. 17 elven villages, it was a decent progress. They had been careful, to avoid arousing suspicion. Their plan was simple, to pick them off, one by one, until only the elven kingdom itself was left, and then, they would launch their final, decisive attack. But it all depended on him, on his own success in breaking the seal. He had to find a way to deal with Serie. And hearing of his colleague's own progress, a new, unsettling thought came to his mind. Can we really keep this from her, from the elven kingdom? And, the human swordsman, he was still alive. I don't know how, he thought, but he is. One Serie was bad enough. But with him, his head was beginning to ache. Excellent. Mock said, and clapped his hands. Basalt has done well. To let the elves bleed out, to cut them off at the roots, that is a truly valuable plan. Much more so than wasting your time on a toy you can't even open. His barb was, of course, aimed at Shurahat. Shurahat, B said, his own tone now a little more serious, you have to speed things up. The power of the holy sword is essential. Finn the Undead just lowered his head again. He was only interested in corpses. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I will, he said, and turned his gaze back to the projection of the holy sword. But you should be careful of the human man at Serie's side. He is powerful, especially with the holy right sword, Athos. Do not engage him in a direct conflict. Humph, Rywal snorted. You may not be a warrior, Shurahat, but we are. I, for one, would like to see just how strong this man who broke your horn really is. He was the strongest warrior of the demons. If he had been interested in such things, he would have been a sage of destruction himself. Do not be careless, Rywal, he said. And tell Basalt to suspend his operations for now. Until the seal on the holy sword is broken, he is not to go near any of the villages around the elven kingdom. We cannot risk drawing Serie's attention. I understand, he said with a nod, though he thought his friend was being overly cautious. Basalt was always careful. Shurahat turned away from them and focused all of his attention on the holy sword. To break this seal, to master the power within, it was not just a mission. It was the key to unlocking the ultimate secret of the divine fragments. He would not fail. But what none of them, not the sages, not the warrior, not even Shurahat himself, could have known, was that, high above them, two figures had already been watching for some time. The visit of Rhodes and Serie was now just a matter of time. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Rhodes and Serie brave the Demon King's castle. Chapter 193, Rhodes and Serie brave the Demon King's castle. The teleportation circle is ready. We just need to pour in the mana. Do we have to be so careful, she asked, a little confused. With their combined strength, she was sure there was not a single demon who could stand against them, not even their so-called Demon King. She had faced a god, after all. The elven miss, she was getting a little full of herself. He, of course, had noticed. Shurahat's little pawns had, in their own way, greatly boosted her confidence. He didn't bother to correct her. She had the right to be confident. It's always better to be safe than sorry. We can't be sure what other tricks they have up their sleeves. He raised his hand, and the thread of light that connected him to the light of Urson was now shining brightly. The holy sword was right below them. Let's go, Serie. He was the first to move. His form became a falling star, a streak of light in the sky as he plunged towards the Demon King's castle. He made no attempt to conceal his presence. He had unleashed his full power, a clear and undeniable challenge. She was right behind him, her own mana now condensed into a single, deadly point at her fingertip, a simple, yet practical, spell they had created in their battle with the goddess. And her target was the same as his, the massive and annoying magic barrier that surrounded the castle. The moment their auras flared, the castle was on high alert. A shrill, piercing alarm echoed through the air, and the barrier, a creation of Beast the Immortal, now glowed with an ominous light. 1,000 runes lit up on its surface as the mages below poured their power into it, trying to reinforce it. Enemy attack. Alert the sages of destruction. Such a terrifying aura. Quick. Activate all defenses. On the walls, the demons, having recovered from their initial shock, were now in a frenzy of activity. Figures took to the sky, demons on their own wings, and a swarm of flying monsters. And dozens of mages began to cast their spells, a desperate attempt to stop the two invaders. But against their speed, it was all for naught. He was the first to hit the barrier. There was no great explosion, just a sickening screeching sound. He didn't even slow down. He didn't even draw org. It looked as if he was just plowing through it with his own body, but on closer inspection, one would have seen the thin, almost invisible, magic shield that surrounded him. And the barrier, a barrier that could have withstood the most powerful of magical attacks, was torn open like a piece of paper, a gaping hole now in its once impenetrable surface. She was right behind him, and the point of light at her fingertip now struck the edge of the hole. And then, it exploded. Crack. Crackle. Like a pane of glass that has been struck by a hammer, a web of cracks spread across the entire barrier. And then, before the horrified eyes of 1,000 demons, it shattered, dissolving into a shower of magical light. No. The mages who had been maintaining the barrier all cried out in pain as the backlash of their own spell washed over them, and they fell from the sky. The two of them were now inside. Stop them. The demons, now in a complete and utter panic, swarmed towards them from all sides. The warriors, with their most powerful attacks, and the mages, with their most destructive spells, the very sky was now a maelstrom of death and destruction. And against it, they struck as one. She didn't even break her stride. She just held out her left hand, and with a clench of her fist, a massive silver shield appeared before them, and all of the attacks that came their way were simply absorbed by it, not even leaving a scratch. It was a new and improved version of her shield spell. Even the petrification magic of that other demon would not be able to pierce it. And then, he drew org. A torrent of a silver-white light shot from its blade, a wave of a pure and holy energy that was so powerful it made the very space around it scream in protest. The demons who were in its path, all except for a few who were quick enough to get out of the way, were instantly consumed by it. You used it, she said, and with a casual flick of her wrist, she sent a monster crashing to the ground in a shower of blood and gore. I thought you were saving it. Time is of the essence. We have to find Shurahat before he can escape again. Then let me show you a new spell I just learned, she said with a small smile as a new wave of demons appeared before them. A cold, blue aura now surrounded her, and a massive magic circle appeared in front of her, and from it, a blue torrent, a tsunami of a pure and unadulterated ice, rushed forward and, in a single, terrifying instant, 100 demons and monsters were all frozen in a single, massive block of ice, an ice that then shattered into a million tiny, glittering fragments. In a single blow, she had cleared a path that led straight to the heart of the Demon King's castle. Come on, she said. There are too many of them here. He nodded, and with a wall of vines to hold back the monsters that were now swarming in from behind, he shot forward, a streak of light and shadow, his own shield now up to deflect the stray attacks that came from the sides, his gaze fixed on the center of the castle, where he could feel it, the familiar and unmistakable aura of the light of Urson. But there was another aura there as well, a much larger one, a strange and unsettling one. Shurahat. I'm coming for you. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, The Battle Between the Seven Sages and Serie. Chapter 194, The Battle Between the Seven Sages and Serie. The speed of their assault was astonishing. From the moment the barrier had been broken to their arrival at the inner sanctum of the castle, it had been a matter of mere seconds. And as the great stone doors of the council chamber were blown off their hinges, the three sages of destruction, and the general, finally understood. Even Bees, the creator of the very barrier that had just been shattered, was stunned. He had felt it, of course, the moment it had been breached. But he had not expected them to be here so quickly. He had not even had time to raise a second defense. TSK. What are those useless fools outside even doing, he cursed. The dust cleared, and the two figures stood before them. Serie. Shurahat's face, upon seeing them, was a mask of a pure and utter dread. He stared at the cold-eyed elf, and the human beside her, and a storm of a terrible and undeniable fear raged within him. He had known they would come, but not so soon. Not like this. His eyes darted to the projection of the Light of Ursun on the console before him. A tracking spell, he realized with a dawning horror. He hadn't thought. The others. Their eyes were fixed on her. The greatest mage of their age, and the greatest fear of their race. Mock's hands stilled, and the arrogance in his eyes was replaced by a deep and profound apprehension. He could see it, in his own magical vision, the sheer amount of mana that swirled around her. It was not just dense. It was a veritable ocean, a roiling, churning sea of a raw and untamed power. To stand against her alone, it was a fool's errand. TSK. Serie the Undertaker, her reputation is well deserved, he murmured, all the earlier levity now gone from his voice. His own prized golden magic, it would be useless against her. Finn the Undead raised his head, a look of a profound shock in his own dead eyes. And the general, Rywell, his muscles now as taut as a drawn bowstring, he, who lived for battle, who had faced 1,000 dangers, he, too, could feel it, the terrifying power that was hidden beneath her small and delicate form. His own hand on his axe was now trembling. And in that instant, a silent understanding passed between the four of them. They would have to fight her together. As for the human, though Shurahat had warned them of his power, he looked so ordinary. The pressure from her, from the sheer, tangible weight of her mana, it was all-consuming. And Shurahat, he was the master of foresight. He could deal with the human. The battle erupted in the next instant, without a word of warning, a storm of a pure and deadly violence. Mocked was the first to act. 1,000 brilliant golden rays shot from his hands, not at her, but at the very walls and floor of the chamber. And in an instant, the entire hall was a cage of gold. Finn unleashed a horde of writhing, spectral claws, and Rywell, with a roar, brought his axe down upon her, a pincer attack from both sides. And bees, he threw up his own barrier, a silent and watchful guardian, waiting for her to make her move. It was an attack that could have felled a legend. But she was more than a legend. She did not retreat. She took a single step forward, and a massive, three-dimensional magic shield appeared around her, a shield that shattered Mock's golden rays on contact, a shield that purified Finn's spectral claws with its own holy light. And Rywell's axe, it struck the shield with a deafening clang, a sound of a pure and unadulterated force meeting an immovable object, and the shock of the impact nearly tore the weapon from his grasp. But the shield, it did not even waver. What is this shield made of? He thought, his own mind reeling from the impact. But he would not get an answer. Her own counterattack had already begun. The silver torrent, the one that had cleared her path before, and 1,000 light spears now appeared around her and shot towards them. They all threw up their own defenses, barely managing to block her attack. But the next wave was already upon them, and the next, a relentless barrage of a pure and unadulterated power. And she, by herself, was now holding all four of them at bay. Shurahat. He saw him, in the back, trying to retreat, and he was on him in an instant. Damn it. The demon, his face now a mask of a pure and utter terror, his mind unable to see the future of this strange and terrifying man, now made a desperate, last-ditch gamble. He reached for the corrupted holy sword. He needed its power, even a fraction of it. But the moment his hand was about to touch it. VMM. The sword, at his command, rejected him, and he was thrown back by a wave of a pure and unadulterated force. And in that moment of hesitation, Rhodes was gone, a flicker of a spatial distortion in his place. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, The Guillotine, Shurahat. Chapter 195, The Guillotine, Shurahat. He appeared before him in a flash of spatial distortion and, with orb already drawn, he struck. He did not aim for his heart or his head, but for the hand that was reaching for the corrupted holy sword. Shurahat, caught completely off guard, only had time to throw up a single shield. But it was useless. Squelch. An arm, and the magic rings on its fingers, fell to the floor. AHH, he screamed, and stumbled back, trying to put some distance between them. 200 years, and the man was even stronger than before. I did say, third time's the charm, he said. No matter how far he retreated, he was there, in front of him, a ghost, a phantom, a whisper of a deadly intent. His spells, his magic, they were useless. For a pure mage, to be in a close-quarters battle like this, the outcome was already decided. Give me the spell, and I will give you a quick death, he said, the tip of Ord now at his heart. The spell that allows one to bear the power of faith. It is your only remaining value. Hey, he. I see, he said, clutching his bleeding stump. So you, too, are after that power. Could it be, are you the God-slayer from 1,000 years ago? He had seen it, the small, almost imperceptible, flicker in his eyes. So it's true, he said with a wry, defeated smile. A human who can stand beside the great Serie, who has lived for so long, it can only be him. He should have known. The immense power, the holy sword, it could only be the man of legend. He had just never imagined that he could have lived so long. You are a powerful being. You have even broken the very limits of your own life. I'm curious, why are you so interested in this power? I'm not here to talk. Give me the spell, he said, his own patience now wearing thin. Ha ha ha. Then you'll have to take it from me. The spell, it has a seal. Even if I die, you will never get it. His words were cut short. With a single, swift and clean stroke, his head was separated from his shoulders and sent flying through the air, an expression of a pure and utter shock still frozen on its face. The headless body stood for a moment, then collapsed in a pile of ash. A waste of time, he said, and caught the falling head. He cast a preservation spell, and it was now a grotesque trophy, a specimen in his hands. If you won't give it to me, he thought, I'll just take it. The magic to read the memories of the dead, especially the memories of a demon, he hadn't quite perfected it yet. But he had time. The battle outside stopped. Rywell had finally broken through his barrier, but it was too late. Lord Shurahat is dead, a demon mage said, his voice trembling. Impossible, mocked, his face now a mask of a pure and utter horror, said. He was the most cunning of us all, the one with the strongest will to survive. How could he have been killed? By that ordinary human. Serie, who had been on the verge of finishing them all, now paused, a look of a cool and detached understanding on her face. A new and terrifying silence fell over the hall. Shurahat had been second only to the Demon King. His death was a cold bucket of water on the fiery ambitions of all the demons. They now finally understood. The man who stood beside Serie, he was no ordinary person. Shurahat, he had been right. He wrapped the head in a cloth and, without a word, walked back to her. The demons, the ones who had been about to overwhelm her, now just stood there, their own bravado gone, replaced by a new and terrible fear. I'm done here, he said. What about the rest? Kill them all, she said, her own killing intent now rekindled, her magical power now once again unleashed. But just as they were about to finish them, a new, and even more terrifying, pressure, a pressure that was so immense it was almost a physical thing, descended upon them. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, The Fused Demon King. Chapter 196, The Fused Demon King. The very air in the council chamber trembled, and a rift in space slowly opened. From it, a figure emerged. It was a woman of an otherworldly beauty, with faint golden lines under her divinely crafted skin. Her features, there was a hint of the goddess of procreation in them, in the cool, detached gaze, in the refined elegance of her face. But there was also something different. A new aura, a twisted and chaotic energy, that was neither holy nor dark. She was not a puppet. And at her appearance, all the lingering traces of Serie's own magic vanished. The three sages, who had been pinned down by her, were now free. Your Majesty, Rywell was the first to speak, a note of a deep and abiding reverence in his voice. To have earned the loyalty of the strongest warrior of the demons, a being who worshipped strength above all else, her power was unimaginable. Bees mocked, and Finn also bowed, a silent offering of their respect. But the new Demon King did not spare them a glance. Her gaze fell on him, on the men who had brought an end to her predecessor's reign. 1,000 years, she said, and a small, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips, it has left few marks on you, Rhodes, the God-slayer. She had called him by his name, had revealed his identity, a secret that would have once shaken the very foundations of the continent. Serie's own eyes widened. She looked from him to the Demon King, a look of a profound shock on her face. She knows him. And he, in turn, at the sound of his name, a new and grim realization came to him. He tightened his grip on Org, its own power now stirring. That familiar aura, those purple eyes that seemed to see into the future, in that instant of eye contact, he knew. I see, he said, his voice a low and quiet sound. Not a succession, but a fusion. You have not only taken her power, he said, a new and terrible understanding dawning on him, but you have also assimilated it, have resisted her corruption, and have even seen her past. Impressive. She was not just a new Demon King, not just a being who had been empowered by the fragments of a god. She had, in some deep and profound way, merged with those fragments, with the very essence of the goddess of procreation's authority over life. She was both a Demon King and a successor to a god, a being of an unprecedented and terrifying power. Impressive, indeed, she said with a light, almost musical, laugh, and a mock applause. But you are mistaken on one point. The goddess's fragments were not just a lucky find, but a gift of destiny, a new home for her lingering power. And I was just a convenient vessel. She raised a hand and, with a gentle touch, she stroked the blade of the corrupted holy sword. And the sword, which had once been a roiling mass of a pure and holy rejection, now stilled. A remarkable seal, she said. She could feel it, the powerful seal within the sword, and the faint and subtle connection between it and him. Shurahat, he was a little careless. If he had just looked a little closer, he might have found it. And just as she had finished speaking, Serie, who had been a silent and seething spectator until now, finally erupted. To be ignored, to be a mere backdrop, and to have her own authority, her own power, so casually dismissed, it was an insult she would not bear. You arrogant creature, she spat, and her anger was now a tangible thing, a wave of a pure and unadulterated magical power. The very air in the chamber grew cold, and 1,000 spears of a blue-white ice appeared and shot towards the Demon King. It was a test, a probe, but also, a full and unrestrained attack. But the Demon King just smiled and, with a flick of her finger, all the spears, a mere few feet from her, just stopped. And then, with a sound of 1,000 shattering panes of glass, they dissolved into a fine and glittering dust. Tisk, Serie hissed. Her attack, it had just been, unmade. You are strong, Serie, the Demon King said, her voice a calm and level sound, but not strong enough. She then turned her gaze to him. Do not interrupt my conversation with the Godslayer. And then, he struck. In that single, fleeting moment of distraction, he had already acted. Org was in his hand, and its own, latent power, was now unleashed. The blade shone with a dazzling, unimaginable light. He poured all of his own mana into it, and a blade of a pure and holy energy shot towards her, a blade so powerful it made the very space around it scream in protest, a blade aimed at her head. For the first time, a flicker of a genuine and sincere respect appeared in her eyes. She was no longer toying with him. She raised her hands, and a massive golden barrier, a barrier that was far more than a simple defensive spell, appeared before her. Clang. A sound so loud, so piercing, that it was beyond all description. The blade of light had struck the golden barrier, and the point of impact was now a roiling maelstrom of a raw and untamed power. A series of shock waves, like a storm on a turbulent sea, now ripped through the chamber, and the obsidian walls, the very pillars that held up the roof, they all began to crack and crumble. The very roof itself was torn away, and the pale, dim sunlight now shone down on the scene, on their faces, on their own expressions of a pure and utter shock. The sages and the general were all thrown back by the force of the blast. Even she had had to throw up her own shield, and her golden hair was now a wild and untamed mess around her face. And she, too, was stunned. How much power did he pour into that single attack? And she, how did she block it? Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, let's end it here for today. Chapter 197, let's end it here for today. In the heart of the storm, another figure now stood. He had, in the midst of that maelstrom of raw, chaotic power, charged forward and had brought Org down on the golden barrier once more. The Demon King had not expected such a bold move. Her barrier, which had been enough to block his first attack, had shattered at the second blow. And in that instant, he was through. He was a streak of light, a phantom in the storm, and he was now right in front of her. The demons all gasped. In the midst of that raw, untamed energy, that storm that had threatened to tear the very fabric of space apart, to charge forward, to brave the shockwave, it was insane. Wasn't he supposed to be the most ancient of human mages? They thought. Why is he fighting like a mindless warrior? She, too, was taken aback. To have her own attack, her own powerful spell, used against her, and the follow-up, so swift, so decisive, she had not been prepared for it. But her own battle instincts kicked in. She did not dodge, did not raise another, stronger barrier. She just raised her slender arm and met the tip of the sword with her wrist. Thump. A muffled sound of flesh being pierced. And when the storm finally subsided, a sight that made the hearts of all the demons stop. The holy sword, Org, the weapon that had slain a god, was now plunged through the Demon King's wrist, its tip emerging from the other side. A dark, golden blood, the blood of a new and terrible god, trickled down the blade, a strange and eerie sight in the dim light. A silver sword, a slender, white wrist, it was a grotesquely beautiful image. And yet, on the Demon King's beautiful face, there was not a single trace of pain. She tilted her head, a playful look in her eyes as she looked at her own wounded wrist. So decisive, she said, her voice a soft and almost appreciative sound. To seize any opportunity, to risk everything for a single, fatal blow, that's you, isn't it? But his own heart was in a turmoil. He had put all his power into that blow, but the moment the blade had pierced her wrist, he had felt a strange resistance, as if he were trying to cut through a dense, viscous substance. And now, he could not move the sword, not an inch forward. And what was even more terrifying was the strange and corrupting feeling that was now flowing up the blade. Her blood, it was as if it was alive, a sentient, assimilating thing. The holy power of Org. He could feel it, crying out in a silent, agonized scream, its own light now dimming, a powerful and insidious corruption now eating away at its very essence. No. He pushed, a new surge of his own mana now flaring, and the blade of Org once again shone with a brilliant light. And with a final, desperate heave, he pulled the sword free. A shower of golden blood, like molten metal, arced through the air. But the wound, it was not bleeding. Before their very eyes, the dark golden lines under her skin began to writhe, and the wound, it just, closed. In an instant, it was gone, leaving only a faint white scar. A regenerative ability that was beyond all comprehension, a power that was on a whole new level of life itself. He stumbled back, putting several dozen meters between them, and his own gaze, now a grim and sober thing, was fixed on her perfect, unblemished wrist. This new demon king, this fusion of a mortal and a god, she was a being of a terrifying and incomprehensible power. "Do you see now, God-slayer," she said, and flexed her once impaled wrist. "This is the true, perfect form of life." She then looked at Org and, with a new and strange appreciation, she said, "And to be able to temporarily resist my own power. As expected of the sword that can slay a god." Org hummed, a low and angry sound, and a powerful and hostile energy emanated from its blade. He didn't speak. He just slowly, deliberately, began to raise the sword once more, his own breath now a calm and steady thing, his own mind a cold and calculated one. This time, he would not hold back. This time, a full and unrestrained release. But just as he was about to unleash his full power. "Enough," she said, her voice a soft and quiet sound, but one that carried to every corner of the shattered hall. She looked at him, and there was a strange, almost wistful, look in her eyes. "Rhodes and Serie. Let us end it here for today." He froze, a frown on his face, and even Serie, who had been about to join him, was now a picture of a pure and utter disbelief. She wants to stop. Now. Just as he's about to use his ultimate attack. "Are you joking?" she said, an unrestrained rage now in her own voice. But she did not look at her. Her gaze was still on him, as if she were the only other person in the room. "I know what you are looking for, Rhodes," she said, and her voice was a strange and resonating sound. "The formula of life. You have been chasing it for 1,000 years, but you have never been able to cross the threshold. She knows even that." He tightened his grip on the sword, a new and terrible thought now in his own mind. Should he just kill her, now, before she could say another word? She saw it, the flicker of a deadly intent in his own eyes. "You have already obtained the key to that door, Rhodes. To continue to fight with me, it is a pointless endeavor, is it not? I think it has a great deal of point. No one wants to have someone like you, lurking in the shadows," he said. "Heh," she laughed, and shook her head. "Shurahat's work, for you, it is a key to eternal life. But for me." A mysterious smile touched her lips, "It is useless. Our paths, they may have crossed. But our destinations. They are not the same." She raised a hand and pointed, at him, and at Serie, and at the ruined and shattered hall around them. "Today, you have destroyed my home. You have killed my most loyal servant. Is that not enough for you?" "I, for one, am not yet satisfied," Serie said coldly. She did not like this arrogant and self-important demon king. She wanted nothing more than to just blast her face with a few light spears and wipe that smug look from it. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, The Goddess Touch Demon King. Chapter 198, The Goddess Touch Demon King. "What do you think, Rhodes?" she asked, her voice as smooth and as cool as a polished stone. "Shouldn't we be a little more familiar before you start calling me by my first name?" he said with a frown. At first, he had thought that she had just assimilated the memories of the goddess of procreation and had seen his past in her final moments. But now, it seemed to be something more. "It seems you don't remember," she said with a look of a mock disappointment. "You know I hate riddles." "Of course. But it's so much more fun when you're the one telling them, isn't it?" she said with a playful smile. "Your fun seems to be at my expense." "Then let you, and this whole world, suffer," she said, and their casual conversation, in the midst of a tense and deadly standoff, left everyone, including Serie, completely baffled. But he was beginning to understand. The game has just begun, Rhodes. You will have plenty of time to unravel its mysteries. But for now, you have other things to attend to, don't you? Are you showing weakness? You can think of it that way, if you wish. A new and terrible thought now came to him. Shurahat's death, and her own sudden appearance, had it all been a part of her plan? A cold, icy dread, a dread that was far greater than the joy he had felt at having found a new path to eternal life, now washed over him. This feeling, it was worse than when he had faced the goddess of procreation at her full power. The unknown, the feeling that she knew everything, and he was just a blind man, fumbling in the dark. Seeing his hesitation, a new and terrible aura, an aura that was beyond mere magic, now radiated from her. The very space around her began to crack and crumble. Serie's own face was now a mask of a grim and terrible resolve, and her own magic now flared to life. Fight or flee. He was silent. He could feel it, the divine power within her, a power that was still not fully unleashed. I see, he finally said, his own voice now a calm and level sound. Next time, I will not hold back. And I hope that you can still maintain this air of an omniscient superiority. He had chosen to retreat. At least, on the surface. That may be a long time from now, she said, a playful smile on her lips, as if she had already seen his choice. Give me the light of Urson, he said, and held out his hand. If you want it, then you'll have to. She began, but then she just shook her head. Fine. Take it. With a flick of her finger, the holy sword, the sword for which Shurahat had planned for so long, the sword for which he had sacrificed a sage of destruction and even himself, now flew to him. He took it and, without another glance at her, he turned and walked back to Serie. Let's go, he said. She was reluctant, but she trusted him. She gave the Demon King one last, baleful glare, and then followed him. Your Majesty. Why did you let them go? Your Majesty. This was a golden opportunity. If you had just kept them here, the humans would have been powerless. Behind her, the four great demons, their own voices now filled with a confused and even a questioning tone, now spoke. She just stood there and watched them go, and did not say a word. But they had not gone far. He suddenly stopped, and a wave of a raw and untamed magical power, a power that was all his own, a power that he had kept hidden for so long, now erupted from him. The power of 1,000 years, a power that had been forged in 100 reincarnations, the power of a human mage. The one who now stood before the so-called Demon King, he was the most ancient of all human mages. Serie, hold these for me. And don't interfere, he said, and without looking back, he tossed both the light of Urson and orb to her. She caught them, and their weight almost made her stumble. She quickly infused them with her own mana and managed to hold them steady. What is he doing? He turned and faced the castle below, and the mana in his own body now began to gather and compress. Hello, his voice echoed through the ruins. We meet again. He slowly raised his right hand, his palm open and facing her. And without a single incantation, without a single magic circle, the very space in front of his hand began to compress, to groan under an immense pressure. They've been so focused on my sword, he thought, that they've forgotten who I really am. A torrent of a pure and holy light shot from his palm, and it was aimed at the castle, and at her. Boom. In its path, the very ground was split open, and everything, the hard, unyielding stone, the few, cowering monsters, was instantly annihilated. For the first time, a look of a genuine and sincere shock appeared on her face. She had not expected him to turn back. She had not expected him to use his own, pure magic. It was not in her script. In her haste, 1,000 dark golden runes now appeared and formed a torrent of their own, and it met his in a clash of a pure and unadulterated power. Boom. The two energies collided with a deafening roar, and a wave of a raw and untamed power, a storm of a pure and chaotic energy, now ripped through the already ruined hall, and the last of its walls and pillars now crumbled to dust. Even she was pushed back by the force of the blast, a look of a new and grim realization on her face. The power of his attack, it was far greater than she had anticipated. Good. Very good, she said, and the shock in her eyes was now replaced by a new and burning fighting spirit. As expected of the one she chose. This pure, unadulterated source of magic, it is a power that can rival that of a god. He was already preparing his next attack. 1,000 light arrows now appeared in the sky, and she met them with 1,000 dark golden spears of her own. And then, she raised her own hand, and 1,000 chains of a pure and dark energy shot from all sides, a cage of a deadly and binding power. But he just clenched his fist and brought it down on the empty air. And the very space around him shattered, 1,000 tiny, invisible cracks that now spread out and consumed the encroaching chains. It was a spell he had created after his first encounter with the broken and shattered space of the Godfall land, a spell inspired by a certain old man who had liked to collect suns. He then reached out with his other hand, and the space around her began to shatter, a cage of 1,000 razor-sharp edges that was now closing in on her. Her own face changed. The dark golden lines under her skin flared, and a new and ancient power, a power of life itself, now erupted from her. 1,000 dark golden vines and flowers, all made of a pure and vibrant energy, now grew from the shattered space, and they not only withstood the cutting edges of the broken reality, but began to mend it, to pull it back together. The battle had now entered a new and terrifying phase. The very hall around them was now a swirling maelstrom of a pure and destructive creation, a place where the floor was being constantly annihilated and then regrown in a crystalline and grotesque form, where the very fabric of space was being torn apart and then sewn back together. The sages of destruction watched, their minds unable to even comprehend the level of the battle that was now unfolding before them. Rywal's own fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were digging into his palms. His own strength, his own power, it was nothing before this. Serie, her own heart a whirlwind of a pure and utter shock, held the two holy swords in a death grip, her own attention now a laser focus on the four great demons, to prevent them from interfering. The spatial magic he was using, it was more powerful than she had ever imagined. She had known he had been studying it, of course. Their own teleportation spell had been his creation. But this was something else. I have to have him teach me, she thought, after this is all over. And the Demon King, her own power was strange. It felt so familiar. After a final, titanic clash of their powers, they both retreated, and he was still in the air, his breathing still steady, but his eyes, they were now a dark and stormy sea. The corrosion of the goddess of procreation, it was more than just a simple fusion. The way she had used that power, her understanding of magic, and that faint, almost imperceptible, aura he had felt when she had mended the broken space. Who are you? He demanded. What is your relationship with the goddess of life? She, for her part, was also a little shaken. You want to know, Rhodes, she said, a playful tone now back in her voice. Then you will have to defeat me first. She raised her hand, and a swirling mass of a dark golden liquid, an energy of a pure and unadulterated assimilation, now appeared in her palm. Come. Let me see if the most ancient of human mages can touch the truth. As you wish. He did not hesitate. He unleashed his strongest spell, the very first spell he had ever created with her. An absolute domain, a sphere of a pure and unadulterated darkness that consumed all light, now expanded from him and, in an instant, it had swallowed her. Her face, for the first time, was a mask of a true and genuine shock. The dark golden matter in her hand, it was being consumed. The very light of the runes on her skin was now fading. Your Majesty. The great demons, seeing her now in his dark domain, rushed forward. Stay back. Serie roared, and with a swing of orb, a golden blade of a pure and holy energy appeared before them, and they were all thrown back. Anyone who takes another step, dies. Her voice was an icy command, and the sheer force of her own magical power now held them in place. And in his dark domain, her body was now beginning to turn transparent. She tried to fight back, but her own essence, it was light. And he was the very antithesis of it. Her own power of fusion, her greatest strength, was now useless. A pained gasp escaped her lips, and her body began to tremble violently. And in that moment, as her own power flared, he saw it. The core of her being, and in it, the last, lingering essence of the goddess of life, an essence that had been so thoroughly corrupted that it was now a dark and twisted thing. I can't let that get out, he thought. If that were to be released, it would be a disaster far worse than anything else. He made his decision. And the dark, all-consuming domain, it just vanished. Thump. She fell to her knees, panting, her face as pale as a ghost, the dark golden lines on her skin now almost completely gone. You really don't have the stomach for it, do you? She said, a faint smile on her lips. He just stood there, his own breath a little ragged. He looked at her, at the being who was now on her knees before him, and a look of an utter disbelief came over his own face. You. His own voice was a hoarse and raspy sound, you. He. She laughed, a low and quiet sound. She struggled back to her feet, the wounds on her body, the faded runes, now slowly beginning to heal. You win, Rhodes, she said, and her gaze went past him, to the sages who were still held at bay by Serie, and then back to her. You can go now, can't you? He stood there for a long, long time, and then he turned and walked away. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Flam's Adventure and Farewell. Chapter 199, Flam's Adventure and Farewell. Annalise watched him go. He would not be back, she knew. Not until he had found a way to deal with her for good. She was his other half, his dark reflection, the other possible ending to his own story. Your Majesty, are you all right? One of the sages asked. But she ignored him. A wave of a strange, almost nostalgic, feeling washed over her. So bright, she murmured, and her gaze fell on the spot where Shurahat had once stood. I hope you enjoy my gift. Just then, a tremor, a silent and soul-shaking vibration, came from a place far, far away. It was not a physical quake, but a psychic one. She turned and looked in its direction, to a holy land, a place far from her own domain, a place far from the kingdoms of men. In that place, in a hidden cavern in the heart of a mountain, on a stone pedestal, a sword rested. Its blade was a smooth and unadorned thing, but it radiated a warmth, a gentleness, as if it were carved from a piece of jade, a perfect and flawless masterpiece. It was the third of the legendary holy swords, the equal of Org and Athos, the sword of salvation, Frieren. It had not been forged by a dwarf, or by any mortal hand. It was a product of the world's own will, a manifestation of its own balance and order, the true sword of the hero. It had no master. It would only awaken in a time of a great and terrible crisis. And now, after an age of a silent and dreamless sleep, it had awoken. VMM. The blade began to tremble violently. The soft light around it flickered, and the ancient runes on the cavern walls began to glow. It had sensed it. The power that could destroy the world. The source of it, a wisp of an aura that had escaped in her battle with him. She closed her eyes and felt it, the world's own will, now turned against her, a hostile and warning presence. Did you feel that, Frieren? But there's nothing you can do, is there, she thought, and a scornful smile touched her lips. A sword that cannot be drawn is just an ornament, she murmured, and a series of visions, of possible futures, flashed in her mind. I see, interesting. She turned her attention back to her own court. Rywell, bees, mocked, Finn. The strongest of their kind, now all on their knees before her, not a single thought of a resistance in their minds. Rise, she said, her voice a calm and level sound. Rebuild this place. As for Shurahat's replacement, Mocked will take his place for now. Yes, your majesty, he said. The others also acknowledged her command, but a seed of a doubt had been planted in their minds. The Demon King, she had shown no anger, no regret, at his death. It was strange. Rywell, I want you to keep an eye on Rhodes and Serie. Do not engage. Just observe. And Rhodes, he is the priority. As you command, your majesty, he said, and a flicker of a battle lust appeared in his eyes, but was quickly suppressed. Observe, she had said. As a warrior who lived for battle, to die at the hands of the God-slayer would have been an honor. But he would not disobey her command. Bees, Finn, you will assist Mocked, she said, and then, without another word, she vanished. The four of them looked at each other, a new and unfamiliar fear in their eyes. Their new king, her thoughts were a mystery. Another year passed. The forest where Rhodes and Serie now lived was now shrouded in a powerful barrier, a spell called Shinra Bansho, all-covering forest, a creation of her own, with Athos as its core, a barrier that blocked all scrying. The name, of course, had been his own idea. She had at first thought it was a terrible name and had refused to use it, but in the end, he had worn her down. She had created the spell, and he had taken the naming rights. The audacious human. She made a new entry in the little black book she kept in her mind. In their hut, Rhodes was sitting in the center of a complex magic circle, Shurahat's head floating before him. He had created the memory-reading spell, yes, but he had no one to test it on. To experiment on a living person, that was a line he would not cross. A demon, however, that was another matter. And so, he was now carefully probing the magical imprint in the demon's mind, a delicate and intricate work. Org was on the floor beside him. A small, residual part of the Demon King's own corrupting energy had remained on its blade, and it had taken him a great deal of effort to remove it. Serie was sitting by the window, a cup of fruit tea in her hand. The view was the same as it had been for 1,000 years, a beautiful but boring sight. And yet, she would still sometimes just stare at the trees, at the sky. But she was not looking at the view now. She was looking at her two students, Flam and Ella, who were now preparing for a journey. Ella had returned while he and she had been at the Demon King's castle and had, by chance, met her. If not for the unique magic she had taught her, a magic that had served as a proof of her identity, Ella might have taken her for an intruder. But now, they were fast friends. And not long ago, he and she had decided that it was time for Ella to take her on a journey of her own, a journey of training and experience. The girl was now a young woman, and a powerful and capable mage. And Ella, her own adventures had made her wise beyond her years. She would be a good guide. Flam was now carefully checking her pack. She was wearing a simple, brown traveling robe, and a short mage's cloak. The staff he had forged for her was in her hand. Ever since the battle at Wyberg, her desire to become stronger had only grown. She had readily agreed to their proposal. Beside her, Ella was a picture of a calm and collected composure. Her own pack was small, with only the bare necessities. The only thing she had in common with the other was the staff in her hand. As an elf, she had a different perception of time. For her, this was just a walk, a stroll, a thing she had done 1,000 times before. But she could see the nervousness on the girl's face and had made a secret promise to herself, a promise to her teacher, to protect her. Finally, Flam was ready. She took a deep breath and walked to the treehouse. Rhodes had paused in his work, and Serie had also turned to look as her two students came in. Teacher Rhodes, Teacher Serie. I've come to say goodbye, she said. Yes, teacher, Ella nodded. We're ready to leave. Oh, I see. I understand. You're abandoning me now, are you, he said, and then, in a strange, theatrical voice, we are born of the old blood. A sharp rap on the head from Serie cut him off. What are you talking about? After she had dealt with the troublemaker, she walked over to her student. Remember what I have taught you, she said, her voice now a rare and gentle sound. Magic is not just about brute force. Against an enemy, a calm mind is a greater weapon than a furious heart. Yes, teacher. I will remember. She then turned to Ella. I'm leaving her in your hands, she said, her voice now a stern and serious one. She had told her to protect the girl. But she was surprised that her teacher would care so much. She was a different person now, from the one she had known. He then walked over to the other girl. Shouldn't you wear some armor? I have a few sets of the finest dwarven make in storage, he said, but was immediately cut off by Serie. A mage in armor? Don't be ridiculous, she said. A mage's greatest asset was their mobility. Armor would just slow them down. You have a point, he said, and his gaze drifted to the depths of the forest, as if to the place where the holy sword, Athos, now stood, the heart of their barrier. Or, we could just give her Athos. It is the most powerful of all defensive spells, after all. I could find a temporary substitute. His words were cut short by a sudden and dramatic drop in temperature. A powerful and unmistakable wave of displeasure radiated from the elven miss, and the teacup in her hand was now covered in a web of fine cracks. There's no need for that, Teacher Rhodes, the girl said, having seen the look on her other teacher's face. I can protect myself. I have to be stronger, she thought, so I can stand on the same level as her. He also saw the look, and his mouth, which had been about to speak, was now firmly shut. Ahem, all right then, he said. He then turned to the other girl. Ella, she has little combat experience. Keep an eye on her. And remember, safety first. She was a little surprised. She looked at her junior sister, and wondered what was so special about her, to be doted on by both her teachers. I understand, Mr. Rhodes, she said with a nod. All right, but the girls can take care of themselves. They're not children anymore, Serie finally said, having had enough. He saw the don't push it look in her eyes, and wisely decided to just shut up. He took a deep breath. Flam, he said, his voice now a low and serious one, on your journey, if you can. Go and visit the elven villages. The elven villages? Why? Is it to learn their nature magic? Sister Ella can teach me that, she said, confused. Not just that, he shook his head. Just, go and see. You might just meet some unexpected people. He couldn't tell her, of course. The one who was destined to be her true apprentice, he was likely now just a child, living in a peaceful elven village, unaware of his own destiny. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 200, Serie's lap pillow. Chapter 200, Serie's lap pillow. He did not intend to interfere directly, but he could give the wheel of fate a little push. The girl, seeing the unspoken words on his face, though she was confused, she trusted him, and so she just nodded. I understand, Teacher Rhodes. He looked at her young and vibrant face, and then at the elf beside her, at her calm and placid expression, at the being who had all the time in the world, and a thought, unbidden, came to his mind. An elf and a human girl, setting off on a long and unknown journey. The image, it was so familiar. A strange and inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over him, a vision of a future that had not yet come, of another pair, walking a similar, yet different, path. He shook his head, and pushed the distant vision away, and returned to the present. He looked at the girl, and his voice was now serious, with a new emphasis. And, Flam, this journey, it doesn't have to be a long one. 5, 10 years, that will be enough. They both looked at him, confused. Ella is an elf. Her sense of time is different from ours. A journey of a few decades, to her, it is just the blink of an eye. But you, Flam, you are human. A few decades, that is half a lifetime. Power is important, but do not lose yourself in its pursuit. Do not forget the way back home. She stared at him, and for the first time, she truly understood the vast gulf between their two races, and the heavy weight of his words. A complex emotion flickered in the other elf's green eyes. She understood. In their long, long lives, they often forgot the fleeting nature of their human companions. If not for him, for his reincarnations, her own teacher would have long since become a legend of the past. I understand, Teacher Rhodes, she said with a firm nod. Serie, who had been listening from the side, a strange, restless feeling now beginning to fade from her heart, now thought to herself, he's right. But that rule, it doesn't apply to him. And she was glad for it. She stared at his back, a little dazed. She hadn't even heard her two students' final farewells. "They're gone," he said, and his voice brought her back. "I hope everything goes well." She turned, and for a moment, her gaze fell upon his profile. She was reminded of the Demon King, and she asked, "Have you figured it out yet?" He turned to face her. "No," he said, and shook his head, his brow furrowed. "Her very existence is a great mystery. Her power, it comes from the goddess of life, but it is mixed with the power of the goddess of procreation. When I tried to sense her aura..." He paused, as if trying to find the right words. It was a chaos of a corrosive and corrupting power, a power that was far greater than I had anticipated. Her very being, it is a collection of a conflicting and contradictory energies. If she were to die, that power would be unleashed, and it would be enough to drag the entire world into the abyss. I stopped, not because I couldn't, but because I did not dare to risk it. Her pupils constricted. For him, the one who had slain a god, to have been afraid, the potential danger was unimaginable. "So what do you intend to do?" she asked after a moment of silence. "For now, we'll just have to wait and see. The first priority is to master that spell of Shurahat's." He looked at her, his eyes now a clear and honest window to his soul. "But I will need a lot of time. 50 years, 100, maybe more. I can't be sure." She listened in silence, not surprised. For an elf, time was the one thing they had in abundance. 50, 100 years, it was just a small piece of a much larger puzzle. "And if you succeed, you will not have to reincarnate again." "Yes. I will have a lifespan that is equal to an elf's." A wave of an unrestrained joy washed over her. He would no longer have to undergo that uncertain ritual. They could walk together, side by side, and she would no longer have to wait on the shore of time for him to come and go. They could explore the endless mysteries of magic together, until the very end of time. In the past 1,000 years, his reincarnations, they had taken up a third of that time. And in those empty years, she had been alone, and though she was used to it, in the deepest part of her heart, she had still felt a pang of loneliness. If not for him, she would have long since grown accustomed to the flow of time. But he had changed her. But she did not speak. She just nodded, though a small smile had touched her lips. Just then, he raised a hand to his temple, a gesture of a sudden weariness from his studies. She saw it and, coming to his side, she sat behind him and patted her own lap. He didn't hesitate and lay his head down. She felt a slight tickle from his hair, and with a wisp of a cool magic at her fingertips, she began to gently massage his temples. He closed his eyes and let the cool and soothing touch, the gentle and fragrant scent of her, wash over him. The hut was now filled with a strange and new kind of a quiet intimacy. And as she worked, her own gaze fell upon him, her long lashes casting a shadow on her cheeks, hiding the turmoil of her own emotions. "Why," she thought, "is my heart so restless? I must be sick." Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 201, Washing Serie's Hair. Chapter 201, Washing Serie's Hair. Time flowed on. Rhodes and Serie were once again in a world of their own. He was immersed in his study of Shurahat's magic, his mind in a constant state of a high-intensity operation. And when he was tired, he would close his eyes, or walk to the window and look out at the unchanging scenery. "Perhaps we should go for a walk," he thought. It had been over 200 years since they had last been on an adventure together. And the trip to the Demon King's castle had been too rushed, with no time for leisure. Beside him, Serie was, as always, quiet. She would read her ancient grimoires, and sometimes, she would brew a strange-tasting flower tea. He didn't know when she had picked up that hobby. Perhaps it was just to pass the time. And he, of course, was always her first guinea pig. The taste, it was not good. One day, as he was stretching after a long session in his magic circle, his gaze fell on her, sitting by the window. She was engrossed in a thick tome, and her long, golden hair was a shimmering waterfall that cascaded down to her waist. He couldn't help but stare. But as he looked closer, he saw that the luster of her hair was a little dull, and the ends were singed, as if from a magical backlash. Perhaps she hasn't even noticed, he thought. The very air in their hut was now saturated with a high concentration of magic, and though it did them no harm, her hair, it was a different matter. He walked over to her. She looked up from her book, a question in her eyes. "Are you done?" "For now," he said, his gaze still on her hair. "Your hair, it's a little..." She looked at him, a little surprised, and ran a hand through her hair. It was still as smooth as ever. "It's fine. A cleaning spell will take care of it," she said, and a faint magical light began to gather at her fingertips. "No," he said, and his voice was a firm and unyielding sound. He reached out and gently took her wrist. Her hand froze. The touch of him, it sent a jolt through her, and the light at her fingertips dissipated. A cleaning spell will only remove the surface dirt. It won't repair the magical damage. Let me help you. And what do you propose to do? Something like washing your hair. What? For the first time, a look of a genuine and sincere confusion crossed her cool, impassive face. Him? Wash her hair? A strange and unfamiliar panic began to set in. No, that's all right. I can do it myself, she said, and tried to pull her hand away. It was too intimate. It would mean lying down before him, exposing her most vulnerable side. I said no, he said, and his hand, though it was not holding her tightly, was a firm and unyielding grip that she could not break. Be good, Serie, he said, and leaned in, his voice a low and quiet sound by her ear. Or I will have to resort to more forceful means. Her heart began to race. She looked at his face, so close to her own, and she could feel the warmth of his palm, and a new and strange emotion, a mixture of shame and a thrilling excitement, now washed over her. He was always so stubborn in these small things, so forceful. What an audacious human. If she could just pin him down and beat him up, it would be so satisfying. In the end, all she could do was bite her lip, and the pink blush that had started at her earlobes now spread across her face. She turned her head away and, in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, she said, a silent surrender. A triumphant smile played on his lips, but he quickly suppressed it. He did not let go of her hand, but rather, as if he were taking her for a walk, he led her to a pool of water that was connected to an underground stream. He took out a bottle of a flower-scented shampoo he had made in his spare time, and a bottle of a hair-conditioning oil. And then, he turned to her. Come, he said. She took a deep breath, as if she were about to go into battle, and with stiff and awkward steps, she walked over and sat down, her back to him. He gently eased her down, and her long, golden hair fanned out in the water like a water lily. She kept her back straight, her hands clasped on her stomach, and she tried her best to keep her expression a neutral one. But her tense shoulders and the red tips of her ears betrayed her. He, of course, noticed, but he did not say anything. He just took a scoop of the warm water and let it flow over her hair. She flinched. Relax, he said, and the tension in her shoulders eased a little. He poured a small amount of the shampoo into his palm, lathered it, and then began to gently massage it into her hair. A small, almost inaudible, sound escaped her lips. He was using a kind of a holy magic. The feeling, it was so comforting. It was as if his touch was washing away all the accumulated weariness from her mind, a warmth that was more real, more tangible, than anything she had ever felt before. Her tense body began to relax, and she closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly as she let herself be cared for. He worked in a focused silence, and the only sounds were the lapping of the water, and their own, shared, breath. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 202, Rhodes's First Dream. Chapter 202, Rhodes's First Dream. He took the soft towel that had been wrapped around her hair and, seeing the new, lustrous shine of her golden locks, he nodded in satisfaction. He ran his fingers through a stray strand, and the silken feel of it sent a new tremor through him. His gaze then fell on the familiar, boring scenery outside the window, and a thought came to him. Shall we go for a walk? He asked, turning to her. She was now sitting in a chair, toweling her own hair dry. She looked at him, a little confused. Now. It's been a long time, he said, and walked over and, in a now natural gesture, took the towel from her and began to dry her hair himself. She let him, and the feel of his fingers on the nape of her neck, the slight, ticklish sensation, the blush that had just faded was now beginning to return. It was not long ago, she said, her voice now a little unsteady. The Demon King's castle. Was that not a big enough adventure for you? And then a small, dangerous smile touched her lips. Or have you finally discovered the joy of battle, the pleasure of slaughtering demons? It's not a bad idea, you know. She even began to think of all the places where they could find some demons. There is more to life than just fighting, he said with a laugh, and gave her ear a gentle squeeze. There is also poetry in the far horizon. What's that? She said, and gave him a look. I have no idea what you are talking about. Poetry. Are you going to become a bard? She couldn't imagine it, the God-slayer, the most ancient of human mages, with a lute, in a tavern. No, he shook his head. My poetry is a different kind. But. His smile widened, to try on a new role, just for a little while, it might be interesting. Oh, she said, her eyebrows raised. And what story will you sing? He put the towel aside, her hair now dry and flowing freely over her shoulders. The story I will sing, he said after a moment's thought, is of a party of heroes, in the distant age of myth. Her own hands stilled, and her golden eyes were fixed on him. 3 humans, a dwarf, and a proud, yet gentle, elven miss, he said, and the vague, yet familiar, images began to form in her mind. One of the humans, his magical talent was just good, far from the others. But he not only wrote the first grimoire in human history but also, in the age of myth, founded the first great human nation, a nation that was a light in the darkness, a beacon of hope for all. And another. He was a cheerful and kind man who put his companion's safety above all else, who would go through fire and water to protect what he held dear. And yet, irony is the way of the world. The hero who slayed the dragon, in the end, became the dragon himself. And in a place of darkness, he met his end. Her own eyes dimmed. Eirik, the boisterous, carefree man she had known, to have met such an end. And the dwarf in their party, the one who dreamed of being a great warrior, his own voice was now a mixture of a helpless resignation and a gentle amusement. He, in a strange twist of fate, ended up on a throne he had never wanted, the free will of a warrior now bound by the chains of a king. Som, the beardless outcast, now a king. And as for the elven miss, his gaze now fell upon her, his eyes a reflection of her own. She carries the hopes of her fallen companions and walks on, and on, and on a path that seems to have no end. Her heart lurched. You forgot one thing, she mumbled. The elf, she does not walk alone. Yes, he said, a distant look in his eyes. A short silence fell between them. And the other human, she asked. The other one, he said with a self-deprecating smile, he was just a simple fool. She was taken aback. He had no great ambition, no noble goal, not even a strong desire to save the world. He joined the party, he set out on that legendary journey, for one simple and direct reason. He paused, and then, his voice a low and quiet sound, he said, he just wanted to be with a certain someone, for a little while longer, and then, for an eternity. She felt as if a hand had squeezed her heart, and then had let it go, and her own heartbeat was now a deafening roar in her ears. She could feel her face flushing, a blush that spread from the tips of her ears to her very neck. Silly, isn't it? He said with a laugh, but his voice was deadly serious. Such a man, and in the end, he saved the world. But he leaned in, closer to her, his voice now a whisper, the one good thing, is that his dream, it came true. Her mind went blank. She lowered her head, and her long, golden hair fell over her face, hiding her flushed cheeks, and the 1,001 thoughts that were now racing through her mind. She could not speak. She just stood there, her hands twisting the hem of her robes. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, A Leisurely Journey. Chapter 203, A Leisurely Journey. He watched her, her almost bird-like posture of avoidance, and the smile on his face grew wider. He did not press her further. He knew that his own feelings had been clearly conveyed. All he had to do now was to stand by her, and to wait. After a long time, she finally looked up, her face a mask of a forced coolness. Then let's go for a walk, she said, her voice a little too casual. I need to find some new grimoires. I'm getting tired of the ones I have now. It was a perfect excuse. All right, he nodded. And I could use some new ideas to perfect Shurahat's magic. And so, on a day like any other, the barrier of their forest home opened, and they stepped out, two ordinary travelers, into a world that was both familiar and strange. This time, they had no destination, no demon to hunt, nothing to protect. He hadn't even brought Ord with him. If he needed it, he could just summon it. He was wearing a simple, grey traveler's cloak, and she, a white mage's robe, with a hooded cloak to cover her face. They walked along a trade road. The fields on either side were a golden yellow, the scent of ripe wheat in the air. A merchant's cart rumbled past, and the driver gave them a curious glance, then looked away. It has changed so much, she said, looking at a small human town in the distance. The last time they had walked this land, it had been 200 years ago, and they had been on the hunt for a demon. Now, their journey was a aimless, peaceful one. She remembered that there had been no town here before. Yes. The territory of humanity is ever expanding, he said, his gaze on a newly tilled field. They are a tenacious race. And it is with that tenacity that they have survived, from the age of myth until now. Of course, their own, subtle, interventions had also helped. But humanity's path, it would not be a smooth one. In the afternoon, they came to a market in one of the towns. This is more like it, he said with a satisfied nod. The colorful stalls, the fresh fruits and vegetables, the freshly baked bread, the vibrant fabrics, this was a real other world. A bard was playing a forgotten tune in a nearby corner, a small crowd gathered around him. He felt a wave of an almost unbearable nostalgia wash over him. Her own attention, however, was drawn to a stall selling crystal ornaments. They were not made of a magic crystal, but a special kind of mineral that refracted the light in a rainbow of colors. He saw her looking and walked over. He picked up a necklace of 5 teardrop-shaped green gems. Do you like it? He asked in a low voice. A crude thing, she said, her voice a cool and detached sound. There is no magic in it. But her eyes lingered. He smiled, and bought it. And then, under the warm and knowing gaze of the old woman at the stall, he took her by the hand. She froze, a part of her wanting to pull away. But he would not let her. He gently fastened the clasp around her neck. There, he said with a smile. At the very least, it's pretty. She touched the green gems at her neck, a strange and unfamiliar feeling, and then looked at his smiling face, and in the end, she said nothing, and just let it be. That night, they did not seek an inn but made camp in a secluded clearing in the woods. He did not use a spell but started a fire with the flint and steel he had bought in the town, like an ordinary traveler. Why not use magic, she asked. I just wanted to see what it was like, he said. I don't think such a person would last for long, she retorted. Even now, the world was a dangerous place. Monsters, bandits, you needed a bit of strength to survive. And yet, I'm standing here, am I not? She just rolled her eyes. You were just a lucky fellow, that's all. He just smiled and held out a pie he had also bought in the market. She took it, and took a small bite. It was better than she had expected. But she was a greedy elf. I want some roasted mushroom skewers, she said. All right. I'll make you some, next time, he promised. At his words, her own eyes narrowed, a happy and contented look in them, and even the pie in her hand tasted a little better. She sat by the fire, her knees hugged to her chest, her chin resting on them, and watched the dancing flames. And her fingers, they were unconsciously toying with the green gems at her neck. Serie, he said suddenly. Yes, she asked without looking up. This is good, he said, and his own voice was a soft and relaxed sound. To just walk, and to see. She was silent for a moment, and then she said, a soft, in agreement. She looked up at the stars, and she felt that she finally understood what he had meant by poetry in the far horizon. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, Serie with a high ponytail. Chapter 204, Serie with a high ponytail. In the morning mist, Serie was sitting on a smooth stone, combing her hair with her reflection in the water. She had slept on it wrong, and a few stray strands were now sticking up in a most annoying way. She was trying to tame them with a bit of water, but as it dripped down, a few more errant strands fell into her face, and one even stuck to her lip. I should just cut it, she muttered, her voice a low and frustrated sound. It's too much trouble. She frowned at her reflection, at the long, flowing hair, and a look of a new and terrible resolve came over her. A blade of a pure and cutting magic appeared in her hand. But before she could act, a hand, a strong and familiar hand, stopped her. Don't, he said, his voice a rare and urgent sound. He had come up behind her and had seen what she was about to do. Why not, she said, the magic at her fingertips dissipating. It would be so much more convenient. She didn't understand why he was so agitated. It would be a pity to cut it, he said, and his own gaze lingered on her golden locks. You just need a different hairstyle. How about? I do it for you. You, she said, and gave him a skeptical look. Just give me a try, he said with an unfounded confidence, and a comb, as if from nowhere, appeared in his hand. I promise you'll be satisfied. She looked at their reflections in the water and, with a sigh, she let him. She sat up straight, her hands on her knees, like a doll waiting to be dressed, and let him play with her hair. At first, he was gentle, carefully combing out the tangles. But when he tried to braid it, the trouble began. The most ancient of human mages, a man who had created 1,000 spells, he was all thumbs. Hiss. She sucked in a sharp breath as he pulled a little too hard. Ahem, sorry, he said, and quickly let go. She turned and glared at him, a silent rage in her golden eyes. An accident, he said, his voice now a little less confident. Just an accident. I'll be gentler. She turned back, and he tried again, his movements now slow and careful. But he still couldn't get it right. It was either too loose, and the braid would immediately fall apart, or too tight, and it would just look strange. She stared at her reflection, at the mess he was making of her hair, and a vein began to throb in her temple. Her poor hair was being tortured. And then, he pulled it again. MMMPH, she let out a muffled sound and turned, her eyes now a burning fire. My fault. My fault, he said, and held up his hands in a gesture of a complete and utter surrender. But she was not to be placated. She lunged forward, her own hands now aiming for his own short, black hair. Wait, what are you, he cried, and tried to back away. But she was too fast. Her fingers closed around a lock of his hair, and with a sharp tug, a few strands came away in her hand. Hiss. Now it was his turn to suck in a sharp breath. You pulled my hair, she said, a note of a triumphant revenge in her voice as she held up the few pathetic strands. That was an accident. This is deliberate, he said, and rubbed his sore scalp. He was about to say more, but then he looked at her hair, at the mess he had made, and he just swallowed his words. Humph, she said, and threw the hair away. But then, she looked at her own reflection, at her own ridiculous-looking hair, and then at his own clumsy attempts, and in the end, she just said, fine. Just do something with it. I just don't want it in my face all the time. It was an olive branch, a truce. He knew he couldn't do anything complicated. He just took the comb and, once again, he carefully combed her hair smooth. And then, he gathered it all up at the back of her head and, with a ribbon he had bought in the town, he tied it into a high, neat ponytail. It was a simple thing, with no great skill involved. But it was effective. Her long, golden hair was now out of her face, and her elegant neck and her delicate, pointed ears were now on full display. Well, it's not bad, he said, a little hesitantly. It looks good. She looked at her reflection, at the simple, almost perfunctory ponytail, and she gave it a little shake. It was, much more convenient. She pursed her lips and tried to look displeased. It's just, okay, she said. But her own voice was now much softer, with a hint of an undeniable satisfaction. As long as it's practical, he said with a smile. It was a simple style, but it suited her. Perhaps, he thought, I should try to learn a more complicated one next time. But then he quickly dismissed the thought. Slow and steady wins the race, he told himself. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, The Quest to Clean a Statue. Chapter 205, The Quest to Clean a Statue. I am not happy. The elven miss uttered a line worthy of a certain blonde-haired character. It was a bright, clear day in the city central square. A statue stood in its center, a statue of the great holy King Norn, a man who had left an indelible mark on human history. And at the foot of the statue, 2 figures were busy at work. Time and the elements had taken their toll on the great monument. A deep green moss had grown in the crevices, and a network of fine cracks was spreading at its base. Serie was floating at the top of the statue, her fingers now weaving a series of delicate and intricate threads of a blue mana, carefully removing the moss from the hard-to-reach places without damaging the stone. She was a quick worker, but the look on her face, under her hood, was one of a clear and present annoyance. Below her, Rhodes was cleaning the base and filling the cracks. He was using a simple method, a bucket of water, a few rags, and a clay-like substance, like an ordinary laborer. Rhodes, she said. She had finished her work and had now come down to where he was still crouched, scraping away at a patch of stubborn grime. Yes, he asked, without looking up. I need an explanation, she said, her voice now a little louder. Why am I using my precious magic to clean the moss and dirt from a statue's head? It was the most boring thing she had ever done, even worse than the time he had insisted on washing her hair. He stopped and slowly straightened up, and looked at the low-pressure system that was now hovering around the elven miss. He did not answer her right away. He just slowly, deliberately, took a small, flat purse from his pocket and, with a few light clinks, he emptied its contents into his palm and held it out to her. A few small, dark, and lusterless metal discs. Question mark. She was confused. What are these black things? Where did you dig them up? They are not dug up, he said with a serious expression. This is our travel fund. Travel fund, her frown deepened. Is this money? The taste of humans is getting stranger and stranger. She could not understand why they would use such a plain, even dirty, piece of metal as a medium of exchange. Yes, money, he explained patiently. In a human city, you need this to eat, to buy things. Money. Did you not bring any? I seem to recall that over the past 1,000 years, you've collected a fair amount of shiny baubles and good-quality magic gems. She remembered a large pile of them, in a corner of his room, a pile she had almost thrown out once because it was in the way, but he had stopped her. Had he really set out on this journey without any money? I did, he said with a sigh. I brought a few gold coins. But. His expression was a little hard to read, the currency is not the same. Gold is a hard currency, but most of what I brought was minted by the dwarves, he explained. And what is wrong with that? Dwarven gold coins, he said, and took out one of the dark coins for comparison. They have a habit of mixing in some other metals to increase their hardness. So the purity is not as high as the coins that are currently in circulation in the human kingdoms. And besides, times have changed. They now prefer their own official currency. My dwarven coins. I would have to take a huge loss at a money changer, or just sell them as raw gold. And as for the gems, I only brought a few. I can't just pull one out every time I want to buy something. It would attract too much attention. And I can't just sell them in small pieces. She looked at the pathetic little pile of coins in his hand and then pictured him, trying to haggle with a street vendor with a giant, glittering gem, and the corner of her mouth twitched. It was an absurd image. So, he said with a shrug, and pointed to the great statue of Norn. Yesterday, when we entered the city, I saw a notice, looking for a mage to repair and clean this statue. And I thought it would be interesting, so I took the job. Interesting, her own voice was now a little louder. I do not find this interesting at all. Were there no monster-slaying quests? Don't you think, he said with a smile, and his own gaze now fell upon the statue, that it's nice to do something simple like this, once in a while? And besides, his voice was now a little softer, to see his face, doesn't it bring back any memories? She followed his gaze, and her own eyes fell on the familiar face of the statue. Norn, the quiet one who had always taken care of them, the one who had been so flustered when he had asked him to found a nation, his ideals, his obsession, his final farewell, a strange and complex emotion now replaced the annoyance in her own eyes. He looks a little old, she said softly. The statue was of a middle-aged, solemn and majestic Norn, a far cry from the spirited young man she remembered. Yes. Being a king is a tiring job, he said with a shrug, his tone now a little teasing. But this guy, to have such a huge statue of himself, and what about us? Not even a single shadow. To his surprise, she defended him. These statues were erected by his people, long after his death, to honor his memory. She paused, as if trying to recall a distant detail. I heard that when he was still alive, he had wanted to have a statue of all of us made, all of his old companions. He had drawn sketches, had even found a sculptor, but... Her gaze fell on an inconspicuous spot on the base of the statue, where the inscription of his great deeds was now faded and illegible. But, the statue of you, she said, and looked at him, her earlier annoyance now completely gone, replaced by a new, softer look. It was never to his satisfaction. He kept having the design redrawn, over and over, and in the end, he just gave up. That sounds like him. So serious, and a little hesitant. The only 2 times in his life that Norn had not hesitated had been when he had decided to go on an adventure with them, and when he had agreed to found a nation. He just shook his head with a small, fond smile and picked up his rag. He has good taste, at least. In that case, I'll give him a good polish. She looked at him, and then at the statue, and the last of her own displeasure seemed to have been washed away by a wave of a shared and bittersweet memory. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Flam's Letter. Chapter 206, Flam's Letter. To my dearest teacher Rhodes and teacher Serie. I hope this letter finds you well, that the forest is still at peace, and that your own magical research is proceeding smoothly. Sister Ella and I are doing well on our adventure. Please do not worry. I am writing because there is something I must report to you, teacher Rhodes. Do you remember, when we parted, you told me to visit the elven villages? I have kept your words in my heart, and I have been searching. But on our journey, we have not found a single one. At first, I thought we had just chosen a remote path. So I began to ask the merchants and other travelers we met along the way. Some of them had passed through elven villages and were able to give us directions. But when we followed them, we found only nothing. Just a deep and silent forest. No sign that a village had ever been there. The strangest thing happened in a small town. We met a young elven adventurer, and he told us all about his home. We asked him for directions, and he gave them to us. But when we arrived, there was nothing. No village, no elves, not a single trace of life. Sister Ella is also very confused. As an elf, her own magical senses are quite keen, and she could feel the faint traces of elven magic in the air, but we could find no other clues. Teacher, it is too strange. Once is a coincidence. Twice, an accident. But 3, 4 times, the result is always the same. It is as if the villages never existed. Or perhaps, they all vanished at the same time. Or is there some powerful force that is preventing outsiders from finding them? The people who gave us directions, were their memories false? Even the elven adventurer. I have tried to use detection spells, to search for any residual spatial fluctuations, but I have found nothing. Teacher, you told me to seek out the elven villages. Did you know something was going to happen? Or do you have some other information? This strange situation, it is very unsettling. Sister Ella and I will continue our journey, and we will keep an eye out for any clues. But I felt that you must be told of this. I hope you can offer some guidance. We will continue our exploration and our studies, and we will be careful. We will return to the forest before the appointed time. Your student, Flam. P.S. Sister Ella also says that this is very strange, and that she has never encountered anything like it. She sends her best regards to both of you. What does it say? They were resting in a small elven village. The magical letter had found them easily. Someone is targeting the elven villages, Serie said, her voice a cold and deadly sound as she handed him the letter. The demons, he said with a frown. Demons. Her hand tightened on the cup she was holding, and a small crack appeared. The insolence. A wave of a pure and unrestrained magical power radiated from her, and the very air in the room grew heavy. They are not being so bold, he said, shaking his head, and with a finger, he traced an imaginary map in the air. They are being subtle. They are picking them off, one by one. Think about it. All the elven villages we have encountered on our own journey, they have been fine. But they have also been larger, and closer to the core of the elven kingdom. We have not been in their way. But she is far from the central continent, far from the influence of the kingdom. So even if they were to attack, word would not get out. They are being careful, choosing the weakest and most isolated targets. And for now, they seem to be focusing on the area where she is. A coincidence, or by design? She hadn't thought that their paths would have crossed with the demon's own plans. And the thought of her own students becoming a target, a new and even more intense rage now burned within her. A coincidence, he said, his own voice a calm and steady sound, a balm to her own, rising anger. If they were after her, they wouldn't have bothered with the villages. But to be so clean, so perfect, it must be the work of a great demon. He remembered, from the original story, that a demon general had been in charge of this particular task. He couldn't recall his name, but he did remember that he had had the misfortune of running into both Flam, at her peak, and Frieren, and had been summarily executed. A great demon. Of the same level as the sages. She remembered the ones she had fought at the Demon King's castle. To her, they were nothing. But for her students, it would be a difficult fight. I don't think so. The general, he was not on their level. And the sages, they were not the strongest of their kind either. That rival, for instance, he was at least as strong as any of them. Well, let's go, then, she said, and stood. The cup in her hand shattered, and a splash of a purple fruit juice ran down her arm. Let's go and hunt them down, all those cowardly rats. Calm down, he said, his voice a low and gentle sound, but with a strange and piercing quality to it. He went to her side. Sit down. She glared at him, a question in her eyes. But he just took a towel and began to wipe the juice from her hand. With Ella and her skills, as long as they do not run into a sage-level ambush, a normal demon, or even a great demon, they will be fine. You have taught them well. You have to have a little more faith in them, he said, and then continued, and even if we were to go now, we might not be able to find them. They are constantly on the move. By the time we get there, they might have already dealt with the problem. We would have just wasted our time. And finally, this is a test. It is better for them to face the storm themselves than for us to always clear the path for them. She just pursed her lips, a look of a deep and abiding conflict on her face. He was right, but she couldn't help but worry. The elven miss, she had a soft spot for her students. But what if it is a sage? Or worse, what if the Demon King himself were to appear? They couldn't possibly handle that. He smiled. So she did care. I have already taken precautions, he said. He had not sent his little cubs out into the wilderness without a way to protect themselves. I placed a spatial magic on Flam before she left. It contains a full release of Org's power. It is in a completely dormant state, and cannot be detected, not even by the Demon King himself. But it will be instantly activated if her life is in danger. So, as long as the Demon King does not attack her himself, she will be fine. But his voice was now a cold and deadly sound, if he dares to lay a hand on her. A wave of a pure and unrestrained killing intent, a power so great it made even her heart skip a beat, now filled the room. Then I will no longer have any reservations. And even if I have to use my own body as a seal, I will erase him from this world. She looked at him, at the cold and resolute look in his eyes, and her own worry and anger were now replaced by a strange and new sense of calm. He was not just bluffing. But she was also a little annoyed that he had placed a spell on the girl without telling her. I see, she said, her voice now a cool and level sound. Then shall we send them a reply? Yes. We should, he said, his own killing intent now receded. Tell her to be careful, and that if she finds any traces of the demons, she is not to engage, but to prioritize her own safety. And, we should also warn the elven villages in this area. I'll go and speak with the elder. He should have a way to send a message. He went to the window and, with a wisp of a golden magic, he created a magical messenger, a creature like a firefly, and infused it with their message. It then flew off into the night. Come, he said, and held out his hand. Let's go and visit the elder. She took his hand without a word. The conversation with the elder did not take long. The central villages, as he had suspected, did not have much contact with the ones on the periphery. But they did have some, which meant that the demons had not yet reached this far. At first, the elders had been a little skeptical of his warning. But when he had told them of the disappearing villages, and had hinted that the demons were behind it, they had promised to report it to the elven kingdom and to increase their own patrols. On the way back, the night grew even deeper. The lights of the village had been extinguished, leaving only the blue-green glow of the phosphorescent plants in the moonlight. They walked in silence. She was quiet, her head bowed, her golden hair shimmering in the dim light. He could feel it, a coldness that was greater than the night, a chill that was born of a deep and troubled heart. "Are you still worried?" he asked. "I was just thinking," she said after a moment, "what would the elves be like now, if not for you?" "What do you mean?" "The great elven forest is gone. And the elven kingdom, if not for you, it would have been destroyed long ago. And now the demons, they are hunting down all the other elves. And they are only so careful because they are afraid of attracting the attention of the kingdom. And that is all because of you." End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, The Warmth of an Embrace. Chapter 207, The Warmth of an Embrace. That doesn't sound right. I think I've done a lot of good. After a moment's silence, she nodded in agreement. And you? Would you have just stood by and let it all happen? Probably, she said, and for once, there was no hesitation in her voice. If not for you, I would have had no interest in such tedious things. In my long life, only magic has ever captured my attention. And, occasionally, teaching a talented apprentice. She herself didn't know if that was the right thing to do. She had never been one to be interested in saving the world. Seeing her confusion, he smiled. "Don't think too much about it, Serie. The man who once saved the world is standing right in front of you. And you know, as well as I do, the reason he set out on his journey in the first place." He had told her before, he had only done it to be with her for a little while longer. At the thought, a strange and unbidden warmth spread through her cheeks. But still, something doesn't feel right. The me of now. I have been, with you, trying to save the world, from then until now. It's not like me at all. He let out a silent sigh. He stopped and turned to face her, his tall figure now blocking the moonlight, and casting a deep shadow over her. She, too, stopped and looked up at him, a question in her eyes. He did not speak. He just reached out, and with a slow, deliberate motion, he gently brushed a stray strand of her golden hair from her cheek and tucked it behind her ear. His fingertips brushed against the sensitive skin, and a shiver, a small, electric shock, ran down her spine. Her body tensed. Her eyes widened, and her first instinct was to pull away. But his other hand was now at her back, a gentle but firm pressure that would not let her go. "Don't move," he said, and his gaze was now fixed on her, his fingers now at the nape of her neck. Her heart began to race. For some reason, to be this close to him, it always did this to her now. It hadn't been like this before. The warmth of his hand seeped through the fabric of her robe, and his fingers on her neck, it was as if he were casting a holy spell. A warm, gentle current flowed from his touch, a current that seemed to wash away all of her doubts and her fears. She had no choice but to look up at him, at his face, so close to her own, and in the moonlight, she could see the undisguised tenderness in his eyes. "I know what you're thinking," he said, his voice a soft whisper, a warm breath on her skin. "You're afraid. You think that your old self, your detached, emotionally distant self, the one who cared nothing for the lives of your own kind, the one who would have never lifted a finger to save the world, you think that that self, and the self you are now, are two different people." He was right. But the Serie of now was different. In 1,000 years, she had changed. The once cold and unfeeling elven miss was now a warm and caring Grandmaster. And her confusion, though sudden, was not without reason. "Yes. I don't know if this me is the right one. But..." Her words were cut short by his. "It is." She looked at him in surprise. "Life finds a way. We were not born to be saviors. We have no obligation to save the world. All I have ever done is my best. So don't think too much about it," he said, and he lowered his head, and their foreheads touched, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. "Whichever you are, it is not wrong. As long as you are true to yourself." He pulled back a little and looked her in the eye. "And just remember, don't let the darkness consume your own, true self." Her own, true self. Her heart lurched. She looked at her own reflection in his eyes. She had always been on the side of the humans, of the elves. Even her decision to fight, it had been born of a desire to not see the world fall under the dominion of the demons. She had nothing to be confused about. She did not resist. Her body went limp, and she rested in his arms. And she even turned her head slightly, and gently, with a will of her own, she pressed her cheek against the back of his hand. A cold cheek, a warm hand, a strange and wonderful comfort. He felt it, the silent surrender, and his arms tightened around her. His other hand now rested on her back, on her long, golden hair. They stood there, in the moonlight, in the quiet of the forest, in a silent embrace. And in that embrace, in the sound of their own, shared heartbeat, all the fear, all the confusion, it just melted away. She closed her eyes and buried her face in his chest and breathed in his familiar, reassuring scent. As long as he was with her, she had nothing to worry about. She could no longer be without him. He rested his chin on the top of her head and just held her, a rare and precious warmth in his heart. After a long time, a muffled voice came from his shoulder. "Your hand is a little rough." "Well, I've been trying to be a swordsman lately," he said with a low chuckle. He then added, with a teasing tone, "But it seems to have had a good effect, doesn't it? Much better than my hairdressing skills, at least." He was, of course, referring to the way his holy magic had soothed her troubled mind. She gave him a weak punch, a kitten's playful swat. She did not look up, but just buried her face deeper in his chest, a familiar blush creeping up her neck. And this time, she did not retort. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, A Human Wedding. Chapter 208, A Human Wedding. After leaving the elven village, the journey of Rhodes and Serie continued. They still followed no particular path, sometimes wandering from the main road and into some hidden, picturesque valley, and they would stay there for a few days. Flam's reply had come. She and Ella were now on high alert and would continue their search for the elven villages as planned. He had never intended for her to uncover the demon's conspiracy, just for her to meet her own fated apprentice. It was a strange twist of fate. In the days that followed, the spatial magic he had placed on her remained untriggered, and so they were able to set aside their worries for their students. One afternoon, they came to a human town. Even from a distance, they could hear the sound of an orchestra and the cheers of a crowd. "A little noisy," Serie said with a frown. She preferred the quiet and was not fond of such boisterous places. "It looks like they're having a festival," he said with an interested look. "Shall we go in? We can restock our supplies, and see if we can find any good food. Like that pie from before." He remembered that she had had a surprisingly good opinion of that simple human dish. Though she still preferred his roasted mushroom skewers, they couldn't eat that every day. Not that she seemed to mind, but he did. A balanced diet was important for a healthy life. Though to talk of a healthy life in a world of magic, it felt a little strange. The holy magic of this world could regrow a severed limb, after all. A little nutritional imbalance was hardly a cause for concern. But for now, the desires of the palate were a more pressing matter. They followed the crowd into the town. In the center, the windows and balconies of the houses were all crowded with onlookers. The main street had been cleared, and a new, red carpet had been laid out. At the end of it was a small, steeple-roofed chapel, its doors now open, the sound of a beautiful choir wafting from within. "It's a wedding," he said, having gathered as much from the excited chatter of the crowd. "A human's bonding ceremony." She looked at the small chapel, and at the people on either side of the street, who were now throwing flower petals, and a look of a pure and simple confusion came over her. "I don't understand. So many people, and so many resources, just to announce the union of two people. The customs of humans are strange indeed." In her own long life, the bonding of elves was a quiet and private affair, a thing that took place in a secluded part of the forest, far from the prying eyes of others. "I think you're misunderstanding. It's just a ceremony, to tell everyone that they're together now." "I still don't understand." He smiled. "Perhaps," he said, and his gaze swept over the many faces in the crowd, "it is not just a ceremony, but a way to share their joy, to receive the blessings of others." He pointed to the chapel's entrance. "Look, those must be their friends and family." Just then, the chapel's bell began to ring, and the crowd let out a new and even more enthusiastic cheer. The doors opened wide, and a couple, dressed in their finest clothes, emerged, surrounded by their loved ones. The groom was wearing a black suit, and the bride, her gaze was instantly drawn to the bride. She was wearing a pure white wedding dress, a garment of a complexity and a beauty that she had never seen before. Layers of lace cinched at her slender waist, and a wide skirt flowed around her, shimmering in the sunlight like a cascade of pearls. A veil covered her hair, which was tied up in an intricate bun, and the edges of it were dotted with small crystals that sparkled with her every step. She had a shy but radiant smile on her face, a smile of a kind she had never seen before, a smile that was as beautiful as a blooming flower. He, too, could not help but stare, admiring the beauty of a human girl in her finest moment. And at the sight of that white dress, a symbol of a sacred vow, a thought, unbidden, came to his mind. He turned to the elven miss beside him. "Serie," he said, a playful tone in his voice, "I'm a little curious. What would you look like in a dress like that?" She was still looking at the bride's dress, a dress that was beautiful, but so obviously impractical. She turned to him, a look of a pure and simple bafflement on her face, a look that was then replaced by one of a cool and detached disdain. "Me," she said, and pointed to herself, then at the bride, who now needed her bridesmaids to help her with her long and flowing skirt. Impossible. That dress is useless, except for being pretty. And it's just made of ordinary cloth. A simple fire spell would turn it to ash. And then she concluded, it has no practical value whatsoever. He couldn't help but laugh at her battle mage's assessment. He pictured her in a beautiful wedding dress, her face a mask of a pure and utter seriousness, complaining about how the skirt was getting in the way of her dodging, how the veil was obstructing her vision. The image, it was so adorable. Ahem, he said, trying to suppress his laughter, but a look of an undeniable expectation was now in his own eyes. But I want to see it. Just 5 simple words, but they were a magic of their own. Her own critique of the dress, her list of its many flaws, it was now stuck in her throat. She looked at him, at the unconcealed longing in his deep and dark eyes, and her own heart gave a small, almost imperceptible, lurch. She was silent. And in the din of the wedding, for a few seconds, time seemed to stand still. She looked down, and a few strands of her hair fell over her face, casting a small shadow on her cheeks. She seemed to be in a deep and serious contemplation, weighing the impracticality of the dress against his own foolish wish. In the end, she seemed to come to a decision. She looked up, and though the disdain had not completely left her eyes, there was now a hint of a new and strange concession. She looked away, her gaze on some distant point, and in a voice that was as flat and as casual as she could make it, she said, "If you really want to see it. I suppose, it's not impossible." And the smile on his face grew even wider, so wide it was almost a grin. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 209, like a wedding between you and me. Chapter 209, like a wedding between you and me. He was about to say something, but she had already turned her gaze to the groom, who was now waving to the crowd with his bride. The elven miss, she did not like to be at a disadvantage. She raised a slender finger and pointed at the men in the black suit. Then, she said, with the air of a shrewd negotiator, "You will have to wear that." He followed her gaze and saw the groom's well-tailored black suit. He looked at her, at the serious expression on her face, and a new, and much more, intimate, thought came to his mind. He leaned in close, his breath a warm whisper by her ear, and in a voice that only she could hear, he said, "So, I will wear that, and you will wear this. And then, wouldn't it be like a wedding between you and me?" Boom. His words were a lightning strike, a thunderclap in the quiet stillness of her mind. All of her thoughts, all of her rational analysis, all of her well-reasoned arguments, they all just vanished. A wedding. Her and him. The thought, it was a spell of an unimaginable power, a spell that shattered all of her defenses. She had only been trying to be fair, to not be the only one to be put in an awkward situation. She had not considered the deeper meaning of the two outfits together. His casual, teasing words, they had struck a chord in a part of her heart that she had not even known existed. A wave of an indescribable panic, mixed with a profound and overwhelming shyness, and something else, a deep and burning heat, now washed over her, from the very tips of her toes to the top of her head. Her face was hot, so hot, and the heat was now spreading to her ears, to her neck. She quickly looked down, trying to hide her blushing face behind a curtain of her golden hair, but her own, now ragged, breathing betrayed her. He watched her, and though her face was hidden, he could see it, the telltale pink blush that was now creeping up her neck, her ears. It seemed he was one step closer to his goal. The little Grand Master, the one who did not understand love, was now beginning to learn. She tried to regain control, to push down the tumultuous emotions that were now churning within her, to maintain her usual cool and collected composure. But it was useless. She could feel his gaze on her, a teasing, knowing gaze, a gaze that was more inescapable than any spell. The sounds of the wedding, the cheers of the crowd, they all just faded away. The world was now just the two of them. After a long time, so long that the newlyweds were now in their carriage, beginning their parade through the city, so long that the flower petals that were now being thrown had begun to land on her shoulders, she finally managed to suppress the wave of a mortifying shyness. She took a deep breath and forced herself to look up. The blush had not yet faded, but she tried to keep her gaze a level and steady one. But he was still looking at her, and his gaze was so gentle. Her heart began to race once more. She looked at him, at his dark eyes that were now reflecting her own, flustered, self, and a single, clear thought came to her mind, did he mean it? "Are you serious?" she asked, her voice a soft and quiet sound, a sound that was almost lost in the din of the crowd. But he heard it. And the smile on his face faded, replaced by a new and unfamiliar seriousness. He did not answer her right away. He just looked at her, and in his eyes, she could see only herself. The world was now just this one elf, this one who had been by his side for 1,000 years, this one for whom he had made all the exceptions, this one who was now, finally, beginning to understand love. Time, once again, seemed to stand still. Her heart was now pounding so hard she thought it would stop, and she waited for his answer. And finally, he moved. He did not speak, but he reached out and, from her long, golden hair, he plucked a single, white flower petal. His fingers brushed against her still-burning earlobe, and then, he leaned in close to her ear and said, "If you want, Serie. Anytime. Not a yes, not a no. But if you want." The choice, it was now hers. She was taken aback, and then, a wave of a pure and unadulterated joy washed over her, drowning out all the tension, all the shyness. "If I want." A bright and brilliant smile, a smile she could not control, now spread across her face. And she felt it then, his arm, which had, at some point, wrapped around her waist. But she did not pull away. She even leaned in, a little closer. The wedding parade passed them by, and the cheers and the blessings of the crowd washed over them, but they were in their own, quiet world. There were no words between them. 1,000 years of companionship, it was more than any words could ever say. They stood like that for a long, long time, southwest long that the parade had ended, and the carriage had returned to the chapel. And now, according to the customs of a human wedding, an important event was about to begin. The bride would turn her back to the crowd and throw her bouquet. And it was said that whoever caught it would be the next to find happiness. The crowd surged forward, a wave of an excited anticipation. "What are they doing?" she asked, and lifted her head from his shoulder. She had already given her blessings. Why were they all so excited now? Was it another strange ritual? "She's going to throw her bouquet," he explained. "It's a custom. They say that whoever catches it will be the next to find happiness. It's a kind of a blessing, I suppose." She raised an eyebrow. Happiness. Such a vague and ethereal thing, and it could be decided by a bunch of flowers. She didn't believe it. But, the pure, unadulterated hope and excitement on their faces, she said nothing. On the chapel steps, the bride took a deep breath and, with a smile, she raised her bouquet high. And the cheers of the crowd reached a crescendo. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 210, throwing the bouquet. Chapter 210, throwing the bouquet. "Throw it to me. Over here. Over here." Under the watchful gaze of 100 expectant eyes, the bride turned her back and, with a heave, she threw the bouquet into the air. It arced gracefully, a white and hopeful thing, and soared towards the back of the crowd. It was a perfect throw, a beautiful arc, and it was about to land right in the hands of a young girl in the front row. But just then, the fingers of the hand that was still wrapped around her waist, twitched. No incantation, no flare of a magical light, just a small, almost imperceptible, ripple. And in that moment, a gentle, unseen breeze, a breeze that had come from nowhere, now kissed the bottom of the bouquet, and its trajectory shifted, just slightly. It now sailed over the outstretched hands, over the heads of the crowd, and, as if guided by the hand of fate itself, it began to descend upon a certain blonde-haired elf, an elf who had shown no interest whatsoever in the whole, foolish affair. She was just standing there, a frown on her face, when a flash of a white and green appeared in her vision. And on pure instinct, she raised a hand. Plop. And the bouquet, the symbol of a happiness and a blessing, landed right in her arms. For a moment, the entire square was silent. And then, 100 heads all turned to look at her. The cold and distant goddess of a woman, who had been standing on the edge of the crowd, as if in a world of her own. Her. Even she herself was stunned. She looked down at the fragrant bouquet in her arms, a look of a pure and utter bewilderment on her face. This was even more surprising than his teasing from before, especially after he had explained its meaning. She looked up at him, a silent plea in her eyes. He, for his part, was the very picture of innocence. He even clapped a few times, just like everyone else. But the grin that was now threatening to split his face in two, it betrayed him. "You see," he said, his own voice now a loud and boisterous sound, a voice that was clearly meant to be heard. "It is the will of the gods." The will of the gods? More like the will of a certain mischievous human. She could still feel it, that faint and subtle flicker of his mana, a flicker that no one else would have noticed, but a flicker that she had felt. A new wave of heat, a heat of a pure and unadulterated embarrassment and anger, now rushed to her cheeks. She wanted to throw the damned thing right in his face. But all the eyes, and the bride's, a look of a genuine and sincere surprise and delight in them, she held it back. The great Serie, the most powerful mage in the modern age, to lose her composure over a bunch of flowers. The very thought of it was too mortifying. She took a deep breath and, with a great and terrible effort of will, she forced down her rising anger. And then, with an expression of a pure and utter disdain, she held the bouquet a little further away from her, as if it were a hot potato. The crowd, which had been in a state of a stunned silence, now erupted in a new and even more enthusiastic cheer. "Congratulations. May you be happy." And the cheers, they just made her cheeks burn even hotter. He looked at her trying so hard to be cool and collected, and he had to physically restrain himself from laughing out loud. He took the bouquet from her hands. It seems, he said, his voice a low and quiet sound, a sound that only she could hear, that even the goddess thinks that our little joke was a good idea, doesn't it? He sniffed the flowers and gave her a look that was filled with a new and strange meaning. We will settle this later, she hissed, her own voice a low and angry whisper. But she did not take the flowers back. She just turned her head away, her own cheeks now a deep and burning crimson. And the bouquet, it was now a silent and unspoken thing between them, a brand that had seared the memory of this day, and the scent of him, and the feel of his hand in hers, even deeper into her heart. The crowd began to disperse, and the newlyweds were now gone. Come, he said softly. Let's find a quiet place. We have to decide what to do with this. Maybe find a vase. She just nudged him with her elbow, a silent protest. But she did not pull away. She just let him lead her, and the unexpected happiness in his hands, away from the square. In the northwest, in a place that was beyond the reach of both the elven kingdom and the human nations, in a place that had once been the heart of the demon king's own domain, a place that was now a wild and untamed land. Flam pulled her cloak tighter around her and looked out at the rolling hills in the distance. Ella stood beside her, her own eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The number of monsters here was much greater than in the central lands. They had already fought several, and had even encountered a demon once, though it had just stared at them for a moment and then had run away. It had been several months since they had received his letter. They were now heading to the far north, still searching for the elven villages. But it was a fruitless quest. Every lead, every piece of information, it all just led to a dead end. Sister Ella, do you feel any elven aura? She asked, a note of weariness in her voice. An old dwarf had just told them of a small village on the other side of the mountain. He had been there, in his youth. But when they had arrived, there had been nothing. She closed her eyes for a moment, her pointed ears twitching slightly, and then she shook her head. No. Just the wind and the rocks. No life, no magic. It's the same as all the others. Her heart sank. Another village, gone, as if it had never been. Are we really going to be unable to find even one? She said, her own voice a low and frustrated sound. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 211, a clue, and the creation of a new magic. Chapter 211, a clue, and the creation of a new magic. No, Flam, Ella's voice was suddenly sharp. She squatted down and brushed the sand from a black stone. Look, she said. The stone was smooth and unnaturally charred. Flam knew at once. It was not a natural rock. It was a piece of a building, a piece that had been melted and then had cooled. And on it, she could feel the faint, yet unmistakable, trace of a dark, corrosive magic. This is from an elven village, she said, her voice trembling. The hut she now called home had been built from the same material. At last, a clue. The aura had not yet dissipated, which meant the attack had been a recent one. Hope flared in their hearts. They began to search the area. And a short distance away, they found more charred stones, and the ruins of a great, ancient tree, and the foundations of a building that the demons had not had time to completely destroy. The bastards, Ella said, her own voice a low and angry sound. Just then, a group of figures emerged from a pile of rocks in the distance. The horns on their heads marked them as demons. The cleanup crew. The lead demon saw them, and then his eyes widened in shock. The human girl's own mana was small, but incredibly dense, and the elf beside her, her own aura was a vast and powerful thing, an aura that could only belong to a mage who had lived for hundreds of years. This was a fight they could not win. Retreat, he roared, and turned and fled. The others, seeing his panic, scattered in all directions. You're not getting away, she said, a cold fire in her eyes. And with a spell her teacher had taught her, a spell of thorns and vines, the very earth began to tremble. 1,000 thick and thorny vines erupted from the ground and shot towards the fleeing demons. The two slower ones were instantly entangled, their bodies pierced by the sharp thorns, their movements now a series of pained and futile twitches. But the other three, they were faster. With a quick spell of their own, they managed to fight off the vines and, in a few leaps, they were gone. Damn it, she said with a frustrated flick of her wrist. Ella was now standing before the two captured demons. She had a special spell, a spell her other teacher had invented to interrogate demons, a spell that could shatter their will and make them speak. The spell had its drawbacks, the demons' own minds would be destroyed in the process. He had not intended to teach it to anyone, but she had been an exception. And now, she used it. The light in the demons' eyes went out, and they were now just empty husks. Answer me, she commanded. Who sent you? What is your purpose? And what is your next target? General Basalt, one of them said, his own voice now a flat and robotic sound. He is in charge of cleansing the elven villages. And he has ordered us to leave no survivors, and no traces. Basalt, she said, and her brow furrowed. She had never heard the name before. Is he one of the 7 sages? Her 2 teachers had told her of them, the 7 most powerful demons, the 7 sages of destruction. She remembered that every time they had spoken the name, Serie would glare at him and say, "This is all your fault." She had not understood then. But now, a demon of that level, she was not sure she could win. The general is not one of the 7, the other demon answered. The 7, they are Lord Mocked, and Lord Bees, the general is just one of His Majesty's own commanders. So not one of the 7. They exchanged a look, and a silent understanding passed between them. But he was still a commander of the Demon King's own army. He was not to be underestimated. And his next target, she asked. A village to the northwest, about 3 days from here. With that, they had all they needed, and the 2 demons were now dealt with. We have to go, now, she said. They had to get there first, to prevent another tragedy. She would not let what had happened to her own village happen again. We'll have to fly. It will be too slow on foot, Ella said. They both knew the spell, but rarely used it. The mana cost was too high. But now, they had no choice. As they flew, a new thought came to her. The demons, they had fled the moment they had seen them. She remembered her teacher's own words, demons can sense a mage's own mana, and they will adjust their tactics accordingly. Her teachers, they had never tried to hide their own immense power. They had never had to. But she was not yet as strong. The aura of mana, she murmured, and an idea, a new and exciting idea, began to form in her mind. If the demons can sense a mage's strength from their own aura, then, what if I could hide my own? Or even, disguise it, make it seem weaker than it was, to lure them in. Sister Ella, she said, you know a technique to blend your own life force with that of nature. Can the same be done with magic? Elves have a natural talent for such things, she answered, a look of a surprise on her face, but it is just a form of a camouflage. You mean? To hide my own mana. Or to disguise it. She immediately understood. To make it so that the demons could not sense her true strength. That is a bold idea, Flam. But a mage's own, innate mana, it is very difficult to completely conceal or change. I have never heard of such a spell. You would have to create a whole new magical formula. To create magic, she finished. Yes. It is very difficult. Other than our 2 teachers, I have not known of anyone who can do such a thing. In fact, a great many of the spells that are used today, they are derived from his own creations. She then added, you know that, don't you? About him. And the codex. She nodded. She had even read it. Then you know how difficult it is. I know, she said, her own eyes now a burning fire of a new resolve. But we have seen the result. If our auras were not so obvious, we could get closer to our targets. Like him, he always has such an unfathomable aura. You can never tell just how much power he is really hiding. A new and clear goal had now formed in her mind. I will create a new spell, she declared. A spell to hide, or to disguise, a mage's own aura. Her senior just smiled. This human girl, she was a constant source of surprises. She was now beginning to understand why he, too, had chosen to be her teacher. In the human city of the Magic Academy, in the great library where the original copy of the Codex of Origin was housed, he turned to the guard at the entrance to the magical section. A mage's qualification certificate. What is that? He asked with a frown, and a strange and unfamiliar feeling, a feeling of an unexpected and yet not unpleasant déjà vu, now washed over him. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 212, Rhodes is both light and human. Chapter 212, Rhodes is both light and human. It's a certificate issued after passing a test administered by the royal mages, the guard explained patiently. The 2 of them had an extraordinary air about them, especially the elf. She was clearly a powerful mage. He trusted his intuition. We don't have one. Is there any other way? Please wait a moment, he said after a brief pause. I will call for Lord Akoff. A short time later, he returned with a middle-aged man in a mage's robe, an insignia on his chest. His gaze was scrutinizing as it fell on Rhodes, but it lingered on Serie, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He could feel the extraordinary power that radiated from her. Are these the 2 who wish to enter the magical section? Yes, my lord. But they do not have a certificate. He held up a hand. I am Akoff, and I am in charge of this section, he said, his gaze now fixed on the 2 of them. According to the rules, one must prove their qualification as a mage to enter. Since you do not have a certificate, please, perform a spell. Rhodes just sighed and looked at her. She, for her part, was not amused. To have to prove herself, it was both troublesome and a little ridiculous. She didn't even raise a hand. A single thought, and a spear of a pure and piercing light appeared at her side. It hovered there, its very presence making the air around it ripple. Akaf's own eyes widened in a pure and unadulterated shock. Such a skillful use of a light magic. No ordinary mage could do that. And the power, the destructive power, so perfectly contained within it, it was terrifying. The elven light spear spell, magnificent, he said, and his own tone was now one of a deep and profound respect. It seems you are a great and powerful mage, my lady. So can we go in now? Rhodes asked. You, sir, you will also have to perform a spell, he said. He was about to say that he was just a companion, but seeing the look on the man's face, he just raised a hand. A similar, but much smaller, spear of light appeared in his palm. And in the eyes of a true mage, its own power was not to be underestimated. But it lacked the primordial, raw power of hers. It was a perfect imitation. But an imitation nonetheless. Still, it was enough. And more importantly, they were not demons. Though a demon could disguise their appearance, in a city that was protected by a grand and powerful barrier, their magical aura could not be hidden. Ever since the theft of the Holy Sword, all the human kingdoms, and especially this one, the Holy City of Magic, had been on high alert. Very well, he said, his last doubts now completely gone. He gave them a respectful bow. Please, go ahead. My apologies for the inconvenience. But it is the rule. The knowledge within, especially the magic that humans have developed in recent years, it holds great power, and with it, great danger. To restrict access, it is a way to protect the knowledge, and to protect those who would seek it, and the city itself. He stepped aside. The magical section is just ahead. Please be quiet, and do not damage or remove any of the books. I understand, he said with a nod. She just gave him a cool and detached glance and walked past. The magical section was different from the floor below. The air was thick with the scent of a raw and untamed magic. The books were not of a normal paper but of a special, alchemically treated kind, and some were just scrolls, or ancient stone tablets. And the people, there were only a few, all of them lost in their own research. This is. A new and brilliant light now shone in her eyes, a mage's paradise. So many books, and even if she knew most of them, to find even one that she did not, it would be a thrill. She suddenly didn't want to leave. His own gaze, however, fell upon a section that was protected by a special magical barrier. Found it, he said, and walked over. The shelves were made of a dark ironwood, and on them were a collection of ancient, but well-preserved, tomes. And at the very top, in a glass case, a single, unassuming book, its cover a reddish-brown leather, its title written in the common script of the Age of Myth. He stood before it, and a wave of a deep and profound nostalgia washed over him. She had, at some point, come to his side. She, too, looked up at the ancient book, a look of a new and dawning understanding in her eyes. She remembered it, not as a book, but as a series of handwritten notes. The Codex of Origin. Authors, Rhodes, Norn. This is, the one you wrote, she asked softly. She remembered, 1,000 years ago, two figures, by a campfire, discussing magic. It all felt like yesterday. Yes, he said, his voice a distant sound. I'm surprised it's still here. And in a place like this. Just then, a cough came over. Awe-inspiring, isn't it? He said with a reverent smile. The origin. That is what we call it now. The cornerstone of human magical civilization, the first beacon that lit the path of our exploration. Before him, magic was a power beyond our reach. No human had ever been a mage. But he did something unprecedented. He learned the magic of all the races and, from it, he created a new magic of his own. And with the Holy King Norn, he wrote this book. In it, he explained the very nature of magic, of mana, not as a gift from the gods, but as an energy that exists in all things, in ourselves. He even proposed a clear theory of magical aptitude. And more importantly, his system is the foundation of all modern magic. The first lesson in any academy is the study of his codex. His voice was filled with a deep and sincere reverence. He just listened, a blank expression on his face, but she could see the flicker of a deep and profound emotion in his eyes. If only Norn could have seen this. And not only that, he continued, his system, it shaped the very direction of human magical research. Not just for destruction, but for the betterment of our civilization. And the source of it all is this book. He sighed. He was not just a being of a great wisdom, but a god who guided our civilization to a new and brighter future. But, so little is known of him. Only this book, and the vague and distant legends. He walked away, leaving the two of them alone before the display case. How does it feel? She asked, a hint of his own teasing tone now in her own voice. To be worshipped like a god. He slowly looked away from the book, and a self-deprecating, but at the same time, a peaceful smile touched his lips. He looked at the other scholars, at their focused and dedicated faces, and then back at her. You know, that was not my original intention. This feeling. He paused, as if to find the right words. It's strange. Like you plant a seed, and then 1,000 years later, you come back and find that it has grown into a great and mighty tree, and a whole forest has sprung up around it. He reached out a hand, and his fingers gently traced the surface of the glass. I just wanted more people to learn magic, to give humanity a way to escape from their fate. That's all. But I am content. Not because they worship me as a god, but because I can see how they have built upon my work, have created such a diverse and vibrant tapestry of knowledge, to see that magic is now a part of their society, not just some distant and unapproachable thing. I am content. Had he foreseen this, 1,000 years ago, when he and Norn had been writing this book? Yes. But he had not known then that he would live to see it. She listened in silence, and she saw in his eyes, in the quiet and contented look in them, a deep and abiding peace. And she understood why he, who had slain a god, who had achieved a kind of an immortality, was still so obsessed with his quest. The pursuit of magic, that was his most precious treasure. His talent, it was a thing that only he could have so fully and so completely realized. His codex, it had not just changed the way humans learned magic, but the very way all the races of the world understood it. Let's go, he said, and gave the ancient, world-changing book one last, long look. This place, it is a fine place. But it is the past. And one cannot live in the past. And besides, he said with a smile, and took her hand in his, it is all obsolete now. The future, there is a new chapter waiting for us. And that is the path we must walk. She let him take her hand and, with a final glance at the holy book, a book that had been placed on a pedestal, like a god, she looked at the men beside her, the living God-slayer. He did not need to be worshipped. He, himself, was the ever-advancing light. And she would walk with him, always. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, I am me. Chapter 213, I am me. The northwest of the continent, the Godfall land. The scar of the world, the place where a god had fallen, a place of a shattered space and a raging divine power, the site of the final battle between the God-slayer and the god. The power that had been released from the dying goddess was not a blessing, but a curse, a corrosive and destructive thing that had covered the land in a thick, black mud, a living, breathing thing that had consumed the original black mist and had become the new ruler of this land. In the past, the bravest of warriors and mages could, with a powerful defensive spell, approach the edge of this dangerous land. But now, it was impossible. To even get close was to feel the terrifying power of the divine miasma. And in the past 1,000 years, any who had dared to venture here had been consumed by it, transformed into a rabid, monstrous thing, and then had died. It was a power that was beyond mere physical destruction, a power that was a denial of existence itself. And yet, this land of death was now, slowly, but surely, changing. The great and mighty power of time was a magic of its own. And in this land, there had been another, an intentional, and deliberate, interference. The once thick black mist was now a thin and ethereal thing, its corrosive power now a receding tide. The absolute darkness had given way to a landscape of a twisted and charred rock. And the suffocating miasma, it was now a faint and barely perceptible thing. You could even see it now, the ancient battlefield where he had fought the goddess, a place where the black mud had once been at its thickest, now just a thin and wispy fog. The adventurers had noticed it, but the news had not yet spread. And then, one day, the last of the black mist disappeared. The shackle that had bound this land for 1,000 years was now broken. The sunlight, for the first time in a millennium, fell upon the scorched and broken earth. There was no green, no life, only a desolate and heartbreaking silence. This was the true face of the Godfall land, a great and terrible wasteland, a giant tombstone, a monument to the cruel and brutal battle that had brought an end to the age of myth. And in the very center of it, a ripple in space appeared. And then, a figure emerged, as if from the water. The Demon King, Annalise. She stood barefoot on the barren ground, but left no footprints, as if she were a part of the very land itself. Her appearance had not changed, but the aura around her, it was different. Heavier. She was no longer just standing in the Godfall land. She was the Godfall land, of 1,000 years of its corrosive power, the very core of this once forbidden zone, now a walking, breathing nuclear power. 1,000 years. She murmured. It is finally complete. Her very birth had been an impossibility. She was not a true demon. 1,000 years ago, in his final battle, he had been forced to abandon his old body, to escape the all-pervasive corrosion of the goddess's power. And that body, which should have been consumed, had, by a twist of fate, encountered the very same corrosive power that had been released from the dying goddess. His body had once held the authority of the goddess of life, and had been filled with a potent life force. The goddess of procreation's own power was a thing of a dark and corrosive nature. And in the heart of the Godfall land, the two opposing forces had begun a process of a mutual consumption and fusion. A frenzied, instinctive struggle. The goddess of procreation's lingering will had not wanted to die, had tried to use his old body as a vessel for a new life. But the power of the goddess of life had been its antithesis. The two could not coexist. But the will of the body he had abandoned, it had its own, powerful, and overriding will to survive. And in the end, a twisted kind of a balance had been achieved. His body had provided a stable vessel for the two warring divine powers, and the powers had, in turn, granted the vessel a strength and an immortality beyond all comprehension. And in that vessel, a new and twisted consciousness had been born, Annalise. She was his abandoned past, a remnant of the goddess's own corruption, a unique being, born on the edge of destruction. And the past 1,000 years, they had been a long and arduous process of a fusion. She had, with herself as the vessel and with her own magic as the guide, slowly, bit by bit, absorbed the corrosive divine power that had been left behind. It was a feat that should have been impossible. But she had done it. And what had sustained her had not been some grand ideal, but the one thing that both his body and the goddess's own power had in common, an extreme and unyielding obsession with life. And the remnant of the goddess's power, it had been the only thing that could have kept her own, now warped, body from falling into chaos and ruin. And now, she had succeeded. But the price was that she had become a walking miasma of a divine corruption, a living, breathing container for 1,000 years of a condensed and corrosive divine power, a miniature godfall land. She was a sword of a Damocles hanging over the entire world. If she were to die, that power would be unleashed, and it would be a disaster of a magnitude far greater than the original, a true and final apocalypse. To kill her would be to destroy the world. And he, of course, had known this. And to seal her away, it was a thing he had not been able to do 1,000 years ago, and it would be even more difficult now. This was her greatest protection, her ultimate trump card. A thin, inky black thread of an energy now coiled around her fingertip. The very air around it hissed, as if it were being slowly corroded. Not yet stable, she murmured, a little dissatisfied. To be able to wield such a power, it would take time. She lowered her hand and turned her gaze to the west, to the place where he and Serie now were. They're there, he had told her. Not going after basalt. She did not care about the slow and methodical extermination of the elven race. The only thing she wanted to see was his own reaction, to see if he would stop it. But he was now on a leisurely stroll with the elven miss. Was he not aware? Or did he have another plan? She didn't know. Since the moment she had been born, he had always defied her expectations, had always strayed from the path she had predicted for him. To just wander, it was not the man she had thought he was, not the Godslayer who had been so singularly focused on his mission 1,000 years ago. Or was her own understanding of him flawed? Why, she said, and looked at her own pale hands. We are of the same origin. She placed a hand on her chest. Your choices, your path, they are the same as mine. After all, my birth, it was a result of your own abandonment. My body, it was your vessel. Even the source of my power, it is the same as the one you once fought. I am your abandoned past, the shadow of your own power, the other side of your own existence. Her voice grew louder, a crazed and certain sound. I am you. But she did not understand. He had been forced to abandon his body to save the world, and she, with a twisted and obsessive logic, believed that he, too, was now still bound by that same duty. But she had forgotten one thing, they were two different souls. He had long since moved on, had spent 1,000 years with her, with the elven miss. But she had been born in the tainted and empty shell, a twisted anomaly, a fusion of a dying will and a lingering instinct. She was not his other half, not another him. She was just a sad and terrible monster, born in the wreckage of his past, a casualty of a war between two gods. What are you looking for, Rhodes? What do you want, she thought, and her own form began to fade. It did not matter. She could wait. For the day when he would finally decipher the formula of life, for the day when he would once again stand before her, to bring an end to their shared, and separate, destinies. And in the meantime, he was free to wander. He would come to her, in the end. Under the grand and vaulted ceiling of the great library, he and Serie were on their way out when a sharp and reedy voice called out, "Wait!" A disheveled-looking man, a man in a rumpled white robe and a pair of thick spectacles, was now rushing towards them, a thick notebook clutched in his hands. He was staring at him, his eyes wide and unblinking. "Kale, no shouting in the library," a cough said with a frown. But he didn't seem to hear him. He stopped a few feet from him and, his chest heaving, he pointed a trembling finger at the Codex of Origin, high on its pedestal. What did you say?" "Obsolete." The sound of his voice was a sharp and jarring thing in the quiet of the library. A few of the other scholars looked over, their own faces now a mixture of a curiosity and a slight annoyance. Serie's own eyes narrowed. To have eavesdropped on their conversation, and to now be questioning him with such an arrogant tone. Who does he think he is? A small flicker of a magical light appeared at her fingertip. He saw it, and with a gentle squeeze of her hand, he stilled her. He looked at the red-faced and agitated young man before him. "Is there a problem?" he asked calmly. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 214, Chapter 214, An Obsessive Mage. Chapter 214, An Obsessive Mage. Problem. A huge problem. The man, whose name was Kale, was now waving his notebook, his own voice now a loud and accusatory sound. "What right do you have to speak of Lord Rhodes in such a casual tone? Do you even understand the Codex of Origin? Do you know how much of his own heart and soul he poured into this book? Your attitude, it is a blasphemy." "I don't think he would have minded," Rhodes said with a sigh. "And if he has a problem, he can come and tell me himself." "Ha!" Kale's own eyes were wide with a disbelieving rage. "What is that supposed to mean? And what's with that look on your face? Are you even a proper human mage?" Seeing his growing agitation, a cough stepped between them. "Kale. That is enough. Apologize at once," he said, his own voice a stern and commanding sound. "Apologize? Did you not hear him, my lord? He said the Codex was obsolete. This is the very book that Lord Rhodes himself helped to write. What right does he?" "Enough." Akoff's own voice was now imbued with a magical pressure, and Kale was silenced, his face now a deep and angry red. "The pressure of your own research has clearly affected your mind. Go and cool your head." He glared at him, a look of a pure and unadulterated defiance in his eyes. Rhodes, for his part, found the whole situation a little amusing. "It's all right, Lord Akoff," he said, and his gaze fell on the man's notebook, at the dense and intricate magical formulas within. Some of them, they felt familiar. "It seems, this Mr. Kale has a very deep and abiding interest in the Codex. He is one of our most devoted scholars of the Codex and of Lord Rhodes's early works," Akoff said with a sigh, "but he can be a little obsessive." Hearing him mention his own research, the anger in his own eyes was now replaced by a flicker of pride. "I have studied every record, every commentary on Lord Rhodes's early magical theories. I am convinced that his own creations are not limited to the Codex. There must be something more, something deeper." He flipped open his notebook and pointed to a page with a complex and intricate magical diagram. "Look. I have reconstructed this from an ancient manuscript. It is just a fragment, but it shares the same core structure as the formulas in the Codex. It must be one of Lord Rhodes's own early drafts. And more importantly, the formula on this page, at a critical juncture, introduces a completely different formula. It points to a whole new kind of magic." His own gaze sharpened. That diagram, that formula, it was so familiar. It had to have been one of his own, a spell he had abandoned, a spell that had been too unstable, too volatile. To think that a fragment of it had survived, had been found and partially reconstructed. Serie, too, had noticed the change in his own aura, and with a gentle tug on his sleeve, she asked a silent question. He just shook his head. He couldn't tell what the spell was from just a fragment. And he didn't think this man could have possibly reconstructed it. Absurd. Akoff said, his own voice a dismissive and disapproving sound. "Kale, you are wasting your time with these unfounded theories. The very origin of that manuscript is questionable. And the formula on it is not even 1/100th of a complete spell. Lord Rhodes was a great man, yes. But his greatness lies in the clear and transmissible magic he created, not in these vague and unsubstantiated things." He turned to them, an apologetic look on his face. "My apologies. He is obsessed with uncovering some lost and forbidden magic of Lord Rhodes. But it is all just baseless speculation. A mage should not be chasing after unprovable legends." Kale's face was pale, but the obsessive fire in his eyes had not been extinguished. "Lord Akoff. History is a complex thing. Lord Rhodes's legacy, it cannot be limited to just the Codex. This formula, it must be a part of some other, lost magic, a magic that points to a path. A path that perhaps even he himself had abandoned." His own voice, a calm and quiet sound, cut through the argument. He looked at Kale. To be obsessed with the past, especially a part of it that is so dangerous, it can become a hindrance. The development of magic, it is a constant progression, not a matter of a slavish reconstruction of the past. Sometimes, older is not better. His words, they were a critique of his research, and at the same time, a commentary on the 1,000 years of a human magical development. Kale was stunned. He had not expected to hear such words from a seemingly ordinary mage. He opened his mouth to retort, but he could not find the words. But, his own gaze now on the man's face, his own voice a little softer, "Your dedication is admirable. You just need to learn to accept the imperfections. He was never so perfect." And with that, he gave Akoff a slight nod and, taking Serie's hand, he turned and walked away. Akoff watched him go, a thoughtful look on his face. The man's own words, they had held a strange and ancient wisdom. And his own attitude towards the codex, it was very strange. Cale just stood there, and looked at his own precious notebook, and his own words, he was never so perfect, echoed in his mind. But then, a new wave of an even stronger and more determined resolve washed over him. What right does he have to say that, he murmured, and his own eyes were now filled with a new and burning fire. I will prove it. I will prove his perfection. I will prove that this magic was real. Even if it takes my entire life. The small incident at the library was a pebble tossed into a still pond, and was quickly forgotten by them both. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 215, Chapter 215, News of the Godfall Land. Chapter 215, News of the Godfall Land. Rhodes and Serie quickly left the historical section of the library. Cale's frustrated gaze was soon lost behind the maze of shelves. That formula. Serie said, her voice a soft whisper, a whisper that only he could hear. Yes, he nodded. It was one of mine. An old, discarded formula from my travels, from my early days of creating magic. Is it complete? What kind of a spell is it? I can't tell, he shook his head. It must have been a very complex spell. That fragment, it's less than 1% of the whole. I can't even tell what it's for. That small, she was surprised. With his talent, a single, complete formula was usually enough for him to understand an entire spell. Yes. It was just a scrap. I'm surprised it even survived, and that young man found it. His voice was now tinged with a slight resignation. His curiosity and his dedication, they are admirable. But he will likely never succeed. He doesn't look like the type to give up, she said, remembering the almost maniacal obsession in the young man's eyes. Everyone has their own path, he said with a sigh. We cannot choose for others. I just hope that Akaf can keep an eye on him, and keep him from going astray. He squeezed her hand. Come. There is nothing more for us here. They walked past the outer shelves and back into the soft sunlight of the first floor. The oppressive atmosphere of the encounter had now faded. Where to next, she asked as they left the library. Let's just wander, he said with a smile. Now that we're here, in the city of magic, we should see what it has to offer. I hear you can find magical ingredients from all over the continent here. She had no objection. She had little interest in human creations, but to be with him, to watch his own curiosity, it was a pleasure of its own. And besides, she might just find some rare ingredients that did not grow in her own forest. They joined the bustling crowd and came to a market, a maze of stalls and makeshift shops, all of them selling magical items and ingredients. He stopped at a stall selling basic grimoires and listened with an amused smile as the stallkeeper boasted to a young apprentice about his improved version of the light spell. She, on the other hand, was drawn to a nearby stall, to a cluster of strange, star-like flowers. A keen eye, my lady, the old woman at the stall said with a grin. Those are starlight flowers. They only bloom at the roots of trees that are near a magical ley line, and only after they have absorbed enough starlight. They are the best ingredient for a high-grade mana recovery potion. And they are not easy to come by, they only bloom for a short time. She nodded. She had a passing knowledge of plants, and she knew the woman was telling the truth. But she was more interested in something else. Is it bitter? The old woman was a little taken aback. Bitter? No, I don't think so. The potion is actually a little sweet. Then I don't want it. A mana recovery potion that wasn't bitter wasn't a proper potion. This was a truth the elven miss held to be self-evident. Seeing her about to leave, the old woman quickly added, wait. Wait. If you want it to be bitter, you can just add a little bit of stargrass. Then it will be as bitter as can be. Good. I'll take it. And a bundle of that stargrass as well. The old woman was at a loss. In the past 1,000 years, they had been constantly refining the formula, trying to make it more palatable. And now, this was the first customer she had ever had who had asked for the bitter version. But she quickly bundled up the flowers and the herbs and handed them to her. She did not ask for the price. Her wallet was on the other side of the market. The human could pay for it later. Just then, her gaze fell on a small, unassuming wooden box in a corner of the stall. In it were a few pieces of a black, rock-like substance, completely out of place with the other wares. And she felt something, a faint and subtle, familiarity. She picked up a piece. It was cool and hard to the touch, and surprisingly light. And in it, in a place that no ordinary person could have sensed, was a faint and yet familiar feeling. What is this? She asked. Oh, those, the old woman said with a wave of her hand. Just a few worthless rocks. Some adventurers picked them up on the edge of the Godfall land. Said the black mist had receded a bit, and these things had just appeared. I just took a few as a souvenir. You want one? You can have it. She looked at the rock in her hand, her brow furrowed. The black mist is receding. She instinctively looked at him. He, too, had noticed her, and had now come over, his own gaze now fixed on the black fragment in her hand. His expression did not change, but she felt a subtle shift in the air around him. She handed it to him. He ran a finger along its edge. He did not pour any mana into it. He just felt it. The familiar aura, the residual power of a god. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but its nature, it was the same as the Demon King's. It came from the Godfall land, he asked. Yes. It seems the black mist has begun to dissipate. And you can see inside it now, the old woman added. Those adventurers, they're planning to go in and explore once it's completely gone. He and Serie exchanged a look, and a new and grim understanding passed between them. The black mist, it should not be dissipating so quickly. Could it be? A new and terrible thought came to his mind. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, The Walking Catastrophe. Chapter 216, The Walking Catastrophe. The Demon King, why does she have such a terrifying dark power? And why does it feel so familiar? Had her power come from fusing with the divine miasma of the Godfall land? The thought, once formed, grew more and more likely. And if that were the case, then the threat she now posed, it was of an unprecedented and terrifying magnitude. Granny, he said, his voice now a low and gentle sound, these stones, do you have any more? Not many, she said, her own eyes now bright with a new interest. Just this one box. Got them from a group of young adventurers, the reckless kind. They're always out in the west. Said the black mist in the Godfall land had thinned a bit, and these things were just scattered all over the ground. Along with the bones of a few strange-looking monsters. They brought some back, and someone paid a high price for the bones. But these, no one wanted them. Are they still in the city? He asked. Probably. They usually stay at the inn for a while, she said, and then added, but I wouldn't go asking, young man. That place, it was the site of the final battle between the God-Slayer and the goddess. A forbidden land. Those adventurers, they were just lucky. To even get close, it is enough to drive a man mad. Thank you, he said with a smile, and placed a gem on the stall, more than enough to cover the cost of the flowers and the small box of black stones. We'll take them all. As they walked away, the mood between them had grown heavy. What are you thinking? She asked, her own voice now a low and quiet sound. Do you remember what I told you? He said. That I had felt a familiar aura from her. And that her own body was filled with a powerful, corrupting magic. She nodded. And that was why you didn't kill her. I suspect, he said, that the source of that corruption is the same as the power of the Godfall land, the last remnant of the goddess of procreation. She was stunned. She had felt that power herself, a power so great that even the barrier of Athos had not been able to withstand it. How could anyone possibly contain such a thing within themselves? How is that possible? She said, her own voice now a whisper. How could she have done it? I don't know. Could it have been Shurahat's method? The one he used to allow a mortal body to bear the power of faith? No. It's different, he said. The power of faith is a passive thing. As long as you don't try to absorb it into yourself, it's not that dangerous. Otherwise, I would have never used the light of Ursun as a vessel. The sword was now back in their hut. He had not returned it, to keep it from the clutches of the Demon King. And he knew that if he were to ever have to kill her, he would need all three holy swords to seal the divine corruption within her. He had even been thinking of seeking out the legendary hero's sword. The Demon King was now a threat to the very existence of the world. Surely, the sword would now answer the call. But that was a matter for another time. The corrupting power of a god, it is an active and destructive thing. It will corrode and destroy anything it touches, even a holy sword. Then how did she do it? Unless, he said, his own mind now a maelstrom of a new and terrifying thought, she, herself, is that power. No, never mind. The elven mist just pouted. She hated it when he did that. If she has really done it, then she has likely already absorbed all the power of the Godfall land. Yes, he said, not looking up. And that means, she is now, in the truest sense of the word, a walking catastrophe. He held the small wooden box in his hand, and he could feel the faint, yet undeniable, aura of the corruption within it. These fragments, they are the ashes of a divine corruption, a byproduct of the god's own power corrupting the very land. And what do you think she will do next? A sharp and deadly glint was now in her own eyes. Will she come for us? I don't know, he said, and looked to the west, to the Godfall land. Then we wait, he said, and his gaze now fell on a small inn in the distance, the very one the old woman had mentioned. First, we find those adventurers. And we find out what they saw. In the far north, in a place far from the bustling cities of men, in a quiet and peaceful forest, an elven village, a village that had stood for 1,000 years, was now under attack. A torrent of demonic fire was raining down from the sky, and the tree houses of the elves were now engulfed in a sea of flames. The defensive barriers of the elves were a flickering and fragile thing, on the verge of collapse. A short distance away, a tall figure stood, watching his own forces lay waste to the village. Basalt, the most bloodthirsty of all the Demon King's generals, a being clad in a black and terrible armor, a being from whom a sickening stench of blood and death radiated. A cruel smile was on his face. With every spell he cast, another of the elves' barriers would shatter, and another of their people would be sent flying through the air, their fate unknown. Weak. So weak, his voice was a contemptuous roar. And they call themselves the masters of magic. Pathetic. He looked over at a white-haired elf who was now slumped against a tree. You were strong, he said with a sneer. Strong enough to make me use the blessing of the Demon King himself. But it is over now. Now you will watch as I burn your precious village to the ground. He opened his mouth, and a dark purple energy began to gather, a sphere of a pure and unadulterated destruction, his own, innate magic. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 217, Flam's Battle. Chapter 217, Flam's Battle. This power was enough to level the entire village. The elves all watched in horror, their own defensive spells a fragile and flickering thing, a wave of a pure and utter despair now washing over them. The strongest of them was already defeated. The rest, a motley crew of ordinary elves and children, they stood no chance. And at that last, final, desperate moment. Boom. A massive pillar of a pure white light, without any warning, descended from the heavens and struck Basalt with unerring accuracy. He had sensed it, of course, but it was too late. He was thrown back by the force of the blast, crashing through several trees before he finally came to a stop. And then, a new figure appeared on the battlefield. It was Ella. She had unleashed the attack and now, without a moment's pause, she turned her attention to the other demons who were now attacking the other elves, a series of precise and deadly light spears that, in a matter of seconds, had completely turned the tide of the battle. Do not panic, her cool, calm voice was a steadying presence in the chaos, and the elves' own faltering morale was now rekindled. Under her command, they began to launch their own counterattack and to evacuate the villagers. Damn it. What are those scouts even doing, he said, and struggled back to his feet. His armor was now a charred and smoking mess, but he himself was mostly unharmed. His eyes, now filled with a pure and unadulterated killing intent, were fixed on her. You think you can stop me? You alone. He did not know where this elven mage had come from, and he did not care. All he had to do was kill her, and Lord Mock's own plan could still be carried out. With a roar, he charged, not as a mage, but as a warrior. Against a pure mage, a close-quarters battle was the only way. And once he was upon her, there were 100 different ways to kill her. 100. But just as he was about to reach her, another figure, a figure that was even faster than he was, now stood in his way. It was Flam. She was now on the ground, between him and her senior, her staff held in a steady grip, all of her earlier nervousness now gone, replaced by a new and grim resolve. A whirlwind of a magical energy now swirled around her. Your opponent, she said, her voice a low and quiet sound, but with a new and undeniable strength, is me. He was so startled by her sudden appearance that he skidded to a halt. He looked her up and down, at her human form, and at the magical aura around her, and then he burst out laughing, a loud and boisterous sound that echoed through the forest. Ha 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 ha. A human mage. You think you can stop me? Get out of my way. He drew his greatsword and brought it down on her in a single, merciless blow, an attack that would have surely cleaved her, and the elf behind her, in two. Ella, take care of the other demons. This one is mine, she said, her own voice now a steady and determined sound. And without a second thought, she threw up a defensive barrier and blocked his attack. Ella, who had been about to rush to her aid, now paused. She had seen it, the pure and unadulterated magical energy that now swirled around her, junior sister. And she understood. This was a test. A trial by fire. Be careful, she said, and then turned and flew to the other side of the village. She would trust in this human who had been acknowledged by her own teacher. You insolent creature, he roared, and brought his greatsword down with an even greater force. Crackle. Her own barrier was now a web of fine cracks, and in the next second, it shattered, and the greatsword continued on its path. But she was ready for it. She swung her own staff, and a new and strange spell, a spell of her other teacher's own invention, was now in play. Gravity lock. VMM. An invisible force now descended upon him, and his own mighty blow was stopped, just a few feet from her. His entire body, and the greatsword in his hand, was now pinned to the ground, unable to move. A gravity spell. It was a powerful magic she had learned from him, a spell she had even improved upon. And though her own version had a limited range and a short duration, and was a massive drain on her own mana, in a critical moment like this, it was a game-changer. He was now a helpless, struggling thing on the ground, a look of a pure and utter disbelief in his eyes. It felt as if a mountain had been dropped on him. He could not move, and even the flow of his own mana was now a sluggish and difficult thing. How could this human know such a spell? A wave of a dizziness washed over her. The spell. It had taken almost all of her mana. But she had bought herself the time she needed. She swung her staff once more, and a new and even more powerful spell was now in play, a spell of her own, a fusion of two opposing elements, a torrent of a blue and a white energy that now slammed into his chest. Boom. An explosion even greater than the one from the pillar of light, now erupted from the point of impact. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 218, My name is Frieren. Chapter 218, My name is Frieren. The dark armor on his chest shattered on impact, and the torrent of raw, untamed energy slammed into him, shredding his flesh and his magical circuits. His massive body was sent flying, even further than before, and it left a long, deep scar in the earth. She was pale, the exertion of the battle now taking its toll. To catch up to him, she had expended a great deal of her own mana. And then she had been forced to fight, with only a third of her own strength. And her last attack, it had taken almost all that she had left. But, she had to be sure. She had to know if he was really dead. The dust cleared, and he slowly, agonizingly, got to his feet. His armor was shattered, and a terrible, gaping wound was in his chest. His aura was now a flickering, unstable thing. She had dealt him a grievous blow. Human, he said, the disdain now gone from his eyes, replaced by a new, and grudging, respect, you are strong. But not strong enough. He no longer held back. A torrent of a black, demonic energy poured from him and formed a new, even thicker, layer of an armor around him. He was now a hulking, terrifying beast. And with a roar, a new and even more powerful attack, a wave of a pure and unadulterated destruction, now shot from his gaping maw, a wave that was aimed not just at her, but at the entire village behind her. Her pupils constricted. She could protect herself, yes, but not the village. Just then, a wall of vines erupted from the earth. Ella. She had dealt with the other demons and had returned, just in time. She placed her hands on the ground, and a new and even more powerful wave of a green and vibrant energy shot up from her, and the vines, they were now a massive, impenetrable shield. The dark energy of the demon slammed against it, and a deafening roar filled the air. She was struggling, but the shield was holding. Flam, she cried. And she understood. It was her chance. She took a deep breath and drew upon the last of her mana. This time, there were no elements, just a single, pure point of a white light, a light that held the power to pierce through all things. Swoosh. It was a silent and deadly thing, a thing that was so fast that he had no time to react. It struck him right in the chest, right in the center of the wound she had already inflicted. Thump. His own attack was cut short. He froze and looked down, and he saw it, a hole, a gaping, bowl-sized hole, in the center of his chest. The edges of it were a charred and smoking black, and everything inside, his flesh, his magical core, it had all been completely annihilated. No, impossible, he said, and with a final, disbelieving look, he fell to his knees, and then to the ground. His own demonic aura now dissipated, and his body, from the feet up, began to turn to ash, until only his eyes, his red, hate-filled eyes, remained, and they, too, faded away. The demon general, Basalt, was dead. And with the last of her own strength now gone, she began to sway. Ella caught her just in time. Are you all right? She asked, her own eyes now filled with a new and profound shock. The girl, she had really done it. She had killed a general of the Demon King's own army, a being whose power was second only to the sages of destruction. I'm fine, she said, and shook her head. Just a little, tired. We should check on the villagers. She nodded and helped her to a nearby tree. The battle was over. The remaining demons, their leader now dead, had fled. But the village, a great many of its tree houses were now a smoking ruin, and the ground was littered with the bodies of the elves. The air was thick with the stench of blood. A deep and heavy sadness now fell over the survivors. Her own gaze swept over the scene, and then it stopped. At the foot of a half-burnt tree, a small figure was curled up in a ball. An elven girl, her long, white hair, as pure and as white as the first snow, was a tangled mess around her face. Her white dress was covered in dust and blood. But her eyes, they were not the eyes of a child who had just lost her home. There was no fear, no tears, no relief at having survived. Just a dull and empty numbness. She, too, saw the girl. She got to her feet and slowly, cautiously, approached. she didn't know why. A strange and new empathy, a feeling of a shared and terrible loss, now drew her to her. She knelt. "Don't be afraid," she said softly. "It's all over now." The girl did not respond. She hesitated, then reached out and gently brushed the white hair from her face. It was a delicate and beautiful face, now smudged with dirt and grime. And her eyes, her green and empty eyes, they just stared, without a single flicker of an emotion. Her own heart went out to her. That look, she knew it so well. The look of a soul that has been so deeply wounded that it has shut itself off from the world. The look of her own past self. "What's your name?" she asked. The girl's long, white lashes trembled slightly, and her gaze finally focused on her. She looked at her for a long, long time, as if in a daze. And then, in a quiet and emotionless voice, she said, "Frieren." And at the sound of that name, a strange and new ripple passed through her own heart. She could feel it, the magical aura of the girl before her. She was a qualified mage, but she had been defeated, her own mana now almost completely gone. And Frieren, her own gaze was now fixed on her. "Why," she said, her own voice a weak and strained sound, a sound of a pure and utter confusion, "why are you so strong?" Before she had arrived, she, Frieren, had fought him. And she had been unable to stop him. He had toyed with her, had let her watch as he had destroyed her village, and then he had left her for dead. She had been in a state of a pure and utter despair. And then, this human had come. She looked at her, at the one who had just killed the demon who had taken everything from her. "Strong?" "No, Frieren," she said with a gentle shake of her head, a strange and new sadness in her own voice. "I am not yet strong enough." Her words just confused her even more. "Can you see it?" she asked, a new and startling thought in her mind. Had this girl seen through her own, imperfect, magical concealment? "Just a feeling," she whispered. "A feeling." The girl had a rare and incredible talent. "Can you stand?" She shook her head. The simple movement seemed to have taken all of her strength. A new sheen of a cold sweat appeared on her brow. "I can't move." And it was then that she saw it, a spreading, dark red stain on the girl's white dress. "You're injured," she said, and gently lifted the hem of the dress. And there it was, a deep and terrible wound in her abdomen, a wound from which a fresh stream of blood was now flowing. A dark and corrupting energy was at its edges, a poison that was now eating away at her very life force. All her earlier calmness, it had all been an act, a desperate attempt to hold on in the face of an excruciating pain and a complete and utter exhaustion. Tisk. She cursed herself for her own carelessness. She had not even noticed. She gathered the last of her own mana and began to cast a healing spell, a spell he had taught her, a gentle white light that now enveloped the wound. And the wound. It began to close, and the dark energy began to recede, and the bleeding began to slow. But it was not enough. The corruption, it was too strong. She needed a real priest, a master of a holy magic. She took off her own, relatively clean, outer robe and wrapped it around the girl. And then, she knelt and, with a great and terrible effort, she lifted the girl onto her own back. "Let go of me," the girl whispered, a new and different kind of a pain now in her voice. An elf, with their own innate coldness and detachment, to be held so closely by a stranger, a human, it was an agony of a different kind. She tried to struggle, but she had no strength left. "Don't move," she said, her own voice now a firm and unyielding sound. "You are gravely injured. You need a real healer. I'm taking you to one." The girl was now limp on her back, her own cheek now resting against the nape of her neck. And the feeling, it was not so bad. The resistance in her own heart, it was beginning to fade. And a new and complex emotion, it was now beginning to bloom. She closed her eyes. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 219, A Walk Under the Stars. Chapter 219, A Walk Under the Stars. The noisy tavern was far behind them. The night had grown deep, and a chill was in the air. The streets were empty, save for the occasional magical lamp that cast a fleeting light on their path. They walked in silence, side by side, her hand now clutching the small, black stones from the Godfall land, her knuckles white. "In the worst-case scenario, she has succeeded," she said, her voice a sharp and clear sound in the quiet of the street. They had just learned more about the Godfall land from the adventurers. "I am afraid that forbidden land has now completely fused with her." She could almost see it, Annalise, standing on that now cleansed wasteland, the same corrosive aura now radiating from her. He did not answer her right away. From the adventurer's disjointed and rambling tale, he had managed to piece together a part of the truth. The black mist of the Godfall land had thinned to the point of being almost non-existent. And the Demon King, she had been born from it. There was no other explanation for the corrosive divine power she wielded. And she had been born a long, long time ago, perhaps right after their final battle. But what had been her vessel? The remnant of the goddess of procreation's own power. It was not enough to create a demon king. Even Eirik had to be slowly, and painstakingly, corrupted. And that corrupting power, without a host, it would have been nothing. Had some other living being stumbled into the Godfall land at that critical moment? A being who could have contained that power? It was a far-fetched theory, but it was the only one that made any sense. Yes, he said finally, his voice a flat and emotionless sound, but she could feel the turmoil beneath it. This is a problem. Her power, it has likely reached a whole new dimension. A dimension. She stopped and turned to him, a clear and undeniable annoyance in her golden eyes. We have already slain a true god. Are we now to be afraid of a being that was born from her mere remnant? She held up one of the stones. What are you worried about? That we are not strong enough, he said, and he, too, stopped, and his own gaze was now a frank and honest one. The demon king, her very being is a chaos. She has fused with the corrupting instinct of a god, a thing that has been festering for 1,000 years. She is unstable. He reached out and, with a gentle touch, he traced the edge of the stone, feeling the faint, residual power within it. A power that was of the same origin as hers, a power of a pure and unadulterated destruction. Unstable, she said, her own brow now furrowed. To forcibly fuse with such a vast and terrible power, it is not an easy thing. She needs time to adapt, to tame it. And in that time, she could lose control at any moment. He looked at her, and a complex and unreadable expression came over his face. And that is what I am most afraid of. If she were to lose control. I am not sure if we, with our current power and methods, could seal her away. She was silent. She understood now. So what do we do? She asked directly. Do we continue to search for clues? Or do we go to her now? At the latter, her own aura grew sharp and deadly. But he did not answer right away. His gaze went past her, to the distant horizon. The light of Ursun, Org, Athos, he murmured, as if taking stock of his own resources, and the legendary hero's sword. In theory, with all four, we might be able to purify the world before our own dying power can corrupt it. But he shook his head. That is just a theory. His gaze returned to her. What do you think we should do? It was a rare thing for him to ask for her opinion. And she, in turn, gave him a look that said, so you do need me, after all. I, of course, choose to go to her now. If she is so dangerous, we cannot just let her be. Even to just seal her away, it is better than just sitting here and waiting for the end of the world. He just looked at her simple and direct solution, a solution he had already considered himself, but had not been able to commit to. To kill her, it would be to risk the world. But to find another way, it was a slim hope, but a hope nonetheless. And then he smiled. At the sight of his smile, she was a little taken aback. You're right, he said. It is not our style to just sit and wait. He reached out, not for the stones, but to brush a stray strand of her golden hair from her face, a gesture that was now as natural and as easy as breathing. And even if the power of the holy swords is not enough, I have other ways. At the very least, I will not let it come to the worst. She felt the warmth of his touch, and the unshakable confidence in his voice, and the coldness in her own heart began to melt away. All right, she said with a nod. He let his hand fall, but his gaze still lingered on her, and a new and deeper emotion was now in his own eyes. But before that, his own voice was now a lighter, more playful sound. Look up, Serie. She did, but all she saw was the stars. She looked back at him, confused, but then, she understood. They were both burdened by a heavy future. But now, in this small and quiet moment, he was inviting her to just be, to walk with him, under the stars, to share in the simple and fleeting peace of a traveler's life. A peace before the storm. She did not speak. She just put away the small stones and, with a will of her own, she took his hand. And in that moment, in the feel of their intertwined fingers, a new and silent understanding passed between them. Come, she said, her voice still a cool and level sound, but her own hand now squeezed his, just a little. Let us go. And they walked on, side by side, under the stars. The shadow in the darkness had not yet been banished, but for now, they were just two ordinary travelers, enjoying a brief and precious moment in time. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 220, Chapter 220, Taking Action. Chapter 220, Taking Action. The city of a high-altitude border. It was one of the few large human cities in the north, and it boasted a strong army and a grand temple, a temple that was protected by a barrier that could cover the entire city. Otherwise, it would have never survived for hundreds of years in this monster-infested land. The sun shone down on the city's highest spire, the pure white steeple and the great, arched windows of the temple reflecting the light in a rainbow of brilliant colors, a holy aura that seemed to radiate from its very stones. This was the place where humans worshipped the goddess, a place of a holy magic and of the priests who wielded it. Flam was carrying Frieren on her back. The girl's body was cold, and her breathing was a shallow, flickering thing, and the weight of her on her own back seemed to grow lighter with every step. Though it might have just been her imagination, she knew that she had to get her to a healer, and soon. Ella was right behind her, her own eyes a mixture of a curiosity at the grand and majestic temple before them, and a deep and abiding concern for the girl on her friend's back. The wound on her abdomen had been temporarily sealed by Flam's own magic, but the corrosive, demonic energy that still lingered within her was a slow and insidious poison, a poison that was eating away at her very life force. Herbs and basic healing spells were useless against it. Only the most powerful of a holy magic could purge it. Just hold on a little longer, she whispered, but the girl did not respond. The great doors of the temple were closed, and two guards in a shining silver armor stood before them. As they approached, the guards' own eyes grew wary. Halt! This is a holy place. No entry without permission, one of them said, and raised a hand to block their path. He looked from her, to the elf, and then to the blood-stained, white-haired girl on her back, a frown on his face. We have come from a border village, she said, her own voice a little out of a breath. We were attacked by demons. This girl is gravely injured and requires a high-level healing spell. But the guard was unmoved. The temple only offers its services to the faithful of humanity, he said, his own voice a cold and unforgiving sound. That is the rule. As for an elf, and one who has been wounded by a dark and demonic magic at that, she should seek out her own priests. Now go. In the 1,000 years since he had open-sourced the holy magic, it had ceased to be the exclusive domain of the Sky-Winged. Any who had the talent could now learn it. But the humans, with their own innate advantage in numbers, had quickly surpassed the other races and were now the masters of it, with the most priests of any race on the continent. But with that had come a new and terrible secrecy, a new and terrible exclusivity. The sacred magic, and all the other kinds of magic as well, were now a thing that was reserved for the few. The great magic academies were, in theory, open to all, but in practice, only the rich and the powerful could afford the tutelage. At his words, a wave of a hot and righteous anger now washed over Ella, and a flicker of a magical light appeared in her own eyes. The teachings of the goddess, they would never condone such a thing. Sister Ella, she said, and her own voice was now a firm and steady sound, a sound that was far from the trembling and pleading one she had been about to use. We can't just let her die. I am sorry, he said, but a rule is a rule. We cannot make an exception, not even for an elf. If we were to let her in, we would be risking the very sanctity of this holy place. The girl's own anger now gave way to a cold and terrible resolve. She would not let this happen. She would not let the ignorance and the arrogance of these self-righteous humans be the cause of another death. She had seen too many. And this one was different. She was a child who had done nothing wrong, a child who had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. And she was a child who was now dying. Then we will have to make you, she said, and the air around her now crackled with a new and terrible power. What? The guards' own swords were in their hands now, but it was too late. With a flash of a magical light, the swords were torn from their grasp, and they were sent flying back, crashing against the great and heavy doors. Sister Ella, the other cried out. But it was too late for regrets now. A new and even louder sound, the sound of a great and terrible alarm, now echoed through the temple, and the doors, they were now being pushed open, and a new and even larger contingent of guards was now pouring out. They were now surrounded, and 100 swords were now pointed at them. Take them, a captain shouted. And if they resist, kill them. The guards all roared in agreement and began to close in. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, Powerless. Chapter 221, Powerless. Flam's face was grim. She took out her staff. She had not yet fully recovered her mana, but she still had enough for a flight spell. Ella, on the other hand, was fearless. She was almost spoiling for a fight. She had barely used any of her own mana in the last battle and could have easily dealt with these guards. The priests inside, they would have been more of a challenge. The air was thick with tension, and a battle was imminent. And then, an old and commanding voice came from within the temple. Stand down. The voice had a strange, magical quality to it, and the guards all froze. They looked towards the sound, and from the depths of the temple, an old man in a simple white robe, flanked by 2 young priests, emerged. It was the bishop of this temple, Cassarius. His calm gaze swept over the drawn swords, and then fell upon the 2 girls, and finally, upon Frieren, who was still unconscious on Flam's back. He saw the bloodstains on her dress, and a flicker of a deep and profound emotion passed over his face. Lower your weapons, he commanded. But, my lord, the captain of the guard said, a look of a clear and present confusion on his face, they attacked the guards. They were trying to force their way in. I said, lower your weapons, he repeated, his voice still calm but with a new and undeniable weight to it, a weight that made the captain's own heart skip a beat. He did not hesitate any longer. "Yes, my lord," he said, and the circle of guards broke, and they lowered their swords. The bishop walked over to them. He did not look at Ella, but at the girl on her friend's back. He raised a hand, and a gentle, healing light began to glow. "It is useless," she said coldly. "A normal healing spell will not work. Otherwise, we would have done it ourselves." He did not respond. And after a moment, when he had confirmed that his own magic was indeed useless, he looked up, his own gaze now a grim and sober thing. "May I ask, how did this young elven girl come to be so gravely injured?" He did not ask why they had tried to force their way in. He already knew. The girl looked at the old man, at his peaceful and gentle face, and she could feel it, the pure and unadulterated aura of a true and holy light, an aura that was a world away from the cold and indifferent guards. And so she told him everything, and she told him of the demon general, Basalt. Ella stood to the side, her own gaze a sharp and watchful thing. He listened in silence, and his gaze returned to the wound. He had felt it, the dark and corrosive power that still lingered within it, a power so great it had made even him, a master of a holy magic, shudder. After a long, long silence, he made his decision. "In the light of the goddess," he said, his voice now a firm and unyielding sound, "all life has a value. Regardless of a race, or of a faith, we cannot just stand by and watch another die." He turned to the captain of the guard. "Bring the young lady in," he said, "and these two as well." The captain was taken aback, but he did as he was told. A wave of a profound relief washed over the girl. "Thank you," she said, her own voice a grateful whisper. And even Ella's own cold and guarded expression softened a little. "I am sorry," she said. "It is all right," he said with a slight nod. "I understand your feelings. To save the dying is the duty of a follower of the goddess. But," his own voice now a grim and somber thing, "this power, it is a great and terrible thing. And even I am not sure if I can do it. You must prepare yourselves for the worst." In the temple's infirmary, she lay on a stone table. After a careful examination, the bishop's own face was a mask of a deep and profound concern. But he still had to try. He placed his hands over her, and a new and even more powerful light, a milky white light that was 100 times more potent than her own, now appeared in his hands. It flowed down and enveloped her, and the moment it touched the wound, a sizzling sound filled the air. The black, corrupting energy, as if it were a living thing, now began to writhe and struggle, to fight back against the pure and holy light. He was shocked, but he held his ground. Time passed. A sheen of a cold sweat appeared on his brow. But the blackness, though it had been suppressed, though the wound was now beginning to close, it was still there, in the depths of her being, a root that could not be removed. After a few more minutes, he lowered his hands. "I am sorry," he said, and looked at her own, now even paler, face. "The dark power in her, it is a thing of a great and terrible strength. I have never seen such a corruption. I can only suppress it, slow its spread. But I cannot remove it. Not unless there was someone who could cast the spell continuously. And even then, her own life force is still fading. I do not think she has more than 3 days. 3 days." The girl's own voice was a trembling, disbelieving sound. "Even the bishop of the holy temple, he can do nothing." The elf just let out a long and quiet sigh. They could do nothing. He looked at them, at their own, now broken, expressions, and he did not say what he was thinking. In theory, with such a strange and new corruption, the best thing to do would be to keep her here, to study it. With the speed of a human magical development, in a few hundred years, they might even find a cure. But, he knew, from her earlier actions, that they would not allow it. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, A Bold Proposal. Chapter 222, A Bold Proposal. To provoke a powerful elven mage, it was not a wise move. And the aura she was radiating, he had only ever seen such an aura from one other person, the legendary elven saint. Under his watchful and complex gaze, Flam silently carried Frieren from the grand temple. They walked aimlessly, and several times, Ella had opened her mouth to speak, but seeing the look on her friend's face, she had held her tongue. Frieren's life was a slipping hourglass. And for some reason, the thought of it filled her with a deep and bitter frustration. She had only just met the girl, so why did she care so much? She didn't know. All she knew was that she couldn't save her. Even the most powerful of human priests could not. "Flam," she said finally, her own voice a hesitant and uncertain sound, "maybe we should just let her go." She didn't understand. Why was she so fixated on saving a stranger, especially now that she was beyond saving? The best thing to do was to just let her find peace. "No," she shook her head, her voice a firm and unyielding sound. "I will save her." She herself didn't know why. She said no more. Humans, she thought, are a strange race. To care so much for a stranger. She wondered how her own teachers had managed to stay together for 1,000 years. And then, a thought came to her, the very same thought that had been in her senior's own mind just a moment before. Teacher, she said, and her own steps now faltered. Teacher Rhodes. Teacher Serie. Her own voice was now trembling with a new and desperate hope. They can do it. They're so strong, they've even killed a god. Surely, they can find a way to purify the corruption within her. But where are they? The other asked, her own voice a cold and unforgiving sound. They've left the forest. We don't know where they are. We can use the magical letters. She said. They had a tracking function, after all. It's too far. From the last letter, they must be thousands of miles away. And she only has 3 days. Even with our fastest flight spell, we'll never make it in time. And besides. She looked at the girl on her back, at her pale and still form, she can't take such a long journey. She was right. It was too far. Were they to just watch her die? Just then, her own gaze fell on the massive, shimmering barrier that covered the city, a barrier that was a nexus of 1,000 different magical circles, a reservoir of a vast and unimaginable power. And a bold and daring thought came to her. Flam, has Teacher Serie taught you the teleportation spell? Yes, and the advanced version, the directed teleportation. But it's almost useless. The mana cost is too great. A single mage could never. Look, she said, and pointed to the sky. She followed her gaze and saw the massive barrier, and in a flash, she understood. You mean, we use its power, she said, her own voice now a disbelieving whisper. Yes, she said with a firm nod. She herself didn't know where the idea had come from. Perhaps it had been her friend's own desperate hope that had infected her. The power in that barrier, it is immense. If we can just draw on a fraction of it, it will be more than enough to power a long-range directed teleportation spell, to send her directly to our teachers. The directed teleportation spell was a modified version of the ordinary kind, a spell that he, her own teacher, had invented in a fit of a pique, when he had wanted to be able to summon his sword from anywhere. But the mana cost, it had been too great, and he had only ever used it once, in a controlled experiment. To teleport a living being, he had never tried it. But now, she would. It was insane. To be able to tap into a guarded power source like that, to be able to construct a teleportation circle of such a complexity, to be able to pinpoint a target that was 1,000 miles away, she had learned the spell, yes, but she was not confident she could do it. And if the spell were to fail, the girl would be torn to pieces by the forces of space. No. It's too dangerous, she said. To say nothing of the consequences of stealing from their power source, if we fail, she will be ripped to shreds. And if we do nothing, she will die anyway, she said coldly. She has no time left. She will die in 3 days, and she will die if we fail. Other than our 2 teachers, who else in this world can save her? The choice is yours, Flam. And whatever you decide, I will not object. She did not answer. She looked down at the girl, at her pale and peaceful face, at her shallow, barely perceptible breathing. And she remembered the look in her eyes, when she had asked her, why are you so strong? This girl, who had just lost everything, just as she herself had, was she to be denied even this last, small sliver of a hope? She did not speak for a long, long time. Sister Ella, she said finally, her own voice now a firm and resolute sound, her own eyes now a burning fire of a new resolve, we'll do it. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Taking Action. Chapter 223, Taking Action. The city sewers. The air was a thick and fetid miasma, and the only light was a small, glowing orb at Flam's fingertip, which barely illuminated the moss-covered walls. Be careful. There are a lot of detection spells here, Ella's voice was a low whisper. Her own magical senses were now a delicate and intricate web, reaching out into the darkness, searching for the subtle fluctuations of a hidden magic. These spells were not just a defense against intruders but a self-protection mechanism, designed to trigger an alarm at the slightest hint of a foreign magical presence. Flam followed close behind, with Frieren still on her back. All these detection spells, it means we're close, she said. Ella paused, her eyes closed, and then nodded. Yes. The density and the strength of the spells are increasing. The source is right above us. You can feel it too, can't you? Above them, through the thick layers of earth and stone, was a vast and powerful source of a raw and untamed magic, the very heart of the city's great barrier, a power so great that even through the tons of rock, they could feel its terrifying pressure. This is going to be a problem, Flam said with a frown. The moment we cast a spell, we'll be detected. The mages had not bothered to place any defensive spells in the sewers, which was a good thing. But this place, though it was hidden, if they were to be found, there would be nowhere to run. We'll have to shield ourselves as best we can, Ella said, and took a few special magical items from a pouch at her side. I'll create a small barrier to mask our own spellcasting. But once we start to draw on the main power source, it won't be enough to hide us. Their plan was a mad one. To be discovered, it was inevitable. They just had to hope they could buy enough time to open the portal. I understand. I will activate the teleportation spell as quickly as possible. Ella quickly placed the magical items around them, and a thin and shimmering barrier appeared, enclosing them in a small, hidden space. And flam, she began to draw the teleportation circle on the ground, a complex and intricate design of a spatial runes that her teacher had taught her. And at the same time, Ella was preparing the spell to draw on the power of the Great Barrier. Time was of the essence. She had to maintain their own shield, and to draw the magic circle for the power transfer, and at the same time, she had to keep an eye on her junior sister on the teleportation circle. Their destination was her own two teachers. The coordinates had to be precise. And she had to inscribe his own unique magical runes. It was the only way to achieve a directed, tracking teleportation. After a long, long time, the massive, complex magic circle was finally complete. "It's done," Flam said, and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Impressive," the other said with a sincere admiration. To be able to draw such a complex circle so quickly, even she herself would have found it difficult. They stood at the edge of the circle and looked at each other. They had already made their plan. This was the final, and most critical, step. Ella took a deep breath and stepped into her own magic circle. Her own magical power flared, and the small shield that had been hiding them was instantly shattered. A powerful and irresistible force shot up through the earth and the stone and latched onto the great barrier above. Boom. The entire tunnel shook, and a shower of dirt and dust rained down from the ceiling. And in the city above, the massive barrier that covered it began to flicker violently, and then it dimmed. "No. The barrier is losing power," one of the mages who was maintaining it cried out in alarm. "Here it comes," Flam said, her own heart now pounding in her chest. Ella had successfully diverted the flow of power, and a torrent of a raw and untamed magic was now pouring into the teleportation circle. She did not hesitate. She activated the portal. VMM. The entire circle lit up with a brilliant and dazzling light, and the complex runes began to writhe and dance, and at their center, a gateway of a pure and unadulterated energy began to form, a gateway to another place. A massive wave of a magical energy, a tsunami of a pure and chaotic power, now erupted from the circle and washed over the entire sewer system, and the very walls around them began to shake and crumble. "I need more power," she shouted. The mana from the Great Barrier, it was not enough. And so, Ella, without a moment's hesitation, began to draw even more power from the Great Barrier above, a torrent of a pure and untamed magic that now poured into the portal. And the blue light of the circle grew even brighter. In the sky above, the Great Barrier flickered again, its edges now so thin that they were almost invisible. Just then, an attack spell slammed into the ceiling above them, and a hole was blasted open. With the aid of a detection spell, it had not been difficult for the city's mages to find them. "Cease your villainy at once," a voice roared from above, and a score of heavily armed temple guards, and the mages who had been maintaining the barrier, all leaped down into the sewer and surrounded them. "Attack! Stop them," one of the mages roared, and a fireball shot towards the teleportation circle. Sister Ella. She was now focused on the portal, and could not act. "Leave it to me," she said, and a light arrow shot from her hand, and the fireball was instantly destroyed. But more spells were coming, a rain of a fiery and destructive magic. She was forced to create a wide-area defensive barrier, and was just barely able to hold them off. But there were too many of them, and a few stray arrows managed to get through, and they whistled past her, so close that she could feel the heat of them. "How much longer?" she cried out. The guards were closing in. If they were to get into a close-quarters battle, it would be even more dangerous. 10 more seconds. The girl's own mind was now a maelstrom of a pure and unadulterated focus, a single and unwavering will, all of it dedicated to the unstable and chaotic portal before her. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, and a Frieren falls from the sky. Chapter 224, and a Frieren falls from the sky. The light of the magic circle grew brighter and brighter, and the image in the portal was now clear. "Good," Ella said, and plunged her staff into the ground. A wall of 1,000 vines erupted from the earth, a barrier that temporarily held back the tide of their attackers. For every vine that was destroyed, a new one would grow in its place, and the guards and mages, they could not break through. But it would not last for long. "We found them." More guards and mages were now coming from the other end of the tunnel. They were now completely surrounded. Flam. Ella's voice was now a little frantic. She could see them, in the sky above, casting a binding spell. Once it was complete, there would be no escape. But just then, the girl's own spell was complete. "Go, Frieren. The portal, which had been a swirling vortex of a raw and untamed magic, now flared with a blinding light, and a powerful spatial energy now locked onto the girl on her back, the girl she had been protecting with her own, faint, magical shield. And in an instant, she was gone, pulled into the portal and spirited away to another place. They had done it. And in that same instant, the binding spell was complete. The light of the magic circle faded, leaving only a scorched and blackened mark on the ground. The guards and mages, though they had stopped their attack, were still wary. Ella dispelled her wall of vines. "There's a restriction spell above us. We can't fly," she said with a frown. If they had just been a few seconds faster, but she did not blame her. To have cast such a complex spell in such a short amount of time, it had been a remarkable feat. "Frieren is safe. That's all that matters," the girl said, and let her own staff fall to her side. Ella understood. With their own remaining strength, they could have easily fought their way out. But that would have meant harming the guards, who were just doing their duty. It was not a thing they were willing to do. "We surrender," she said to the lead mage. "And we are willing to make amends for the power we have borrowed. But please believe, we only did it to save a life." The mage's own face was a grim and unforgiving mask. He looked at them, at the two thieves who had nearly drained their city's own power source, and then at their own, now unresisting, forms, and in the end, he just huffed. "Take them away," he said. "And wait for the judgment of the bishop and the council." If not for the fact that they were not demons, he would not have even listened to their explanation. He would have just had them all killed. The guards came forward and bound their wrists, and led them away. On the other side of the continent, he and Serie were on their way back to their own quiet, secluded life when they both, at the same time, looked up. A powerful spatial fluctuation, right above them. Was that? She began, a look of a pure and simple confusion on her face. And then, the space above them began to twist and warp, and a small portal opened, and a slender, white figure fell from it. He was there in an instant, and caught her in his arms. "Well now, it seems a pretty little thing has fallen from the sky," he said with a playful tone. But then he looked down at her face, and his smile froze. "Frieren," he breathed. The girl in his arms, it was the great grand mage of the future, the elf with the beautiful, silver-white hair. But her face was now a pale and translucent thing, and her own breath was a shallow and barely perceptible flutter. "What is going on?" He was completely baffled. At this point in time, she should have been in an elven village, safe and sound. How could she be here, and in such a state? "A directed teleportation spell," she said, her own voice now a low and quiet sound from beside him. Her own senses had picked up the familiar aura in the magical fluctuation. From Flam and Ella. But, it was a hasty one. The coordinates were a little off. Ella and Flam. Had they found her village? But, what had happened? The protective spell he had placed on the girl, it was still intact. He quickly examined the other girl. "A corrosive power," he said, his own voice now a grim and sober thing. "Not an ordinary demon's magic. It has the same properties as the Godfall land. And it is now, consuming her very life force. Shall we try a holy spell?" "No. It will not work. It can only slow it down. Then she is unlucky. There is nothing more we can do," she said, a final and unforgiving sentence. "Not yet," he said. "They would not have sent her to us if there was no hope. The demon general, from the original story, he had been the one to have wounded her. But then, she had defeated him. Had his own presence, his own actions, changed the timeline so much? Had the demons become stronger? And a new and startling thought came to him. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, You're awake, young lady. Chapter 225, You're awake, young lady. If he were to let the blue-haired hero of a later age face the Demon King as she was now, with the power of the Godfall land fused to her very being, could he win? In his mind's eye, he saw it now, the blue-haired hero, his face a mask of a grim and terrible resolve, shouting, "My victory is inevitable," and then charging to his doom. Nah. I shouldn't screw him over like that. The thought was an amusing one, but a fleeting one. The matter at hand was to save the girl. "So how are you going to do it?" she asked, her own face now a mask of a deep and profound concern. The corrupting power within the girl, it was a thing that she herself would not have dared to touch. "It's a little troublesome, but there's always a way," he said, and gently laid her on the ground. "There are 2 options. The first is to use the holy power of Org, or the power of faith from the light of Urson, to forcibly purge it. But to summon the swords here would be too much of a spectacle. It's not worth it, for such a small wound." His own voice was a calm and level sound, but with an undercurrent of an undeniable confidence. "A small wound," she said, and gave him a look. "Then what do you propose?" "Simple," he said, and knelt beside her, a gentle light now gathering in his palm. I will transfer the corrupting power into my own body. What? Her own face was now a mask of a pure and utter shock. Are you mad? That's the corrosive divine power of the Godfall land. To take it into yourself, it's too dangerous. Relax, he said with a smile. It's not like I haven't been exposed to it before. And such a small amount, it's not enough to corrupt me. I can suppress it. And then, once I have org, I can deal with it. It was an experiment. His own body was now a near-perfect vessel of life, a thing that would last for hundreds of years. And he now had Shurahat's own spell. This was a perfect opportunity to test it. But he would not tell her that. He didn't want her to worry. But she knew. The risk, it was far greater than he was letting on. To have been born from the death of a god, it was a power that was not to be trifled with. She opened her mouth to protest, but the look in his eyes, the calm and steady resolve of it, it silenced her. She knew him. He had already made up his mind. And he had a habit of achieving the impossible. Do as you wish. Just don't expect me to save you if something goes wrong, she said, and turned away, though the look in her own eyes betrayed her. And a new and troubling thought came to her, why is he so concerned with this strange, white-haired elven girl? Was he thinking of taking another apprentice? To foist another one on her? His own hand was now on the wound, and a suction, a pulling, an invisible vortex of a magical energy now began to draw out the corrosive divine power that was at its very core, a wisp of a black and terrible energy that was now flowing into his own palm. As the power left her, a bit of color returned to her own pale cheeks, and the frown that had been etched on her face now softened a little. How is it? She asked, her own voice now a low and worried sound. Everything is fine. She should be waking up soon. That's not. Never mind, she said, and a new and different kind of an anger, a feeling of a helpless and frustrated concern, now washed over her. This man, she thought. But the look on his face, the calm and steady look of it, it seemed that the corrosive power was not affecting him. She wasn't sure. By the way, she said, changing the subject, where did those two find the mana to cast a teleportation spell? The amount of power required, it's astronomical. Even with 10 times their own mana, it would not have been enough. The spell was a hasty one, she said, her own brow now furrowed as she tried to recall the magical residue. As if it was cast in some kind of an emergency. Do you think they are in trouble? I don't know. We'll have to ask her when she wakes up. As if on cue, the girl's own eyelids began to flutter. She slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a pair of unfamiliar faces. Well now, you're awake, young lady. Congratulations. You are now the mother of 2, he said with a playful grin. Serie gave him a punch and then turned to the girl. What is your name? She asked. Frieren, she said, and then her own memories came flooding back. Her village, the demons, and the 2 mages who had saved her, the red-haired human and the elf. Frieren. And where are Flam and Ella? Flam and Ella. The names were unfamiliar, but she had a feeling she knew who she was talking about. The red-haired human is Flam, and the elf is Ella, he explained. Ah, she said, a look of a new and dawning understanding on her own face. They saved my village. She tried to sit up, but a wave of a dizziness washed over her. Easy now, he said, and gently pushed her back down. The power within you has been removed, but your body is still weak. Just lie down for now. She did as she was told and looked from him, to the other, to the 2 strangers who had saved her life. And you are? She asked. I'm Rhodes, he said, and she's Serie. We're their teachers. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, her master is Flam. Chapter 226, her master is Flam. Serie and Rhodes. She repeated the names. The elven saint, Serie. Yes, he said, before Serie could object. She was about to deny it, but at his words, she closed her mouth again. To appear before the world, it always brought a wave of a fawning adulation. And though the elves were a little more reserved in their praise, they were no exception. To be stared at in a silent and unblinking reverence, she found it even more uncomfortable. But to her surprise, the girl before her showed no such reaction. She just nodded. This she could get used to. She even began to think, if he were to suggest it, she might just take her on as an apprentice herself. But that, of course, was not a part of his plan. And you, she said, her own gaze now on him, you must be the Godslayer, Rhodes. Oh, he was a little surprised. This was the first time someone had heard his name and had assumed he was him, not just a namesake. Why do you think that? That Rhodes was a human. He would be long dead by now. Because, she said, her own gaze a calm and level thing, you have the same, immense magical aura as her. You can see it? Serie asked, her own eyebrows now raised. No, she shook her head. It's just a feeling. A kind of an innate magic, I suppose, Serie mused. She was probably unaware of her own special talent to be able to see the magical aura of others, just like a demon. Interesting. A fine talent. The more she looked at the girl, the more she liked her. She will be my apprentice, she declared, not even waiting for him to suggest it. No, you misunderstand, he said quickly. If he were to let Serie take her as an apprentice, the girl would probably drive her mad. With his influence, she had come to appreciate the peace of the world, and was no longer the war-loving creature she had once been. But the girl, and her other, fated, apprentice, their views on magic would be a stark contrast to her own. That was a future he could not change. And who, then, she said, a sharp and competitive edge to her voice. Flam, of course. Who else? Flam. Are you serious? That child is a long way from being a teacher. His own appearance in the timeline had accelerated things a bit, and the Flam of today was not the seasoned and powerful mage she would one day become. But, he would not separate them. They were better together. She will learn. And it is a thing that she will have to face eventually, isn't it? She gave him a long, hard look, and seeing that he was not joking, she just huffed and turned away. The girl had, of course, heard all of this. And to be told that the human girl was to be her master, it was a strange and unfamiliar feeling. She was a self-taught mage, having learned all she knew from passing travelers and old books. She had never had a formal teacher. To suddenly become a student, it felt a little wrong. But before she could object, he was asking her another question. By the way, Frieren, do you remember what happened before you came here? They were trying to save me. She said, and her own mind was now a swirl of a hazy and indistinct memories. She had been unconscious, but had still been aware, on some level, of what had been happening. I remember, a very complex magic circle, and they were surrounded by many people, and then, nothing. He and Serie exchanged a look. They had been surrounded. And the mana for the teleportation spell, had they stolen it? He had once created a spell to siphon the power of faith, a spell that she, in turn, had taught to Ella in a simplified form. The teleportation spell, it was them who sent you to us, she explained. No wonder the magical residue felt so forced. They were in a desperate situation. Are they in danger? She asked, a look of a new and dawning concern on her face. Is it because of me? We're not sure yet. But don't worry, he said, his own voice now a gentle and reassuring sound. For now, just tell us everything you know. And we will help them. He then added, they are strong. And they are resourceful. I am sure they have a way to escape. He was not so sure, of course. But he had faith in his student, and in hers. With their combined power, they could surely escape. As long as they did not surrender. My village was attacked, she began, and told them everything, of the demon general, Basalt, of her own defeat, of their own, miraculous, arrival. And then, a strange city, a healing spell that had not been enough, and a dark and damp place, with a powerful, swirling magical energy, and then, nothing. She closed her eyes, the memories of it all a new and exhausting thing. So it was the demon general. And the corrosive power that still lingered in the girl, it was the work of the demon king himself. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter.